Chapter 1. Alas, yet another tedious day. Capona rested his heavy eyelids, slumped over the counter, idly toying with the bottle caps strewn across the table. The tavern's walls, dampened by the oppressive humidity, bore signs of mold, and the mingling scent of smoke permeated the air, creating a nauseating atmosphere. In a corner, two lifeless mice lay on their backs, seemingly dead for quite some time, yet Capona remained oblivious, continuing his monotonous fiddling. It had been 6 months since he opened this modest tavern, but its remote location in the small town had led to a steady decline in business. Apart from a handful of friends, scarcely anyone graced his establishment. The prolonged financial desolation had worn down his patience, compelling him to decide to shutter the place in 3 days. Such matters are of no consequence. I can always find other places to linger, Capona muttered to himself, tossing a bottle cap to the floor before grasping a nearby bottle and taking a hearty swig. "Hey, open up." The sudden knock at the door startled Capona, causing him to sputter the liquor he had just consumed, splattering it across the table before he could utter a curse. The door was kicked open by 2 burly men clad in headscarves, striding in with an air of confidence. One of them bore a heavy sack over his shoulder, his expression betraying considerable strain. "Capona, my friend, how fares business these days?" The leading man plopped down onto a wooden chair, a broad grin plastered across his face, a massive spiked iron club resting on his shoulder, glinting ominously under the dim light. Same old, Peter," Capona replied, his frown returning upon realizing it was a familiar patron. "But what of your endeavors?" This time we've captured quite the catch." "Green," Peter shouted to the man carrying the sack, who promptly set it down and unfastened the rope binding it. A human face quickly emerged. It was a man with dark skin, appearing to be in his 20s, ruggedly handsome and robust, clad in a black jacket, most striking with the long horns protruding from his head at that moment. The man lay with his eyes shut tight, snoring heavily, seemingly in deep slumber, his body bound in heavy chains, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling. Upon seeing such a figure, Capona's heart skipped a beat, and he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Remarkable. How on earth did you manage to capture such a specimen?" Peter beamed with pride. "Well, it's a long story. This morning, my companion and I were patrolling the beach when we stumbled upon a dilapidated wooden raft washed ashore nearby. We discovered this fellow, likely a victim of a shipwreck, who had fortuitously ended up here, unconscious. Once we confirmed he wouldn't awaken anytime soon, we brought him here. Look, this is his weapon, though heavy. It's quite manageable to wield." He swung the spiked club through the air, producing a whooshing sound. "Don't break anything in my tavern," Capona admonished, furrowing his brow. "And what do you intend to do with him?" "I do not deal in human flesh." "No. Think about it. This fellow has an impressive appearance and looks quite strong. He would fetch a handsome price if sold," Peter insisted, pointing at the man on the floor. "With the proceeds, the 3 of us could open a larger tavern in the town center and strike it rich." "That's true," Capona nodded, finding the logic sound, but then a thought struck him. He asked hastily, "But the boss has issued a decree forbidding the trade of slaves. Aren't you worried about repercussions?" "What's there to fear? You, and I will keep it under wraps. Who would know?" Peter clapped Capona on the shoulder, his confidence unshaken. "In a couple of days, we can disguise this fellow as cargo, stow him in a barrel, and secretly transport him to the nearest underground exchange. It will be a grand success." "Is that so? Then it couldn't be better." At that moment, a hint of a smile broke through Capona's tense demeanor. He dashed into the back room and quickly returned with 3 large barrels of liquor, calling out to his guests, "Feel free to eat and drink to your heart's content today. The drinks are on me." "Now that's the generous Capona I know," Peter exclaimed, rising to take a barrel, gulping it down greedily. Big guy, I've been meaning to ask." Green, who had remained silent until now, cautiously accepted a barrel and inquired, "Why does this fellow seem so familiar to me?" Now that you mention it, he does look a bit familiar." Peter wiped his mouth. "But if he's a wanted criminal, then we'll receive an even greater reward, so no need to fret about that. Peter's right with all those chains binding him. I doubt he'll escape." Capona raised his barrel, unable to suppress his elation any longer, and sat beside Peter, proclaiming loudly, "To our fortune, cheers." "Cheers." As the two began to drink heartily, Green, unable to resist any longer, lifted his barrel and guzzled it down in an instant. The delightful aroma of the liquor wafted through the air, even reaching the man lying on the ground, who could not help but inhale the enticing scent. Such fragrant liquor. A gust of wind swept through the tavern, lifting the curtain above the counter and revealing a grotesque skull motif. This was the infamous Hive Island, nestled in the New World, a veritable paradise for pirates here. Buccaneers roamed free, unshackled by any laws, indulging in their whims. Even the Navy dared not approach, earning it the moniker the most dangerous island. It was a place where the wickedest of pirates gathered, all thanks to the prowess of a single man. Buildings of varying heights sprawled across the island like a web, clustering around a massive stone sculpture of a skull that loomed in the island's center. The skull's nasal cavity housed a cloudy glass window, behind which two figures engaged in conversation. Recently, I've learned that the king of the Magia Azka kingdom plans to pay a substantial tribute to the celestial dragons, transporting a hefty sum of gold aboard a naval vessel that will pass near Hive Island. You know what needs to be done, don't you, Newgate? The man named Newgate scoffed disdainfully. I knew that without you saying. We also need a large sum of money to expand our territory, but judging by your expression, I sense you have more to share. Just that one particular dog has a particularly vicious bite. The voice paused before continuing. You must have heard of the name Honest Shirak, yes? Newgate frowned slightly. Perplexed, is he not the Navy's direct supervisor? That man is no pushover. Many of our comrades have perished at his hands. If I were to take him down myself, it would be a trivial matter. However, such an act would leave Hive vulnerable to attack. Unfortunately, Ling and the others are tied up with other tasks and cannot spare anyone. So this matter falls to you personally. TCH, I understand. What's the general location? Before he could finish, a frantic pirate rushed in, panting and shouting, not good. An explosion occurred at a tavern to the west of the town, and a horned man wielding an iron club emerged from within. Our men stand no chance against him. A most unwelcome guest has arrived. The voice's owner did not berate the subordinate for his rudeness, but continued, addressing Newgate. You should go and assess the situation. Newgate approached the door, reluctantly turning his back to the man. Remember to pay me a fee for this errand. Rocks. Damn it. He's all alone. Let's go. The streets to the west of the town were now a scene of utter destruction, with collapsed buildings strewn about. Dozens of pirates, armed with swords and knives, surrounded the area, shouting fervent slogans, yet none dared to advance, their eyes fixed on their target. Through the swirling smoke, a figure emerged, a man, the very same one who had been captured in the tavern, now brandishing an iron club with a fierce countenance, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Behind him lay the tavern in ruins, with Capona and his two companions sprawled beneath the debris, their eyes rolled back, unconscious. So this is Pirate Island? Not quite what I envisioned, the man murmured, taking a hearty swig from a bottle in his left hand before hurling it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The liquor is quite delectable, though the quantity is rather insufficient. One pirate, seeing an opening behind the man, raised his sword and aimed to strike at his back, shouting, I think it's time for you to take a break, old man. As his words hung in the air, a tremendous force struck his chest, causing his long sword to shatter into several fragments. Helplessly, he was propelled into the sky, tracing a semicircular arc before crashing into a distant building. The structure, met with such a violent impact, split asunder and tumbled to the ground, resulting in a fierce shockwave. Uncle? The young man twirled the iron rod in his hand, disregarding the astonished expressions of those around him, and disdainfully gazed skyward. I'm merely 15 years old. Such power. Only 15. The assembled pirates could scarcely believe their ears, erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. One particularly audacious pirate captain stepped forward to challenge the youth, only to be effortlessly kicked aside, spewing blood, unconscious. Is there anyone else who wishes to continue? I wouldn't mind playing for a while longer. The young man spoke with an icy tone, casting a sweeping glance around him. Each pirate who met his fierce gaze involuntarily shivered in mere moments. Not a single one of the usually ferocious pirates dared to respond. Humph, what a bunch of cowards. Let me meet your captain and see if he's as worthless as the lot of you. With a hint of boredom in his voice, he hoisted his spiked club and began to stride toward the skull emblem when a commanding voice rang out from above. Hey, kid, before you go there, Let's have a proper conversation. The man stood by the window, gazing down at the billowing smoke-filled streets, seemingly lost in thought. With those horns and that penchant for wielding a spiked club, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Could it be? As if struck by an epiphany, he turned and stepped inside, tearing down a sheet of paper from the wall. Upon scrutinizing the image depicted, a sly smile crept across his lips. Indeed, it's true. A soldier expelled from the kingdom, repeatedly wreaking havoc on naval prison ships. Such talent would be a waste not to employ. The crowd below, upon hearing that steady voice, instinctively looked up to see a towering stone pillar, atop which stood a burly man wielding a naginata adorned with a white pirate hat and a cloak denoting his status as captain. What stood out most was his crescent-shaped white beard. Oh, it's Captain Newgate. Kid, you're finished. No one stands a chance against him aside from the captain. The pirates, witnessing the arrival of their savior, erupted with joy. The young man, unfazed by the commotion around him, pointed his spiked club skyward and coldly declared, "Looks like someone with a bit of stature has arrived. Too bad I'm not interested in you. Bring out your captain for a duel." What a disrespectful little brat. With a sigh, Newgate leaped down from the stone pillar, landing with a force that sent tremors through the ground, causing the surrounding pirates to stumble and fall. Rising to his full height, he gripped the hilt of his weapon, pointing the blade at the young man. "Before we engage in this ruckus, I have some questions. Were you sent here by someone?" At this moment, a pirate's silhouette flashed through Newgate's mind. His innate caution compelled him to suspect that this youth's actions were directed by that pirate. However, the boy's response dispelled that notion immediately. "Only I came here." "Oh," Newgate replied, somewhat taken aback. "Did you come solely to challenge our captain? I heard there's a pirate named Rox who is exceedingly strong, one that even the Navy dares not pursue lightly." A contemptuous smirk appeared on the young man's face. "Thus, I prepared to face him. If I win, I shall claim the position of captain of Pirate Island." This kid, is he serious? He actually intends to challenge Rox. Upon hearing this, the pirates erupted in a chorus of disbelief. Had their strength not paled in comparison to the youth's, they would have mocked him outright. Newgate couldn't help but stifle a laugh, asking with feigned seriousness, "I haven't encountered such arrogance in a long time. Aren't you afraid of death?" With unwavering conviction, the youth retorted, "What is there to fear? I have already died once." For a fleeting moment, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes, only to be replaced by an unwavering glare fixed on the towering man before him. Newgate paused, momentarily taken aback, then remarked approvingly, "Excellent, that's the spirit. However, having injured so many of us, I trust you're prepared for the consequences?" A glint of intensity flashed in his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, radiating a formidable aura that caused numerous small pebbles to levitate in the air. Yet the youth showed no fear, replying with a derisive laugh, "Oh ho ho, you're certainly different from the rest." No sooner had he spoken than his figure darted forward, a blur as he swung the spiked club towards Newgate's chest with blinding speed that the naked eye could scarcely perceive. "Hiulala, how amusing!" Newgate exclaimed, swiftly countering with his naginata in a resounding clash. The two weapons collided, unleashing a flurry of dark sparks that radiated outward, causing the onlooking pirates to foam at the mouth and collapse under the overwhelming force. Newgate was momentarily taken aback, stepping aside with his spiked club and inquiring, "Do you possess the Conqueror's haki as well?" The young lad, observing the blood streaming from his wounded hand, couldn't he help but feel a chill run down his spine. Had their clash persisted any longer, his weapon might have slipped from his grasp. A direct confrontation was futile. Victory could only be achieved through skill. Resolving this in his mind, the youth took a deep breath, his form flickering before vanishing from sight. In an instant, he left behind a multitude of afterimages, enveloping Newgate within their midst. Standing steadfast, Newgate closed his eyes, resembling a meditative monk. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and sprang into action, his glaive sweeping horizontally from left to right towards a phantom, only to find nothing but A-I-R-T that moment. The boy materialized behind Newgate, raising his spiked club to strike at his head. Newgate swiftly sidestepped, swinging his glaive towards the boy's waist. The youth raised his club in defense, executing a swift kick with his right leg, Newgate's left hand, shrouded in a layer of dark haki. Lightning fast, seized the boy's ankle, spinning him around and flinging him away. The boy, mid-air, performed a somersault to regain his stance and landed swiftly. The two faced each other for several seconds before dashing towards one another, their weapons clashing incessantly, only to separate in an instant. Their feet never ceased moving, a series of explosive sounds echoing as if the very air were being rent asunder, buildings crumbling in their wake. Leaving onlookers in stunned silence, ha ha ha. What a thrill! Accompanied by hearty laughter, the youth hurled his spiked club with great force. Seeing the impending strike, Newgate dared not meet it head-on, evading just in time to prepare for counterattack. Unexpectedly, the spiked club arced mid-air, whistling towards the back of Newgate's head. Realizing he could not evade this blow, Newgate's eyes widened as he swiftly turned, raising his glaive and slashing upwards, releasing a powerful shockwave that sent the spinning club hurtling away. Crashing through a wall. In that fleeting moment, the boy lunged forward, his right fist charged with formidable haki, striking fiercely at Newgate's chest. Despite Newgate's timely defense with haki enveloping his torso, a piercing pain shot through him, eliciting a low growl as he retaliated, striking the boy's cheek with the back of his blade, sending him staggering back several meters. Guh! The force of the impact left the boy tasting blood. Gritting his teeth and swallowing hard, his eyes still ablaze with determination as he forced a smile. How about it? Shall we continue? This little brat is truly troublesome. I suppose I shall apologize to Rox later. Newgate shook his head in resignation, tightening his fists, ready to strike. Just then, dozens of dark red lightning bolts erupted from the eye sockets of the skull-shaped structure, crashing down upon the battlefield where the two stood. Newgate felt his breath catch, dropping to one knee as if his heart might explode at any moment. The horned youth collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if his limbs were no longer his own. Unable to move even a finger, countless pirates lay sprawled across the street, not a single one remaining conscious. The once calm sea roiled violently, waves relentlessly battering the coastal towns, thick clouds obscuring the sun and casting a pall over the sky, with occasional thunder rumbling in the distance. That ha ha ha. After such a lengthy bout, it must be time to rest. Newgate, I wish to meet that lad. Bring him to me. Do not make me repeat myself. The sharp, domineering laughter pierced Newgate's ears, leaving him feeling quite unwell as he muttered reluctantly, Since you insist, I cannot refuse, but before that, you must first retract that damned conqueror's haki. I may have exerted myself too much. The voice chuckled before gradually fading into silence. The sea returned to its usual calm, the clouds dispersing to allow sunlight to once more illuminate the earth. Newgate planted his glaive into the ground. Gripping the handle with difficulty as he staggered to his feet and approached the boy, his expression unreadable. You require assistance to rise. No need for your help. The youth struggled to get up but fell back to the ground, his face a mix of shock and disbelief that I truly cannot fathom such overwhelming haki. Initially, I too held similar thoughts. Newgate grasped the boy's clothing gently and tossed him against an intact wall. There are greater forces beyond your comprehension. Those who remain oblivious to this truth cannot survive upon these seas. Not lecture me. The boy coughed violently. You didn't even fight seriously just now, did you? Who can say? Newgate leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed, speaking calmly. But you, foul little brat, do you aspire to become a pirate? That fellow Rox expressed a desire to meet you. Would you care to accompany me? The boy's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment, he slumped to the ground, managing a bitter smile. Since I have been defeated, I shall leave my fate in your hands without complaint. Ha ha. Fortunately, I can confirm there are no casualties. Otherwise, we would have had a reckoning. Newgate grinned, helping the boy to his feet, and together they limped towards the skull-shaped structure. You two certainly kept me waiting. In the spacious hall, treasure chests and swords lay scattered haphazardly, walls lined with torches that burned with dark green flames. Casting an eerie glow over the already dim room, on the central wall, was an image of a skull with a flaming head, beneath which sat a middle-aged man with a spiky hairstyle, lounging carelessly in a chair, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he fixed his gaze on the two standing before him. The boy felt unnerved under the man's scrutiny and couldn't he help but ask, Are you Rox? Mind your tone. Ha ha ha. What a bold little rascal you are. Call me whatever you wish. Rox laughed heartily, producing a paper from his person to show the boy. This individual here is you, correct? The horned youth leaned in to see, recognizing it as a bounty notice issued by the world government. Depicting a fierce-looking boy with horns, the words beneath reading, "Dead or alive, Kaido, bounty, 111 million." Before the boy could speak, Rox crumpled the notice and tossed it aside, grinning. "If I'm not mistaken, your name is Kaido. Once a soldier of the Wok Kingdom, now a wanted criminal. Yes?" Kaido paused, feeling a twinge of respect for this mysterious man, though he retorted coolly, "You've done your homework well, but you think I would simply become a pirate?" "Not merely a pirate," Rox interrupted, leaping from his seat to land before Kaido, poking his forehead with a finger and flashing a wicked smile. "You are destined to become my right-hand man." 3 days had passed since the battle between Kaido and Newgate, and the severely damaged streets of the Western District began to undergo reconstruction. Pirates were busy transporting and repairing, each individual straining to avoid the wrath of their superiors. In a secluded alley, 3 pirates were engaged in hushed conversation. "Are you certain you want to flee?" "Of course. That lad Kaido has become a pirate. If he informs Boss Rox about our conversation at the tavern, we'll all be in deep trouble. It's better to make a hasty exit before they take action." "What do you say, Green?" "I wholeheartedly agree with what Captain Peters said. TCH, I've worked hard to build this establishment, only for you to ruin it. How will you compensate me? ISNT at your fault for being useless, unable to even run a tavern. I should have never sought you out." "Useless Capona. What did you say?" Capona's face flushed with anger as he grabbed Peter by the collar. Just then, a pirate rushed around the corner, shouting towards them, "Are you Capona and Peter, brothers? The boss has sent me to inform you." "What?" The 3 were taken aback, Capona retracting his raised fist and pushing Peter aside, urgently asking, "What did you say?" "The boss is looking for us." "Huff huff," the pirate gasped. "The boss has already heard that the newcomer, Kaido, had dealings with you at Capona's tavern and caused quite a ruckus, which led to everything that followed." Upon hearing the news, the hearts of the 3 men chilled with trepidation, fearing that the plot to sell slaves had reached the ears of Rox. Green, in particular, trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, while Capona vigorously shook the pirate's shoulder, urgently inquiring, "What else did the captain say?" Noticing that the man was on the verge of losing consciousness from his shaking, he released his grip. The pirate, regaining his composure, glanced quizzically at each of the 3, cleared his throat, and stated, "The captain expressed his regrets about the damage to your establishment, but he has personally contributed funds to help you open a new tavern, which is already under construction in the town center." "Huh?" The 3 gasped, exchanging incredulous glances, each pinching their cheeks to confirm they were not dreaming, and then erupted in unison with cheers. Peter and Capona embraced, tears flowing freely, while Green joyfully performed several somersaults. After a while, Capona wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and, trembling, asked, "Do you know where Kaido is at present?" The pirate responded with a smile. "I heard the captain send him to accompany Captain Newgate on a mission. He is no longer on Hive Island." That a colossal ship sped across the sea, a pirate flag emblazoned with a skull sporting crescent-shaped, mustaches flapping prominently above the stern, gleaming in the bright sunlight. Newgate stood at the bow, gazing ahead without turning, and said, "Those 3 have no ties to you. Why advocate for them?" "Oh ho ho, you can't fool me." Kaido reclined on the deck, relishing the sea breeze brushing against his cheeks, and lazily replied, "It's simple. I still wish to enjoy the drinks at their tavern, and it would be a pity for it to close. Who would have thought that you, so young, possessed the spirit of a drunkard? Though I lack the standing to judge you," Newgate remarked, turning his head with a serious expression. "You haven't forgotten the task Rox assigned to you, have you? If you can forget something so trivial, perhaps I should cease being a pirate." Kaido slowly rose, stretching comfortably, and mused, "That man is truly intriguing." That a smile crept across his lips as he recalled their conversation 3 days prior. "You want me to be your right-hand man?" Kaido was taken aback by Rock's bold declaration, involuntarily stepping back as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, exclaiming, "You can't be jesting with me. I will never retract my words." Rox, unfazed by the youth's brashness, continued to grin, "I witnessed your battles. To be frank, your combat talent is the highest I have ever seen. None of my subordinates can compare to you in this regard. Newgate furrowed his brow in displeasure at these words. Despite the considerable gap between you and the top experts, given time, you will undoubtedly grow to be dozens of times stronger than you are now. In a moment of excitement, he drew his sword and swung it towards Kaido's neck. Laughing maniacally, you may even surpass me. Ha 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 ha. Caught off guard by Rock's sudden assault, Kaido had no time to contemplate as he hastily raised his staff to block. The instant their weapons clashed, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling him across the room and crashing into the wall, creating a large hole. Newgate, equally surprised by the turn of events, roared in front of the man. Rox, do you intend to kill him? Not just yet. Take a look behind you. Following Rock's gaze, Newgate turned to see Kaido emerging from the hole, iron staff in hand. Unscathed, he shook his head, dismissing his earlier bravado, and with a smirk said, "Even if you held back, I can assure you, you could barely touch my toes." Pointing his iron staff at Rox, his eyes burning with fierce determination, he declared, "Thus, until I defeat you and take your place. I will remain here, though it does not mean I will abandon my ambitions. Until the very end of my life, I shall prove to the world that I alone am the supreme being above all." Newgate was taken aback by the youth's audacious words, pondering what this boy was truly saying. Rock stood in stunned silence for a moment before erupting into a thunderous laughter that echoed across the island. After a considerable time, his laughter gradually subsided, and he sheathed his long blade, returning to his chair, resting his head on his wrist, and contentedly stated, "You remind me of my younger self. No, you are even more audacious than I was. I impose no restrictions on my subordinates. As long as they stand against the government, they are free to do as they please. Truly, the freest pirate crew, the Rock's pirates," with a snap of his fingers. The wall behind him thunderously parted, revealing a map before everyone. Rox pointed to a location on the map and declared, "Now, I have a task for you, especially you, Kaido. Pay close attention. Only by succeeding can you officially join the Rock's pirates." With that, Kaido strode confidently to Newgate's side and asked, "That fellow named Shiryu, how does he compare to you?" Newgate paused for a moment before answering without hesitation. 3 years ago, I faced him in battle, and we did not determine a victor. I am much stronger now, and I presume he is also trained diligently." Upon hearing this, Kaido swallowed hard. A rival of Newgate's caliber would indeed be formidable. Newgate, seeming to read his thoughts, said, "So, at that time, you will hold off the other Navy forces while I confront Shiryu. That fellow can easily destroy enemy ships in naval battles, so to prevent him from seizing control, we must ambush them in the sand reach straight ahead of time, finding a prime position to catch them off guard. For this, we will need an expert, Stussy." "Ah, did you call for me, Newgate?" A gentle and delicate voice floated from the cabin. And soon after, a woman donning a top hat emerged with elegant strides. She bowed to Newgate and stood in place, appearing to be in her 20s, with a strikingly beautiful face and a graceful figure. Clad in brown leopard print pants that showcased her exquisite legs. Taken aback by the sight of such beauty, Kaido blinked and leaned closer to Newgate, whispering, "Is she your old flame?" Newgate bore no signs of anger. Responding slowly, "Her name is Stussy Gombacken. She is my capable subordinate, skilled in reconnaissance and pharmacology. You could say she is my lover. Hee, I shall always be Newgate's, Stussy said with a sultry smile. Spotting a towering, horned giant standing nearby, she curiously inquired, "Newgate, is this the newcomer you mentioned?" "Well, he hasn't formally joined yet, but he is quite powerful, though communication is somewhat challenging to know. Is that so?" Stussy's gaze flickered with warmth as she gazed at Kaido. Smiling softly, "Nice to meet you, Kaido. Since we are members of the same pirate crew, you can call me Sister Stussy." Kaido felt a chill run down his spine, gruffly retorting, "Get lost, you old hag." Stussy, unaccustomed to such treatment, quickly clung to Newgate's leg, her eyes glistening with tears, and plaintively said, "Wah, Newgate, he is being so mean to me. Help me get back at him." "All right, you're no longer a little girl." Newgate comforted her, gently stroking her hat, his face softening with tenderness. Stussy seemed to notice something and abruptly ceased her crying, her tone becoming much calmer. "Newgate, we are almost at our destination. Follow my instructions for the ambush." "Excellent." Newgate clapped his hands. gathering everyone on the deck, and called out, "Our mission this time is to seize the heavenly gold escorted by the Navy. Everyone, prepare for battle." Before long, two towering mountains loomed into view, resembling two fierce beasts locked in a stare. Undoubtedly the Sand-Reach Strait, known as the throat of the pirates. The currents outside the strait surged with ferocity, and jagged rocks stood in disarray, where remnants of vessels battered by the waves could occasionally be glimpsed. Only a narrow path between the two mountains offered passage as the pirate ship approached the entrance. Newgate directed the helmsman to dock in a concealed cave, following the map provided by Rocks. "Indulge in my new invention, Little Devil, with a duration of 1 hour," Stussy said with a charming smile, drawing a pistol from her person, its surface adorned with a mischievous grin. She aimed the gun at all the pirates, including Newgate and Kaido, firing a shot that erupted into a burst of pink smoke upon contact with the air. Strangely, the pirates inhaling the smoke felt no discomfort, and soon dark wings sprouted from their backs. They had little time to marvel at their transformation as they swiftly flew towards the two mountains. Gene replication is indeed a remarkable convenience. Stussy retracted her pistol, removed her hat, and from her back emerged a pair of enormous bat wings, alongside long horns sprouting from her head and a tail extending behind her, resembling a demon from a storybook. She licked the back of her right hand with her tongue and soared towards the mountain peak on her left. Newgate was the first to reach the summit of the right mountain, and he withdrew his wings and waved to the other pirates who followed, all of whom understood the signal and quietly advanced behind their captain. They halted at a cliff surrounded by rocks, where Newgate crouched behind the boulders, gazing out at the glimmering sea. Allowing him to clearly observe any passing ships, he turned back, whispering to the others, "When I raise my weapon, you shall commence the attack. Victory is the only option." "Aye, Captain." The pirates eagerly readied their weapons, crouching behind the massive rocks at the cliff's edge, each anticipating the impending battle, including Kaido, whose wrist trembled slightly as he gripped his convo. As time passed, each moment felt eternal. All remained still, quietly awaiting the arrival of their prey. "Here they come, 60 degrees to the south," Stussy called softly, invigorating the pirates, who turned their gazes towards the direction she indicated. Sure enough, a large cargo ship slowly entered the canyon, its flag adorned with the image of a seagull, presumably the naval vessel transporting the celestial gold. The world government, formed 8 centuries ago by 20 kings from 20 nations, has now evolved into a vast organization comprising 170 member states, steadfastly governing the world. Each year, member nations are required to pay hefty tributes to the aristocratic celestial dragons in exchange for naval protection and the right to participate in the World Conference. Known as the Celestial Gold, failure to meet the tribute deadline results in the forfeiture of a nation's privileges, relegating it to a lawless territory rife with pirate and human trafficker activity. Thus, no member state dares defy the government's orders. Indeed, some kings exhaust their national resources to deliver the celestial gold, acutely aware of how dreadful it is to lose their humanity. The cliffs here are steep, making them an ideal ambush point. Everyone must remain vigilant, guarding the celestial gold closely. No insect must be allowed near. "Aye, Colonel." Hundreds of Navy soldiers raised their right hands in a solemn salute, their voices resonating loudly as they held their firearms. Marching with steady steps around a bulging black cloth secured with heavy iron chains, their spines as straight as pines, eyes gleaming with determination, seemingly undaunted by any challenge. "Excellent. This is the essence of the Navy headquarters." The colonel nodded in satisfaction, turning respectfully towards the cabin, addressing Mr. Schirak. "You may engage in battle at any time. Such fundamentals do not require my report," a languid and deep voice interjected, as the cabin door was forcefully pushed open. A figure sauntered out, his angular face and well-defined features accentuated by a thin layer of facial hair. Dressed in an open white shirt that revealed his muscular chest and abdomen, a spiral tattoo adorned his chest. Standing over 2 meters tall, he carried a long staff at his waist, and his cloak billowed in the wind, emblazoned with the word justice. Glistening in the sunlight, he yawned, his deep-set eyes scanning the Navy personnel before drawing his staff, thumping it onto the deck with a resounding thud, proclaiming, "I trust you all understand the significance of this mission." The celestial dragons are the supreme deities of this world. Their commands are utterly unquestionable. Only by adhering to their will can one become an exemplary Navy officer. The Navy soldiers exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond, and the colonel's expression turned awkward. "Sir, I have a question." A newly enlisted soldier raised his hand. Bewildered, "We are soldiers upholding justice, and our mission is to eradicate pirates who harm civilians. Why must we act according to the wishes of the celestial dragons? Please, sir, elucidate." The remaining Navy personnel turned pale at his words, and Shirak seemed momentarily taken aback by the soldier's inquiry. Then, with a grim smile, he gazed at the young man and said, "Ah, indeed, that is a question. The answer is simple. Allow me to provide you with the correct response." With that, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. Suddenly, the soldier's face contorted in agony as his right leg twisted grotesquely. Blood spraying forth, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. "Ah! My leg! It's deformed." The new recruit writhed on the ground, clutching his mangled leg, while Shirak, not yet satisfied, raised 2 fingers, inflicting the same fate upon the young man's left hand, declaring, "For the celestial dragons embody justice. Defying their orders equates to evil. Your descent disqualifies you from being a Navy officer. You shall be dealt with according to military law. Death." His right index finger twisted another 360 degrees, contorting the soldier's entire body into a violent, horrific shape, limbs entangled, eventually curling into a ball. Moments later, the ball erupted, showering the deck with a rain of blood. The Navy personnel, having experienced combat to varying degrees, were unprepared for such brutality and turned ashen. Yet Shirak remained unfazed, lounging in a chair, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "Should anyone dare voice such queries again, I trust you understand the consequences." In unison, the Navy soldiers replied, "Aye, what a ruthless individual. No wonder he is known as the Twisted Man after consuming the twisting fruit." Witnessing the scene through her telescope, Stussy felt a chill run down her spine. Leaning towards Newgate, she whispered, "Can we move now?" "Wait." Newgate gestured to halt her. Despite his seemingly brutish demeanor, he possessed an astute mind, and acting prematurely would likely lead to falling into his trap. "Let's strike once their ship reaches the center of the strait." "You are just like him," Stussy quipped, but fell silent, continuing to observe the Navy vessel through her telescope. Newgate glanced at the opposing mountain, reassured to see the formidable man he trusted most exhibiting no conspicuous behavior. "You little brat, don't mess things up at a critical moment." In an instant, the Navy vessel had reached the midpoint of the strait, and the 500 pirates lying in ambush were invigorated, gripping their weapons tightly. Seizing the moment, Newgate prepared to raise his naginata, when suddenly, the Navy ship abruptly slowed, coming to a standstill on the water. "What?" Newgate was perplexed by the Navy's actions and signaled to Stussy. Understanding his cue, Stussy grabbed her telescope, focusing intently on Shirak's every move. She observed him speaking into a den mushy, and shortly thereafter, he put away, his eyes darting sharply to the position of the lens, like a predator spotting its prey. "Not good." Stussy felt a jolt of alarm, realizing their position had been compromised before she could alert Newgate. Several pirates were shot in the back, tumbling off the cliff and disappearing into the sea without a sound. What is happening? The events unfolded with startling abruptness, catching the pirates completely off guard. As Newgate sought the source of the gunfire, he gazed upwards, where the clouds above had become densely populated with Navy personnel, encircling the strait in overwhelming numbers, tenfold that of the pirates. Each soldier donned a cape, clearly of a rank no less than lieutenant. It seems that Admiral Shiryu's prediction was accurate. There truly is a pirate ambush here, prompting our Navy's aerial forces to take a shortcut and surround the area, remarked a Navy colonel, brandishing his firearm as he rapidly descended, firing incessantly at the pirates with a triumphant smirk, taunting them. "Are you not mere subordinates of rocks? Pathetic, really. Surrender now, and you might just spare yourselves." The coordination was impeccable, truly befitting the military of the world government. Shiryu, observing the soldiers' actions with admiration, allowed a smile to grace his lips and, with a sweeping gesture, commanded in a resonant voice, "Soldiers adept in moonwalk, flank those pirates. The rest of you, guard the treasure above. Bombard any pirate that dares approach. As you command, sir. Before his words had fully dissipated, approximately 100 Navy personnel leaped into action, employing the Marine Six Styles moonwalk to swiftly ascend the mountainside. Damn it, I've fallen for that brat's ploy. Newgate cursed, turning to Stussy to inquire, how much time remains for the little devil? 30 minutes left, she replied. Good, that should suffice for our counterattack. Newgate deflected a bullet with his blade, raising his voice to its utmost, issuing commands to all able crew members, those fit for battle. Follow me. We shall break through and annihilate the Navy, reclaiming the treasure above. Aye, Captain. The previously chaotic pirates rallied at the sound of their leader's voice, spreading their wings from the mountain peaks and soaring into the air to engage the Navy in fierce combat. Newgate wielded his naginata with both hands, forcefully swinging it upwards, unleashing a pale green shockwave infused with lightning like hockey that blasted a significant number of Navy soldiers from the sky, sending them plummeting into the sea. I had no idea those pirates could fly. It must be the result of one of their abilities. That Newgate really is formidable. Shiryu marveled at the aerial skirmish, accepting a cup of red tea from a nearby sailor, savoring a sip with evident enjoyment. But how will you contend with this? Shiryu dipped his finger into the tea, swirling it gently, then withdrew it to reveal the surface of the tea spinning rapidly. Emitting a sizzling sound, a malicious grin spread across his face as he swiftly hurled the cup upwards, transforming the tea into countless spiral-shaped arrows that shot towards the sky like a torrential downpour. Their speed akin to shooting stars, several pirates, caught unawares, were instantly pierced through their midsections by the arrows, falling lifelessly. Watch out for the water arrows coming from below, one pirate alerted, signaling to his comrades. The pirates struggled to fend off the Navy while clumsily dodging the relentless water arrows, their inexperience causing dozens to either be felled or pierced, with even some Navy personnel caught in the deluge. Tumbling from the sky, are they not even sparing their own? Newgate shielded himself with his naginata, deflecting the incoming water arrows, the cries of the fallen gnawing at his composure, but a glance over his shoulder revealed Stussy had also been struck by an arrow, collapsing with a frostbitten expression. Forgive me, brothers, though it may wreak havoc in this area, if I do not utilize my abilities now. The sacrifices will only multiply. With resolute eyes, Newgate closed them, gathering the surrounding air into a spherical dome around his right wrist. Just as he crossed his arms, preparing to unleash it upon the strait below, he caught sight of a shadow leaping from the cliff. Who is that? The remaining Navy personnel, startled by the descending figure, raised their cannons and fired in unison. The figure brandished his weapon, effortlessly deflecting the incoming cannon fire, causing violent explosions against the rock face, targeting one of the cannonballs as it flew past. He propelled himself off its surface, soaring towards the Navy ship like a bolt of lightning. Boom! With a resounding crash, the deck was dented, sending surrounding Navy personnel hurtling away from the impact. The unexpected guest emerged from the crater, unscathed, rubbing the back of his head in contemplation. Next time, I'll refrain from such recklessness. The man, wielding a spiked club, strode confidently towards a Navy officer seated with a teacup, his expression one of bewilderment. He pointed his club menacingly. Are you their leader? I must thank you for your previous hospitality. Shiryu's lips curled into a sly smile as he crushed his teacup in his grip, rearranging his collar, rising to his full height, and boldly asking, to arrive here unscathed suggests you are no ordinary individual. Might I inquire your name, so I may inscribe it upon your grave? I am Kaido, the man destined to conquer the world. The newcomer beamed, gesturing to himself with a thumb. Make this enjoyable for me. Perhaps by tomorrow, I shall have forgotten you. New character life card. Name: Shiryu. Gender: male. Birthday: February 28th. The date DNA's double helix was discovered in history. Zodiac: Pisces. Age: 39. Height: 226 centimeters. Blood type: X-type. Devil fruit: Paramecia. Twist fruit can freely distort the shape of objects. Hockey. Observation: armament. Favorite food: seafood. Fried noodles. Disliked food: tomato risotto. Birthplace: Grand Line. Justice pursued: Justice of Obedience. Introduction: Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Known as the Just Shiryu, possesses absolute loyalty to the world government. Believing all its actions are justified, he metes out severe punishment to any subordinate who questions the government, instilling fear in lower-ranking Navy personnel. His weapon of choice is a steel, ROD. Name origin, derived from the English term for helix. Although it was but a fleeting moment, Newgate recognized the figure leaping from the cliff as the newly recruited Kaido. Seeing him plunge down without employing the little devil's powers, Newgate couldn't suppress a silent rebuke for his recklessness. Only when he sensed Kaido landing safely on the ship did he breathe a sigh of relief, only to notice dozens of Navy soldiers brandishing firearms surrounding Kaido, with Shiryu standing directly opposite him, causing Newgate to sweat in anxiety. What is that brat thinking? Fortunately, with his strength, he should be able to stall Shiryu for a while. I must swiftly deal with these Navy and head to his aid. With that thought, Newgate spread his wings and ascended into the clouds, weaving through the throngs of soldiers like a tempest, swiftly confronting a commanding Navy rear admiral. The admiral, taken by surprise, received a devastating slash to the chest, blood raining down from the sky as he let out a piercing scream, plummeting towards the sea. The pirates, struggling against overwhelming odds, felt their morale surge at the sight of their captain's might as he felled an enemy commander, rallying to launch a counterattack against the Navy. Stussy slowly rose, retrieving a syringe from her attire, injecting it into her wounded arm. In an instant, the wound healed, returning to its former state. What kind of punishment shall I bestow upon you? She flicked her hair with delicate fingers, then ghosted into the enemy ranks, biting into the necks of several Navy soldiers. They felt a tingling numbness at the wounds, and as they raised their weapons to fire, their muscles rapidly dehydrated and shriveled, ultimately leaving them as mere husks that drifted away with the wind. Fear not. We still hold the advantage in numbers. We must delay them until Admiral Shiryu arrives. A naval colonel forcefully kicked a pirate away, raising his voice to rally the remaining troops, who were invigorated and drew their swords to valiantly slash at the oncoming horde of pirates. The air was thick with the intensity of battle. The outcome uncertain, IT appeared quite lively above. Countless unconscious sailors and pirates continued to plummet into the sea. Observing this scene, Shiryu could not help but exclaim, turning to the young lad before him with a puzzled tone. By the way, I feel I've heard the name Kaido somewhere. Could you briefly share your story with me? A lieutenant, armed with a gun, promptly replied, Sir, that is the notorious criminal who destroyed several prison ships 2 years ago. His strength is terrifying, and many brigadier generals have fallen at his hands. Please, exercise utmost caution. It's him. Shiryu suddenly struck his left fist into his right palm, realization dawning upon him that I don't typically remember the appearances of criminals. And I momentarily forgot. This could complicate matters. Kaido, appearing somewhat impatient, stomped his foot into the ground, creating a shallow pit, and shouted, Stop with the idle chatter. I don't have time to waste on your antics. Shiryu spread his arms wide, wearing an expression of resignation, and teased the youth. What an arrogant little brat you are, to utter such words in this situation. Don't you think that's rather bold? Kaido surveyed the battle-ready Navy surrounding him, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, it will soon be just the two of us. With that, a crimson glint flashed in Kaido's eyes as dozens of serpentine streams of haki radiated outward from him, causing the surrounding Navy to foam at the mouth and collapse one after another. In an instant, only Kaido and Shiryu remained aboard the ship. Oh, you possess Conqueror's haki. I must admit, I feel a twinge of jealousy. Shiryu praised, drawing a weapon from his waist, gripping a steel rod with both hands, and adopting an offensive stance. However, this alone does not imply you could defeat me, that I hope you remember why I have risen to this position. No sooner had the last word escaped his lips than Kaido vanished behind him, swinging his kanabo in a swift, deadly arc like lightning. Shiryu seemed to possess eyes on his back, sweeping his staff backward to deflect the colossal weapon, swiftly pivoting to deliver a spinning kick to Kaido's abdomen. Kaido raised his left fist, successfully blocking the strike, but the impact left his arm aching. Seizing the moment of Kaido's momentary stiffness, Shiryu's right hand shot out like a striking serpent, the steel rod slicing through the air toward Kaido's right eye. As the tip of the rod approached perilously close to Kaido's eyeball, Kaido suddenly ducked, swinging his kanabo upward toward Shiryu's chest. The blow was too sudden. Shirak hastily retreated, but was still a moment too late. With a sharp sound, the Kanabo carved a deep gash across his chest. Meanwhile, Kaido leapt backward, pressing against the ship's railing, creating distance between them. Shirak glanced down at his wound. It was not very deep, but elicited a shiver of fear within him, realizing that this youth was indeed an unprecedented foe. Gradually suppressing his contempt, a smile grew on his face. Your skills are impressive enough to stand on your own. Why do you willingly follow the orders of rocks? Kaido's expression darkened as he tightly gripped his kanabo, replying coldly, that has nothing to do with you. That man is a notorious criminal openly defying the government. Following him will lead you to your demise, Shirak continued, seemingly unaware of Kaido's demeanor, but of course. To this point, the crimes you've committed are sufficient for a death sentence. As a reward for injuring me, I shall end your life in an instant, sparing you even a hint of pain. With that, he extended his right palm forward, turning it clockwise by 180 degrees, unleashing an invisible force that surged forth from his palm. Kaido activated his observation haki, perceiving a large, irregularly shaped mass of energy hurtling toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the air, the ship's railing bending under the force of the shockwave. Shirak, unfazed by Kaido's evasion, directed a continuous barrage of energy blasts toward the air, after skillfully dodging 3 energy masses coming from above. Below, in the middle, Kaido raised his kanabo high and performed a forward somersault, crashing down toward his opponent. As the iron rod was about to strike the crown of the Navy's head, Shirak smirked slightly. Twisting his body into a long, serpentine form, agilely evading Kaido's downward blow, he quickly circled around Kaido several times, intending to constrict him tightly. Kaido would not allow such an opportunity. He vanished in a blur, reappearing above the ship's bow, seizing a fragment of the mast and launching it like a bolt of lightning. Shirak, evading to the side, saw the mast firmly planted on the deck, trembling at its base. Simultaneously, Shirak resumed his original form, soaring skyward, heading straight for the ship's bow. As Shirak spun his steel rod to strike him, Kaido swiftly swung his kanabo to block the incoming blow. Unexpectedly, the incredibly sturdy steel rod twisted like a noodle, transforming into a long whip that swept powerfully across. Kaido hastily turned his head to evade. However, the whip executed a graceful spin in mid-air, pursuing him relentlessly. Caught off guard, Kaido's wrist was ensnared by the whip, allowing Shirak to hoist him high into the air before violently slamming him to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the deck was smashed into a deep crater, and Kaido plummeted within, lost to sight. TSK. I failed to finish him off, Shirak murmured, frowning slightly as he leapt into the hole, descending to the lower level used for storing provisions. The dimly lit warehouse flickered ominously, aside from the haphazardly stacked wooden crates. No sign of life was present. Shirak activated his observation haki, cautiously seeking Kaido's presence. Futile, I know this terrain like the back of my hand. No matter how you hide, it will be of no use. The silence around him heightened the clarity of Shirak's already heavy footsteps. He paced forward, vigilantly scanning his surroundings to guard against ambush. Suddenly, a deep, rag breath echoed from behind a large wooden crate. Shirak focused intently, spotting a figure slumped against the crate, seemingly gravely injured, its outline vaguely recognizable as his quarry. That I've found you. This is the final blow. The man let out a long, triumphant laugh, unleashing his whip like a striking serpent toward the rear of the crate. Kaido appeared oblivious, effortlessly ensnared by the whip. Confirming that his enemy was immobilized, Shirak flicked his fingers, sending several invisible energy blasts racing around the crate to strike Kaido's head, right arm, and chest, retracting the whip simultaneously. With the sound of cracking bones echoing, Kaido's entire body contorted painfully, yet he emitted not a sound, clearly beyond saving. Phew, it took quite some time, but I finally dealt with this brat. Now on to handle that bunch with Whitebeard. Shirak sighed in relief, nullifying the power attached to the whip, turning to leave when suddenly he felt a fierce gust of wind rush past him. With no time to evade, a powerful blow struck his back, causing his steel rod to fly from his grasp, fractured by the force, and he was propelled forward, crashing through several crates with a heavy thud. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, you might have truly taken me down. From the darkness emerged a robust figure, wielding an iron rod. It was Kaido, striding confidently toward the now-collapsed crates, murmuring to himself, I never expected this contraption to be so useful. Whitebeard's woman truly has some skill. Time rewound to an hour earlier. As Whitebeard's ship had just entered the strait, Shirik's abilities allow him to manipulate matter at will. Approaching recklessly could lead to significant losses. I managed to withstand him only by relying on Haki. Although I promised to handle Shirik, circumstances can change rapidly, and it is likely one of us will encounter Shirik, with you being the most probable. Upon noticing Whitebeard pointing at him, Kaido felt a surge of pride and declared, Perfect, I was just looking to face that fellow. Cough cough before that, Stussy. Whitebeard lightly cleared his throat, gesturing for the alluring woman to step forward. Stussy gently placed a box on the ground, extracting a soft, transparent pouch and tossing it toward Kaido. Enveloping him within what is this? Kaido struggled as Stussy pulled the skin from his body. Upon contact with Kaido, the skin began to slowly swell and expand, its surface displaying vibrant colors in a matter of moments. A lifelike figure of Kaido stood before the onlookers. Astonished by the uncanny resemblance of the puppet to himself, Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him momentarily speechless. Stussy relentlessly tugged at the puppet, crumpling it into a small ball, from which she produced a glass vial. Placing the compacted skin within, she then handed the vial to Kaido with a wink and a smile, saying, Kaido, my little brother. This is my invention, the replacement ghost. Its anatomical structure is identical to that of a real person, and it can emit the same aura as the original. Even those adept in observation Haki will find it indistinguishable. Please take good care of it. Kaido furrowed his brow at her words, instinctively reaching out to decline. I am a warrior. How could I possibly resort to such a thing? Developing such a device took me half a year. Stussy huffed, turning away with a pout as she clung to Newgate's arm, playfully asking, Newgate, would you teach him a lesson for me? Newgate shook his head helplessly, speaking with profound significance. This is not an arena. Obsessing over so-called fairness will only lead to trouble, but if one becomes fixated on defeating an opponent, resulting in the annihilation of the entire army, what victory is there to celebrate? Upon hearing those final words, Kaido's mouth fell open in shock. Momentarily recalling someone who had imparted a similar lesson to him, he sighed, accepting the vial from Stussy, and declared, I will accept it. Returning to the present, Kaido shifted his gaze from the debris to the rising clouds of dust in the distance. That brat is actually using a substitute. Slowly emerging from the rubble, Shiryu crawled forth, his spine cracked from the earlier blow. Struggling to rise, bloodshot eyes filled with fury, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I will not let you off. I will tear you to shreds. With a swift motion, he waved his hands to the sides, unleashing a torrent of air currents that surged toward Kaido, distorting everything in their path. What had been sturdy wooden crates were instantly reduced to mere rags. Kaido remained composed, deftly swinging his club to deflect the incoming blasts of air, his kanabo enveloped in a layer of armament Haki. Thus sustaining no deformation upon contact, he remained undeterred, charging forward until he stood before Shiryu in an instant. Tisich, truly a troublesome opponent. Shiryu's arms elongated, spiraling directly toward Kaido, with a slight tilt of his head. Kaido evaded the two fierce strikes. Seizing the opportunity, Shiryu expelled a gust of gas aimed at Kaido. Unprepared for this maneuver, Kaido's left arm was struck squarely, twisting violently as blood gushed forth. This is the fate of opposing justice. However, Shiryu's smile quickly froze on his face as the youth before him revealed no hint of pain. With his remaining right hand, he raised the iron club above his left shoulder. In an instant, countless dark purple streams of armament Haki coalesced around the club's surface, surging like a high-voltage current, crackling audibly and causing the entire cabin to tremble. Thunderous 8 trigrams, accompanied by a flash of lightning. Kaido's iron club cleaved through the air like a shooting star, striking Shiryu's forehead with tremendous force. Shiryu grunted as he was violently hurled away, crashing through the ceiling and soaring into the sky. Your downfall lies in your excessive reliance on your abilities, neglecting the cultivation of Haki. Turning around, Kaido gazed at the figure suspended in the air, a broad grin of victory spreading across his face. With skills like yours, you stand no chance against Newgate. Father, mother. A conflagration erupted from a small village, smoke billowing, as the surrounding houses lay in ruins, reduced to mere fragments. Chaotic bodies littered the ground, their decomposing scent mingling with the metallic tang of blood. Inducing nausea, a 10-year-old boy knelt before the fallen bodies of a middle-aged couple, calling out desperately. And no matter how hoarse his cries became, those two would never respond again. This was the kingdom of Carlotta, situated in the first half of the Grand Line. Long plagued by poverty and unable to afford the celestial tribute, it had lost its status as a member nation of the world government. The ravenous pirates, upon hearing this news, surged forth, wreaking havoc and carnage. The king was slain, countless citizens perished, and even a most remote village was left desolate. The sole survivor was a boy who had fortuitously ventured into the mountains to play, narrowly escaping the catastrophe. Wah! Everyone has been killed. What am I to do? Having witnessed the devastation of his village, the boy could no longer contain his grief, bursting into tears. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Ah, there is still a living child. How wonderful! The voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, melodious and filled with warmth and compassion. The boy ceased his weeping, turning to see a nun clad in a black robe. Her face alight with surprise. She appeared to be around 70, her visage etched with wrinkles, with strands of white mingling in her curly hair, a cigarette perched between her lips. Had he not seen her with his own eyes? The boy would never have believed this elderly woman to be the source of such a tender voice. "Granny, who are you? I don't think I've ever seen you before," the boy asked, his swollen eyes filled with confusion. The nun placed her hand on her chest, speaking softly. "I'm a traveling nun passing through this land. I came to spread the teachings, but I never expected such a tragedy to occur. It truly pains my heart." Yes, she spoke. Her voice became choked with emotion. "Nun, can you tell me? There are pirates here. Why hasn't the Navy come to protect us?" The boy, still tearful, tugged at the nun's garment. He had heard his parents speak of the Navy as the righteous enforcers of justice, who would ensure that wrongdoers were punished wherever they appeared. Thus, in his innocent heart, the Navy had left an indelible impression, and it had always been his dream to have the powerful Navy safeguard his family. The nun paused, coughing lightly, forcing a smile. "Ah, that is because this country is not a partner of justice. Justice partners? You will understand when you grow up." The nun extended her hand, a gentle smile gracing her face. "Come with me. I will take you to a wonderful place where many children like you, who have lost their homes, gather. I believe you will become good friends with them." "Okay." The boy, once steeped in despair, seemed to glimpse a ray of hope. Wiping away his tears, he nodded excitedly and took the nun's frail yet warm arm as they walked out of the village. Thus, they departed from a nation that would vanish from history, crossing the sea to the giant island of Elbaf, where the nun resided in a home for lost lambs, a sanctuary for orphans from all corners of the world. The boy quickly blended in with the others and soon adapted to this new environment. 2 years later, many children began to leave the home for lost lambs, and the boy, puzzled by the changes, approached the nun to inquire about it. That's because kind-hearted individuals have reached out to me, expressing their desire to adopt these children, so they're going to new homes. The boy wished to say more, but upon seeing the nun's kind and benevolent face, his doubts dissipated, and he chose not to press further. Another 2 years passed, and 2 men in plain clothes came to the home, specifically requesting to take the boy away. The nun readily agreed to their request, personally escorting the boy to the ship and bidding him a heartfelt farewell. The boy followed the 2 men across the sea, eventually catching sight of a strange and magnificent structure, its exterior boldly emblazoned with the word Marine. Everyone listen closely. We, the Navy, serve the celestial dragons, and all our actions must align with the directives of the world government. Nations that do not belong to the world government are unworthy of human rights, and thus we, the Navy, need not protect such places. However, if a celestial dragon is attacked, we will eliminate every last sinner without exception. From that day forward, the boy was forcibly confined to a chamber, subjected to the incessant lectures of instructors displayed on the screen of a transponder snail. The The painful memories of the past and the incessant provocation of extremist thoughts continually stimulated his mind. Gradually, the youth transformed into an entirely different person. The man adhered obediently to the commands of the world government, faithfully executing one mission after another, eradicating numerous forces opposed to the government. As a result, he garnered the appreciation of higher-ups, steadily rising to the rank of vice admiral within headquarters. The world functions as it ought to, and only by abiding by the rules can one live rightly and deserve to be a partner of justice. All pirates must be eradicated, and those who dare to voice dissent against government orders are equally doomed. This is the righteous path that belongs to me. No one shall obstruct it. Embracing these convictions, the man, known as the righteous Shirek, instilled terror in the hearts of many ruthless pirates at sea, gradually earning the respect of the Navy, for all understood the type of individual one must not offend. At this moment, Shirek rolled his eyes, several of his teeth having been shattered, his justice cloak tattered and torn. He spun around and soared into the sky, only to plummet swiftly downwards toward the upper structure of a ship, which could not withstand the force of his descent and collapsed with a resounding crash, sending clouds of dust into the air. The combatants in the air abruptly witnessed this scene, stunned into silence, momentarily forgetting to breathe as they ceased their actions. After a brief stillness, thunderous applause erupted from the heavens. Surely, that is Shirek. I've seen his likeness in the newspapers. Oh. That lad has done it. The pirates raised their weapons high and cheered exuberantly, while the remaining Navy personnel stood aghast, their jaws agape in disbelief. Observing the scene before him, the usually stoic Whitebeard lifted the corners of his mouth in a rare smile, his mustache curling slightly. That little brat has quite the skill, he exclaimed sincerely, turning to Stussy nearby and inquiring, how much longer until the effects of the drug wear off? The female pirate, having drained a Navy soldier of his blood, casually tossed him overboard, wiped her crimson lips, and replied, 10 minutes should suffice for us to seize the heavenly gold. Whitebeard nodded and turned to the other pirates, shouting, Shirek has been defeated. The injured should follow Stussy back to the ship, while the rest of you join me in boarding the Navy vessel. As you command, Captain Whitebeard. The wounded pirates supported one another as they slowly trailed behind Stussy towards the docking area. Whitebeard led the charge, cleaving through any Navy personnel attempting to obstruct their advance, as he and a dozen pirates hastened towards the Navy ship. Tisk, those fellows are quite the noisy bunch. Kaido spat on the ground, his expression sour as he leapt back onto the deck, his left arm twisted and mangled, flesh and bone resembling a wrung-out rag. Yet he nonchalantly flexed his right arm and swiftly moved to the rear of the ship. The dark cloth remained unscathed despite the earlier chaos, tightly bound by heavy chains that glistened with a metallic sheen. These chains, forged from sea stone, possessed a hardness rivaling that of diamonds, impervious to ordinary blades. Typically, one could only acquire such materials in the underworld, and any who came into contact with it would find themselves utterly drained of strength, helplessly awaiting their demise. Thus, Shirek had no qualms about displaying the heavenly gold prominently, luring unsuspecting pirates into his trap. Kaido, disinterested, extended his right arm and gently placed his hand upon the surface of the chains that a series of slender bolts of lightning erupted from his palm, rendering the once impenetrable chains as fragile as tofu. Disintegrating into dust upon contact with the ground, he seized a corner of the dark cloth and yanked it aside, revealing a dazzling array of gold and riches that sparkled brilliantly. That wretched king! How much misery has he amassed from the people? Kaido couldn't help but voice his disdain, reaching out to touch the treasure, only to be interrupted by a low groan from behind him. Wait! Kaido's expression shifted in surprise as he instinctively turned to see Shirek, bloodied and staggering from the wreckage, propped against the ship's wall, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on Kaido like a venomous snake poised to strike. Oh ho ho ho! Now this is more like it. The youth found immense excitement in Shirek's actions, brandishing his spiked club and shouting, care to continue? I can keep this up all day. Do you have any idea what you're doing? You little brat? Cough cough! Shirek spat a mouthful of blood, struggling to maintain his wavering stance as he proclaimed, the heavenly gold is essential to the celestial dragons, the rulers of the world government. To steal it is to stand against the very gods of this world. The man's fervent words elicited a complex gaze from Kaido, who sighed deeply, hand to forehead, lamenting, "How tragic that someone like you subscribes to such foolishness." Silence. Shirik's fist struck the wall, reverberating throughout the ship's cabin. As he roared, "The world ruled by those adults is flawless. Obedience is justice. As evil beings, you would never comprehend this." Kaido remained silent, having no words left for this hopeless man. Umph. After a near-maddening release of emotion, Shirik gradually regained his composure, letting out a few cold chuckles that "I concede, you're more formidable than I anticipated. However, justice will not yield to evil." His right palm formed a spiraling blue orb of light, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes as he sneered, "Come, let us die together." Infinite spiral. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Shirik hurled the orb out of the ship with incredible speed. Too swift for Kaido to intervene. The orb shot toward the sea at an astonishing velocity, vanishing beneath the surface in the blink of an eye in an instant. The surging waves converged, rapidly swirling in the same direction, ultimately forming a colossal whirlpool that gradually expanded throughout the strait, a towering column of water spiraling upwards like a tornado. Not good. Retreat. Both sides, realizing the dire situation, accelerated in the opposite direction, but before long, they felt an invisible force tugging at them, pulling them backwards involuntarily. They were swiftly drawn into the vortex, countless pirates and Navy personnel screaming as they were tossed about in the tumultuous currents. The mountains on either side trembled violently, fissures of varying sizes appearing on their surfaces until they ultimately crumbled, disintegrating into countless fragments that sank alongside the shattered pirate ships into the depths of the sea. In the end, that brat managed to outmaneuver us, Whitebeard uttered in frustration, exerting every ounce of strength to resist the pull of the whirlpool, yet even he could not conquer the might of nature. Slowly, he was drawn closer, helplessly watching as his beloved subordinates fell one by one into the vast water column. "I'm sorry, brothers, but this is where I must draw the line. That bastard still possesses such strength." The Navy transport ship, closest to the whirlpool, had already been torn asunder, while Kaido, despite his immense strength, could do nothing against the raging currents, spinning helplessly around the edges of the vortex. This how it ends. Before my dreams have even been realized, the youth's eyes began to glaze over, his consciousness fading, a look of unwillingness etched upon his face as he was suddenly drawn into the unfathomable depths of the whirlpool. Resembling a black hole, be reduced to detritus in the ocean, pirates. Even if I cannot uphold justice, you shall not succeed. To oppose justice comes with a heavy price. Shirik's body plunged directly into the sea, the water sapping his strength. Yet a cruel smile of triumph remained plastered on his bloodied face. However, everything did not unfold as he had envisioned, just as Shirik was conjuring the orb of light. A figure dashed in front of him with lightning speed, a fist clenched tightly, glowing with a faint green light, striking Shirik squarely in the chest. Tiny fissures erupted like shattered glass, rippling through the air before detonating, causing the entire Navy ship to rock violently, the deafening sound ringing in everyone's ears. "Why would you?" Shirik gasped, ejecting a copious amount of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as the orb of light in his hand began to dissipate. His chest caved in deeply as he stumbled forward 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, his head lolling to one side, eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness entirely. Kaido stood frozen in place, his face a mask of shock. After a moment, he finally regained his wits and shouted at the figure before him in a fit of exasperation. "Hey, I have painstakingly cornered him to the brink of despair, and yet you dare to swoop in and claim my accolades. Furthermore, it appears that you have concealed quite a bit of your strength, you scoundrel." My apologies." The man shrugged his shoulders and casually offered an apology. At the moment he stood upright again, a foreboding sense washed over me. Fortunately, I utilized my observation haki to glimpse into the future and timely intervened, for the consequences would have been dire otherwise. The horrifying scene I had just witnessed lingered in my mind, leaving me with a lingering sense of trepidation. Kaido seemed incredulous at what he had heard, his expression exaggerated as he inquired. "You can see the future with observation haki. You must be jesting, Newgate? After you engage with more formidable opponents, You shall understand. Newgate turned his back to him, disregarding him, and shouted towards the sky. All naval forces. Heed my words. Shiroku has lost consciousness, and without immediate medical attention, he shall perish. If you value his life, carry him away at once. Newgate's voice resonated through the heavens, echoing throughout the entire strait. Upon hearing their leader's declaration, the naval personnel exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what course to take. The naval rear admiral, now in command of the aerial units, shouted in exasperation. What nonsense is this? We still have a numerical advantage. Everyone, follow my orders. Just as his raised right hand began to descend, a serpentine bolt of lightning flashed forth, instantly piercing through his flesh. The admiral let out a harrowing scream, his body enveloped in black smoke. Plummeting straight toward the sea. Shortly thereafter, a boisterous female voice rang out from above. Well, well, well. It seems quite lively here. I trust one will collect many intriguing souls. Wouldn't you agree, Zeus? Indeed, mother. I eagerly anticipate our new companions. Dark clouds loomed overhead, rumbling with thunder, as a woman slowly emerged from within. She wore a fashionable white sun hat and a deep blue coat, a sharp blade resting upon her shoulder, her cape fluttering in the wind. Clearly attired as a pirate captain. Beneath her, she stood upon a fluffy white cloud, akin to a soft cushion. Before her was a cherubic face, eyes rolling upward, giggling innocently, unmistakably the one she was conversing with. That unmistakable feature, I never expected her to arrive as well. The naval personnel seemed to recognize the identity of the female pirate, and an uproar ensued, a cacophony of voices filling the air. The pirates, upon seeing her, appeared to have found a savior, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. That troublesome fellow, Rocks, upon witnessing the arrival of the woman, Newgate seemed to grasp something, his brow furrowing slightly, and he called out to the sky. Linlin, I promise to spare the lives of those naval officers. For my sake, please do not torment them further. The woman named Linlin licked her lips, revealing a greedy smile. Well, 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 you remain as naive as ever. Why would one ignore the prey right before them? She twirled the knife in her hand, her brow furrowing, before placing the blade behind her back, reluctantly stating, well, never mind, it's still too early to fight with you. Government lapdogs, heed my command and get far away from here, should I discover anyone lingering nearby. Well, well, well. The naval personnel had already lost their fighting spirit after Shirku's defeat, and upon hearing her words, they displayed relief, hastily fleeing into the distance. Some naval officers descended onto the transport ship, cautiously glancing at the two burly pirates, confirming that they would not obstruct their departure. They each carried their unconscious comrades and swiftly vanished from sight, leaving only the barely breathing Shirku behind. They have abandoned you here. It seems you are not well regarded by your subordinates. Newgate shook his head, while Kaido scoffed disdainfully, remarking, I've encountered many brainwashed fools like him before. There's no need to remember them. Instead, let's devise a way to transport these treasures. Well, 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 leave it to me. As soon as the words left her lips, the woman named Linlin leaped from her cloud. Landing deftly on the deck, spotting Shirku on the ground, she seized him as effortlessly as an eagle snatching a chick. Newgate gasped in alarm, urgently calling out, Linlin, no. Linlin paid no heed to his protests, shaking Shirku vigorously, chanting, life or money. Shirku, jolted awake by the violent shaking, suddenly found himself gripped by a predatory woman, her eyes deep and shadowy, as if countless eerie illusions danced within them, filling him with dread. Just as he attempted to struggle, a viscous liquid erupted from within him. Linlin, witnessing this, rejoiced, grasping the liquid's apex and pulling with great force. As the liquid was extracted, Shirku's consciousness gradually faded. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, a burgeoning sense of intimacy. This sensation, is it the saint? I thought you had departed from this world. Saint, do you see how well I have fared? I have become an exemplary naval officer, having brought numerous wicked villains to justice. Alas, my strength was insufficient, and I ultimately fell to evil's grasp, yet I firmly believe that in the future, many will come to inherit my will. After all, the Navy is a partner of justice. Shiriku's body slowly crumpled to the ground, motionless, a smile lingering on his face. Newgate could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow, releasing a profound sigh. A tragic creature cultivated by the world government. Had you been able to confront your true self, you would not have blindly submitted to the ephemeral notion of justice. Well, this fellow's soul is quite remarkable. Lin, having fully extracted the liquid, stowed it within the deck. Before long, a face emerged from the bow of the transport ship, smiling as it spoke. Mother, what are your orders? Return to Hive Island immediately. Yes, Mother. At Lin's command, the transport ship began to glide slowly toward the outer side of the strait. Witnessing the fate of the naval rear admiral, who had just engaged him in battle, even a ruthless individual like Kaido felt a chill run down his spine. He discreetly scrutinized her, noting that she appeared to be around 25 years of age. Of similar height to himself, with a strikingly glamorous visage, her lips adorned with a vibrant shade of lipstick, inciting a newfound admiration within him. Are you surprised that I, as a woman, have chosen the path of piracy? The bold voice of the woman echoed from behind, causing Kaido to tense up, spinning around and retreating several steps, his face flushed as he exclaimed, Hey, don't just appear behind me like that. You foul woman, don't be so exclusionary. By the way, your left arm looks rather ghastly. Allow me to assist you. Lin, unfazed by his brusque tone, approached him, her right palm gathering a sphere of light. Placing it against his injured AR, and in an instant, Kaido felt as if his bones had come to life, functioning in extraordinary speed. Before long, the shattered bones of his left arm reconnected, returning to their former state without a trace of scarring. Oh, my hand. It has actually healed, Kaido exclaimed in disbelief, moving his left arm, feeling even more agile than before, and began to harbor some fondness for this unfamiliar woman. I heard that it was you who defeated Shiryu, right? Your name is Kaido? Quite impressive. Though you could use some improvement in your speech. Lin continued teasingly. Well, how old are you this year? 15. For reasons unknown, Kaido found himself unable to refuse this woman, blurting out his age without a second thought. So young. I'm actually 9 years your senior. Lin seemed taken aback by his response, shouldering her knife as she inquired. I heard from Rox that you were a newcomer who fought alongside him for the first time. Correct? Before Kaido could respond, she patted her chest, revealing a hearty smile. That fellow is not a good person. He is not to be trusted and will only make you willingly serve him. Whatever you need. Feel free to tell me. My name is Charlotte Lin, and I am destined to become the Queen of the Seas. Hearing her unwaveringly confident words, Kaido gaped, momentarily stunned, and then defiantly declared, Don't boast. It is I who shall become the King of the Seas in the future. Well. This lad truly is amusing. I find myself increasingly fond of him. Charlotte Lin nodded, stepping closer to Newgate, saying, I have decided to partner with this lad. Do not attempt to claim him for yourself. Do as you wish. After all, I am not adept at dealing with such little devils. Newgate stretched his limbs and yawned, making his way to the bow of the ship. There he spotted a colossal pirate ship rounding the corner, with Stussy and the surviving pirates aboard, waving enthusiastically in his direction, their lips curling into slight smiles as they brandished their naginatas and shouted. This battle is ours. Everyone return to Hive Island. Mariewa stands at the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, with the Marine headquarters looming in the midst, a bastion that symbolizes justice. Here gathers the elite forces of the Navy, maintaining order across the seas in the name of absolute justice, while also serving as the final checkpoint leading to the world government stronghold. What did you say? The treasure has been plundered by pirates. In an office, a Navy officer sat at his desk, adorned with round spectacles, a seagull perched atop his naval cap, his unruly hair peeking out from beneath. This was Admiral Sengoku, who, at this moment, had abandoned his usual calm demeanor, shouting furiously into the transponder snail. What on earth happened? With Shiryu in command, how could there be a failure? Where is he now? Report, Admiral Sengoku. Mr. Shiryu ordered us to retreat while he stayed behind to cover our escape. He is likely. All right, I understand. Sengoku calmed slightly, inquiring, only they could have forced you to this extent, right? Ha. I had warned that lad Shiryu not to take the route to Hive Island. Yet he disregarded my advice and boasted about taking care of those pirates. And now look what has happened. A hearty and boisterous voice interjected. Sengoku turned to see Carp, lounging on a small stool, casually chewing on biscuits. Struggling to contain his anger, Sengoku replied, "Do not interrupt while I am on the phone, Carp. Don't be like that. I'm quite intrigued by that lot from Rocks. If it weren't for my busy schedule, I would have loved to brawl with them." Sengoku ignored him, continuing his conversation with the transponder snail. "Do you have any further reports?" "Yes. The enemy is led by Newgate of the Rocks pirates, comprising 500 pirates. Recently, they also added a newcomer, the one who defeated Shiryu, named Kaido." Kaido. Upon hearing this name, Sengoku paused, then nodded, realizing he had joined forces with Rocks. "No wonder you couldn't prevail. You've worked hard. Hurry back." As he hung up the transponder snail, Carp rose slowly from his stool, taking a bite of a biscuit and mumbling, "Isn't he the one who caused a ruckus on the prison ship? Rocks has indeed acquired quite a formidable force. Do you truly believe their claims, Sengoku?" Carp asked, his tone serious. Sengoku, bewildered, adjusted his glasses and asked, "You mean about Shiryu covering their retreat? Who else?" Knowing that lad's usual style, he would certainly drag his subordinates down with him. How could he sacrifice himself for them? Carp took a sip of the red tea on the table, stating earnestly, it must be that his subordinates harbored resentment and ultimately abandoned him. But do not be too hard on them. Shiryu's harsh demeanor leads to dissent among his ranks. This outcome is his own doing. You are bold to say so, Sengoku replied, yet I envy your forthrightness. I must report to Admiral Steelbone shortly and see how he decides on the subsequent course of action. Speaking of which, Sengoku glanced at the table, noticing 2 open bags of biscuits scattered carelessly. His temper flared, hair standing on end as he shouted at Carp, "You sneaky rascal! You stole my cherished biscuits and tea while I wasn't looking. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." "Hey, hold on. Let's talk this out." In an exaggerated display, the entire Marine headquarters trembled violently, with sounds of clashes, explosions, and cries echoing through the air. The Marines stationed outside, witnessing this chaotic scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, were bewildered, unsure of what horrific events transpired within. "I didn't expect you to return so swiftly. Now, tell me the specifics." Newgate. Inside the skull of Hive Island, Rocks sat in his exclusive chair, looking down at the 4 individuals below. Newgate exchanged glances with the other 3 before recounting in detail how they lay in ambush in the Sandryke Strait and returned with the treasure. After listening, Rocks paused for a moment, then erupted into wild laughter, pointing at Kaido and exclaiming, "I knew I saw potential in you. Your first mission exceeded my expectations. From now on, you shall be an apprentice crew member aboard my ship." This declaration took everyone by surprise, and Kaido, Agape, nearly dropped his jaw to the floor, bewildered as he protested, "Why am I suddenly a deckhand?" "I refuse." "Don't misunderstand," Newgate interjected, shaking his head. "With your formidable strength, being merely an apprentice means that we, the officers, are even more fearsome. The enemy would think twice before provoking us. Isn't that so, Rocks?" "Ah, truly, Newgate," Stussy chimed in sweetly from the side. Rocks nodded, affirming, "Exactly, that an apprentice title is merely nominal. What we need now is to instill fear in the world. Then I'll take Kaido under my wing." Lin stepped forward, smiling. "I quite fancy this little guy." Rocks hesitated slightly, "But you already have several little brats to manage. However, one more won't hurt. I shall entrust him to you. No objections, right?" He directed at Kaido. Kaido huffed, feeling somewhat helpless. Considering Lin's previous friendliness, he remained puzzled about her intentions. However, compared to Newgate's stern demeanor, Lin seemed more open. He finally said, "Humph, if you don't satisfy me, I won't let you off the hook. Hee, I promise you won't be disappointed." Rocks shifted his gaze to the towering pile of treasure behind them, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Next, we should discuss how to divide the spoils." As dusk fell, the sun painted the horizon in hues of crimson, casting a gentle glow over the town, enveloping it in a layer of golden twilight. Tiske, how infuriating. I put in so much effort, yet I only received this little bit. I need to settle the score with Rocks. On the northern street, Lin, feeling disgruntled, carried a small bag and turned to Kaido, who had nothing in hand, asking, "And you? Why didn't you take even a single gold coin? I have no interest in money." "Huh. That's quite peculiar. What can you accomplish without money? We're pirates. Isn't it more convenient to seize what we desire through plunder? Lin, taken aback by his unhesitating response, stared at him for a moment before breaking into a grin. Well said. As pirates, we must rely on taking what we need. As they walked, three figures emerged from an alley. Blocking their path, Kaido recognized them as the trio who had previously captured him: Cabana, Peter, and Green. What brings you here? He inquired, puzzled. The three exchanged glances, then knelt before him, hands clasped, their faces alight with excitement as they exclaimed in unison. Congratulations on your grand victory, Boss Kaido. May we become your subordinates? Huh. Kaido's eyes widened, rendered speechless for a moment, while Lin chuckled, patting his shoulder. I didn't expect you to be quite popular. Cabana respectfully presented a flask, calling out, This is your favorite wine. Please accept it. Kaido took the flask, uncorked it, and was immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of the wine, which stirred his inner thirst. He gulped down a hearty swig, exclaiming, Oh ho ho, this is fine wine. When our new tavern is ready, you can come and drink any time, free of charge. Wiping the remnants of wine from his mouth, Kaido grinned. In light of this fine wine, I shall grant your request. From now on, I will look after you. Such matters must be approved by me first. After all, you are still an apprentice. Returning to the matter at hand, these three individuals hold the lowest rank within the pirate crew, not being under the supervision of any officer. Ling approached the trio, squatting down until she was nearly face-to-face with them, and stated, Thus, I agree to accept you as my subordinates, but do not rejoice too soon. Each month, you are required to present me with a substantial tribute of confections. Otherwise, she flashed a smile that was tinged with an unsettling eeriness, causing the Capone gang to shudder in fear and involuntarily step back. Nodding vigorously like chickens pecking at the ground, We are immensely grateful, Lady Lingling. We shall endeavor to fulfill your every request. You may leave for now. I will summon you when necessary. Yes, Captain Kaido. Observing their retreating figures, Kaido toyed with a now empty bottle of liquor and remarked, These three fellows are quite amusing. Allow me to show you something even more entertaining. They halted in front of a building, its roof lavishly adorned with a thick layer of cream, the air suffused with the delectable aroma of dairy, enough to make one's mouth water. The facade of the house bore a kindly woman's visage, gazing intently at the entrance where the two stood. Open the door, Cor and Laura. I have brought back a new companion. Yes, Mama. A light and gentle voice resonated from within as the door creaked open slowly upon entering. Kaido was greeted by a scene of unparalleled revelry. Hey, that's mine. Daifuku. In the spacious living room, two children were chasing each other, one of them brandishing a slice of cake, taking a bite, and making a silly face at the other, who sported a three-part hairstyle, igniting a furious determination to catch up to a child of similar age, sporting a mouthful of sharp teeth, sat with legs crossed atop a table, shoving donuts into his mouth with great relish, exclaiming, Delicious! You two, that's enough! A boy in a top hat leaped between them to intervene, his long tongue hanging out, appearing slightly older than the others. In a corner, for girls of varying heights, quietly sipped milk, each possessing elongated necks. Neatly arranged against the wall were three cradles, from which a few infants seemed to be stirred awake by the commotion, their cries met by a plump girl standing by, who hurriedly comforted them in an effort to lull them back to sleep. What on earth is going on with all these little rascals? Upon suddenly encountering the diverse array of children, Kaido stood frozen in disbelief, the look of incredulity plastered across his face. The children, spotting Ling at the entrance, erupted with joy, ceasing their activities to swarm around her, showering her with inquiries. Mama, you're back. Was your mission successful? Did you bring us anything to eat? With their eager eyes upon her, Ling waved the bag in her hand, her eyes narrowing into slits as she smiled. This time, I earned quite a bit. I'll treat you all to some delicious goodies soon. Wow. Thank you, Mama. You're the best. The room erupted in cheers, and Ling turned to Kaido, placing the bag on the floor as she introduced him. I officially welcome you to the Charlotte family. They are all my beloved offspring. From this day forth, let us coexist harmoniously. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so youthful, yet already a mother for several years. Kaido sniffed. a look of discomfort crossing his face. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he queried, "Where are the fathers of these little ones?" "Quite perceptive. RNTU. Since I was 18, I have had several husbands, each of whom I once cherished deeply." Lingling leaned closer to Kaido, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "However, once they fathered children, they swiftly became obsolete. Who knows where they are now, perhaps drinking the north wind." Kaido's heart raced at her words, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He had not anticipated such cold-heartedness hidden beneath Lingling's beautiful and gracious exterior. Realizing the potential purpose for her bringing him here, he took a step back, stammering, "Do you intend to?" Lingling spread her hands wide. "How could that be? I have no interest in someone as inexperienced as you." She stepped forward, resting a hand on Kaido's shoulder. Grinning brightly, "In my eyes, you are akin to a dear younger brother. Don't speak so affectionately." Kaido reflexively shrugged off her hand, directing his gaze elsewhere. "By the way, is that fellow sitting over there also your son?" He doesn't look the part. Lingling followed his pointing finger to the end of the eastern corridor, where a door stood ajar, faint metallic clinking emanating from within. A smile graced her face as she remarked, "Your eyesight is commendable. That lad, like you, is also a trainee crew member. I shall take you to meet him." Kaido trailed behind her, traversing the long corridor and pushing open the door that a strong, pungent metallic scent assailed him, prompting him to instinctively cover his nose. As he peered inside, he beheld a chaotic arrangement of various mechanical contraptions. Even the carpet was made of metal that a figure sat with his back to them at a table, diligently using a wrench to tighten a screw on a toy robot's arm. Seemingly oblivious to the children's raucous antics, wholly engrossed in his task, "This is finished." He gently moved the robot's arm, ensuring its fluidity of movement, nodding in satisfaction before stretching and turning slightly, only to notice the two at the door. "You remain as diligent as ever." Miss Lingling, my apologies for not noticing your arrival. Please forgive my rudeness." The boy hurried forward, bowing respectfully to Lingling. Compared to Kaido's imposing stature, he was several heads shorter, appearing to be of normal age, with a clean and youthful countenance, retaining a hint of childish innocence. Around 12 or 13 years old, that he wore a large, oval-shaped silver helmet that concealed the upper part of his face, along with a green shirt emblazoned with the word machine and black shorts. His gentle and amiable tone naturally endearing him to others. Lingling pointed to the boy, addressing Kaido. "This is Uno, just turned 13. Don't let his youth deceive you. He has been a pirate under my command for 2 years, making him your senior. That he excels in intelligence gathering and mechanical modifications. Additionally, a word of caution, he does not appreciate anyone touching his helmet, so keep that in mind. Otherwise, you may find yourself in quite a predicament." "Is that so? I was just about to poke at his helmet," Kaido muttered. Uno shifted his gaze to Kaido, extending his right hand politely. "Greetings. I've heard you recently joined the Rocks Pirates, Mr. Kaido. I've heard of your impressive feats. It's remarkable that you managed to defeat even a monster like Shiki. I look forward to learning from you." Seeing Uno's composed demeanor and lack of pretension, a hint of smile graced Kaido's stern face as he grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Ho ho ho! The pleasure is mine. Let us create some chaos on the seas together." That does sound a tad exaggerated." Uno chuckled awkwardly, carefully picking up the recently assembled robot and presenting it to Lingling with great care. "Miss Lingling, this is the mechanical doll you requested. It totals 5,000 belly. Please inspect it." Lingling took the robot, fiddling with it for a moment, noting its exquisite craftsmanship and vibrant metallic sheen, nodding in approval. Your skills have become even more refined. I imagine the homies you create will be even more animated. I will settle the payment shortly. You need not worry." Just as she finished speaking, a series of urgent ringing from her pocket interrupted her, prompting Lingling to pull out the transponder snail and answer with irritation. "Who is it?" "I'm busy." "It's me." "Lingling, you don't have anyone else around, do you? Aside from my 2 trainee crew members." "There's no one else." After a brief pause, the voice continued. "That's good. My ship has suffered damage and is currently stranded on a deserted island. I need you to come and fetch me. There's a very important item I must hand over to you." "TSK. I'll be there immediately. Just stay put and don't wander." "All right, I shall share the address with you." After the telephone bug was turned off, Lingling impatiently muttered, "That Longmian fellow is quite troublesome." She returned the robot to Uno, commanding them in an authoritative tone, "I have matters to attend to and will be away for a while. You two are in charge here for the time being, so do not let me down." "Understood, Miss Lingling." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, leaving only Kaido and Uno in the room. Kaido began to pace, his eyes darting around in astonishment. "What? Are you also a mechanical enthusiast?" A gentle and amiable voice jolted Kaido back to reality, and he quickly waved his hands in explanation. "No, it's my first time seeing such a dazzling array of mechanical parts. I'm merely curious." "Haha, take it easy. We're all comrades in the same boat," Uno replied with a relaxed smile, pointing to the densely packed mechanical devices on the table. "Mechanics have limitless possibilities when applied properly. They can bring great convenience to people, yet in the realm of warfare, they can easily claim countless lives. Ultimately, it all depends on the user's attitude. In a sense, observing the fate of a machine can be quite intriguing." "Is that so?" Kaido momentarily failed to grasp the meaning behind his words and, harboring another question, asked, "What does Lingling want with the robot? Does she have a penchant for collecting machines?" Uno shook his head. "That's not the case. Miss Lingling is a user of the superhuman-type soul fruit, capable of manipulating other souls at will, allowing those souls to inhabit objects, thus animating them. These anthropomorphized items are known as homies and obey her commands unconditionally. Those deprived of their souls will see a corresponding reduction in their lifespan. The robots I create may also become such beings in the future. I see that I hadn't inquired about her abilities earlier." At this revelation, Kaido felt a wave of nausea as he recalled the tragic fate of Shirak. Suddenly, he pointed at an object on the table and asked, "What is that? Are you referring to this photograph?" Uno walked over to the table and picked up a metal box encased in glass, which held an old photograph inside. Upon closer inspection, Kaido saw it was a close-up of an elderly woman's face, wrinkled and clad in nun's attire, holding a cigarette with a kind smile. "Is this your grandmother?" "To be my grandmother. She'd have to be a bit older," Uno teased, indicating the woman in the photograph. "That is a picture of Saint Carmelo, entrusted to me by Miss Lingling. All I know is she had a debt of gratitude towards her, having been a devout believer who dedicated her life to aiding children and earned the respect of many. It is said she later disappeared." He returned the photograph to its place and added, "However, perhaps the truth differs greatly from the rumors." Kaido sensed a bitter undertone in his words and quickly inquired, "What do you mean?" Uno lazily yawned, holding up the robot. "What do you think of this robot? It looks exceptionally well crafted, just as Lingling mentioned that it's hard to believe someone your age could create such a thing." Kaido replied without hesitation. Uno nodded and placed the robot back on the table, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "But the materials that constitute this robot might surprise you." He gently touched the robot's body, and without any apparent effort, the robot trembled slightly before disassembling into a chaotic heap, the mechanical parts appearing crooked and unsightly, resembling a pile of scrap metal. Kaido clicked his tongue in astonishment, exclaiming, "What are these?" "They are all discarded metals I collected from the sewer, things that others deem worthless," Uno replied, as if seeing through Kaido's thoughts, "and no one would have guessed that my exquisite robots are built from such materials. This world is similar. Beneath the seemingly glamorous nations, there may well be hideous truths lurking." To this point, a hint of sadness seemed to shimmer in his eyes, as if recalling some painful memory. Though Kaido was rather boorish, he was not entirely oblivious to the nuances of emotion. He quickly changed the subject. "Aren't you worried that Lingling will blame you for the robot's condition when she returns?" "Not at all. I have ample time to reconstruct it," Uno replied as he sat down, methodically picking up the scattered mechanical parts to reassemble them. "But I must warn you, Miss Lingling is not someone to be trifled with. I've suffered quite a bit at her hands before." Kaido was taken aback, scratching the back of his head as he asked, "Did she take away a part of your lifespan?" "Not quite." Uno turned his head, spinning a wrench on his fingertip, and winked with a smile. "You will understand in due time." As night fell, the sea breeze gently caressed the shimmering surface of the ocean, illuminated by the radiant moonlight, painting a moving picture on a deserted island. Two individuals sat beneath a tree, whispering to each other. "You sure made me wait. Lingling, isn't it your fault for miscalculating the island's location?" I arrived without having dinner. Apologies, apologies. I'll prepare something delicious for you right away. Forget it. I've grown tired of your cooking. So what was the information you wanted to share with me? We've stumbled upon a major quarry this time, the person said, pulling out a scroll from their pocket. Lingling received it, unrolling it to gaze at the contents for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well, this is quite the fortune. But why did you inform me via the telephone bug? Is there a specific intention behind it? The person gave a thumbs up in admiration, as expected of Lingling. You discerned it so easily. Leaning closer to Lingling, he whispered, once we succeed, we'll take that money and leave the Rock's pirates, heading to a sea where rocks cannot reach, establishing our own dominion. Then we will never have to rely on others again. That is quite audacious. Lingling stared at him, a glint of greed flickering in her eyes. Well, it's not a bad idea that I'll settle the children on the ship beforehand to prevent them from being taken hostage. Sounds good. By the way, you mentioned 2 trainee crew members nearby. Aside from Uno, whom I trust, who is the other? It's Kaido, who just recently joined. I'm sure you've heard of him. Him. I've read about his deeds in the newspaper. He is said to be the culprit behind the destruction of the Vok Kingdom. The person exclaimed excitedly, what luck! Lingling, if he joins us, this operation will go even smoother. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. That guy may not be as easy to manipulate as I imagined, so he might not assist us. What should we do then? Shall we eliminate him first? There is no need for that. Lingling shook her head, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth, appearing even more sinister in the darkness, if he wishes to align with us. That would be splendid. Otherwise, I shall resort to soul incantations to make him my eternal slave. After all, I do see him as a younger brother. Having him by my side forever wouldn't be a bad thing. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning before dawn, Kaido was awakened from his slumber by a series of knocks on the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he groggily stumbled to the bedroom door, pulling the handle open while mumbling. Who is it? Waking me up so early. As his words trailed off, he quickly fell silent. Upon opening the door, he found Lingling, Uno, and an unfamiliar man leaning against the wall, all staring intently at him. It is you all. You specifically sought me out at this hour. It must be something important. Kaido felt a bit uncomfortable under their gazes and steadied himself to inquire. Before I tell you, let me introduce my subordinate. Lingling turned her head toward a short, middle-aged man chewing on a slice of bread, slowly pointing at him. This is Changmian, the one who first trained me to become a pirate, and also responsible for the provisions of the Rock's pirates. He had an unexpected incident while procuring supplies outside, but fortunately returned with his life. Chew, don't put it so harshly. Lingling, the long loaf, extracted a piece of paper from his pocket, slowly articulating as he pointed at the words with his finger. This intelligence was recorded by a trusted confidant of mine. Recently, I dispatched him to the kingdom of Adel as an undercover agent. He contacted me yesterday, revealing that the ruler of that land, King Pecunia, is insatiably greedy, having amassed an unfathomable wealth of gold and silver over his 3 years of reign. Furthermore, he imposes exorbitant taxes, leaving the populace in a state of incessant grievance. Yet they daren't defy him due to his formidable power. Upon hearing the name King Pecunia, Uno slightly lowered his head, a flicker of peculiar emotion crossing his eyes. Though he quickly regained his composure, the long loaf remained oblivious to Uno's expression, scratching his long nose as he continued. I have meticulously investigated the military capabilities of that nation. They boast a total of 50,000 soldiers. However, due to rampant corruption at the upper echelons, they have not received proper training. The only one of note is the army commander, Needle Yamahelgioch. With our strength, dealing with him would be a mere trifle. Moreover, with my subordinates acting as insiders to incite the masses, breaching this country would be as effortless as a breeze. The plan is as simple as that. Oh, you have anything to say? Lingling, while speaking, shifted her gaze to Kaido, her eyes lingering on him. Uno nonchalantly replied, I shall heed your arrangements, Miss Lingling. This woman seems to be testing me. Could it be she is concealing something? No matter. One step at a time. Pondering this, Kaido raised his head and replied bluntly, as long as I can enjoy the fight, do as you wish. That a smile crept across Lingling's lips as she turned towards the door, waving her left hand without looking back, saying, Come with me. I still need to consult that guy who lounges around in the skull all day. Are you suggesting you will personally lead the troops to conquer the kingdom of Adel? The man seated on the throne wore a grave expression as he propped his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke again. Are you certain the intelligence is accurate? Ah, will I fabricate something like this, Rox? Ling took the paper from the long, low hand, raising it above her head with a smile. Everything is written right here that I have personally reviewed. And no sooner had she spoken than Rox gently raised his right arm. And Ling felt a powerful force pulling at her arm, causing the paper to slip from her grasp, sailing directly towards the throne and landing smoothly in his hand. Witnessing such a display from Rox, Kaido, standing behind Ling, widened his eyes in disbelief and whispered to Uno, has his conqueror's haki reached such a level? No, I believe that is the power of a devil fruit. Of course, Mr. Rox has never shown his true abilities before us. So few know what fruit he has consumed. Impressive indeed. Kaido clicked his tongue, his admiration for Rox deepening. Rox silently examined the paper for a moment, nodding slightly. Indeed, the Kingdom of Adel is one of the affiliated nations. If we conquer it, we not only expand our territory but also undermine the world government's prestige among the populace. He flicked the paper forward and laughed heartily. How intriguing. Just as I was looking to make a big score. You've done me a great favor. Ling reached out to catch the paper flying towards her and tentatively asked, so, are you implying? Before she could finish, Rox abruptly stood from his throne, extending his right hand forward in a commanding tone. From this day forth, let Charlotte Ling lead her squad to attack the kingdom of Adel and plunder it thoroughly. Long Loaf, do you know how much travel is required from here to there? Hearing this, the Long Loaf, who had been tense, let out a sigh of relief, gesturing with his hand as he quickly replied, taking the fastest shortcut. It will take 6 days to arrive. Good. I command you to complete the task within 7 days. Do not disappoint me. A smile blossomed on Ling's lips, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Ah, I assure you, we will fulfill your wishes. Once they left the room, Newgate entered, glancing back before approaching Rox, frowning as he asked, what have you sent them to do now? Ling volunteered to lead her subordinates to attack the kingdom of Adel. I see no difficulty in it, so I entrusted it to them. That is quite peculiar. Newgate muttered, recounting his observations. I just went to North Street to procure weaponry, and from a distance, I saw Ling's house rapidly moving towards Rockyport. I could see that moment. I thought little of it, hearing your words. However, it seems the situation is not so simple. Ha. You are overthinking it, Newgate. Rox chuckled, patting his old partner on the shoulder. Ling is not a woman who easily trusts others to prevent her children from being bullied by outsiders. She often relocates her house onto the ship. Surely, you haven't forgotten that. While that is true, she usually makes such preparations before departure. This time is different, especially since she is accompanied solely by her subordinates. Newgate pondered for a moment, voicing his suspicion. Could it be that Ling intends to escape under the guise of this opportunity? Fear not. Even if she wishes to leave, as long as she does not oppose me, she is free to go wherever she pleases. Rox sauntered back to his throne, confident, as long as she remains on the opposing side of the world government, we will eventually find ourselves on the same battlefield. Ha. Newgate scratched the back of his head, feeling quite helpless at Rox's carefree attitude, muttering, you seem rather unconcerned. Will you let Kaido's little brat go as well? He will return to my side in due time. Rox interlocked his fingers beneath his nose, confidently stating, I knew from our first meeting that for that boy, his dignity surpasses all else. Moreover, this mission might succeed only with his involvement. Newgate was taken aback, asking in confusion, did you not just say that conquering that nation would pose no difficulty? Perhaps. Rox gazed at the dark ceiling, the flickering torchlight reflecting in his eyes as he spoke slowly. I cannot shake the feeling that something ominous is on the horizon. A palace stood at the heart of a labyrinthine array of buildings, its exterior simultaneously solemn and resplendent. The outer walls were composed of magnificent marble, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Golden sculptures adorned the surroundings, exuding an unparalleled sense of opulence. Entering the palace, one beheld a spacious hall filled with an array of splendid gold ornaments. The walls were meticulously inlaid with murals crafted from gemstones, depicting a king wielding a weapon as he led his subordinates to victory in battle, vividly showcasing the artisan's exceptional skill. Following the corridor, a colossal chair stood silently at the far end, fashioned from gold and glimmering with a captivating radiance that a corpulent middle-aged man, dressed extravagantly, lounged on the chair, toying with a diamond in his hand. His eyes nearly squinting shut from the excess flesh, scrutinizing the figure standing not far from him, he boisterously proclaimed, "In recent years, I have amassed a considerable fortune in gold. It is evident that this nation is rife with pirates, making it imperative that I seek your assistance. In light of your offer of 1 billion buri as compensation, I shall begrudgingly serve as your watchdog." The figure, cloaked in black, concealing his face, spoke in a voice as grating as metal grinding. "Warning, let it be known, compared to my time, your riches are akin to mere filth. Should your foolish actions cause me to squander my time, I shall not let this matter rest. King Pecunia." "Very well." The man named Pecunia nodded awkwardly, his hands trembling, a visage of suppressed fury. "Did anyone notice you upon your arrival? I traversed the tunnel you provided and encountered little resistance along the way. The few soldiers I did come across were easily dealt with. They're likely still unaware that I have infiltrated here. Fortunately, I almost fell victim to those fools." King Pecunia pressed his forehead, his jowls barely managing a semblance of a smile. In an effort to outsmart those pirates, I have exhausted every possible means to conceal your existence, allowing them to let down their guard. After all, pirates possess many valuable treasures. As the saying goes, all's fair in war, but a slight discrepancy in intelligence can lead to a dramatic shift in the tides of battle. As he spoke, a faint ticking sound emanated from him, and 2 dim lights glimmered from beneath the brim of his HATS, a professional bounty hunter of pirates. "We shall seize their precious time without leaving a single one behind. Please look forward to it." On the vast and boundless sea, waves surged in layers as a massive ship sailed against the wind across the shimmering blue waters. The tall structure stood upon the spacious deck, and a young boy stood at its entrance, wielding a hefty wolf fawn club, swinging it forcefully forward. With each swing, streaks of pitch-black lightning shot forth from the tip of the club, crackling audibly. My. "You truly are diligent," said Lingling, who emerged from the room holding a plate of cream puffs, her face radiating joy. "Every time I find you here practicing your hockey tirelessly before dawn, hardly having eaten. Is it a lack of self-confidence?" The boy paused his movements, wiped the sweat from his brow, and shot her a cold glare. "This has nothing to do with you, right?" Still as unapproachable as ever, Lingling seated herself cross-legged on the ground, casually popping a puff into her mouth as she chewed. "Continuing, from my observations, your hockey has significantly improved since our first meeting, nearly rivaling mine. But compared to Rock's, let alone Whitebeard, there remains a vast chasm. It seems I still fall short." Kaido struck the deck heavily with his iron rod, producing a dull thud, muttering in frustration, "At this rate, who knows when I will be able to defeat that guy?" Hearing his complaint, Lingling licked the cream off her fingertips and inquired with interest, "Is surpassing Rocks truly that important to you? I've never seen anyone more formidable than him." Kaido gazed into the boundless sky, murmuring, "Only by bringing that guy down can I prove my worth. This is the unique law of the survival of the fittest. You wouldn't understand without having experienced war. My. You do have a sentimental side," Lingling remarked, rising slowly to walk towards Kaido, smiling as she said, "If it were you, perhaps you could bring about unexpected results. Here, the rest is your breakfast. You ought to be grateful to me." "How troublesome. I don't need to eat," Kaido said, glancing at the plate of puffs she offered. Just as he was about to decline, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. Reluctantly, he picked up a puff with trembling hands, taking a generous bite, closing his eyes. He savored the moment as the puff melted in his mouth, filling his senses with the rich, sweet cream that tantalized his taste buds. His face lit up with rapture, nodding in satisfaction. "Delicious. Puffs are my favorite. I would never share them with you under normal circumstances." Lingling's gaze shifted forward, a hint of seriousness flickering in her deep eyes. "This time, however, is different. the sun gradually rose from a sea, casting a golden hue over the waters, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. Before long, an island came into view, revealing a dense cluster of buildings and a towering palace that glimmered like flames under the sun. This was their destination, the kingdom of Eterl, 5 days since their departure. During this time, they encountered no troubles. Only a few audacious pirate crews attempted to disturb them, all effortlessly defeated by Lingling. Longbread had maintained contact with the informant and confirmed that there were no significant movements on that end. One could say that the developments were all as they had anticipated. Something feels overly smooth about this. Lingling frowned, calling out to the interior, Longbread, hurry up and come out. We're almost there. That girl, still as bossy as ever. A Haven T had enough sleep. Longbread complained, rubbing his eyes as he stepped out of the room, followed by Uno in a dark green bodysuit. Upon seeing Kaido, he waved in greeting. The two approached Lingling, standing silently to await her orders. My. Everyone's here. Despite there being only 4 of them on the deck, Kaido understood her intent. The homie created from the fear of the kingdom's soldiers was enough to rival an army. Lingling scanned them, her gaze settling on the shorter man. When we signal from nearby, the informant will create chaos from within, correct? Longbread patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, with his assistance, the citizens will seamlessly contribute to our strength. And weapons will be no issue. The only real threat is that army commander. Let us hope that guy is as reliable as you claim. Lingling lowered the brim of her hat and spoke slowly. Once the operation begins, I will handle Heljord, while the 3 of you deal with that bastard king. How you dispose of him is up to you. Leave everything to me. Mr. Longbread, I have been observing something since earlier. The usually silent Uno pointed ahead. Typically, allied nations would not only have a navy patrolling nearby to prevent pirate attacks, but would also station a military force around. But look, there's hardly a navy ship in sight, let alone their own vessels. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Following his gaze, the others looked into the distance. As Uno had noted, the waters surrounding the island were eerily calm, devoid of any navy ships. With only a few scattered military vessels at the port for a station force, their number seemed alarmingly insufficient. Longbread scratched his nose in confusion, exclaiming, "How strange! The informant told me just yesterday that many military ships were gathered at the port, and he is someone I can trust. Yet it seems the enemy's actions are as if they want us to land on the island without a hitch. In other words." Lingling tapped her chin thoughtfully, her expression grave. "I fear this may be the enemy's trap, luring us in to capture us all at once, that you're all being overly cautious." Kaido waved his iron rod dismissively. "What can those useless fellows do?" "That may not be the case, Mr. Kaido." Uno shook his head, articulating carefully, "Perhaps we've overlooked some crucial information in the intel we received." At 6:30 in the morning, before the sun had fully risen, Nozakin donned a tidy suit, styling his long, horn-like hair in a sharp fashion. Pleased with his appearance, he strode out of his bedroom. This marked the 2nd time since becoming the mayor of the capital, Orlem, that he would address the public. Although he had only held the position for a month, his exceptional oratory skills and implementation of light taxation strategies had garnered him significant support among the citizens, making him a popular figure in the kingdom of Eterl. Of course, all of this was merely a facade. His true identity was the deputy of the pirate gourmet knight, Longbread. Playing the role of the beloved mayor was no easy feat, without leveraging his father's position. It would have been impossible to reach such heights. He couldn't help but reflect on this as he traversed the lengthy corridor. Arriving at the podium, as soon as he appeared, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Ah, it's Mr. Nozakin. It was worth the wait. Wow, he is just as handsome as ever. I wonder what he will share with us today." Gazing at the sea of faces below, Nozakin felt a surge of exhilaration. Clearing his throat, he raised a microphone and spoke loudly to the crowd. "Dear citizens, I am delighted that you have come to hear my speech. Before we begin, I have something important to share with you all. So please quiet down." As his words fell, the crowd instantly fell into silence. Nozakin surveyed the audience before him, ensuring that no members of the king's army had infiltrated the crowd. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is evident that the current ruler, King Pecunia, is a tyrant of the highest order, ruthlessly extracting wealth from the people and squandering vast resources to construct his palaces, resulting in countless citizens going hungry. Some even left to rot in the streets. Truly, this is a situation that incites the wrath of both man and deity. The assembly, already steeped in resentment towards the royal family, found their anger ignited by Nosekin's words, erupting into a chorus of curses and shouts. That scoundrel of a king! My husband was forcibly taken to build the palace and perished from overwork, his body discovered only when it was nearly decomposed. They have come to my home time and again to extort taxes, leaving my family unable to sustain a normal life. Once, my child even resorted to drinking filthy water to stave off hunger, and remains in a coma to this day. Woe is us! Our family is so impoverished that we cannot pay the taxes, and they have taken my son and wife as slaves. It has been 3 long years since I last saw them. The people's fury surged forth like an unstoppable flood. Observing this, Nosekin felt a surge of secret delight, yet called out, "Everyone, please calm down. I understand your sentiments, but mere vitriol will not resolve our predicament. Though we stand at the city's edge, should the king's army be alerted, the consequences could be dire." Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, fear gripping their hearts at the thought of the king's severe punishments. And soon they quieted down as the outcry subsided. Nosekin solemnly stated, "Thank you for your cooperation. Break free from our current plight. We must mount an armed rebellion against the tyrant. I have leveraged my connections and found a formidable force abroad. With their assistance, toppling this corrupt regime will be a mere formality." Clenching his fists, he continued passionately, "Let your anger fuel you. Rise up, grasp whatever weapons you have, and crush the minions of the malevolent ruler. If we do not fight now, when shall we?" Nosekin's impassioned speech captivated every individual present, igniting a fervor that echoed through the city as they cheered and chanted his name. Some grabbed their knives and rushed towards the royal palace. "Excellent, just like that. Let chaos reign. This will provide us with the opportunity we seek. Those who survive shall become companions of rocks, and I will be further elevated to a position of authority." Suddenly, a loud explosion jolted Nosekin from his hopeful reverie. He beheld the street ahead transformed into ruins, billowing smoke obscuring the chaos of panic cries and wails. His smile faded as he moved to investigate, when a cold, emotionless voice emerged from behind. "Rest assured, it was merely a destruction of a thoroughfare. There have been no casualties." He swiftly turned to see a gaunt figure drifting silently from the side of the stage. Like a specter, a large burlap sack slung over his shoulder, seemingly containing some writhing creature within. The eerie aura emanating from the figure made Nosekin instinctively feel trepidation, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He took a step back and forced a smile. "May I inquire as to your identity? I do not believe I have ever encountered you in this country. Before I reveal my name, allow me to show you something." The figure untied the mouth of the sack, and 3 men tumbled out, bound tightly with coarse ropes, each bearing bruised faces, their voices barely audible. "Forgive us, we have failed." Nosekin recognized them as his loyal confidants who had initially incited the crowd. They had been the spark that ignited the people's fervor, yet now they lay in this pitiful state, and he felt a sense of foreboding. Maintaining his composure, he retorted, "Ah, so you are sent by the king. Unfortunately, it is too late. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, and your actions are but a futile struggle. As we anticipated, a big catch has indeed been made, and it is merely a matter of timing." The figure drew forth a pair of weapons from behind, 2 silver needles of varying lengths, advancing step by step. "It seems you have mistaken the situation. We are not agents of the king, but merely hired hands. You understand how this works, do you not?" "I have weathered storms at sea. Do not underestimate me." He cast aside the microphone, leaping backward as 3 small hazelnut bombs shot forth in a barrage. The figure, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, stood still as the bombs neared his body. He merely smirked, and with a flash of silver, the explosives disintegrated into countless particles that fell to the ground. Nosekin, taken aback, reached for a bomb in his pocket, only to find the figure's form materializing beside him, uttering with calm detachment, "General." With that, the figure's long needle gently pricked Nosekin's forehead, and in an instant, His once handsome visage began to visibly age. His hair thinned and turned gray. Deep wrinkles spread across his face, his eyes hollowing as if he had aged 50 years, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. The figure returned the weapon to its place, bent down to retrieve the microphone, and stepped to the front, addressing the bewildered populace. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The recent explosion was but a false alarm. The instigator of this incident, No Seiken, has been apprehended by us. He conspired with pirates to sell this nation, and the pirates are poised to land at any moment. I urge you all to seek refuge immediately. Do not waste a single second. His magnetic voice resonated with an irresistible allure, compelling the crowd to compose themselves. One individual, perplexed, inquired, "What proof do you have that Mr. No Seiken has betrayed us?" "I do not wish to waste time explaining. You may inquire with these unfortunate souls." He gestured towards the three captives, raising his voice. "In any case, find a secure location to hide. There are more pressing matters at hand." With that, his figure vanished without a trace. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the inexplicable nonchalance of the man. After a prolonged silence, they finally reacted, hastily retreating to their homes, and within moments, the vast audience area lay desolate. I never imagined he would also appear in this country. Cough, cough. I must quickly inform Mr. Chamiambo. Cough, cough. No Seiken weakly raised his withered right arm, trembling as he retrieved the transponder snail, painstakingly dialing the number. Brew, 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 brew. Meanwhile, Chamiambo paced anxiously on the deck, his impatience boiling over. Upon hearing the transponder snails ringing from his pocket, he hurriedly answered the call. This Mr. Chamiambo. This is No Seiken. Cough, cough. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I have suffered a setback. Cough, cough. Please be cautious. There are formidable individuals on the island. Cough, cough. The frail, feeble voice emanating from the transponder snail momentarily rendered Chamiambo incredulous. This was his trusted confidant of many years. He had no time to ponder such matters and urgently shouted, "Tell me who did this to you." Tan, pause. Upon uttering the final syllable, the transponder snail went silent, leaving no further sound. The name that No Seiken had mentioned caused both Lingling and Chamiambo, two seasoned individuals who had faced numerous storms, to turn pale. It was the first time Kaido had seen such a reaction from Lingling, and he, puzzled, asked, "What is you both so frightened? Is this Tan Paz truly that terrifying? Surely he cannot be more formidable than rocks." Lingling shot him a disdainful glance. "For someone who has spent time in the seas, it's astonishing you haven't even heard of the Time Eater moniker. I do not enjoy expending effort to investigate enemy intelligence." "I am thoroughly impressed." Lingling sighed in exasperation, elaborating, "Aside from the Navy, bounty hunters are our primary adversaries. They capture notorious pirates to claim the corresponding bounty, and Tan Paz is among them. Countless pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million have fallen into his grasp. Thus he is regarded as the world's strongest bounty hunter. Tan Paz is notoriously elusive, and few have ever seen his true face. Legend has it that he possesses the ability to devour time. Anyone who has fought him ultimately finds their time stripped away. Indeed, it appears that one has ingested a certain devil fruit." Upon hearing Lingling's account, Kaido exhibited an expression of sudden realization, only to be followed by a gesture of disbelief as he spread his arms wide. Could it be that the informant had erred? Surely he had never encountered the visage of Tempaz. Had he? Impossible. The long-faced man's complexion turned ashen, his brow furrowed tightly, and his hand instinctively clenched the snail phone. "My subordinate is merely 35 this year, yet the voice emanating from the snail seems to have aged him by decades. Undoubtedly, that is a characteristic of one who has been deprived of time." Without uttering a word, Lingling brandished her long knife, pointing it towards the cream-colored house, and spoke in a low voice. "Hey, have the little ones been disturbed?" The eyes on the house blinked with long lashes, softly reporting to her, "Everything is normal, Mother. Their room is equipped with the soundproofing device invented by Mr. Uno, and they're still sound asleep." "Excellent. Until we return, I leave them in your care." Lingling lowered her head, rapping the deck with the back of her blade, and commanded with fervor, "Noah, find a location near the shore that is difficult to detect and remain there. Should anyone attempt to approach, obliterate them without mercy." "As you command, Mother." A voice like thunder reverberated beneath them, causing their ears to buzz. Moments later, the pirate ship surged forth at an accelerated pace. It goes without saying that this vessel had become a loyal servant to Lingling alone. Well, at this point, we must press on regardless. A faint smile of bitterness played upon Lingling's lips, yet the spark of determination in her eyes remained undiminished as she raised her weapon, issuing a spirited command. All crew members, prepare for battle. Kaido licked the spiked club with eager anticipation, unable to contain his excitement, chuckling, "Oh ho ho, I've been waiting for those words. While a spirited demeanor is indeed commendable, one must tread carefully, for carelessness may lead to falling into the enemy's traps. You are perhaps overly cautious." Uno's subtle reminder fell upon deaf ears as Kaido, with a confident thumb pointed at himself, declared, "No matter what schemes the enemy employs, I shall shatter them one by one. Moreover, that fellow named Tempaz dares to proclaim himself the strongest. It is only fitting that I personally bring him down. You truly are impulsive," Uno could not help but retort. Retrieving his telescope to survey the horizon, in an instant, his dark eyes narrowed in alarm, as if he had glimpsed something dreadful, and he shouted, "At the 8 o'clock position, a figure is rapidly approaching." The crew hastily turned in the direction he indicated, spotting a small black amidst the clouds, which grew larger as it neared their vessel. Gradually, they discerned a figure soaring through the air with outstretched wings, moving with astonishing speed. "Damn, arriving so swiftly." Lingling cursed, directing her shout towards the deck. "Do not allow him to approach. Shake him off and make for the coast at maximum speed." "Yes, mother." The pirate ship veered to the right, darting across the surface of the sea like an arrow shot from a bow, sending up sprays of water and leaving a long wake behind as it zipped past the figure, racing towards the harbor. The figure momentarily hesitated, seemingly taken aback, before veering to pursue with even greater speed, like a meteor streaking across the sky, closing the distance to the pirate ship. Ugh! What a troublesome opponent. As the figure dove down, poised to land on the deck, Lingling gripped her sword tightly, ready to engage in battle. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the side, brandishing a spiked club and launching an attack against the enemy. Clang! The iron rod collided fiercely with the twin blades, erupting in a burst of dark purple light as dozens of slender bolts of lightning radiated from their point of contact. The surrounding waves surged violently under the influence of their immense forces, causing the entire ship to rock violently. "That little brat is reckless." "Zeus!" At Lingling's command, a multitude of air currents coalesced upon her shoulder, forming a cloud with the visage of a child, who languidly inquired, "Mother, what do you need?" "Bring back that fool with the horns." "Got it." With that, Zeus spiraled upward into the sky. Ugh! Kaido had anticipated smashing a transparent hole in the opponent, only to find his attack effortlessly deflected. He leapt back 2 feet, forgetting momentarily that he was suspended in midair, and began to plummet downwards. How careless! Just as he was about to crash into the sea, he felt a gust of wind and something soft catch him. Looking down, he saw it was the cloud-like Zeus, who had followed Lingling to his side in relief, feeling considerably lighter, and grinned. "You arrived just in time. No time for idle chatter. Let us move," Zeus retorted, darting ahead with rapidity. Apply hockey to the weapons to prevent them from being compromised by the fruit's powers. Observing the unfolding events below, the figure hovered in the air, giving his tingling arms a gentle shake, and mused aloud, "That little brat possesses quite a skill. Had it been an ordinary person, their weapon would have been rendered useless long ago. I do wonder what his name is, however. I shall know soon enough. It won't take long." He gently flapped his metallic-feeling wings, the sound of dripping resonating from them, and in a flash, he pursued with astonishing swiftness. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the pirate ship collided heavily with the dock, causing the entire harbor to shake violently, scattering numerous disassembled crates and billowing clouds of dust into the air. Cough, cough. Lingling choked on the thick smoke, regaining her composure as she glanced around. She saw the long-faced man, disoriented from the series of impacts, and Uno still gripping the ship's railing tightly. Relieved, she smiled with a sense of ease. "We landed safely. Well, if everything is all right, then something must be amiss, you little brat." The long-faced man rubbed his head as he and Uno followed, lingling off the ship onto the shore. They surveyed the eerily quiet street, devoid of any signs of life. Not even a single soldier stationed to guard. Lingling, visibly displeased, kicked a stone aside in frustration, muttering, "They certainly anticipated our arrival and evacuated the residents in advance." Just then, Zeus arrived with Kaido in tow. And the long-faced man eagerly asked him, "Did that guy follow us?" Kaido leaped down from Zeus, stating, "I turned back multiple times to check, and saw no one pursuing us. That's so. How strange." Observing the hesitation among the group, Uno suggested, "We have no time to waste. We must make haste to the capital before the pursuers arrive. Before us, to dare to speak so brazenly about time is utterly laughable," that a cold voice echoed through the air, sending shivers down their spines as they sought the source of the voice. A figure suddenly materialized silently before them, blocking their path from a mere 10 meters away, due to the hasty nature of their earlier encounter. It was only now that Kaido could discern the man's features. He was tall and slender, with a head of black hair streaked with a few strands of white, his complexion ghastly pale. His eyes were dull, with deep dark circles beneath them, and a pair of long mustaches adorned his lips. He wore a neat gray robe, densely covered with numbers of varying sizes, all within the range of 112. An inexplicable aura of mystery emanated from him, compelling them to raise their vigilance to the utmost. "How did you manage to get ahead of us, you scoundrel?" Lingling demanded, her voice laced with fury. The man paid her no heed, surveying the group with a haughty demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, and declared, "I am called Tempaz, a rather unremarkable bounty hunter, as you may know. The world has dubbed me the Time Devourer, a moniker of little significance, for I merely cause time to vanish. I have been commissioned by King Pecunia to deal with the pirates attempting to disturb this nation." To preface, we have been tirelessly rushing here since the moment we received the order, ultimately expending an additional hour beyond our expectations, and we must now adhere to the king's command for 6 days. Under normal circumstances, 6 days would allow us to accept hundreds of commissions. Yet all has been for naught due to your actions. Pray tell, how much do you intend to compensate us for our losses?" He spoke incessantly, causing the enigmatic impression he had created in the minds of Kaido and the others to diminish significantly, each casting him a look of complex emotions. Just how much of a chatterbox can this fellow be? Moreover, his tone inexplicably ignited irritation. Longbread grew increasingly weary of the incessant prattle, recalling the voice from the telephone bug earlier. And in a fit of agitation, he demanded, "Hey, what have you done to my subordinate, Nurse-Saken?" Tempaz halted his incessant ramblings, reverting to his usual emotionless tone. "Ah, are you referring to the mayor of the capital? He has indeed consumed a considerable amount of my time, but given his advanced age, I estimate he may have no more than a month left to live." Longbread could no longer contain himself, drawing his long knife and charging forward. Lingling, unable to intervene in time, ordered Zeus to provide assistance. Zeus's form shifted from white to black, his gaze growing considerably more menacing as he transformed into a storm cloud, dashing towards the enemy at lightning speed. The two, a man and a creature, launched a dual assault, enclosing Tempaz at the center. Tempaz maintained an air of calm composure, delivering a swift kick that sent Longbread tumbling, then pivoting to deftly jab Zeus's face with a short needle. Zeus felt an overwhelming rush of air escaping from his body, prompting him to panic and cry out, "Mom, save me!" In an instant, a diminutive figure appeared before Tempaz, swiftly aiming for his chest. Noticing the faint green glow emanating from the figure's palm, Tempaz sensed something amiss and skillfully evaded the attack, but he sidestepped, his right hand's long needle slicing towards the figure's forehead. However, the individual merely feigned an attack, executing a somersault and delivering a lightning-fast kick to Tempaz's left wrist. The sudden jolt rendered Tempaz wrist numb, forcing him to withdraw the short needle from Zeus. Seizing the opportunity, the figure's left hand grasped the falling Zeus, performing several backflips to return to the side of the female pirate. Lingling took Zeus from the figure's hands, observing that his size had diminished significantly, and his color had reverted to normal, his small face gazing tearfully at his master. Seeing his woeful expression, she snorted disdainfully and without hesitation reclaimed Zeus, now even more convinced of the rumors surrounding Tampaz's ability to devour time, and dared not to act rashly. Kaido was taken aback when Uno suddenly darted away from his side, gripping his kanabo tightly, ready to assist, but halted upon witnessing Uno successfully rescue Zeus. Turned to look back. He saw Uno's composed demeanor, unharmed, and couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly fragile individual possessed such agility, fostering a genuine respect within him. What a remarkable assembly of formidable little devils has emerged today, Tampaz remarked with a sigh, swinging his subtly aching left arm, and looking down, he noticed that his once exquisite and ornate boot had inexplicably transformed into a piece of bread, utterly trampled and ruined, with traces of jam adorning the hem of his clothing. Dipping a finger into the mixture and tasting it, his eyes lit up with satisfaction as he exclaimed, quite delightful. Though regrettably, I have inadvertently spoiled the food. This must be the ability of that long-nosed fellow. If only he were not a pirate. Observing his blissful expression, Longbread could only smile ruefully. What a pity that you missed his clothing. Otherwise, he would have truly suffered. The warm-up exercises concluded. Tampaz adjusted his collar, pointing his long needle successively at the four of them, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he posed a peculiar question. Have you ever pondered how much time you have squandered to reach this point? His unexpected inquiry left Lingling momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure and retorted with a scoff. I have no idea, nor do I wish to know. Even if you were formidable, it would not suffice against the four of us united. Would it? I merely asked out of curiosity, yet I find myself so summarily dismissed. Tampaz appeared somewhat dejected, but within a heartbeat, he regained his aloof demeanor. However, my dear lady, it seems you have misconstrued a matter. What do you mean? Tampaz slowly spread his arms wide, an ominous smile creeping onto his pale face. The moment we revealed ourselves before you, you had already fallen into the prison of time. Without granting anyone a moment to respond, Tampaz raised his twin needles high, crossing them above his head. In that instant, the silver needles emanated a pale blue glow, and the azure sky suddenly darkened. A low, prolonged chime reverberating throughout the city, resembling a summons from the underworld, further intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere. What in the world? The haunting tolling echoed relentlessly in their ears, and Kaido felt a splitting headache. As if his skull might burst, he struggled to turn his head, discovering that the others were similarly afflicted. Enjoy the sensation of time being gradually stripped away, Tampaz remarked nonchalantly, as he traced the half-circle arc with his needles. A massive, ancient pendulum clock began to materialize before him, firmly anchored to the ground. As the pendulum swung back and forth, the clock's hands began to rotate at an ever-accelerating pace, nearly too fast to discern. Moments later, the clock's surface shimmered with dazzling, colorful lights, and Kaido and the others felt an invisible force tugging at them, compelling them step by step towards the clock. Damn it! What kind of monstrosity is this? Lingling attempted to resist, but found herself utterly immobilized, unable to even summon her Hakai. As the distance to the clock dwindled, a sudden thought struck her, and she shouted, Uno, can that thing be relied upon? Recognizing her urgent words, the boy immediately understood, raising his voice to its utmost. Mr. Noah, please activate the shield I installed on you. Oh, it's on me. A reliable and steady voice resonated from above, as a green dome began to expand outward, enveloping the entire pirate ship moored at the harbor. Simultaneously, the four pirates felt their feet lift off the ground, their bodies spinning uncontrollably as they were irresistibly drawn into the clock. Not a single one remained outside. The light adhering to the clock's surface gradually faded, the chimes diminishing in intensity, and the sky resumed its serene azure appearance. Tampaz retracted his needles, gazing at the colossal pendulum clock that stood unwavering on the ground. Adjusting his hairstyle, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Enjoy your remaining days here. Pirates, thus far, none have managed to break free from my prison of time. He strolled towards the dock, halting abruptly before the pirate's ship, and with a forceful sweep of his long needle from left to right, a pale blue beam shot forth, colliding with the surface of the shield and rebounding. Observing this, Tampaz leaped into the air, and with a resounding explosion, the ground where he had stood was blasted into a 5-meter-wide crater, while the clock remained unscathed, not even a scratch to show for it. To be able to rebound attacks while simultaneously providing defense. Speaking of which, that little fellow named Uno has created something even I cannot deal with. Quite impressive, indeed, having made good use of his time. As Tampaz landed back on the ground, crossing his arms and surveying the untouched shield, he continued his incessant chatter. What a pity I cannot leave them alive. Otherwise, I could have reaped greater rewards from the Navy headquarters. Indeed, I consider myself fortunate. The illustrious Charlotte Lingling, with a bounty of 815 million, her subordinate Longbred at 427 million, and that one named Uno, who I have not seen in the bounty notices, must be a mere apprentice, while the long-horned little devil. I feel I have encountered him before, though his name eludes me. Just as Tampaz was deep in thought, the voice of the telephone bug echoed from within his clothes. Reluctantly, he answered the call. The voice of his employer, a tone that had long since worn a callus in his ears, resounded. Tampaz, how goes the task entrusted to you by the king? All is proceeding smoothly. There are 4 enemies in total, and we have captured them all, though the king did not misjudge. Seeking you was indeed the right choice. The voice on the other end exclaimed excitedly, Now, can you bring those ruffians over? Tampaz replied expressionlessly. I regret to inform you that once my prison of time is activated, it cannot be destroyed or moved. Even I cannot directly intervene, and it will only release them automatically after 1 day. Furthermore, by that time, they will not even be left as a SH.IS. That's so. How truly regrettable. The voice, tinged with disappointment, fell into silence for a moment before continuing. In that case, you shall return to the royal palace first. I shall host a most extravagant celebration in your honor. Well, since you insist, I cannot refuse. Remember to account for the expenses incurred during this time. Very well, I shall heed your wishes with that. The voice of the telephone insect was abruptly silenced. Tampaz lifted his gaze towards the direction of the royal capital, a sneer curling his lips as he remarked, A foolish king has given rise to a lamentable realm. Yet, as one who merely follows the money, I am hardly in a position to voice such sentiments. And as soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the ancient and enigmatic pendulum clock. After what felt like an eternity of tumult, Kaido reopened his eyes, feeling himself unceremoniously seated on the ground. His muscles awash with a sense of soreness, he steadied his breath, pushed himself upright with sudden vigor, and surveyed his surroundings. What met his gaze was an abyss of darkness, extending into the unknown, intermittently interrupted by flickering numerical phantoms. The sole solid ground beneath him was a colossal circular disk. To be precise, a clock, accompanied by the incessant ticking that reverberated around him. He dashed to the edge of the clock, attempting to leap off in search of an escape, but as he sprang into the air, he felt himself collide with an invisible barrier, forcefully rebounding back and rolling several times before regaining his balance. This is futile. The only option is to destroy this place. It seems we are all ensnared in this cursed domain. A familiar voice called out from behind, causing Kaido to retract his half-extended spike club and turn around. There stood Lingling, lethargically brandishing her long blade, followed by Chamiambo and Uno. A sigh of relief escaped him as he waved and inquired, Do you possess any means to escape from here? Lingling plopped down onto the ground, nursing her aching fists, muttering, If I did, I would have long since fled. I've battered this cursed clock for ages. And it hasn't even a crack. Oh ho ho ho. So you too find yourself a loss at times, Kaido teased, attempting to lighten the mood, his gaze shifting to the helmet-clad youth. Uno immediately grasped his intention, letting out a soft sigh as he explained to the trio, The only thing existing in this space is this outrageously large clock. Beyond that, any attempt to escape will result in being forcibly rebounded. In other words, the exit can only be found within this vicinity. Then why not shatter it outright? Please, allow me to finish. Uno shook his head, dismissing the young man's reckless suggestion, continuing, Since Tampaz is confident we cannot escape. It indicates that the structure of this clock is undoubtedly complex, as I shall demonstrate. Before he finished his sentence, he spread his right hand wide, pressing it firmly against the clock's surface. A web-like green light radiated from his wrist, expanding outward, and after a time, The green glow gradually faded, leaving no trace of damage on the clock's face. He examined his right arm and remarked, "The fruit of decomposition I consumed grants me the ability to disintegrate any object I touch in an instant. Even formidable hockey users would struggle to counteract this power, yet leaves the clock utterly unscathed. This implies that conventional methods cannot inflict any harm upon it. Furthermore, observe." The others followed his gaze to see the clock continuing its clockwise rotation, while the 12 numbers danced erratically at an astonishing pace, rendering the current time indiscernible. Uno commented on the numbers. Though the digits are jumbled, the hands currently indicate a position of 3 minutes past midnight, which is clearly out of sync with the external time. Additionally, I noticed from the moment I entered that the clock initially remained at the 0 position, only beginning to move once we landed. Thus, I have formed a hypothesis. He regarded the group intently, enunciating each word. Perhaps at a certain critical moment, we shall lose all of our time. Chamiambo clutched his head, exclaiming, "What are we to do then? Are we to simply await our fate?" "Do not speak such disheartening words." Lingling sprang to her feet, striking the clock with her blade, the sound of metal clashing echoing as she placed her hands on her hips, coldly declaring, "Anyone who dares to utter the word give up shall face my wrath." Chamiambo had never witnessed her in such a furious state, leaving him speechless. Kaido raised his thumb in approval. "Oh ho ho ho. Now this is why you are our leader." After venting her frustrations, Lingling felt a wave of relief wash over her. She sheathed her sword and turned to Uno, asking, "Do you have any clever ideas for our escape?" "I regret to say, I cannot think of any solutions at the moment." Uno shook his head, resting his fingers on his chin in contemplation. "For now, we can only observe the clock for any weaknesses." Another 20 minutes passed, yet the group felt as though a century had slipped by, their impatience mounting. Kaido, bored, stretched his limbs, his gaze inadvertently drifting to his right hand. Upon seeing it, he was taken aback. His arm had inexplicably grown significantly thicker, now covered in a dense layer of hair. "What is happening?" "My hand." He trailed off mid-sentence, realizing that his voice had also taken on a more aged tone. Well, why do you suddenly resemble a gorilla?" A mocking laughter echoed in Kaido's ears, causing his face to flush in embarrassment as he turned around to retort, "Mind your own business. Suddenly, he froze, as though witnessing something extraordinary. After a moment of silence, he erupted into thunderous laughter, pounding his fist against the ground, tears streaming down his face as he gasped for breath. "Oh ho 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 ho. Look at you now. You could be called an old woman. No, let me have another good laugh. Oh ho 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 ho." Seeing Kaido in such a fit of laughter, Lingling hurriedly produced a mirror from her belongings. Upon glancing at its surface, she beheld a round face with subtle wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, a sharp nose and a gaping mouth that seemed capable of swallowing several individuals. Her figure grotesquely transformed, resembling a deflated ball, a far cry from her former radiant beauty. Lingling felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock for a while before hurling the mirror to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Her fists clenched in fury, her eyes ablaze, she vowed, "Once we escape this place, I shall ensure that wretched tyrant experiences a fate worse than death." Witnessing her outburst, Uno could not suppress his amusement. He had transformed into a tall, poised young man, a hint of stubble gracing his chin, lending him an air of maturity. He fixed his gaze upon the clock, and after a moment of deep contemplation, clapped his hands together in realization, exclaiming, "I understand now. Every minute that passes, we lose a year of our lives, and our appearances age accordingly. At this rate, it won't be long before we perish from excessive aging." Chamiambo, now resembling a white-haired elder, slumped to the ground, trembling as he raised his right hand in agreement. "I concur. We must find an exit before that happens. That be by the way. Could someone lend me a hand?" The clamor gradually subsided, and the four gathered closely, their eyes fixed on the ever-rotating clock. Yet, no matter how they racked their brains, not a single person could conceive a viable escape plan. 2 more minutes ticked by, and Kaido, despondent, began striking the clock with his spiked club, his confidence long since eroded. As time pressed on, his physique continued to expand, his face taking on a more mature appearance, since Kaido had taken up arms. He had participated in countless battles, facing numerous life-threatening challenges. Yet none could compare to this ordeal. For the first time, he profoundly understood what true despair felt like. Perhaps it's best to simply end it here. After all, there's no way out. This self-destructive thought emerged in his mind. A serious and calm voice echoed within his consciousness. Are you truly conceding? Are you willingly submitting to your enemy's will? No opponent, no matter how formidable, can compel you to abandon hope except yourself. Grit your teeth and endure until the end. There is no one in this world who can bring you down. How noisy, Kaido muttered to himself, gripping his spiked club tightly, raising it high above his head. Countless streams of purple energy coalesced around the club, crackling with sound, the air around him seeming to tremble. Noticing Kaido's reckless display, Uno hastily urged him, "This is futile. Such actions will not cause any damage to the clock. I'm fully aware that this endeavor may, indeed, be a futile exertion, yet should I strive with all my might until the very end. Even in failure, I shall harbor no regret," Kaido bellowed, veins protruding from his forehead as he concentrated all his haki into his weapon, preparing to strike the clock with ferocity. Suddenly, a resounding voice reverberated through the air. "Gurgle!" Following this, a sharp and eerie whisper echoed from behind, sending chills down one's spine. "That I'm hungry. Hand over the cream puffs." Upon hearing these words, Uno's expression shifted dramatically, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "This is bad. Miss Linlin's craving disorder has flared up." New character life card. Name, Uno. Gender, male. Blood type, F-type. Devil fruit. Paramecia, decomposition fruit, capable of disassembling any object it touches into its original structure. Haki. Observation. Armament likes, dismantling machinery. Music dislikes, having his helmet removed. Favorite foods, fried chicken nuggets. Coffee. Birthday, January 11th, derived from uno, the Spanish word for one. Age, 13. Zodiac, Capricorn. Height, 165 centimeters. Birthplace, the Grand Line. Introduction. A trainee pirate who joined the Rocks Pirates 2 years ago, becoming subordinate to Charlotte Linlin. With well-defined features and sporting a conspicuous, oversized silver helmet, he is responsible for gathering intelligence and modifying machinery. He treats everyone with utmost politeness, but wishes to conceal his true identity, as his piratical endeavor seemed to serve a particular purpose. Name. Origin, derived from Spanish card game called Uno, where players must shout Uno when they have only one card left. Hearing Uno's panicked voice, Kaido paused momentarily, the haki coiling around his kanabo, dissipating in an instant. He turned to see Linlin approaching with heavy steps, her eyes gleaming and her mouth stretched wide, revealing a row of glistening teeth. An overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down upon him like a mountain. This sight instinctively heightened Kaido's vigilance, and his breath quickened as he cautiously inquired, "Hey, old hag, are you all right?" Linlin seemed oblivious to his words, greedily licking her lips and murmuring, "Hand over the cream puffs." It was futile. In her current state, she had completely lost her sanity and would not recognize who he was. Uno, clutching a nearly lifeless baguette, dashed in the opposite direction, calling out, "Run, or you'll be done for." Kaido, momentarily perplexed by his words, recognized Linlin's drastically altered demeanor and, without hesitation, fled back. "What exactly is this craving disorder you mentioned?" Kaido quickly caught up to Uno, voicing his confusion. Uno did not respond directly, but while running, he remarked, "Mr. Long Baguette has decades of pirate experience and considerable strength, yet he has never risen to the rank of an officer. Oh, you know why." "How would I know? What does that have to do with anything?" Kaido's words trailed off as he suddenly recalled something. Inhaling sharply as he exclaimed, "Could it be due to the craving disorder?" "Precisely," Uno interjected gravely. "Mr. Long Baguette possesses the paramecia, food ability, allowing him to transform any object into an ingredient. If Miss Linlin cannot satisfy her hunger for an extended period, she becomes unrecognizable, and only Mr. Long Baguette, who attends to her dietary needs, can restrain her. But now," he cast a glance at the elderly man gasping for breath, a complex expression crossing his face. "If Mr. Long Baguette cannot rise, our only option is to buy time. Starving her out, but we have no excess time to wait. Damn it, that old hag is causing chaos at the worst possible moment. Moreover, Lin's physique is extraordinary, impervious to blades and bullets, thus earning her the moniker Iron Balloon. We must absolutely avoid a direct confrontation. What a nuisance. She resembles a balloon in her current state. As they deliberated, Lin suddenly halted, inhaling deeply before unleashing a deafening roar. Hand over the cream puffs. In an instant, a ferocious red lightning erupted from her, radiating outward like wildfire, engulfing the entire expanse above them. Kaido and Uno felt their breath catch, instinctively slowing their movements. Simultaneously, a colossal figure swooped above them, swinging a massive blade in a full arc, descending with lethal intent. Kaido had no time to ponder as he raised his kanabo defensively. Bang! The moment the blade collided with the kanabo, sparks flew, and both parties involuntarily staggered back. Kaido's expression darkened as his arm tingled from the impact, nearly slipping the grip on his weapon. In stark contrast, Lin remained unfazed, brushing off her skirt, completely unaffected. Damn old hag, how can she possess such strength? Facing her directly was futile. He would have to find a way to obstruct her. Resolutely, he grasped the handle of his weapon, slowly rotating it counterclockwise, positioning the kanabo horizontally before his chest, bracing himself for the impending clash. Ha! You think you can challenge me? You're still 500 years too early. Lin expressed surprise at the boy's seemingly reckless move, raising her right hand as a massive flame manifested before her, the fire taking on a menacing visage, smirking at its mistress. Mama, how may I serve you? By the way, you look quite different. Enough chatter. Incinerate that horned gorilla to ashes, Prometheus. Understood. As the last word escaped her lips, the fiery entity inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of searing flames directly towards Kaido. Bring it on. Facing the overwhelming inferno, Kaido's eyes displayed no fear as he swung his kanabo like a windmill, deflecting the incoming flames. Seizing the opportunity, Lin circled behind him, aiming a fierce strike at the back of his head. The blow whistled through the air, and sensing the wind at his back, Kaido instinctively coated his horns with haki, spinning his head around just in time to block the blade with a clang. Using the momentum, he executed a backward somersault, landing behind Lin, raising his kanabo in a home run stance, propelling her away like a baseball, scattering flames in her wake. Prometheus, witnessing the colossal figure hurtling towards him, widened his eyes in terror, forgetting to evade, and was promptly knocked to the ground by her impact, letting out a pained wail. Kaido wasted no time, charging forward. Lin, regaining her footing, shook her head and saw Kaido leap up. Swinging his kanabo towards her face, she swiftly rolled aside to evade, snatching up the fallen long blade, slashing diagonally at his left side, intent on severing his AR in a heartbeat. Kaido sidestepped, thrusting forward, striking her wrist. Despite Lin's indomitable physique, the blow inflicted excruciating pain, causing the long blade to slip from her grasp. Reacting instinctively, she swung her left fist, enveloped in haki, but Kaido deftly deflected it, retaliating with a kick laced with crackling lightning, striking her squarely in the face and sending her soaring into the sky. Prometheus, seeing Lin about to fall, hurriedly flew to catch her. Lin, propped up, glared down at the boy who had pushed her into such a fierce battle. Kaido noted that despite her disadvantage, she bore no visible injuries, deeply understanding the implications of the iron balloon. He realized that had she not lost her sanity, her combat skills would have remained formidable, and he would not have found it so easy to gain the upper hand. Feeling a surge of luck, there was no time left to waste. Relying on starvation was not a viable strategy. He had to place his hopes on this next strike. Gripping his kanabo tightly, he prepared to channel his haki once more. Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning pierced through his right shoulder from behind, an intense pain surging through him without warning, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Struggling, he turned to see a dark thundercloud looming nearby, crackling with electric currents and emitting a sizzling sound. Damn it. A sneak attack. Ha! Well done, Zeus. Thanks to my vigilance, I ensured you were replenished with Prometheus flames. Zeus, shedding his usual innocent demeanor, spoke with a mischievous grin. Hee. Thankfully that lad was busy deflecting the flames just now and did not notice my discreet release. Well then, it is time to deliver the final blow to this little imp. Lingling, riding on Prometheus, descended back to the ground to retrieve her blade, then soared once more into the air, pausing mid-flight. With both hands gripping the hilt, resting it against her right shoulder, she proclaimed, "Elbaf spear? Wayno!" Suddenly, she swept downward with fierce intensity, unleashing an awe-inspiring shockwave from the blade, surging forth at an imperceptible speed towards Kaido. Crashing into the ground with a thunderous explosion, creating a colossal sphere of light that radiated outward. Uno, having placed a long loaf of bread at the edge, caught a distant glimpse of Kaido enveloped within, stirring a sense of quiet concern within him. Abruptly, his gaze inadvertently darted towards the epicenter of the explosion, as if he had discovered something of great importance, and his eyes brightened instantly. The harbor dock. An eye-catching house topped with a cream-filled roof stood tall. Four children pressed their faces against the window, witnessing the recent events unfold at the harbor, their hearts racing with trepidation as they began to chatter animatedly. "Hey, did you see that? Mom and the others were sucked into a strange clock. Pello, that oddly dressed fellow is quite formidable. Mom stood no chance at all. Don't boast about others' prowess. Pellos, be careful. Someone is coming." Following the direction indicated by Katakuri, the second son of the Charlotte family, a squad of soldiers clad in golden armor, armed with long spears, charged around the corner, surrounding the pirate ship and obstructing its path with a rebounding shield. Cautious not to attack recklessly, 4 soldiers wrapped long iron chains around the clock dozens of times, securing several locks, and positioned themselves at 4 cardinal points, each aiming their spears at the surface of the clock. Clearly uneasy, 1 soldier seemed to notice something, suddenly glancing towards the ship. AS's gaze fell upon them. The 4 children quickly shrank back, pressing against the wall, breathing heavily. The most hot-headed among them, Owen, was the first to rise, suggesting to his brothers, "Why don't we come up with a plan to charge in and rescue Mom and the others?" "Are you an idiot?" Dafu, who often bickered with him, retorted, "With so many fully armed soldiers, how could we mere children possibly stand a chance? Then what do you propose? Just stand by and watch as Mom gets taken down." The two faced off, ready to argue once more, until their elder brother, Perispero, intervened, positioning himself between them. "My dear younger brothers, now is not the time for infighting. We would only play into the enemy's hands." Owen, puzzled, asked, "Brother, do you have a good idea?" After glancing at his 2 brothers' bewildered expressions, Perispero cleared his throat, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "How about we make a hasty retreat, with me as the new captain? Go to hell." The simultaneous outcry from the 2 sent Perispero reeling from 2 punches. Landing heavily on the ground, a bump forming on his head, tilting it to the side, his eyes rolling as he mumbled, "Pello, there are so many candies flying in the sky. Stop fooling around, you lot." Katakuri, who had remained silent until now, stood with arms crossed against the wall, speaking calmly. "All we can do now is wait and see. The shield can only hold for half an hour at most. After that, we will have no choice but to use Noah and fight them to the last." Indeed, Katakuri, much more reliable than some, Dafu and Owen praised sincerely, having always held great respect for their elder brother. Perispero, swaying unsteadily as he stood, dizzily remarked, "You can't say bad things about Big Brother. Since you wish to assume the role of the eldest brother," Katakuri said with a knowing smile, "you should go tend to the siblings who have been awakened and are crying incessantly. It is quite a task with Compote and the others." "All right, I'll go." Perispero, feeling slighted, donned his hat and stiffly walked towards the door. Katakuri turned back, his cold gaze once more fixated on the clock on the shore. A hint of worry etched on his face. "Mom, please do not come to harm. After all, you are a woman destined to become the pirate queen." Uno was certain he had not misjudged, though it was but a fleeting moment. When the sword energy released by Lingling made contact with the ground, accompanied by a faint crack, tiny fissures appeared on the clock's surface. Simultaneously, he noticed that the numbers flashing on the clock transformed into their proper order. This phenomenon was ephemeral. Amidst the billowing smoke, the cracks on the clock's surface began to mend at an astonishing speed, swiftly returning to its former state, showing no signs of damage. The numbers on the clock resumed their chaotic dance. Prior to this, he had confirmed that no matter how one attacked this bizarre clock, It could not be harmed in the slightest. Not even a dent would form, even from Wano, which possessed the power to devastate an entire town. Though he had glimpsed the numbers on the clock restoring themselves several times, he had not paid it much mind. Thus, only one conclusion remained. When the numbers on the clock synchronized with those of the real world, it would be possible to inflict damage upon it. The intervals of the numbers fluctuating were approximately 2 seconds, with a new round of movement occurring every 5 minutes. Yet even so, Miss Lingling's Wano could not destroy the clock in one fell swoop. And after a second, the clock would rapidly revert to its original form. Even if the numbers aligned several more times, without sufficient damage, it would be futile. Perhaps the combined strength of Mr. Kaido and Miss Lingling could accomplish this. However, how to resolve the hunger pangs remained a dilemma. Well, so you managed to evade that one. But you shan't have such luck next time. Lingling cackled, surveying the smoke-shrouded ground, casually brandishing her great sword in the air before descending slowly on Prometheus. Cough, cough, that damned old hag. If she takes a direct hit from this, she'll likely be sent to another world. Just as Wano was about to strike Kaido, his eyes flickered, and with a swift motion, he swung his kanabo like a bolt of lightning, sending forth a massive shockwave that deflected the intense sword energy slightly off course, causing it to explode on the ground nearby. Kaido was propelled by the blast, tumbling several times before regaining his footing, panting heavily, casting a glance at his incapacitated right arm, unable to suppress a frustrated curse. Of all times, why must this arm fail me now? I might not even die of old age before she kills me. Enough chatter. Hand it over. Lingling leaped down from the fireball, landing heavily before Kaido, her blade aimed at his head, a gluttonous and menacing expression adorning her plump face. Life or puff, choose one. Her pupils spiraled in mesmerizing rings. Her voice a haunting whisper, exuding an ominous aura that would send chills down the spine of any onlooker. This was Lingling's signature technique, the soul spell. Upon hearing it, if anyone felt a flicker of fear, their remaining lifespan would be seized in an instant. With this technique, she had vanquished countless foes at sea, instilling dread at the mere mention of the name Charlotte Lingling, except for a handful of top-tier warriors. No one could maintain their composure in the face of her intimidation. Unfortunately, she had not anticipated that everything has its unexpected aspects. Kaido stood resolute, his gaze icy as he stared at Lingling, showing no signs of fear, not even lifting an eyelid, articulating each word with deliberate disdain. I was expecting something more, yet you present me with this tedious trick. Truly disappointing, Dada? His tone was exceptionally arrogant, yet Lingling appeared momentarily stunned, as if forgetting her anger, standing there in bewilderment. She never anticipated that the newcomer, this young lad, harbored no fear towards her. In fact, he even spoke with audacity, a behavior she had never encountered before. Uno, who had also been anxious about Kaido, was taken aback by this scene, his eyes widening in surprise as he momentarily forgot his own predicament. It was hard to believe that this was the first time he witnessed Miss Lingling's soul spell failing to take effect. Mr. Kaido certainly had some skills. Just as he expressed his astonishment, a faint melody drifted in from somewhere. Oh, what a soft and sticky existence, he murmured. He looked down to find the long loaf, seemingly unaware of the moment. Propping up its frail form, It removed its cloak, tremblingly extending its withered arms upward, its cracked lips weakly parting and closing. Suddenly, the expansive cloak burst forth with a rich cream, spreading outwards at an observable pace and beginning to take shape. In no time, a plethora of cream puffs filled the ground. Still far from enough. Luckily, I came prepared. The long loaf produced a packaging bag from its inner pocket, tearing it open with vigor and shaking its hands over the puffs. As a generous amount of powdered sugar cascaded down, blanketing the surface of the pastries, in an instant, each puff appeared more exquisite, their surfaces glimmering and emitting an intoxicating aroma. Although the long loaf's food fruit could transform anything into an ingredient, the resulting dishes were often tasteless. Remedy this. It had devoted decades to perfecting this secret powdered sugar, one of its proudest creations as a chef. Even the blandest food could become delightful with just a sprinkle of this sugar. Not to mention a whole bagful. Uno fought to suppress the urge to devour one, wiping the drool from his mouth, and energetically called towards a distance. "Hey, there are delicious cream puffs here, if you don't hurry. We'll eat them all." "Well done. I needn't say more. You know what to do." The long loaf, its beard white and eyes nearly slits, shakily gave a thumbs up before collapsing to the ground, utterly unconscious. Uno, cradling it, scurried away to observe the unfolding events. "Are there puffs?" Lingling, following the call, turned with a puzzled expression, quickly spotting the delicacy she had longed for. Her eyes sparkled, drool trickling down her chin as she exclaimed fiercely, "Those are all mine. No one is allowed to snatch them from me." Before her words had fully dissipated, she charged toward the puffs, completely forgetting her confrontation with Kaido. "That I really don't understand that woman," Kaido muttered, retracting his kanabo and sitting down with a contented expression, though fatigue was evident on his face. However, he had managed to resolve one trouble. Burp. In the blink of an eye, Lingling had devoured the mountain of puffs. Patting her round belly and licking the sesame oil from her lips, her eyes closed in bliss as she remarked, "Though a bit too sweet, it really fills me up. By the way, why is everyone staring at me? And Kaido, what happened to you? Who inflicted such severe wounds?" Kaido and Uno exchanged glances, helplessly shrugging their shoulders. Uno stepped forward with an awkward smile. "Allow me to explain that. So, you're saying that if we release a powerful haki precisely when the clock strikes the right number, we might escape this wretched place? Indeed, it requires the two of you to cooperate. That is our sole means of escape." After hearing Uno's brief recounting of the recent events, Lingling furrowed her brow in contemplation before stating, "If the giant's dominion can indeed obliterate this place, it necessitates a joint effort to unleash such a technique. Even an island could be sunk. My own authority pales in comparison, and if I could have the giants at my disposal, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Her words hinted at a tinge of resentment as she clenched her fists, the knuckles cracking. "That it seems you've encountered some trouble in the past," Kaido remarked, intrigued. His right arm, now healed under Lingling's care, was not the focus of discussion. "Are you implying that if we unleash authority together, we might achieve a power comparable to dominion?" Well, it took me several years to master this technique. How can you guarantee you'll learn it in the scant time we have left? "Oh ho ho. Are you looking down on me?" Kaido dismissed her condescending tone, confidently grinning as he pointed his kanabo forward. "A mere trifle. I learned it after just one glance." "Is that so?" Lingling scrutinized him with skepticism for a moment, striding confidently toward the clock center, gripping the dark blade with both hands, impatiently calling out, "Then let us get on with it. Don't dawdle. No need for you to tell me." Kaido hastily approached her, raising his kanabo high and channeling all his haki into the weapon, dark lightning erupting from its surface. The two stood side by side, entirely focused on the clock's digits. Dominion! As the correct number appeared on the clock, Kaido swung his kanabo a second before Lingling could act, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that collided with an equally massive sword aura, both striking the clock's face in succession, causing violent explosions on the ground. Two enormous mushroom clouds rose instantaneously, and the furious shockwave swept outward. Uno, after withstanding it for a moment, was hurled away, crashing against the outer barrier before being rebounded back. From the clock center, spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward, rapidly retracting just as they reached the edges, and in an instant, the clock returned to its original form, the digits flickering erratically once more. Clearly, this attempt had ended in failure. "What are you doing?" Lingling roared at Kaido with unprecedented fury, akin to a roaring lion. "I did not engage in this nonsense for your amusement. My apologies. I acted too hastily. I've ruined everything." Kaido, shedding his usual arrogance, frantically apologized. "Please grant me another chance." Seeing his sincere remorse, Lingling's expression softened slightly as she turned to the young lad who had just risen from the ground, asking, "How much time until the next opportunity?" Uno rubbed his still dizzy head, extending his finger to gesture. "About 4 minutes left. For years. Never mind, I'm already 69. A few more years won't matter." Lingling raised her haki-infused blade, her face stern as she stated, "But if there's another mishap, I won't let you off easily." Time trickled by, the prison enveloped in an eerie stillness. the silence almost palpable, with the ticking of the clock sounding particularly jarring in this atmosphere. At this moment, 48 minutes had elapsed. Kaido's rugged face began to show signs of wrinkles, gray hairs mingling with his sparse locks, yet he stood seemingly oblivious, a serious expression etched upon his face. Should they fail this time, their stamina would begin to wane, and their haki would gradually dissipate. Even if they managed to coordinate well afterward, the power of their attacks would be significantly diminished. Thus, the next strike would be critical to their fate. T.O. shattered the clock in an instant. They had to synchronize perfectly with Lingling's rhythm. Neither too fast nor too slow, he slowly closed his eyes, trying to sense the flow of haki within her. 1 minute remained. Uno watched the two anxiously, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and disappearing into his thick beard. You two must not fail. Half a minute. The long loaf, barely clinging to life, could still faintly discern their actions, staring ahead with a mouth agape, as if wanting to say something but unable to muster the breath. Please, Lingling, my future rests solely in your hands. 10 seconds. Lingling, still holding her blade aloft, remained tense, feeling no fatigue in her arms. You little rascal, don't mess this up. The digits on the clock froze in the correct sequence once more. This is it. Kaido and Lingling shouted in unison, their weapons swinging forth simultaneously. The scene rewinds to 20 minutes prior. Within the opulent banquet hall, a diamond chandelier, suspended from the ceiling, cast a dazzling light, illuminating the golden bricks that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Lavishly adorned tables were meticulously arranged on the floor, laden with an abundance of fine wines and delectable dishes, accompanied by cutlery and goblets crafted from gold. Nobles of the Ethel Kingdom had gathered here, the women draped in splendid gowns, their jewels and tiaras glimmering in harmony, while the men donned immaculate black suits, paired with elegant ties and bow ties. Engaging in lively banter at the feast is that not Lady Moina? One remarked. You appear even more radiant than when we last met. Too kind, she replied with a smile, that I merely applied the rarest pearl powder available, which I heard can only be found on a perilous island in the North Sea, that I dispatched several of my strongest slaves to gather it. Though only one returned, he was nearly at death's door. I deemed him of no further use and fed him to my dog But who will assist you in gathering more now? Fear not, I shall simply purchase more slaves. Tools can be replaced as needed. Truly, you are remarkable, Lady Moina. I must try that myself next time. As enchanting melodies filled the air, maidens gracefully approached, swaying their lithe bodies like silken ribbons, dancing in sync with the rhythm, their glances and movements captivating all present, prompting cheers and applause. Laughter and song intertwined, elevating the joyous atmosphere to a fever pitch. Yet to Tampa, these sounds were as grating as the cawing of crows. Clad in his white robe, he languidly leaned upon a lavish round table, idly tracing patterns on its surface, casting a disdainful gaze at the portly, disheveled nobles, his appetite waning. With a long sigh, he muttered, This kingdom is utterly devoid of interest, squandering time on trivialities. Oh, Mr. Tampa, won't you indulge in a drink? King Pecunia sauntered over, each arm draped around Maid, his rotund face betraying a hint of inebriation. Witnessing his indulgent demeanor, Tampa felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He furrowed his brow and replied coldly, I am not inclined toward drink, nor do I appreciate the sensation of intoxication. I beg your pardon, your majesty, don't be so stiff. My friend. King Pecunia settled into a chair opposite Tampa, unceremoniously downing a goblet of wine. You have aided me in vanquishing those treacherous scoundrels who sought to overthrow this kingdom. My gratitude knows no bounds. The reward you seek will be sent to your residence without fail. Rest assured, that would be most satisfactory, and I am profoundly grateful, Tampa replied, his expression devoid of joy. With your presence, no fool dares to oppose me. I shall rely on you henceforth. Just then, a towering officer strode confidently into the room, clad in spiked silver armor, and approached King Pecunia with a salute. Your Majesty, I have stationed soldiers at the port, ensuring that no one can approach, and the clock has been securely sealed off from any citizen. King Pecunia turned, his bleary eyes focusing on the officer, who had maintained a fierce glare, and after a moment, recognized him as his most esteemed subordinate. "Well done, Helljog. Even if they have allies, they shall be rendered powerless." "What of the ship?" "Yes." Helljog's gaze flickered briefly to Tampa before continuing his report. As the Time Eater foretold, the vessel remains ensconced within a protective shield, impervious to our efforts. That I've heard that several men have suffered grievous injuries from the rebound force. I warned them against acting rashly. It is increasingly infuriating. He ground his teeth, his hair standing on end, even piercing through his helmet, his eyes ablaze with fury. Such disobedience is intolerable. Do they even deserve to be called soldiers? My dear fellow, it would be prudent to gauge your surroundings before unleashing your wrath. Tampa couldn't help but interject. Helljog was taken aback, then noticed the astonished gazes directed at him, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "I apologize for my outburst. My temper tends to flare easily when provoked. I hope your majesty will forgive me. There is likely nothing of note aboard that ship. It is unnecessary to dwell on it." King Pecunia seemed unfazed by Helljog's display, instructing a maid to prepare a seat for him. "This is a time for celebration. Sit down, eat, and drink to your heart's content. And you too, Tampa." Helljog, having not eaten since rising, felt his stomach grumble in protest. Upon hearing the king's encouragement, he eagerly seized several skewers of roasted porcupine and devoured them ravenously. Seeing King Pecunia's hospitality, Tampa reluctantly lifted a golden goblet, taking a modest sip, his gaze drifting to the intricately adorned clock on the wall, remaining silent, lost in contemplation. They must be aging rapidly now. Though foes, I find myself somewhat reluctant. There truly are formidable warriors on rocks. Perhaps I shall visit Hive Island one day. It would not consume much of my time. Now's the time. Fire upon the shore. As the protective shield dissipated, Katakuri stood on the deck, issuing commands, and the pirate ship's cannons unleashed a volley of cannonballs. The soldiers stationed on shore, taken by surprise, were thrown into disarray, suffering numerous casualties. Chaos erupted along the coastline. Seizing the moment, with a wave of his hand, Katakuri ordered another barrage of cannon fire toward the port, each strike deftly avoiding the clock, ensuring that Lingling remained unharmed. That insufferable brat. Prepare for a counterattack, under the lead commander's direction. The remaining soldiers swiftly unsheathed their spears, aiming at the pirate ship, pulling the triggers in an instant. The spearheads, connected by chains, shot forth with lightning speed, piercing through every cannon port on the vessel. Before long, the pirate ship was firmly immobilized. The soldiers clutched the rear ends of the spears, straining the chains taut, unwilling to relent. "This is bad. They've outmaneuvered us," Big Fortune exclaimed in alarm. "Damn it, move now," Owen urged, pacing the deck. But a hand restrained him. "It's futile. The cannons are all inoperable. I've observed their technique with the chains. They have clearly practiced extensively, or they wouldn't have succeeded so swiftly. Are we to sit idly by? I shall not allow my siblings to be placed in peril." Katakuri glanced towards the shore, a bitter smile crossing his lips. "Besides, some won't afford us the luxury of time. Those children are reputedly offspring of Charlotte Lingling. Offering them to the Navy could yield a handsome reward." A soldier exclaimed excitedly, leaping onto the ship, like wolves descending upon the 4 children on the deck. Unfazed, Katakuri sprang into action, kicking off the ground with force, evading a soldier's thrust and delivering a swift kick to his chin. The soldier cried out in agony, losing grip on his spear, which clattered to the ground. Katakuri seized the weapon, thrusting it forward, piercing through the soldier's chest and exiting through his back. He fell without a sound, blood gushing profusely. What manner of child is this? He appears to be merely 4 years old, yet possesses such strength. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the grim scene, turned pale, involuntarily stepping back. One older soldier, summoning his courage, shouted to his comrades, "What are you afraid of? They're merely 4 infants. Together, we need not fear them." His fervent tone rekindled the soldiers' spirits, raising their spears once more as they charged forward. Faced with a multitude of adversaries, Katakuri and his 3 companions did not dare to underestimate the situation. They brandished their respective weapons and engaged in fierce combat. The 4 brothers of Charlotte, having inherited Big Mom's bloodline, possessed extraordinary physical prowess that far surpassed their contemporaries, rendering ordinary soldiers no match for them. In no time, several soldiers found themselves either impaled by Katakuri's trident or dispatched by the swift blows of the Daifuku and Oven brothers. One soldier, observing his side's inability to gain the upper hand, caught sight of a cream-decorated house and was suddenly seized by malicious intent as he charged forth with his spear, after ensnaring two soldiers in a viscous candy liquid. Perospero inadvertently noticed the soldier racing towards the house and exclaimed, "Someone is attempting a sneak attack." Hearing his brother shout, Kakuri swiftly kicked an enemy aside and dashed through the crowd like a gale, swiftly reaching the man from behind. Just as the soldier was about to kick open the door, he was struck with a sharp pain in his abdomen, spewing forth blood before darkness enveloped him. "Ignore those brats. There must be others inside that house. They could be hostages." The soldiers, emulating their comrades' actions, rushed towards the dwelling in a frenzied swarm. Corinne, mindful of the need to protect the other children of the Charlotte family, felt compelled to restrain her impulses, silently lamenting the situation. Witnessing the enemy resort to such despicable tactics, Katakuri and his companions steeled themselves to withstand the onslaught. However, the overwhelming number of foes soon proved too much. Perospero, Daifuku, and Oven found themselves unable to cover each other, and in an instant, several soldiers disarmed them and pinned them to the ground. Hearing the soldiers' cries, Katakuri turned anxiously, only to expose a vulnerability in his defense, resulting in a soldier's blade striking him with tremendous force. Blood gushed forth. "Katakuri!" exclaimed the subdued brothers in unison, struggling desperately. But several soldiers held their heads firmly, granting them no respite. Katakuri's pupils quivered as he coughed up blood, his back a mangled mess, swaying unsteadily as his consciousness began to wane. "That I cannot fall here. If I do, others will surely perish. I must fight for them until the very last moment." Resolute, he gritted his teeth and forced his faltering body to stand, his eyes suddenly blazing with determination. In that instant, a jagged bolt of red and black lightning erupted from within him, wildly radiating outward. That a portion of the soldiers, struck by the overwhelming force, fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, the sound of their collapse echoing relentlessly. "I am Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of Big Mom." Destined to echo across the seas, staggering to the front of the house, he stood tall, gripping his blood-soaked trident, surveying the encircling soldiers with a glint of icy resolve in his gaze. "If you wish to harm my siblings, you shall first have to trample over my corpse. No matter the circumstances, my back shall never touch the ground in battle. Bring it on." Through the thick clouds, rays of sunlight began to pierce, illuminating Katakuri's bloodied visage, imbuing him with an unwavering determination. "Conqueror's Haki!" Perospero pushed aside the unconscious soldiers atop him, staring in astonishment at the unfolding scene, incredulous that Katakuri could exhibit such might. The soldiers appeared momentarily paralyzed by his fierce countenance, as their captain raised a spear and shouted, "It's just one of him. If we take him down, everything will be over." At this, the soldiers rallied with a shout, charging forward. "Damn, it seems I'm not strong enough yet," Katakuri muttered in frustration, swinging his trident in preparation for a final stand. Just as he took 2 steps, a piercing chime resonated, reverberating across the pirate ship, causing everyone to halt, instinctively covering their ears and turning towards the source of the sound, the clock that had stood at the harbor. Suddenly, the entire clock began to tremble violently, emitting several pale beams of light as the iron chains binding it screeched and rattled, threatening to shatter under the strain. New character life card name: Heljog gender, male birthday, November 22nd, World Acupuncture Day, Zodiac, Scorpio age, 33 height, 316 centimeters blood type, S-type devil fruit, Paramecia. Needle fruit, capable of conjuring needle-like projectiles for combat. Haki. Observation Haki, armament Haki favorite food. Roast hedgehog disliked food, soup noodles birthplace. Ether Kingdom introduction. The commander of Ether Kingdom's army. Often seen with a furious expression and quick to anger over minor grievances, imposing strict demands on his subordinates. Wielding a pair of meteor hammers. Name origin, from the English word for hedgehog. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted forth, The indestructible clock was obliterated, disintegrating into dust as the iron chains shattered into powder, a tremendous shockwave sweeping everything behind it, engulfing countless buildings in its wake. Surging forth into the distance, in the royal palace's banquet hall, guests indulged in the royal delicacies, immersed in the vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, a blinding white light obscured their vision. Moments later, the walls erupted violently, and before the nobles could comprehend the situation, they were consumed by the roaring shockwave. The reveling Tampaz, witnessing the heart-stopping spectacle, felt his pupils constrict and leaped to the side, seizing the backs of King Pecunia and Heljog and making a sudden leap. The massive shockwave crushed wall after wall, its momentum undiminished, whipping the air into a furious howl as it surged relentlessly toward the sea, carving a path and raising towering waves hundreds of meters high. Wreaking havoc upon the surrounding waters, as the monumental wave surged in the opposite direction. The pirate ship experienced a brief but violent rocking before coming to a halt, its hull unscathed. Yet the crew was unable to withstand the force. Toppling over in disarray. Cough, cough. Katakuri struggled to maintain his footing, eyes wide as he gazed towards the harbor. Through the thick smoke, he could barely discern 4 figures of varying heights. Well, finally escaped that cursed clock. You finally came through for once. I've been wanting to settle the score with that time bastard for ages. It feels strange to be back after so long. Phew, that nearly gave me a cold sweat. Oh, my robust body has returned. As they spoke, Kaido and Big Mom emerged from the smoke, followed by Uno and a bouncing long loaf of bread. I could see that moment. The 4 had reverted to their former selves. The 2 towering giants each hefted their weapons, their gazes instinctively fixed ahead. Before them lay a scene of utter devastation. Every building had been swept away, and the ground was gouged with a massive trench stretching 100 meters wide, extending into the sea on the opposite side of the island. Compared to the previous devastation, this is a world apart. Kaido knelt, propping himself up with his kanabo, panting heavily, aware that his haki had also been severely depleted. However, the effect displayed may surpass the legendary conqueror's nation. Big Mom wiped the sweat from her brow, smiling as she proposed, "Let us call this move Conqueror's Sea." Kaido slowly rose, revealing his signature grin. "Oh ho ho. A sea countless times larger than a nation? Your ambition knows no bounds. Without a measure of ambition, how could one establish themselves upon the seas? However, there are still some unresolved matters at hand." Both Kaido and Big Mom turned their gazes towards the pirate ship, which was shackled by iron chains. What? How could they have escaped? Didn't Mr. Tampaz assure us that his time prison would never be breached? He must have been boasting. Outsiders are ultimately unreliable. The soldiers aboard the ship struggled to rise, only to be dumbfounded as they saw the 4 emerge from the clock, their expressions morphing into a cacophony of disbelief. Katakuri, witnessing this spectacle, felt an indescribable elation, rushing to the ship's bow alongside his brothers, calling out in excitement as they shouted their mother's name. "Mama! Ah, what a surprise! I never expected you all to persevere until now. Truly, you are my children." Lingling waved her hand at them, unable to contain her laughter. In the next moment, her gaze shifted to the soldiers, her expression darkening, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. "Having inflicted such injuries upon my children, I trust you are prepared for the consequences. Katakuri, what are you lingering for? Hurry back inside." She exchanged a knowing glance with Uno, who immediately understood. He tore 4 strips of cloth from his gloves and handed them to the Longbread, instructing him to stuff them into his ears, casting a meaningful look at Kaido as he said, "I believe you won't be needing this." "What?" Uno chuckled, not responding to Kaido, whose face was a canvas of confusion, and stuffed the remaining cloth into his own ears. The 4 Charlotte brothers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of their mother's words, yet they complied, dashing back inside while the coast was clear. Lingling took a deep breath and unleashed a deafening roar that resonated like thunder. Life or salve. Choose one, her soul-stirring voice echoed around, leaving the soldiers of the Eater Kingdom dizzy and convulsing, their consciousness gradually fading away. Soon after, a fluid substance ascended from within them, racing toward a singular direction. Lingling grasped the oncoming liquid matter in her hand and hurled it to the ground. as the fluid merged with the rubble below. The bricks seemed to come alive, sprouting features and standing tall, collectively calling out, "Mother, what are your commands?" Immediately attack the palace. Any who dare obstruct us shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Yes, Mother. Amidst the sounds of laughter and cheer, the bricks bounced eagerly toward the palace. On the docks and pirate ships, soldiers lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground, their eyes vacant, as if reduced to mere shells. What a shocking sight! Uno exhaled, having just removed the cloth from his ears. When a wave of disdainful profanity pierced through, I s it the same as before. What a false alarm! Kaido stood with his arms crossed, his expression unchanging. Uno forced a smile. It's not as if everyone is like you. Mr. Kaido. Kaido nonchalantly picked his nose. Is that so? The two exchanged banter, when suddenly, Lingling gasped in astonishment, nearly losing her grip on her blade. That little brat, did he disregard my soul incantation while I was unconscious? Previously, only Rocks, Whitebeard, and that Roger fellow could achieve such a feat. Perhaps that brat truly possesses the potential for greatness. What am I thinking? I am the one and only queen. With this thought, Lingling's mood gradually settled, her long blade pointing toward the chasm as she boldly declared, "Longbread will remain here to guard the pirate ship. The rest shall follow me to claim the head of King Picunya." Oh ho ho ho! I can hardly wait. Kaido laughed boisterously, and without waiting for Lingling and Uno to take action, he dashed across the chasm, the shouts of the woman echoing behind him. "Your Majesty. Are you all right?" "I am fine, but what on earth is happening?" King Picunya collapsed to the ground, slowly rising with Hellchog's support, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the gaping hole created by the shockwave, revealing the distant sea. That was truly perilous. Even we would vanish instantly if struck directly. Tampaz surveyed the surrounding devastation, the once resplendent hall now reduced to ruins, a bottomless pit stretching to the wall's edge. Most of the nobles who had just been laughing and chatting had vanished, while the scattered remnants lay sprawled on the untouched ground, moaning in agony. Tampaz, unfazed by the scene, turned his gaze to the original pit. Pondering for a moment, such terrifying destructive power. Few in this world could achieve this. Could it be Rocks? No, from what I know, he always makes a grand entrance. It's impossible he would send such a small force. Moreover, we have observed that there were no suspicious vessels nearby. Wait a moment. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to grasp something, his expression revealing a hint of surprise as he muttered to himself. Impossible. They could not have escaped from within. There were many stronger individuals than them who were utterly helpless against my temporal prison. Even if they found a flaw, from our observations, none of them possessed that level of hockey. Just then, a sudden voice from a den mushy interrupted his thoughts. "I s this, Lord Hellchog? This is bad. Those individuals have broken the clock and escaped." "What? Clarify that for me." "Yes, the port has nearly fallen, and the enemy is advancing toward the palace, aided by many talking monsters, requesting assistance. Eek. What are you doing? Don't come any closer." The voice from the den mushy abruptly ceased, leaving only static behind. In a fit of rage, Hellchog hurled the den mushy to the ground, shattering its shell into pieces. Tampaz, listening closely, could hardly believe it, and said in shock, "Those fellows have quite the capability. This situation is indeed troublesome. You need not worry so much, right?" King Picunya said with a forced smile, "Can't you just contain them again with your ability?" "I'm afraid not." Tampaz fixed his gaze on him, his expression impassive as he stated, "My temporal prison can only be used once. It will be unavailable for 7 days. Then what shall we do?" King Picunya's smile faded, panic setting in as he clutched his head, calling out in distress. "At their current speed, they will surely reach here in a few hours. Leave it to me." Hellchog unsheathed the meteor hammer at his waist, striding forward with purpose, intent on eliminating them all to vent my unending fury. "Acting rashly is not wise, Mr. Hellchog. Allow me to accompany you." Tampaz pulled the twin needles from his back, a smirk gracing his lips. "Since reality has been set, we must accept it and take appropriate measures. I too wish to settle scores with those fellows. Having Mr. Tampaz by my side is splendid." Hellchog turned around, his anger dissipating instantly, replaced by a bold smile. For some reason, he always regarded Tampaz with great respect. Do remember to double the reward. Leaving that remark, Tampaz rested the long needle on Helchaga's shoulder, and in an instant, the two vanished without a trace, leaving King Pecunia standing there, at a loss. Die for me. Ouch! No, please. On the battered streets, soldiers of the Eater Kingdom screamed in panic, wildly swinging their spears in a futile attempt to fend off the encroaching hordes of homies. However, the sheer number of homies was overwhelming, and their lack of combat experience left them devoid of spirit. They were soon overwhelmed and toppled to the ground, the homies ravenously tearing into their flesh, devouring them whole in an instant. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrades, were paralyzed by terror, scrambling away in a frenzied retreat. Observing the panicked enemy, Lingling laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! They truly are weak. I was counting on them to serve as an appetizer. Humph! They relish oppressing the common folk, yet they are merely a pack of paper tigers. Kaido grunted, having heard Longbread speak of the soldiers' misdeeds. He knew they abused their power under the king's authority. Feeling no sympathy for their plight as he kicked a piece of debris aside, in such a corrupt nation, if it weren't for Tampaz's support, they would be taken down by other pirates in an instant. Does that foolish king not realize that seeking outside help is not a lasting solution? That man is certainly aware of this. Uno strolled amidst the surrounding ruins, casting a contemplative glance before speaking slowly. Should he perceive the situation becoming dire, it was likely he would have already prepared to abscond with valuable possessions, intending to return once the tumult had subsided and reclaim his stature. Many kings of the affiliated nations had relied on such tactics to regain their thrones. Kaido scratched his head and remarked, "Is that so? You truly have a grasp on these matters." Uno chose not to respond to his comment, instead adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "Our immediate priority is to capture King Pecunia. Even if we do not defeat Tampaz, we can compel him to revoke his commission against Tampaz and demand he surrender all his wealth." Kaido fell silent. Though he was not well versed in the ways of bounty hunters, he understood they adhered to a stringent code. If during a mission the employer met an untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances, the bounty hunters were obliged to cease their pursuit of the originally designated target to avoid the guild incurring significant compensation. Otherwise, they would not only lose their status as bounty hunters, but could also become targets of government pursuit. Hence, as long as Tampaz had not retracted the commission, he was bound to ensure King Pecunia's safety. As for Lingling and her crew, their desire to acquire Pecunia's substantial fortune meant they would not seek his demise, at least for the time being. However, not everyone shared this perspective. "Impossible," Kaido declared with an air of arrogance. "Huh?" Uno gasped in exaggerated disbelief, unable to fathom his words, "That Tampaz has kept us ensnared for so long. I must beat him soundly to alleviate my frustrations." Moreover, Kaido's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. "The thought of his strongest throne makes me yearn to seize it for myself. I must commend your tenacity," Uno said, rubbing his forehead, a smile creeping onto his lips. "But isn't this precisely your style?" "Well said. This is the spirit of our Rock's pirates." Lingling, having listened to their exchange, licked her lips, revealing a fierce grin. "Regardless of whether it's Tampaz or King Pecunia, I intend to transform them into powerful homies. Let us charge forth." Just as they took a few steps, the ground trembled violently, and countless thorn-laden spikes erupted from the earth, each as thick as a bowl, spreading rapidly in all directions. Observing the speed of the onslaught, Lingling summoned Zeus without hesitation, carrying herself along with Kaido and Uno swiftly into the sky, that very moment. The ground where they had just stood was overtaken by numerous spikes, attacking without warning. Kaido mused from atop Zeus, surveying the scene below. The densely packed spikes nearly filled the entire street, resembling a dark, gray forest. The previously lively homies were now pinned atop the spikes. "Silence, I intended to catch them off guard. Yet not a single one fell. This is infuriating. We have long warned you. If they cannot handle even such a basic tactic, there is no need to waste our precious time." Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a burly figure leaped from the ground, clad in silver armor adorned with spikes, his fierce gaze fixated on the three suspended above. Simultaneously, a silhouette emerged in the clouds, draped in a white robe, a pair of metallic wings clattering behind him, each hand clutching a silver needle, his pallid face devoid of expression as ever, and no need to expend effort searching. Lingling sneered, her left hand gesturing as a searing flame materialized beside her. Heavenly fire! The fireball known as Prometheus grinned menacingly as it plummeted to the ground, resulting in a massive explosion upon impact. 100-meter-wide pillar of flame shooting skyward, turning the sky a vivid crimson as countless spikes melted into a puddle of sludge under the intense heat. Tempaz squinted, gliding forward like a specter. Brushing past the scorching light, that same instant, Lingling, riding Zeus, charged forward, brandishing her blade for a direct strike. Oh, you think such a straightforward approach can bring me down? Tempaz scoffed at Lingling's blunt assault, slightly flapping his wings to prepare for his next move. However, Lingling merely feigned an attack, swiftly maneuvering behind him. Concurrently, a figure ascended from Zeus, propelled by a violent gust, swinging a staff toward Tempaz's waist. Recognizing it was the horned youth he had previously clashed with, Tempaz understood the formidable strength behind the attack and did not dare to underestimate it, turning to brace himself with his dual needles. The moment their weapons clashed, Tempaz realized the force behind the iron staff was significantly less than before, and he noted the peculiar smile on Kaido's face. Unfortunately, it was already too late, feeling a rush of wind behind him. Tempaz instinctively kicked back with his right foot, landing a precise strike to the abdomen of the assailant, who let out a muffled groan in the moments before being sent flying. The individual managed to brush against Tempaz's wings. With a series of cracking sounds, countless tiny fissures formed on the surface of Tempaz's metallic wings, which soon shattered into several pieces. Just as he was about to plummet, Tempaz showcased his exceptional combat skills. Using his right-hand needle to forcefully deflect Kaido's iron staff, while his left hand swiftly hurled the short needle toward the ground. As the short needle struck the ruins, all the fragments reassembled. Rising anew as towering edifices, Tempaz dove down, targeting a building and landing deftly after executing several flips using the recoil. Zeus veered through the air, rapidly catching Kaido and Uno as they were about to descend, bringing them down swiftly to confront Tempaz. I have heard that the Rocks pirates do not share the best of relations. Yet your cooperation is surprisingly effective. It seems I have lost air superiority. Tempaz lamented, his head drooping momentarily before he raised it again, a cold smile gracing his face. With the reward for breaking the prison of time, I concede that you are indeed the most formidable adversaries I have ever encountered. Could you not be a bit more generous? Kaido scoffed, striking the ground with his club. Perhaps by handing over your head. Tempaz feigned contemplation. That seems rather difficult for us, of course, if you truly can defeat me. That is another matter. Tempaz, stop wasting time with them. Hellcourage roared, having dispelled the thorny protective barrier against the heavenly fire. Hurry and eliminate them. Just thinking about how my breakfast was ruined by these ruffians infuriates me. I sincerely apologize. My old habits have resurfaced, Tempaz said, picking up the short needle from the ground. Pointing his long needle at the three, he continued coldly, however, I am quite weary of this lot. Lingling stepped forward, scrutinizing the two enemies before her, and leisurely stated, considering our respective strengths, I shall deal with that time-wasting scoundrel, while you would be better suited to confront the furious-faced man. However, she turned to the eager young man, displaying a set of gleaming white teeth. If I were to arrange it this way, you would undoubtedly be displeased, wouldn't you? Well, you certainly understand my sentiments. Laughter resonated as both figures momentarily flickered, leaving behind afterimages. Tempaz and Hellcourage exchanged glances, feeling an intense gust of wind rushing toward them, and quickly raised their weapons to defend. Clang, clang, the resounding sounds echoed down the entire street. Hellcourage raised the chain of his meteor hammer to block Lingling's slash. Sparks flying from the friction, Kaido gripped his club tightly, colliding with Tempaz's long needle, producing a shower of sparks. Well, quite the strength, alas, still a tad too inexperienced. Lingling pressed forward, forcing Hellcourage back several steps, then turned and shouted, What are you all standing around for? To the palace now. Yes. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Uno immediately bolted backward at breakneck speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The other pair, after a moment of tense standoff, instinctively retreated, while Tampa wiped the dust from his robe with a furrowed brow and sighed. "Every time I see you charging with such ferocity. Do you truly yearn for our heads? Are you not the same?" Kaido replied, shouldering his spiked club with a confident smile. "Moreover, it is essential for you to know who among us is the most valuable." Tampa, taken aback, fixed his gaze upon him for a prolonged moment, suddenly experiencing a revelation. He pursed his lips and began to speak at length. "No wonder we always found you familiar. I heard that the Rocks Pirates recently welcomed a newcomer named Kaido. So it is you. Though I've heard tales of your strength, your bounty of 1.11 billion is rather unimpressive, the lowest among our targets. Are you underestimating me?" Kaido said, barely suppressing his rage, his body trembling with fury. Had it not been for his respect for the enemy's abilities, he would have smashed Tampa's skull with a single blow by now. It was the perfect moment to discern whether he possessed genuine skill or was merely a figment of exaggerated rumors. A sinister smile crept across Tampa's face. "Use your full strength. I have no desire to squander time in futility." Navigating through the labyrinthine streets, Uno dispatched every soldier that dared to impede him. Successfully arriving at the royal capital, once renowned as the City of Gold, Orlum had now descended into a state of desolation. Countless buildings lay ravaged, collapsed, and scattered debris of various sizes cluttered the ground. The pervasive flames and billowing black smoke rendered the entire scene chaotic and grim. How utterly deplorable. Uno halted amidst the dilapidated streets, surveying the surrounding devastation with a look of pity. Strangely, he observed no signs of bodies. Had the civilians been evacuated in advance? There was no time for him to ponder these thoughts as he leaped over the uneven ruins, pressing onward. Just as he was about to dash forward, Uno suddenly caught sight of something. Halting in his tracks, a wry smile creeping upon his lips. "Ah, it seems it won't be so easy after all." Not far ahead stood a row of fully armed soldiers. Braced for action, upon noticing his approach, they instinctively tightened their grips on their long spears, ready to strike at any moment. "Stay calm. It is but me alone, without Big Mom and that horned fellow. They should not be feared," a soldier taunted. "You little brat, what can you possibly do against the king's personal guard? Surrender now. With that face of yours, you might just become the king's new favorite." "Ha ha!" The soldiers exchanged jibes, laughter erupting amongst them. Yet, Uno's expression remained unyielding. He slowly removed his somewhat tattered gloves, revealing a smile that hinted at deeper intentions. "So, I've been so gravely underestimated. No need to maintain a facade of gentility here. Perhaps it is time to exhibit a touch of ruthlessness." The soldiers erupted in a shout as they charged en masse, spear tips aimed directly at the lone youth. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the clash between Kaido and Tampa was reaching its zenith. Their forms swiftly intertwined. The spiked club and dual needles collided repeatedly, the incessant sound of metal scraping ringing out, leaving a trail of afterimages on the streets. Tampa's needle sliced through the air, and Kaido ducked just in time, swinging his spiked club in a horizontal arc aimed at Tampa's lower half. Unfazed, Tampa leapt into the air, intertwining his needles and unleashing a cross-shaped shockwave. Crackling with azure lightning, descending upon Kaido. Faced with this formidable onslaught, Kaido dared not absorb the blow directly. He pushed off the ground with his right foot, propelling himself away like an arrow released from its bow. Narrowly escaping the impact of the shockwave, with a resounding crash, the street was cleaved, leaving a deep, cross-shaped chasm. Seeing his attack evaded, Tampa showed no surprise. He dove downwards, weapon in hand, arms extended forward, his body spinning faster and faster. Resembling a miniature tornado, intent on shredding Kaido to pieces with his cutting edge, in a flash. Kaido raised his spiked club high, his own body spinning at high speed, transforming into a swirling tempest of darkness that surged upwards to meet the oncoming attack. The collision of black and white storms erupted in a shower of sparks, sending ripples of air cascading outward, distorting the very atmosphere around them. The two forces momentarily held their ground before rebounding. Both ceasing their rotations, seizing the advantage, Tampa launched a kick from mid-air, aiming for Kaido's head with blinding speed. Anticipating the maneuver, Kaido tilted his head aside, dodging the kick, but Tampa's left leg swept in, striking Kaido squarely in the face, nearly distorting his robust features. Kaido felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his grip on Tampa's leg involuntarily loosening. Seizing the opportunity, Tampa unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Kaido's chest like a torrential downpour, performing a backflip that culminated in a roundhouse kick to his abdomen, sending Kaido hurtling backwards at breakneck speed, crashing through a building and tumbling into the rubble, raising a cloud of dust. That guy is relentless. Kaido emerged from the debris, shaking his head, several bruises adorning his body, a fiery pain radiating from all over. Yet there was no time for lamentation, for he saw Tampa barreling toward him like a straight arrow. Kaido rolled to the side just in time, causing Tampa's needle to impale the rubble behind him, shattering it to dust. Seizing the moment, the youth snatched up his spike club and swung it upward towards Tampa's waist. Tampa's left-hand needle arced to intercept, blocking the darkly infused weapon, but with a sudden spin, he unleashed a swift strike aimed at Kaido's wrist. In a crucial moment, Kaido infused more of his power into the spike club, raising the short needle just enough to deflect it. With a clang, the long needle veered off course, striking Kaido's arm guard instead. Taking advantage of Tampa's momentary shock, Kaido pivoted, the iron club crackling with purple lightning as it struck true against Tampa's waist, sending him flying into the distance, crashing against a wall that crumbled upon impact, burying him within. Kaido dusted himself off, watching as the iron guard shattered into fragments on the ground, a sense of trepidation lingering in his heart. Had his power not been sufficiently strong, he might have lost an arm in that encounter. More capable than we imagined. Tampa slowly crawled out from the ruins, his once pristine robe now marred. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of admiration shone within his panda-like eyes. That last strike had nearly broken his ribs, even though I have yet to unleash my full strength. You are the first to push me to this extent. You still have that infuriating knack for words, Kaido retorted, unable to suppress his irritation. Now, it's time for me to get serious. I hope to not waste your precious time. No sooner had he spoken than Tampa vanished from sight. In an instant. It seemed as though shadows of Tampa encircled Kaido from all directions, leaving him bewildered and unable to grasp the speed of his opponent. Kaido pinched himself, using the jolt of pain to regain his composure. But he closed his eyes, sensing countless white lines crisscrossing the darkened space. Tensing every fiber of his being, he focused intently on capturing the essence of his foe. In a flash, one of the white lines snapped. Kaido's eyes flew open as he spun around, swinging his club with all his might, only for Tampa to accelerate once more, evading the strike and leaping behind Kaido in a flash. With lightning speed, he unleashed two brilliant beams of azure light from his needles, enveloping Kaido in a blinding glow before he could react. That brat, Lingling, alerted by the series of explosive sounds, quickly turned around, witnessing a cloud of smoke billowing from the area not far off, stretching almost to the end of the street, a wave of concern washing over her for Kaido's safety. It was ill-fated to lose focus during battle. Behind him, the wind howled fiercely as Hellchog hurled a meteor hammer towards Lingling's back. She swiftly dodged to the right, her left hand deftly grasping the iron chain connecting the twin hammers. Hellchog felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, yanking his body involuntarily into the air. Before he could struggle, Lingling spun the chain several times and flung him with great force against a towering building, which collapsed with a deafening roar, burying him beneath a cloud of dust. Needles of hell. With a thunderous roar emanating from the ruins where Hellchog lay trapped, countless long needles erupted from the ground, relentlessly advancing towards Lingling. Sensing the rapid proliferation of the needle-like projectiles, Lingling chose not to destroy them directly. Instead, she summoned Zeus to tread upon him, racing forward with a speed that left the needles behind. Skillfully maneuvering through the dense swarm of spikes, she evaded every attack, positioning her long knife upon her right shoulder, where dark, formidable energy coalesced upon its blade. Elyabaf's spear, victory, with a powerful swing of her blade. A massive wave of sword energy shot forth, piercing through the obstructing needles and carving a path that crashed onto the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent debris and rocks flying in all directions. T.S. Chemist, The ground ahead was gouged into a crater with a radius of 100 meters. Yet through her observation, Ling sensed no enemy presence within its depths. As she expressed her frustration, a gigantic sphere adorned with iron spikes suddenly darted from behind one of the needles, hurtling towards her with a shrill whistle. Ling, focused on the vicinity of the pit, failed to notice the impending ambush and was caught off guard as the spike sphere struck her back with tremendous force, sending her tumbling from Zeus. The sphere's momentum remained unabated, crashing into the ground with a thunderous sound, scattering a multitude of stone fragments. Mom! Observing Ling being slammed into the earth, Zeus hurriedly descended, only to pause in relief upon noticing a slight tremor in the debris. Ling pushed aside the rubble weighing upon her, propping herself up and shaking her head, her gaze fixed ahead, a smile blooming on her lips. Well, I initially thought you were just a mere foot soldier, but it appears you possess far more competence than I anticipated. The massive spiked sphere extended its neck and limbs, transforming back into Hellchog's imposing figure as he gazed at the numerous broken spikes on his armor, his brow furrowing in irritation. Ordinary individuals struck by my projectile would either suffer shattering fractures or be reduced to pulp. Yet here you are, not even bleeding or bearing a scratch, as rumored. The steel balloon is indeed real. In that case, I must do my utmost to hold you back, though it is decidedly displeasing. Hellchog raised his head, swiftly swinging the meteor hammer with his left hand, while his right hand spread wide before his chest, bellowing with ferocity. Soon, you shall learn the consequences of underestimating me. Well, you certainly have the audacity to speak. Ling tidied her disheveled hair, a sultry smile gracing her lips. Did you just refer to me as Auntie? Such rudeness. I must teach you some manners. It seems I may have gone a bit overboard. Tampaz stood in place, observing the two long chasms before him, seemingly endless. As the dissipating smoke cleared, a look of astonishment gradually emerged on his nearly expressionless face, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Kaido crossed his arms over his chest, his feet firmly planted upon the chasm, his entire being enveloped in a dark purple aura. Wisps of white smoke billowed from him, hissing ominously. I didn't expect to withstand that, he managed to utter, feeling as if his insides were turning over, every muscle aflame with pain. Had he not swiftly dispersed the gathered armament color throughout his body, the recent blow would have left him utterly incapacitated. It appears you have indeed been training your armament color well. Most would be reduced to ashes even attempting to defend under such circumstances. Tampaz hesitated for a moment before inquiring, however, with that physique of yours, do you truly believe you can continue this fight? Oh ho. I cannot only continue fighting. Kaido stretched his somewhat numb body, laughing heartily. Moreover, I've already discerned the flaw in your abilities. Oh. Tampaz pressed a hand to his ear, ensuring he had not misheard. In all my years, I've never encountered such an amusing statement. Say what you will. Soon, it shall be time for verification. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kaido surged forth like a streak of black light, heedless of the consequences as he charged towards Tampaz. Taken aback by Kaido's reckless maneuver, Tampaz barely had time to react, sidestepping to the side as he thrust his right-hand needle forward. The long needle pierced through Kaido's head. Yet there was no sense of impact. Just as Tampaz was struck by confusion, a fierce gust of wind rushed from behind, compelling him to turn swiftly, only to find Kaido had somehow maneuvered to his upper side, raising a spiked club high above his head. Meanwhile, the Kaido on the ground gradually faded into transparency, vanishing without a trace. An afterimage, is it? Nonetheless, this won't stump me. Tampaz let out a piercing cry, launching his short needle upward in a swift arc. Suddenly, a dark object appeared in his field of vision, landing squarely upon the short needle. What? Tampaz gasped, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. Just as he suspected, Kaido observed as his discarded coat visibly transformed into a hideous beast's hide. Realization dawning upon him, and oh wonder my earlier strike couldn't be evaded. No wonder you chose to unleash your armament color rather than using the long needle to age me. Your weakness lies in your inability to exert your abilities simultaneously in two places. With a thunderous roar, Kaido tightened his grip on the spiked club, enveloped in purple lightning, and swept it forward. After a long period of observation, Kaido had deduced that while Tampaz's ability was active upon target, he could not maintain his extraordinary speed. Thus, he used the vest as bait, diverting Tampaz's attention to launch a fierce assault. Kaido concentrated the armament color upon his club, enveloping the entire weapon in a torrent of violet lightning. Preparing to settle the score with this single decisive strike, in a critical moment, Tampaz extended his arms, effortlessly aligning the tips of his two needles. In that instant, something peculiar occurred. Where the two needles intersected, ripples formed, radiating outward, accompanied by the sound of a clock's hands ticking in the in that fleeting moment. Kaido's movements faltered, as if struck by a heavy blow to the chest, sending him soaring through the air, rolling across the ground before crashing into a crumbling wall. Damn it, what just happened? Kaido coughed up a mouthful of blood and glanced down to find a deep gash across his abdomen. Agony overwhelming him. Had it not been for his exceptional constitution, he would have suffered grievous injuries. Clutching his wound, he struggled to rise, incredulous that the powerful strike he had meticulously prepared had gone awry. His emotions a tumult of shock and anger. Tampaz propped his long needle against the ground, his left hand clutching his heart as he bent over, panting heavily, his complexion paler than before, drenched in sweat. Struggling to speak, "This is the first time I've used this in battle. The toll is immense." In that brief span of 3 seconds, time itself seemed to come to a halt. Tampaz's clock fruit granted him the ability to control the flow of time. The long needle accelerated the opponent's time, while the short needle reversed it, allowing him to alter his own speed as its namesake suggests. It is a power that can consume time itself. The only flaw is that one cannot simultaneously seize time and accelerate it. Of course, few can discern this in the vast ocean. Having mastered the rational application of his ability, Tampaz discovered another truth. When the tips of the long and short needles made contact, time would cease to flow throughout the world, while he himself could move freely within the suspended moment. However, this cessation of time required complete concentration, resulting in a significant cost to his lifespan with each usage. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never resort to such a tactic. Think you could discern our weaknesses in such a short span. I beg your pardon for our earlier rudeness. Tampaz slowly rose to his feet, bowing to Kaido, while wiping the sweat that had trickled down to the corner of his mouth. Our physical strength is nearly depleted. Let us engage in one final contest, for I have lingered longer than anticipated. What a farce, Kaido muttered under his breath. Through his observation, he noted that while Tampaz's aura had considerably weakened, it still outclassed his own by a significant margin. Even another skirmish with Lingling would be well within his capability. Fortunately, as he had failed to unleash the decisive blow, he still retained a fair amount of haki within him, that if he could unleash it all at once, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. The crux of the matter lay in convincing Tampaz that he had exhausted his strength and was temporarily incapable of wielding haki, allowing him to deliver a sudden, unexpected strike when Tampaz revealed another opening. Can this be achieved? One can only pray not to perish before that moment. Kaido muttered as he tore a strip from his shirt to bandage his wound, then seized an iron rod and charged towards Tampaz once more. Mama, where has your fighting spirit gone? Don't let me down. Amid her maniacal laughter, Lingling quickened her pace, her blade slicing through the air like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting Hell George, forcing him back without allowing a moment's respite. Hell George could only wield his meteor hammer in a desperate defense, his body continuously retreating. With each clash of the long knife, he felt a numbing ache in his arms, his grip on the meteor hammer wavering. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He swung one end of the meteor hammer forcefully forward. Lingling, seeing the metallic hammer hurtling towards her, was momentarily perplexed, assuming her opponent was making a last-ditch effort. She swung her knife to cleave it in two. However, the metallic hammer veered midair, the attached chain wrapping around her blade several times, and Hell George seized the opportunity to yank the other end of the hammer. Pulling it taut, a trivial trick. Lingling scoffed, coating her blade with haki, preparing to shatter the chain. Yet in an unexpected twist, the metallic hammer broke free from the chain and shot forth like an arrow, causing Lingling to lose her balance and be flung away. She attempted to dislodge the metallic hammer from her body. The surface of the spherical object erupted with blinding light, its spikes trembling violently. With a thunderous explosion, the metallic hammer detonated from within, releasing countless spikes that rained down like a storm of flowers. Some struck Big Mom, rendering her fragmented, while others vanished into the ruins. You insufferable fool! You are far from the simpleton you appear to be. Lingling shook off the iron debris clinging to her clothes, feeling a surge of anger at being outwitted. Just as she prepared to charge, she noticed the remaining end of the meteor hammer spinning rapidly in the air, whistling as it hurtled towards her, exploding above her in a violent display, spikes cascading down like a torrential downpour. Unfazed, Lingling swung her long knife with impenetrable precision, deflecting the incoming spikes. That moment, propelled by a gust of wind, a massive stone covered in sharp spikes came crashing towards her. Lingling, without a glance, casually threw a punch, shattering it into fragments, nonchalantly declaring, "Is that all you've got?" Hell George, now empty-handed, approached her silently from a distance, which took Lingling by surprise, prompting her to jest. "Are you finally ready for a proper confrontation?" Indeed, the time to determine the victor was at hand. Hell George's face remained taut with anger, though his tone betrayed a hint of calm. "Mama, you are correct. I will finish you off in one fell swoop, sparing you any suffering." With a gesture, Zeus, who had been circling nearby, understood immediately and moved to encircle him. "All right then, this moment is what I have been waiting for." She licked her lips, her voice dropping to a low, suppressed tone. "Life or now is the time." Iron Needle Cage. As Hell George clasped his hands together, the spikes that had fallen into the ruins surged upwards in a frenzy. Lingling's incantation was only half spoken when several spikes were thrust forcibly into her mouth, silencing her. Yes, she struggled. Dozens more spikes came at her from all directions, intertwining chaotically. In no time, she found herself firmly ensnared within the dense thicket of spikes. "Mama, I'm coming to save you." Zeus had barely taken flight when Hell George snapped his fingers, unleashing an uncountable number of spikes from the ground, ensnaring Zeus completely and leaving no gap for escape. Muffled cries for release emanating from within. Ugh! Lingling attempted to struggle, but found herself utterly immobilized, unable to move even a finger. No matter how much she exerted herself, the spikes remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. "There's no need to waste your efforts." Hell George strode directly in front of her, his voice cold as ice. "These are specially prepared for you. Needles of the highest hardness, comparable to the sea stone produced in a distant land. I have no means to harm you, nor do I wish to interfere in Mr. Tampai's battle. So, until the outcome is decided over there, you will remain here quietly." Lingling's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Deprived of speech due to the spikes, she could only glare fiercely at him. "That said, I once believed myself to be the strongest in this nation. Back then, I was arrogant, more hot-tempered than I am now, disregarding everyone, consumed solely with thoughts of serving my country." Hell George paid no heed to Lingling's glare, continuing his soliloquy. "So, when I first encountered Mr. Tampai's, I was quite indignant, questioning why His Majesty would appoint an outsider to protect our nation. Thus, I promptly issued a challenge." Lingling listened, her expression gradually cooling as she surmised the outcome. "Indeed," Hell George continued, "every one of my attacks was deftly evaded by Mr. Tampai's, and before I could react, his short needle lightly touched my forehead, and I was instantly reduced to an infant. From that moment on, I realized how insignificant I had been. Henceforth, Mr. Tampai's became the individual I respected most. Whenever he spoke, even my rage would dissipate instantly. Alas, he is a bounty hunter, destined to leave our country one day." He fixed his gaze upon Lingling, enunciating each word with conviction. "Therefore, I find great satisfaction in silently observing all that he does. As for you pirates, it is utterly inconceivable for you to triumph over Mr. Tampai's. He is far more formidable than you can fathom." Lingling's expression subtly shifted, as if captivated by his words. Hell George slowly turned away, his back to her as he declared, "Enough of this idle chatter. Watch closely as that young brat Kaido is bested by Mr. Tampai's." Suddenly, a searing pillar of fire erupted, engulfing the cluster of spikes and incinerating them without a trace. A mama. In terms of verbosity. You two are indeed quite alike. Helgeorg's heart raced as he swiftly glanced back. Emerging from the flames, Lingling advanced, her hat charred and tattered, revealing a cascade of lovely pink curls. Though her attire was somewhat tattered, it thankfully concealed her modesty, her skin unmarred by burns, her right hand wielding a long knife while her left rested confidently on her hip, her face adorned with that fearless smile. Beside her, a blazing fireball descended slowly, its fierce visage scanning the surroundings hungrily, as if still unsatisfied with the destruction wrought. When did you? Realizing Lingling had escaped, Helgeorg recoiled several steps, his face a mask of shock and fury, his speech faltering. The moment you transformed into a spiked ball and slammed me into the ground, I had already arranged for Prometheus to lie in wait beneath the earth, concealed by the smoke. You simply did not notice. Lingling tossed her curls, a smirk gracing her lips, that I merely wanted to hear what else you had to say. I was just indulging in a little play-acting by the way. Prometheus's flames truly counter your pesky needles. You insufferable woman, I will not spare you. Helgeorg roared, transforming into his spiked ball form, spinning downwards with the speed of a racing wheel. Lingling waved her left hand, and Prometheus unleashed a fiery orb that soared forward. The rapidly spinning spiked ball darted to the side, effortlessly evading the fireball before it collided forcefully with Lingling, propelling her backwards a considerable distance. This distance was just enough to secure your position once more. Before Helgeorg could finish his sentence, Lingling grasped him in her palm, lifting him high into the air and spinning him around several times before hurling him into the distance. The man, disoriented from the spinning, reverted to his human form, his body still hurtling backwards. As he steadied himself, preparing to find a foothold, a sudden thunderclap erupted behind him. Mother! Charge complete! Zeus ascended from the molten spikes, transforming into a tempestuous thundercloud that enveloped half the sky. In an instant, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a fierce wind surged, sending nearby buildings flying. Helgeorg felt a chill in his heart, quickly realizing the reason for Prometheus's missed fireball. Thunder! At Lingling's command, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, striking Helgeorg directly like a dancing lightning serpent. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream as fine cracks began to spread across the surface of his armor. A colossal shockwave radiated from a beam, causing the surrounding waves to rise and fall tumultuously. As the lightning gradually dissipated, the sky returned to its former brilliance, the armor shattered into fragments of varying sizes, revealing Helgeorg's cactus-like hairstyle, at which point he rolled his eyes, smoke billowing from his body, and collapsed forward. As his consciousness waned, a convoluted dialogue echoed in his mind. Mr. Tampaz, please take me as your disciple. I no longer wish to hold the position of military leader. My agreement or refusal depends on your answer. Yes, I come from humble background, and I initially became a soldier to help those like me. However, since King Pecunia ascended the throne and implemented exploitative policies, I have begun to doubt the righteousness of my actions. Yet, I have received a rigorous education, and I am not permitted to voice opinions against the royal family. Please guide me. Is that so? You certainly find yourself in a troublesome position. However, I believe that rules are not immutable. As time passes, perhaps in a year, 10 years, or 100 years, these rules may undergo radical changes. But if someone steps forward, perhaps the rules will change even more swiftly. Do you mean for me to change the rules myself? Not necessarily. Simply act according to your own pace. When I have the time, I will personally supervise you. But should you dare to waste even a moment, I will ensure you experience the taste of milk once more. I understand. Although King Pecunia has not issued an order, I must still prepare for the evacuation of the citizens. If Helgeorg is willing to assist me at that time, I would certainly consider taking you as my disciple. Yes, I am immensely grateful. Mr. Tampaz, no, Mr. Tampaz, I have one more request. Please speak freely. I shall assist you to the best of my ability. I have only led troops in a battle. I have never properly explored other islands after we defeat those pirates. Could you take me on a journey across the seas? Well, As a bounty hunter with no fixed abode, if the opportunity arises, I wouldn't mind taking you along, Mr. Tampaz. It seems my modest dream is utterly unattainable. 2 tears streamed down Heljoge's cheeks as his consciousness blurred, and he slowly succumbed to oblivion. Mother, how did I perform? Zeus reverted to his cloud form, his tone exuberant as he circled in the air several times, then flew towards Lingling with an endearing demeanor. However, he had barely flown a short distance when, with a thud, he collided with something, resulting in a sizable bump on his head. Ouch! 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 Zeus couldn't help but cry out, tears forming in his eyes. Upon focusing, he found himself face to face with a son of similar size, glaring at him with displeasure. Zeus, how many times have I told you not to act recklessly? If I hadn't intervened in time, you would have hindered your mother. But Prometheus, I never expected the enemy to employ such strange tactics. Zeus explained pitifully. You always say that. When have you ever been cautious? If there is another time, I want to help you. Mama, what are you 2 little rascals arguing about? Hurry back to my side. Yes, mother. Lingling clapped her hands, and Zeus and Prometheus simultaneously shouted, returning to her sides. Just now, for a brief moment, I felt my movements falter. I don't know what happened. Oh well, it doesn't matter. She stretched lazily and strode over, stopping before the man who lay motionless on the ground, gazing down at his slightly trembling form, her expression contemplative. I thought you were merely a lackey, yet here you are, striving for your beliefs. There are truly many naive souls upon the sea. Lingling murmured to herself, a wry smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Well, I don't entirely dislike this kind of fellow. I might as well let you off the hook this time, but I'll take your soul when I feel inclined. She shifted her gaze from Heljoge, peering into the distance where the sounds of clashing echoed, unable to suppress a smile that I didn't expect that lad to hold out this long. Quite impressive, since I have nothing else to do. I might as well check on the situation. Time rewound slightly. What is the matter? Why aren't you fighting back? Your earlier surge of momentum seems utterly dissipated. Tampaz rapidly wielded his dual needles, relentlessly thrusting forward. Kaido gritted his teeth, barely evading each incoming attack, retreating step by step, perilously close to being struck to deliver a fatal blow. Kaido was determined not to expend his haki recklessly, gradually accumulating it within himself. However, in this precarious situation, his kanabo would be rendered useless at the slightest contact with any silver needle. Fortunately, after using the time pause ability, Tampaz's boosted speed was considerably slower than before, allowing Kaido to manage just barely. All he could do now was endure with all his might until the opportune moment for counterattack presented itself. Take this! Tampaz's right-hand needle quivered, a silver light tracing a serpentine path through the air, slicing through like a meteor. Kaido, quick on his feet, attempted to retreat, but was still a fraction too slow. With a swoosh, his abdomen was grazed, tearing a hole in his clothing as Kaido landed back on the ground and looked down. He saw that the needle had not pierced his flesh, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if he had reacted even a moment later, he would have likely been finished. Reign of Time, denying his opponent any chance to retaliate. Tampaz lifted his long needle and spun it clockwise. A dazzling pale green sphere coalesced in the air, a seam slowly opening in its center to reveal a massive eye. Its pupil resembling a gray clock face with minute and second hands rotating clockwise. In the blink of an eye, the clock-like pupil emitted countless beams of light, cascading like a rain of flowers toward the front. Upon witnessing such an attack, Kaido's eyes widened in shock. Even in his prime, he would have been unable to withstand this endless deluge of light. In a moment of desperation, he exerted every ounce of strength. Flipping backward to evade the oncoming light, the beams made contact with the ground. A web-like pattern of cracks spread outward, ultimately collapsing into the earth. Useless, no matter where you run, the Reign of Time will relentlessly pursue your location. Tampaz slowly maneuvered his long needle, the eye continuously rotating, the dense light points raining down in a carpet bombing of the ground. In an instant, the ground in the center of the street fractured entirely, leaving only a bottomless pit. The momentum of the light points showed no signs of abating, shooting toward the target at a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. as Kaido evaded the incoming light points. He focused intently on the enemy's position, realizing that although Tampa's hands were performing intricate maneuvers, his feet seemed anchored to the ground, never having shifted an inch. So, that was it. What an obvious flaw. With this thought, a triumphant smile crept across Kaido's face as he turned sharply and raced along the edge of the street toward the stationary Tampas, all the while the light points behind him quickly closed the distance. Do they truly wish for us to reap the consequences of our actions? Such a simplistic motive. The mustache on the right side of Tampa's mouth curled upwards with a smirk, and his left hand's short needle suddenly emitted 5 slender beams of light. Kaido dodged left and right, evading all the beams, and with both hands positioned the spike club on his right shoulder, he forcefully stomped against the wall. Utilizing the rebound effect, he leaped over the long pit. Hurtling toward his opponent, as Kaido recklessly charged, Tampa's expression turned grave. He leapt high, causing Kaido's strike to miss entirely. Simultaneously, the sphere suspended in mid-air began to turn transparent, gradually fading from sight. Although I knew you were planning this. I shall simply play along. As he spoke, Tampa's, inverted in the air, increased his velocity, diving down like a streak of white lightning, preparing to transfer his ability to the double needles for a final blow just as he was about to descend upon Kaido. However, Tampa's actions were almost entirely anticipated by Kaido. He shattered the ground beneath his feet, his form flickering slightly before vanishing from sight, causing Tampa's to miss entirely. In that moment, Kaido's figure reappeared above his adversary. Both hands gripping the spike club as he spun at high speed, arcs of electricity crackling along its surface, trailing long strands of purple lightning as it plummeted from the sky. Falling 3 worlds, the dazzling light radiated from the iron club's center, illuminating Tampa's face and revealing his astonished expression. Just as the spike club was mere inches from Tampa's face, a shadowy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he stood motionless. Kaido seemed oblivious to this detail, intent on channeling every last bit of his haki into the spiked club. Suddenly, the sky above him was cloaked in shadows, and before Kaido could react, a massive silhouette swooped down, seizing him as an eagle would a chick and flinging him aside. "What?" he exclaimed in bewilderment, propelling himself forward. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, a fluffy white cloud appeared out of nowhere, catching him safely. "Hey, what do you mean by this? How dare you meddle in someone else's battle? I was just about to finish him off. Damn old hag." Kaido lay on the cloud, having recognized that the one who had thrown him was Lingling. Seething with anger, without a word, Lingling flew over on Prometheus and delivered a punch to the top of his head, leaving Kaido dizzy and disoriented. "You fool. A brute with the strength of a bull. You couldn't even see through that trick?" Lingling berated him, leaving Kaido utterly bewildered as he scratched the back of his head and asked blankly, "What trick were you talking about?" Lingling, seemingly exhausted from her tirade, sat atop Prometheus, panting heavily, and pointed behind her. "Huff! Huff! Just look over there." Kaido couldn't help but gaze in the direction she indicated, his eyes widening in shock as his face filled with astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, a faint green glow emanated from Tampa's, surrounded by a whirlwind of numbers that incessantly cycled around him, while a multitude of stone fragments floated in the air, gradually descending at an exceedingly slow pace. "That bastard, when did he?" "The wheel of time. Any material that enters a 3-meter radius around me will have its speed drastically slowed," Tampa's drawled, slightly raising a finger, causing invisible waves to ripple outward from his center. The air disturbed in concentric circles as the surrounding stone fragments were sent flying, some crashing to the ground and creating numerous pits. Meanwhile, the numbers surrounding him vanished, and once I ceased to remain still, I can rebound the target of my ability back with twice its original force, and the flow of time will return to normal. As for why hadn't T employed this ability sooner? It is simply because I despise the feeling of being unable to move. Monster! Kaido forced a bitter smile, realizing that his previous full-force strike would be returned to him, feeling genuine awe for this seemingly unassuming opponent. Speaking of which, Tampa's glanced into the distance and remarked, "Since this lady has arrived, it indicates that dear Helchog has fallen. I can still sense a faint breath that I had hoped he could hold one of you off for me. But it seems that plan has failed. If only I had been quicker in dealing with Kaido, this wouldn't have happened. Kaido bit his lip, his right hand gripping the spiked club, trembling slightly. And just as he felt utterly at loss, he suddenly sensed a hand patting his shoulder, followed by a deep, powerful female voice. Just use that technique. Huh. You mean? I truly do not wish to admit it. But that guy's abilities are so bizarre and varied. Even if we were to dismantle that broken clock, neither of us could defeat him alone. Lingling sighed, then straightened her expression, saying, the hockey you failed to fully release earlier can come in handy now. It is the only way to defeat him at this moment. No wonder you stopped me earlier. At this critical juncture, adhering to so-called honor is meaningless. Kaido hesitated for a moment before breaking into a grin. This time, I shall make an exception and heed your advice, but remember to buy me 10 barrels of the finest wine later. Well, looks like you've finally come to your senses. I shall remember this. Provided everything goes smoothly. Lingling laughed heartily, raising her long blade high, while Kaido leaped down from Zeus and joined her side, both lifting their weapons, which crackled with an abundance of dark lightning, the sound of thunder echoing persistently. Haki, we shall not fight anymore. The sudden declaration pierced their ears, rendering the two, poised to unleash their weapons, utterly dumbfounded, as they simultaneously inquired, Huh? What did you just say? As the name suggests, I concede to you. Tampaz withdrew his double needles, slowly raising both hands as he explained languidly. From the moment I witnessed that shockwave in the palace, I knew that even with all my might, I could not contend with that attack. So I hope dear Helchog could hold one of you off for me. Now that it has become a 2-on-1 situation, the meaning of the battle has dissipated. Are you serious? Kaido questioned, pointing his spiked club at him in utter confusion. A bounty hunter falling into the hands of pirates will not bode well. And what about your employer's well-being? I never said I would allow you to dispose of me. Tampaz shook his head. Dismissing Kaido's thoughts, a high-ranking bounty hunter possesses the right to cancel a commission at will, meaning you are no longer my target. And no sooner had he finished speaking than he retrieved a transponder snail from within his cloak. Addressing the receiver with an emotionless tone, I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty Pecunia, I do not intend to accept this commission any longer. I will return all the money to you, and I suggest you seek someone more capable. What? A panicked and frantic voice crackled from the transponder snail. What are you doing, Tampaz? Did you not say you could help me resolve everything? What about Helchog? Surely he hasn't been defeated. You're utterly useless. I too have my principles, and never intended to remain your lackey. A frost settled over Tampaz's face, his tone chillingly cold. Moreover, you lack a fundamental sense of integrity. Being utterly inept, you rely solely on others. You bastard! No one has ever addressed me in such a manner. Before he could finish his sentence, Tampaz switched off the communicator with a swift motion, disappearing in an instant. Moments later, with a whoosh, he reappeared, gripping a man whose body was completely charred. Before departing, we have a few inquiries to make of you, Tampaz stated, his gaze fixed intently on the two pirates. First, what are your intentions for this nation? Is it merely to seize its gold? Without a moment's hesitation, Lingling laughed heartily, responding, Well, why else would we come to this country? Is that so? Tampaz pondered for a moment before continuing. Secondly, how would you handle any surviving civilians? To that, she replied with a smirk, that depends on their attitude. Those willing to join us will become pirates, while those who refuse can go their own way. But should they dare to resist? Well, considering the fate this nation has faced, I doubt they would oppose you. Tampaz muttered under his breath, suddenly fixing a piercing gaze upon Lingling, questioning, We have heard that the Rocks pirates are known for their radical methods. Yet they also exude an air of enigma. What is it that you truly desire? Surely it cannot be something as trivial as mere wealth, which pales in comparison to time itself, to rule the world. Kaido interjected succinctly, summarizing their aspirations in just a few words. Tampaz's panda-like eyes widened in astonishment, rendering him momentarily immobile. After a brief pause, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. To think it is such a simple and crude ambition. I cannot fathom how long it would take to achieve it. However, if it is you, perhaps you might surprise me. His tone remained calm. Yet it seemed infused with a newfound emotion. Lingling chuckled, I've never encountered anyone quite as intriguing as you. If our positions were not adversarial, I would genuinely consider sharing a meal with you. Spare me. I abhor banquets, Tampaz remarked, his hands hanging limply, his expression momentarily somber. He quickly composed himself and gestured into the distance. I and my brother Heljog have previously excavated a tunnel, allowing all citizens to take refuge within. I believe you can entrust them to us without concern in these seas. Only those who resist are entitled to survive. As he turned to leave, a thought struck him, and he glanced back, his gaze lingering meaningfully on the young man who had battled him fiercely. I look forward to a decisive confrontation after a long interval. Until then, strive to become stronger, dear Kaido. Dear brother. Kaido winced at the term, an involuntary chill running down his spine. Well then, I bid you farewell until we meet again. With that, both Tampaz and Heljog vanished into thin air, leaving only the echo of bells resonating in the air. Gradually, tranquility returned to the surroundings, and Kaido and Lingling stood in stunned silence, slowly acclimating to the unfolding situation. What a peculiar fellow indeed. Kaido stretched out his arms and collapsed onto the ground, fatigue overwhelming him after the prolonged battle, his body drenched in sweat, and his breathing labored, in terms of abilities alone. He was the most formidable opponent I have ever encountered, truly the man who devours time. Lingling grasped two soul weapons, retrieving them with ease, resting a blade on her shoulder as she gazed in the direction of Tampaz's departure. Exclaiming, well, although we couldn't resolve matters with him, the outcome isn't too shabby either. I was sweating bullets until just now. Ho ho ho. So you can feel fear too. Thankfully, he doesn't wield the soul fruit. Otherwise, you might have to come begging for my help. Just as Kaido was getting into his groove, Lingling delivered a sharp kick to his side, her displeasure evident. What's so praiseworthy about being immune to soul curses? Would you like me to demonstrate the true power of the soul fruit right now? Rubbing his slightly sore shoulder, Kaido defended himself. I was merely joking. There's no need to be so angry. That's more like it. Lingling's anger gradually subsided as she sheathed her blade, reflecting on Tampaz's elusive abilities, murmuring, a terrifying adversary indeed. It is undeniable that he possesses formidable strength. By the end, he likely hadn't revealed all his cards. If we encounter him alone someday, we may not be as fortunate as today. Isn't that precisely what we want? Kaido gazed up at the clear blue sky, excitement gleaming in his eyes when that time comes. I intend to defeat him solely through my own strength, fair and square. Lingling, feeling a mix of emotions upon hearing his bold declaration, smirked disdainfully. Humph, resorting to any means to eliminate an enemy is the true pirate's way. Should I say that you men are so singularly focused? Your minds are consumed with notions of glory and strength. With only Uno being an exception. She stared vacantly toward the capital, whispering softly, that boy has always eluded my understanding. I wonder how he is faring now. Meanwhile, beneath the palace, 100 meters below ground, the battle on the western street had concluded. Hurry, load every last bit of gold and silver onto the cart. The massive vault at the end of the road stood wide open, radiating golden light that illuminated the passageway. Several burly soldiers were laboriously transporting heavy gold bars, placing them onto a shimmering cart, while a portly man adorned with a crown gesticulated wildly, directing the operation. Soon, he would bid farewell to the nation he had ruled for years. The cart was exceptionally sturdy, capable of withstanding cannon fire from warships, and large enough to accommodate thousands. Yet, given the man's avaricious nature, it was evident he intended to take only his most treasured possessions to escape. Damn it! Those wretched bounty hunters are utterly unreliable. He cursed under his breath, stomping his foot in frustration at the thought that his meticulously crafted plan was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the vault was situated in a highly concealed location, known only to himself and a select few confidants. The western wall of the vault concealed a secret door, wide enough to accommodate a sizable army, ensuring the transport of gold was a trivial matter. At the end of the hidden passage lay a clandestine port behind the palace, where he had already arranged for his subordinates to prepare the ships while Tampaz and his companion engaged the enemy. Timing their escape perfectly, he had devised this as his last resort in the face of desperation. As long as he could preserve his life and wealth, he cared not for the fate of this nation. A loyal guard marched forward, saluting, "Your Majesty, everything is ready. We can leave at any moment." "Excellent." King Pecunia glanced at the towering stacks of gold bars on the cart, nodding with satisfaction, before the pirates arrived. They needed to hasten to the secret port. "Remember, should anyone dare to lose even a single gold bar, I shall not show them mercy." "Understood." Watching the secret door slowly open above, King Pecunia's tense demeanor began to relax. A triumphant smile spreading across his plump face. As long as his wealth remained intact, he could rise again at any moment. Perhaps he would escape to the East Blue and establish a new kingdom. He had heard that the pirates there were weak, and with his financial resources, hiring a group of skilled fighters would be more than sufficient to deal with them, without worrying about rebellious subjects. "Ah, what is that?" The soldier's terrified cries jolted King Pecunia from his reverie. Just as he was about to lash out, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the dark passage, and his expression shifted dramatically. The words he was about to utter dying on his lips. There, sprawled haphazardly in the dark passage, lay several lifeless bodies, motionless, dismembered limbs scattered about, some even devoid of heads. Anyone with a shred of conscience would find it unbearable to describe their condition. Blood continued to flow from the severed limbs, indicating that the carnage had not occurred long ago. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood, causing every person present to gag. King Pecunia covered his nose and stepped back, his voice trembling. "Who is there? Show yourself to me." "Ah, it seems I may have gone a bit too far. The target is indeed here, in the depths of darkness." A solitary figure emerged with measured grace. Clad in a form-fitting, deep green suit, he possessed a slight frame and strikingly handsome features. Yet, the most conspicuous aspect was the exaggerated, oval-shaped helmet perched upon his head. This individual was Uno, tasked with the pursuit of the king. His visage was devoid of any emotion, radiating an unsettling indifference, while his hands were stained with blood, presenting a stark contrast to his usual demeanor of gentleness. A soldier, brandishing a long spear, mustered his courage to question, "You brat, how did you find this place?" "Surprised, are we? I merely took the liberty of eliminating the guards at the hidden port, planted some explosives, and extracted information about this secret passage from a captive, leading me here," Uno replied, surveying the surrounding corpses with a glint of amusement in his eyes. "It appears some of my acquaintances are somewhat unfriendly, eager to confront me with lethal intent. Reluctantly, I had no choice but to send them to the realm of bliss. Perhaps the soundproofing of this treasury is remarkably effective, as none of you seem to notice." His seemingly innocent smile sent shivers down the spines of all present. That moment, a deafening explosion reverberated from afar, causing the entire treasury to tremble slightly, with countless fragments cascading from the ceiling. Uno looked upward, a smile gracing his lips as he mused. It seems the detonation was successful. King Pecunia could no longer contain his emotions and shouted, "There is but one enemy. What are you all waiting for? Charge together!" Upon hearing this, every soldier brandished their spears, their hands trembling uncontrollably, none daring to take a step forward. "Are you merely posturing? It appears you are nothing more than a bunch of spineless cowards who bully the weak." Before his words had fully dissipated, Uno darted like lightning into the throng, and before the soldiers could comprehend what transpired, their heads erupted into clouds of blood mist, one after another collapsing to the ground. "Only you remain." Uno licked the blood splattered on his hands, his gaze settling upon the trembling, rotund figure before him. What is it that you desire?" King Pecunia crawled before Uno, kneeling on the ground with a sycophantic grin. "Is it wealth or status? Surely, pirates covet such things? I could even offer you the kingdom directly." Uno disregarded his shameless entreaties, removing his helmet to reveal a cascade of purple hair, coldly stating, "Do you not find my appearance rather familiar?" Pecunia, upon seeing Uno's true visage, King Pecunia was struck with terror, akin to encountering a monster, and began to prostrate himself, pleading, "Please spare my life. I merely leaked information. The destruction of the village was orchestrated by another. I was coerced." Uno's icy gaze pierced through him, as if regarding a mound of refuse. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, Do you know the name of that individual? This. King Pecunia hesitated, a troubled expression overtaking his features. Uno seized his right hand, speaking with a grave tone. Choose between that individual's identity and your own life. King Pecunia felt as if an iron vice were clamping down on his arm, the pain causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow as he gasped. I will tell you. I will. His name is. Only after the words escaped Pecunia's lips did Uno release his grip. His expression unchanged as he asked, Your words are devoid of deception, correct? Absolutely. King Pecunia rubbed his injured arm, a forced smile adorning his face. That individual visited our kingdom a year ago, secure residence in the sacred land. I bribed him with considerable gold, and I regularly send offerings there. Recently, I heard he is not descended for quite some time, and I am at a loss as to how to contact him. I understand. Thank you for sharing this information with me. Not at all. Please feel free to seek my assistance in the future. Before King Pecunia could finish his sentence, a hand struck across his face. In the next instant, his entire being erupted from within. Blood and entrails splattered across Uno, who remained unfazed, surveying the remnants on the ground with a voice laced with cruelty. It would be best for you to meet your demise sooner. Scum! The voice of the telephone bug echoed from his person, and upon answering, his demeanor shifted back to one of gentleness. It is I, Miss Lingling. Where on earth have you been? I've called the telephone bug several times with no response. Apologies for the delay. I was concerned about wasting time and did not answer. Please forgive me. Uno maintained his beaming smile. Just now, I located King Pecunia in the underground treasury, but he has already been slain by my subordinates. Surrounded by the corpses of soldiers, likely engaging in a brutal fight over wealth. Is that so? Oh dear. Thank you for your hard work. Be sure to bring back all that gold and silver. We have concluded our matters here. Provide me with your location, and I shall send Zeus to retrieve you. Very well. I am currently at. Uno pocketed the now disconnected telephone bug, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. It appears Tampes has been defeated by them. That newcomer, Kaido, indeed possesses remarkable skills. Achieve my goals. I shall make good use of him. He donned the silver helmet once more and strode purposefully towards the massive cart, contemplating the gleaming gold bars piled within. Had I abandoned these treasures from the outset, perhaps I could have escaped unscathed, aligning perfectly with your fate. Uno pushed the cart laden with gold forward with ease, his expression betraying no sign of exertion. Upon reaching the darkened door, he paused, pressing a hand against the inner wall of the treasury. With a thunderous rumble, a series of deep cracks spread across the wall, and the ceiling crumbled into fragments, cascading downward. Farewell, decaying kingdom built upon greed. Uno did not glance back, continuing to push the cart onward, his figure gradually fading into the darkness, leaving behind only the ruins buried beneath debris. New character life card name. Tampa's gender, male birthday, December 24th, derived from noon at 12 o'clock and midnight at 2400 hours. Zodiac, Capricorn age, 45 years height, 235 centimeters blood type, XF type devil fruit. Superhuman? Clock fruit, capable of manipulating time at will. The long hand accelerates time, while the short hand reverses it. Weakness, can only apply abilities to a single target. Hockey. Observation, armament favorite food. Caramel tart disliked food. Hot pot, due to the long waiting time. Birthplace, North Sea introduction. Known as the world's strongest bounty hunter. He has stolen countless hours from pirates, earning the moniker Time Devourer. He refers to himself in the plural. Despite professing a disdain for wasting time, he possesses a penchant for gab. His weapon resembles a pair of silver needles akin to clock hands. Name origin, Latin for time, Tempest. 10 days later, by the shores of Rocky Port on Honeycomb Island, a throng of over 2,000 people gathered, their faces a mix of excitement and trepidation as they exchanged whispers. Is this truly the abode of the world's strongest pirate crew? It's even larger than I imagined. That pirate named Rock's genuinely willing to accept us. Will we be ensnared in his trap? Nonsense. Miss Lingling and her crew are heroes who vanquished King Pecunia. Could she possibly be mistaken? But Tampa said those people are here to plunder. Their intentions may not be pure. It is a fact that they have laid waste to cities. Tampa's himself abandoned us. Why should we trust him? He is nothing more than a mercenary driven by greed. Oh, how I almost misjudged Mr. Nozaken. They are indeed here to liberate this nation. The cacophony of voices created a din. Leaving Newgate, who was busy orchestrating his subordinates, in a state of exasperation, pressing his forehead in frustration. That Lingling, she brought such a throng with her. Though they willingly chose the path of piracy, one can't help but wonder how many houses would need to be built on the island to accommodate everyone. Nevertheless, let the expenses fall upon me. Most of them are just homeless, destitute souls, and it would be unreasonable to disregard their plight. He turned his gaze towards the island's most striking skull-shaped structure. Catching a glimpse of the man with the hedgehog hairstyle laughing maniacally through the window, a sigh escaped his lips as he gradually fell into contemplation. That fellow is as excitable as ever. It is no wonder, for Kaido has once again achieved a tremendous feat. I had thought that Lin would seize the opportunity to slip away, yet everyone returned without exception. What is that woman truly scheming? I heard something about it in the newspaper a few days ago. Rox lounged haphazardly upon his throne, observing the four individuals standing below him, a satisfied grin playing at the corners of his mouth as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! You have indeed lived up to my expectations, completing the task a day earlier than anticipated. Well, well, though it certainly required more effort than I had imagined, the common folk are overwhelmingly grateful to us. Aside from a few who chose to remain in their homeland, most are willing to join us as pirates." Lin stood with her arms crossed, beaming as she remarked, "The flag of your crew now flies over the Eater Kingdom. Anyone daring to lay a hand on it will be waging war against the Rox pirates." Rox nodded appreciatively, relishing her words, but then his expression shifted, his smile fading into seriousness as he inquired, "You mentioned encountering the Time Eater there, did you not? Is there any doubt?" Kaido retorted, still weary from the recent encounter, grumbling, "It was the first time in my life I faced such a formidable opponent. The difference between him and Shiryu is like that of heaven and earth." "No, I merely find it surprising that you managed to survive his clutches," Rox mused. "Although I have not met him personally, I have subordinates who have crossed paths with him, and they were all of equal caliber to you. Without exception, they lost all their time in the ENT this." The long-bread man shivered at the thought of nearly meeting the same fate, trembling involuntarily. Kaido, however, laughed dismissively. "Ha ha ha! Doesn't that mean we are now stronger than they ever were?" Upon hearing this, Rox paused momentarily, as if he had just encountered the most amusing revelation in the world, before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! You, my friend, always think outside the box, yet you speak truth. Strength is honed through real battles. Who knows, perhaps next time we face Tamapaz, you alone might be able to defeat him." Setting aside the matter of Tamapaz, Lin interjected, her gaze fixed on the man atop the throne. "What about the rewards? You ought to compensate me handsomely this time, no? Since you're the foremost contributor, I would never shortchange you." Rox replied, snapping his fingers. The man staggered in from outside. He bore long, unkempt hair, a face adorned with stubble, and a disheveled appearance, clutching an old wine bottle and reeking of alcohol. So much so that even Kaido, who relished drinking, held his nose in distaste. The man gulped down some liquor before drunkenly asking, "Mr. Rox, Hiccup, what do you need from me?" "Hiccup, Captain John, how shall we divide the spoils from this expedition based on individual merits?" The man known as Captain John wiped the remnants of alcohol from his lips, slowly producing a list from his inner pocket, and replied, "Hiccup, the treasures seized from the Eater Kingdom total 50 billion berries. After allocating 60% to the pirate crew, the remaining 20 billion berries shall be distributed among all expedition members. Lin, as the commander, deserves the largest share, 10 billion berries. Uno devised a strategy to dismantle the clock, blew up the hidden port, and successfully located the gold, earning him 5 billion berries that long bread, despite being outmaneuvered by the enemy and nearly losing his subordinate's life. Contributed valuable intelligence and thwarted Lin's gluttony, thus deserving 4 billion berries. The remaining Charlotte brothers shall split 1 billion berries." Kaido, perplexed by the omission of his name, angrily questioned, "Hey, did you forget someone?" Captain John shook his head, glancing at the list. "Regrettably, our rule states that one must be a member for a full month to receive any reward. Your tenure has only been 20 days. even if you had requested not to be compensated last time. We would not have granted it. Enraged, Kaido erupted, pointing at Rocks. You treacherous hedgehog! You've swindled me. Rocks, absent-mindedly picking his nose, replied nonchalantly, You didn't ask, so I couldn't be bothered to inform you. You'll receive your share eventually. Kaido fell silent, fuming to the point of speechlessness. Uno, stifling laughter, leaned close to Kaido's ear and whispered, Don't worry. I don't need much money either. I'll share half with you. Is that so? I feel rather embarrassed about it. Kaido murmured, his fondness for the amiable youth deepening. Speaking of which, the Eater Kingdom is one of the government's most valued territories. Its conquest will undoubtedly draw significant attention from them, with our current strength. Engaging in an all-out war with the government would be premature, Rocks stated earnestly, his expression turning grave. For the time being, we must act discreetly and focus on recuperating. Once the government's attention shifts away from us, we shall strike when they least expect it, rallying those non-affiliated nations to rise against the world government. In the center of the West District town, a newly opened tavern stood, rising 5 stories high. A freshly painted sign hung above the entrance, emblazoned with the golden letters Crazy Bar, while the exterior, a blend of gray and brown, exuded an air of rustic elegance. From within, a raucous, hearty laughter could be heard. Ha ha ha! Drinking here truly is a delightful experience, Kaido exclaimed, reclining in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, as he downed from a gourd of liquor the size of his head. Nearby, 3 men stood respectfully, one of whom grinned widely and approached. Boss Kaido, this is our finest sweet heaven wine, crafted from the island's special grapes and honey. Its rich flavor is certain to please your palate. Indeed, this is the most exquisite wine I have ever tasted, Kaido declared, taking another sip and reveling in the pleasure, before surveying the tavern filled to capacity, every table bustling with patrons laughing and drinking. Your business has certainly flourished since the past, Capona. All thanks to your great fortune, Boss Kaido, Capona replied with a smile. Yes, they say, you don't know a person until you've fought alongside them. He exchanged a knowing glance with Peter, reminiscing about how an unexpected twist of fate led him to meet such a powerful and principled man. Surprisingly, Kaido had garnered particular favor from Rocks, a privilege usually reserved for only the second-in-command, Newgate. Thus, they firmly believed that following Kaido would lead to immense prospects, and perhaps even a chance to rise to the ranks of officers in the future. That said, Rocks is indeed a character. Every time one encounters him, he speaks with such audacity, truly considering a confrontation with the government. Kaido wiped the remnants of liquor from his mouth, squinting as he mused. But only someone like him is worthy of being my rival. Upon hearing this, Capona and the others exchanged worried glances, urging him, Boss Kaido, it seems you've had too much to drink. Fool! I'm not drunk. Kaido tossed aside the empty gourd and reached for another, declaring, I've only been part of this for 10 days, yet I've already encountered so many formidable adversaries, most of whom I cannot defeat alone. His head hung low, his face flushed, yet his gaze burned with an unprecedented determination as he tightened his grip on the gourd, articulating each word with conviction. I will become stronger than I was yesterday. Tomorrow's self shall surpass today's. One day, I will defeat all those who dare to call themselves the strongest. In the stillness of the night, atop the cream house on the northern street, 2 individuals engaged in conversation. Crunch, crunch, speaking of Linlin, we could have left the Rocks Pirates that day. Why did you choose to return to Hive Island and even construct several ships with homies to ferry those commoners away? Crunch, crunch, are you dissatisfied with my actions, Chong Yinbao? Not at all. If you're determined to pursue something, it would be ungracious of me to refuse you. After all, I am your guardian. Ha ha ha. There is no particular reason. Just a whimsical impulse on my part. Lingling gazed up at the starlit sky, her eyes brimming with an unusual brilliance. If I were to put it simply, it is because I wish to witness that boy's future with my own eyes. Chong Mianbao sliced a piece of tile in half with a knife, which instantly transformed into a piece of beef. He dipped the beef into the cream atop the roof and began to chew, perplexedly asking, when did you develop such a penchant for this? Who knows? Lingling replied with a faint smile, her eyes fixated on the beef in Chong Yinbao's hand, drool trickling down the corner of her mouth. By the way, I haven't eaten much today. Hand over that beef. Hey, wait a moment, Lingling, I still... In an instant, Chong Mianbao's heart-wrenching scream echoed across the sky. Waves surged rhythmically towards the shore, splashing great sprays of water. Uno sat alone on the beach, gazing vacantly at the tranquil there's still a long way to go. He picked up a small pebble from the ground and tossed it into the water, creating ripples that spread outward. Observing the roughness of his palm, Uno felt a tumult of emotions, murmuring to himself, "Rest assured, even if I find myself in the depths of hell, I will never forgive them." Tears as large as beans slipped down his cheeks, each one falling into the sand. The naval headquarters in Merrifield. A series of furious roars echoed through the office. "What have you done? Why are you only informing me of such an important matter now?" "I sincerely apologize, General Zhanghua. We have only just found out someone mimicked the voice of King Pecunia over the telephone bug, falsely claiming that the Kingdom of Eater is at peace, and since he previously emphasized that we should refrain from taking action." "Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations." Zhanghua interrupted the colonel's words, his voice seething with anger. "From this day forth, deploy the army to conquer, sparing no expense to reclaim the Kingdom of Eater." "Yes." Just as the colonel was about to leave, an urgent ringing from the telephone bug resonated throughout the vast office. Zhanghua answered the call, and an elderly man with a mustache and a birthmark on his forehead appeared on the screen. "Zhanghua, have you seen this morning's headline about the fall of the Kingdom of Eater?" "Yes, my subordinates are preparing to dispatch troops to reclaim it. I am issuing an order to immediately abort this operation." "What?" Zhanghua thought he had misheard, pausing for a moment before asking loudly, "What do you mean by that?" The deep voice on the other end replied slowly, "The reason we valued the Kingdom of Eater was due to the substantial amount of gold provided by Pecunia. Now that he has been killed and the gold transported to Hornet Island, we see no reason to concern ourselves with that territory. But there are still many civilians trapped in that country. If we turn a blind eye to this, how many member states will lose faith in the government? No more arguments. There are as many member states as we need. We have no obligation to provoke rocks in any case, do not take action against the Kingdom of Eater. I do not wish to repeat myself a third time." After the telephone bug was hung up, Zhanghua closed his eyes and fell into a deep silence, standing with a grim expression as he struck down on the desk, splitting it in two. The colonel had never seen him this furious and anxiously asked, "General Zhanghua, are you all right?" Zhanghua waved his hand, his face devoid of expression, calmly stating, "The task assigned to you has been cancelled. You may leave." "Huh." The colonel stood there in shock, and upon seeing Zhanghua's imposing demeanor, dared not ask further. He saluted and exited the office. Damn it. Zhanghua could no longer contain himself, gritting his teeth in frustration. Those arrogant old men only care about their own interests. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, unbeknownst to all. During these years, the Rock's pirates operated with extreme discretion, taking no overt actions. News of pirate attacks in the newspapers was entirely disconnected from Rocks. Ships passing near Hornet Island ultimately sailed on without incident. As time wore on, their existence gradually faded from public consciousness. Only a few realized that the ambitious pirate was far from content with mediocrity and was likely amassing strength in secret. Eyeing the next target with keen interest on the undulating sea, a wooden ship swayed precariously, drawing ever closer to Hornet Island. Yo. We are nearly there, to the most fearsome pirate island. The success or failure of this endeavor lies in your hands. In the boundless darkness, a boy ran relentlessly, pursuing the figure ahead of him. The person wore a long coat, had a ponytail of black hair, and was enveloped in a faint glow. The boy strained to reach him, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not close the distance. Wait. Where are you going? Don't go. Why did you abandon me back then? Kubota! The figure abruptly halted, slowly turning to reveal a face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, marked by a few fine wrinkles that hinted at age, yet still exuded an air of youthful vigor. At that moment, he smiled gently at the boy rushing towards him. The boy's heart soared with joy, his small eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope as he prepared to leap into his embrace. Suddenly, he skidded to a halt, the smile fading from his face, replaced by sheer terror. Before him, Kubota's face began to visibly melt away, revealing a grotesque skull beneath, with two large eyeballs spinning endlessly in their sockets. Fixated directly on the boy gasped, covering his mouth as waves of nausea surged from his throat, instinctively taking 2 steps back. The skeletal figure, now a mere framework, twisted its body and lunged at him with its gaping maw. Accompanied by a frantic scream, Kaido jolted upright in bed, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. After a moment to collect himself, he surveyed his familiar surroundings, realizing he had merely experienced a nightmare, and let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, even after all this time, I still think of that guy. Kaido wiped the sweat from his forehead, threw off the covers, and quickly dressed. He was now 18. His physique sturdier than before, making his old clothes feel somewhat ill-fitting. However, he paid little mind to this detail, grabbing the spike club hanging on the wall and pushing through the door. Today just happened to be his turn of patrol. As Kaido walked a few steps down the corridor, he was met by a tall youth approaching him, stopping in front of him. The young man wore a green casual shirt and a helmet that seemed mismatched, his handsome face still bearing traces of youth. "Good morning, Mr. Kaido. I was just about to look for you, Dada." "It's Uno," Kaido replied, his tone softening considerably. "I hope Lingling isn't dragging us out for another hunt?" "No," Uno shook his head. "Miss Lingling was summoned an hour ago. A T seems a guest has arrived on the island, claiming to have a treasure to present to Mr. Rocks. Currently, all the high-ranking officials are gathered at the castle." Kaido scratched his head in confusion. "But what does this have to do with us, the trainee crew members? You aren't planning to join in the excitement, are you?" "Well, there's no rule saying trainee crew members can't participate. It wouldn't hurt to take a look." As Uno spoke, a knowing smile graced his handsome face, perhaps hinting at another chance to shine. "We've been on the island for 3 years. I imagine you've grown somewhat weary of it as well." A shroud of gray, misty clouds enveloped the entire Hive Island, casting it in an ethereal, somber HUT this moment. The skull-shaped edifice, situated at the heart of the island, erupted with raucous laughter that resonated in the ears of the pirates wandering the streets, leaving them bewildered and apprehensive as they wondered what thrilling escapade their enigmatic pirate captain had embarked upon. Is there a deal being struck between a pirate crew and the government? I have never encountered something so absurd. In the spacious hall, Rocks sat upon his throne, laughing uncontrollably, tears glistening in his eyes. Beneath him stood a ragged, white-haired old crone. "Mr. Rocks, I speak only of what I have witnessed with my own eyes." The old woman, with her hawkish nose and piercing gaze, was lined with an abundance of wrinkles. In her gnarled right hand, she clutched a lengthy walking stick, unfazed by the towering pirates surrounding her. She smirked and recounted, "At that moment, those pirates pillaged the town, and I was the sole survivor. I hid in the shadows and observed them capturing all the townsfolk, deliberating on selling them as slaves to Mary Geos. What astonished me further was that beside them, in a basket, lay several devil fruits." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Devil fruits are the most coveted treasures of the sea. Even a single one commands a minimum price of 100 million berries, and depending on its rarity, its market value can soar even higher. Such a lucrative transaction would undoubtedly entice the government. A flicker of surprise danced in Rock's eyes for a fleeting moment, quickly followed by a sly grin. "Indeed, such terms are quite tempting. Do you know their exact meeting place?" "Oh yes, I heard it crystal clear." The old woman grinned widely. "On White Heron Island, located in the first half of the Grand Line, they mentioned conducting the trade there in a month's time. There are only 17 days remaining." Rocks clapped his hands in delight. "Ha ha! Departing from here in 2 or 3 days will certainly suffice. What is the name of that pirate crew?" "Those pirates are merely one of the fleets. I have not seen their admiral directly," the old woman replied, "but I would recognize their ships will emblem anywhere. They are pirates under the banner of the Flying Sky Pirates." Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. During the 3 years of the Rocks Pirates' discreet activities, countless pirates had risen to prominence on the seas, among whom the Flying Sky Pirates were the most notorious. This colossal pirate crew boasted 100 warships, leaving devastation in their wake wherever they ventured. The most feared among them was their admiral, the Golden Lion Shiki, rumored to possess the power to make islands soar into the sky. He had wreaked havoc on numerous nations. mercilessly destroying naval vessels that dared to pursue him, a man truly renowned for his perilous reputation, with a bounty of 2.3 billion berries placed upon his head by the government, riding on his infamous name. The Flying Sky Pirates had emerged as a formidable force, second only to the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates. The mere mention of their name instilled dread in the hearts of many. Rocks donned a contemplative expression, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "I understand. You may leave for now. I will summon you should I require your assistance again," the old crone ominously replied. "Then I shall obediently take my leave." Newgate observed her hunchbacked figure retreating from the room, an expression of discontent etched upon his face as he turned to the man on the throne and inquired, "Hey, Rocks, what do you intend to do?" "Well, isn't it straightforward?" interjected Lin Lin, a greedy smile gracing her lips. "Of course, we should seize every valuable item." "I concur," Captain John slurred, having taken a swig of his drink, "as pirates. Our greatest need is treasure." "You all seem to underestimate the complexity of the situation," Stussy interjected, her brow furrowed, her demeanor displeased. Having recently been promoted to a cadre due to her significant contributions to research, she continued, "Our enemy is the Golden Lion himself, who has yet to taste defeat. To thwart his transaction, we must devise a meticulous plan. Wouldn't you agree, Newgate? Such matters are common knowledge. There is no need for your reminders." "Little girl." As they spoke, a young woman gracefully stepped forward from the crowd. With flowing white hair, a strikingly beautiful face, and voluptuous lips, she was wrapped in a slender serpent that slithered around her waist. Peering around curiously, she pointed at Stussy with a look of disdain, saying, "Perhaps you should focus on ensuring you don't become a hindrance." "Oh my, is that the renowned vase, Garoliosa?" Stussy retorted, pursing her lips with a sardonic smile. "I haven't forgotten how you were so terrified by that giant sea creature that Wong had to come to your rescue." A vein throbbed on Garoliosa's forehead as she sneered. "I vividly remember the day your cloning experiment failed, and you ended up crashing headfirst on top of the skull, like a mouse stuck in a doorframe." Stussy's face flushed with anger as she disregarded her dignity and shouted, "Don't get too cocky. You're nothing but a traitor who sneaked out of Amazon Lily." "What nonsense is this? A mere lackey without any strength. A snake woman playing tricks. A cosmetic vampire bat. Silence, both of you." The voice was not loud, nor was it forceful, yet it sent a shiver down the spines of the two women, compelling them to cease their bickering and look towards the source of the voice on the throne. Rocks, aware of the rivalry between the two over Newgate, sighed helplessly before directing a question to his most trusted subordinate. "Newgate, have you investigated the background of that old woman?" As she claimed, Kurazumi Kiyoshi is indeed her true name. Newgate replied, producing a slip of paper from his pocket. "She hails from Wano country, but has lived abroad for decades, wandering aimlessly. Recently, the island of Caribala, where she resided, was indeed attacked by pirates. The name of that pirate crew was deliberately obscured in the newspapers. It seems there is indeed a connection between Shiki and the government. That isolated nation. Huh. I see." Rocks suddenly rose from his seat, dramatically tossing aside his cloak, and solemnly declared to the gathered crowd, "At this juncture, I shall take it upon myself to investigate." The moment Rocks uttered these words, astonishment washed over everyone present. Captain John nearly dropped his bottle in shock, shattering it to pieces. "Do you realize what you're saying?" Newgate questioned, perplexed, "before we officially declare war on the world government. You must keep your abilities concealed. Allow me to take charge of this expedition. Our adversary commands a formidable fleet of pirates. Even if we combine all our forces, we would still be outnumbered, and it would be challenging for just your unit to contend with them. Moreover, the situation on the government side remains uncertain." Rocks approached Newgate, gently patting his chest, a confident smile illuminating his face as he assured him, "With me in the fray, things will be much easier. They're not worthy of my powers." Seeing the earnestness in his words, Newgate gradually eased his apprehension, scratching the back of his head and replying, "You remain as stubborn as ever to do as you wish, but as your supervisor, I must accompany you. Ha ha ha. With you by my side, sinking those fleets will be a piece of cake," Stussy chimed in, leaning against Newgate, her tone flirtatious. "Oh, Newgate, I want to join you." "Hey, Rocks didn't specify you. Why are you so excited?" Garoliosa scoffed, placing her hand to her mouth with a sneer. Newgate is embarking on a crucial mission. Not playing house with you. I have a new invention that needs testing, and Newgate will surely appreciate it, Stussy retorted coldly. As for you, aside from that vase-like face, what other skills do you possess? Are you referring to those masterpieces where 9 out of 10 are flawed? Don't make me laugh. Huh. Do you wish to become the first test subject? As tensions were about to escalate once more. Newgate, feeling exasperated, turned to Rox and said, "Let them accompany me on this journey. Not to mention Stussy, Joel D. Roger is adept at strategizing. Their presence will greatly facilitate our endeavors. Ha ha ha. You truly have a fondness for them." Rox chuckled, seemingly with intention, before addressing the two women. "Given your proven capabilities, I shall permit you to partake in this operation." "Wow, that's fantastic!" Stussy and Joel D. Roger exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Rox, ignoring their enthusiasm, called out to the others, "Is there anyone else who wishes to join this expedition? Now is the time to make your intentions clear." Observing this fierce yet intriguing leader, Ling Ling gently patted her round belly and smiled. "Well, I won't be going this time, as my due date is just around the corner. Chomp, chomp. I must attend to her dietary needs," Longbread said, munching on a piece of bread made from the floor. "Gurgle, gurgle. I think I'll stay at the tavern and indulge in some drinks instead." At some point, Captain John pulled out a bottle of liquor from his pocket and took a swig. "I'll pass. I have no desire to tangle with that ski fellow. Dahaha. That's not like you, Wang Ji. Though I share your sentiment." Rox laughed heartily. "However, you shall miss the chance to rake in a fortune." With a mischievous grin, he waved his hand, declaring, "I will personally oversee this mission, leading the forces of Newgate, Stussy, and Joel D. Roger." "One moment, Mr. Rox," a gentle voice interrupted him. The crowd turned towards the door, where two young men entered, striding confidently. The young man on the left, wearing a helmet, raised his right hand and approached the spiky-haired man with a smile. "We overheard your discussion and are quite interested in this operation. Please allow us to join." Ling Ling was somewhat taken aback by their arrival, quickly frowning. "Hey, who gave you the authority to make that decision? Go back at once." "Oh ho ho ho. No need to be so agitated. Be careful not to upset the baby." The other young man, sporting a pair of horns, chuckled in his signature manner. "Upon our successful return, we'll share 60% of the treasure with you." "Well, that's more like it." Ling Ling's demeanor softened at his earnest promise, her eyes glimmering with greed. "Just don't let me down. Really, I am at a loss with you two." Newgate's side, turning to Rox and inquiring, "What do you think?" Although they are still apprentice crew members, they have completed numerous perilous tasks thus far. Having two additional powerful fighters is not a detriment. "When did you become so talkative?" Rox, hands in his pockets, walked up to the two youths, looking down at them with a devilish grin. "From the very beginning, I intended to take them on this expedition." "What?" Upon hearing Rox's unexpected declaration, Kaido stood in shock, casting a furtive glance at Uno, who remained unfazed, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. It suddenly dawned on Kaido why Uno had brought him here so early in the day. "You two will be temporarily reassigned from Ling Ling's crew to Newgate's team. No objections, I presume?" Rox concluded, directing his question to the two officers. "Well, I don't really care about that, as long as my share of the treasure is guaranteed." Ling Ling replied that I trust Uno, but as for Kaido, Newgate regarded the young man with a complex expression. "As long as that kid doesn't cause trouble, I'll be grateful. 10 days ago, he nearly scared me to death." Beside them, Ling Ling struggled to suppress her laughter, recalling the day Kaido disregarded everyone's warnings and tried to hunt a sea king, only to be swallowed whole. Had she and Newgate not arrived in time, he would likely have been reduced to mere waste by now. Kaido's face flushed, and he forced a strained smile. "Rest assured, I will definitely heed your guidance this time." Captain John swallowed a mouthful of liquor, slightly inebriated, and remarked, "Those two youngsters, while still young, are far more reliable than us old geezers. I have no objections. Chomp chomp. Those two kids always do the unexpected," Longbread said, chewing on a chocolate bar made from steel pipes. "Perhaps a new era is on the horizon." "Chomp, chomp." Stussy giggled and waved. "Kaido, this is only our second time working together in 3 years. I look forward to your cooperation once more." "Humph. I continue gate enough. Why are you now flirting with a kid? Jill, Dita, Raja remarked, crossing her arms and scrutinizing Kaido, a blush creeping on her cheeks. He was rather rugged, precisely her type, that ha ha ha. It's settled then. Rox unsheathed his long blade, raising it high, and proclaimed with vigor, in addition to the personnel I mentioned earlier, we will include Kaido and Uno. Prepare to set sail for White Island in 3 days to seize all the items in their trade. On the western streets of Hive Island, an elderly woman used a walking stick made of currency, shuffling forward with a frail gait, her weathered face perpetually adorned with a sly grin at Hee. More successful than I anticipated. That Rox fellow is quite easy to communicate with. She thought to herself, speaking of which, I just encountered a rather fierce-looking young lad. Even with my experience, I broke into a cold sweat under his gaze. He bears a striking resemblance to that notorious Kaido. It must be him. Such a character is certainly not one to be trifled with. Perhaps I can find a way to utilize him in the future. She dismissed the thought, realizing it was too soon to contemplate. The most troublesome aspect was that after painstakingly locating someone, they were then captured by pirates, which was precisely why she had traveled all the way to Hive Island. Though she had never spoken to her, she had indeed heard that name with her own ears. If she could rescue her, it would undoubtedly aid in her resurgence. Relying solely on her efforts would be insufficient. She needed the assistance of more formidable pirates. Whether they be pirates or government officials, let them clash as they please. In the end, it will be the Kurizumi clan that triumphs. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, she collided with a man, both tumbling to the ground. You scoundrel! The pirate, adorned with a headscarf and a bushy beard, rubbed his dazed head and grumbled. Do you not watch where you're going, old woman? My sincerest apologies. My vision is quite poor. I hope you are uninjured. The elderly woman stood, her face a mask of contrition as she helped the pirate to his feet, her right hand inadvertently brushing against his face. All right, I'm fine. The pirate, seeing her sincere demeanor, softened his tone slightly, pushing her hand away as he slowly rose. Just be more careful next time. Not everyone has my patience. Watching him retreat into the distance. The old woman chuckled to herself. What a cocky fellow. But he inadvertently did me a favor. With that, she touched her own face, and her aged visage visibly transformed. The wrinkles faded, and soon she bore an uncanny resemblance to the man who had just left. Best to return to Shiki's side. Otherwise, I might raise their suspicions. With a jaunty demeanor, she straightened her posture and hummed a tune. Swaggering towards rocky port that on the tumultuous sea, a fleet sailed steadfastly onward. Mere hours away from White Island, in the depths of one of the warships, a pirate brandishing a blade struck a few times against an iron railing, barking, "You are the most valuable cargo. Do not entertain thoughts of escape." Before him stood a massive steel cage, housing a diverse assortment of individuals. Women, the elderly, and even infants only a few months old out of course, if you truly wish to flee. "I want to stop you." The pirate smirked wickedly, "as long as you don't mind being devoured by the lurking sea beast beneath the waves." With that, he exited the cabin and locked the door, plunging the scene back into silence. Torches flickered weakly along the walls, casting dim light in the expansive dungeon. "Mommy, I'm so scared." A young girl lay weeping in her mother's embrace, her sobs muffled against her mother's chest. Despite being ensnared in shackles, the mother tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, murmuring soft reassurances that in a few days we shall be sold into slavery, shall we not? A burly man slumped against the ground, his spirit broken, lamented, better to be devoured by the sea beast than to be stripped of one's freedom. No. A short-haired girl with freckles fell to her knees with a thud, the clinking of her iron chains piercing the air as she clutched her head in panic. Crying out, "I have witnessed the horrors of slavery in the Shambadi archipelago. I refuse to share their fate." Her voice, tinged with desperation, tugged at the heartstrings of those around her, eliciting a wave of sorrow that surged through the crowd. In an instant, the dungeon was filled with the cacophony of wails and lamentations. Just then, a long, rumbling sound reverberated through the space, drowning out the mournful cries. I'm so hungry," a listless groan emanated from somewhere, prompting the crowd to gradually cease their weeping, their gazes drawn to the source of the sound. In the dim light, a figure lay sprawled in the corner, atop a pile of straw, her limbs shackled by heavy irons. Though the shadows obscured her features, it was clear she was a woman that I can't muster any strength. Is there anyone who could spare me some food? In the blink of an eye, 17 days swiftly passed. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbling ominously within the depths, akin to the growl of a fierce beast, adding an air of oppression to the sea. A magnificent, colossal ship surged through the tumultuous waves, its stern adorned with a flag that fluttered violently in the fierce winds. The flag bore the word rocks, with the O replaced by a burning skull, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and despair that caused countless foes to flee at the mere sight of it. Rocks stood at the bow of the ship, arms crossed, his icy gaze fixed ahead, a voluminous cloak billowing violently in the storm. "The rain is about to fall," he murmured, casting his eyes towards the gray, cloud-laden sky. The Golden Lioness fleet was not only vast in scale, with each ship comparable in size to naval warships, but also prepared for any potential sabotage of their dealings. It was likely that White Heron Island had already laid in wait for them. Thus, Rox had mentally steeled himself for an impending naval battle. The decisive factor in determining the victor of this maritime conflict would undoubtedly be the weather, even with a disparity in combat strength. The fury of nature could utterly overturn the odds. Luck, at times, dictates the course of events. Stussy. Without turning, Rox spoke calmly. "Have you tested those devices?" "Naturally," Mr. Rox replied the enchanting woman, lounging on the ship's railing with her legs crossed. "A single small armor-piercing shell possesses the destructive power to penetrate even sea stone, and after my modifications, its potency has increased fivefold. This time, I have invested a considerable amount of savings to produce over 100 shells. Sinking those warships should pose no challenge, ha ha ha. So, we can simply bombard them indiscriminately, yes? I relish such mindless tasks." Rox grinned, promising, "Once we succeed, I shall consider sharing half of the spoils with you." "Oh dear, if you insist. I suppose I have no choice but to accept." "Humph, how brazen of you. Not even reflecting on the numerous times you have failed midway." Upon hearing this taunt, Stussy turned her gaze toward a white-haired woman leaning against a pillar, sneering disdainfully. "What's this? Are you jealous? Perhaps you could launch that snake as a cannonball against the warships, though I imagine the effect will be negligible." Garoliosa retorted sharply, "You boast endlessly about your inventions. But who can guarantee they will perform equally in battle? If they malfunction at a crucial moment, who will take responsibility? We have no time to accompany you as sacrifices." Stussy, stung by the remark, flushed with anger, retorting, "At least I'm far superior to you, a mere ornamental vase. I've had enough of this." Before her words could fully escape, Garoliosa vanished from sight. Stussy, taken aback, swiftly raised her armed leg, and with a resounding clash, Garoliosa reappeared before her, brandishing her long snake with a layer of dominion, transforming it into a straight staff that collided with Stussy's knee, resulting in a standoff. Stussy felt the overwhelming force of the strike, her leg tingling and threatening to fracture under pressure. She strained to push aside her opponent's snake staff, executing several backflips to land gracefully. "I must teach you a lesson, you little brat." Garoliosa thrust her snake staff forward, shaking it rapidly. The flat head of the serpent opened its jaws, releasing a barrage of silver needles that shot toward Stussy. Sensing the imminent danger, Stussy deftly sidestepped the onslaught of hidden weapons. Rows of silver needles struck the deck, singeing the area and emitting a hissing, green vapor. "It seems you're not just all talk," Stussy smiled seductively, licking her lips as her sharp teeth elongated, and a pair of inky black wings unfurled from her back, preparing to engage when suddenly a figure stepped between them, wielding a massive naginata, standing resolutely on the deck. "Enough. It's time for battle. This is no place for your petty squabbles." His voice resonated with a profound authority, causing both women to flinch. Stussy retracted her wings, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead as she managed a strained smile. "I understand. No need to be so fierce. Newgate." Newgate cast her a sidelong glance, dismissing her, then turned to Garoliosa, his expression serious. "What do you say? This was initiated by you." Garoliosa, having never witnessed Newgate's fury before, felt a surge of fear and instinctively took a step back, though she wore a defiant expression. I merely worry that things may not proceed as smoothly as she claims. Think about it. What if that ski fellow has devised a counter-strategy, catching us off guard? Even with powerful shells, they may not yield results. Upon hearing her explanation, Newgate's expression softened slightly as he replied, "Let rocks decide this matter." He is not one to act without careful consideration. Meanwhile, you two should strive to coexist peacefully. Each of you is an indispensable asset to our crew. I simply cannot accept being cordial with such a woman. Groliosa replied, her face revealing her reluctance. But since you say so, it's pointless to quarrel with her over trivial matters. For Newgate's sake, I shall overlook what transpired earlier, seeing that they had ceased their bickering. Newgate shrugged helplessly and moved to the bow of the ship, resting his forehead against his hand, lamenting, "It was my mistake to bring them both along." Rox remained indifferent to the dispute between the two women, his gaze fixed on the tumultuous waves, a smile playing on his lips. "It's not entirely your fault. While their animosity is well known, should the right opportunity arise, their combined strength may yield unexpected results. This is the very reason I brought them on this expedition. That reasoning is somewhat flimsy. Their relationship cannot be mended overnight. That remains to be seen." Rox turned back, his eyes holding a profound significance as he regarded Newgate. "You and I, are we not the same?" Newgate paused, suddenly reminded of a long-buried memory, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Were it not for the fact that you mercilessly beat the slavers, I would not have looked upon you favorably. Speaking of which, that lad seems unusually quiet today." Rox mused. Given his usual temperament, he would surely be stirring up trouble by now. Who can say? Newgate glanced casually toward the ship's cabin, remarking, "I heard today is a significant day for him. Perhaps he seeks solitude." "Today, you say?" Rox gazed up at the sky, momentarily lost in thought, murmuring, "It happens to be the anniversary of the obliteration of the wreaked kingdom." In a dimly lit room, Kaido sat alone at a corner table, idly toying with an old silver coin in his right hand, his gaze vacantly fixed ahead as though lost in thought. "Oh, don't you plan to step outside and enjoy the sea breeze?" Uno approached with his hands clasped behind him, his tone as warm as ever. "No, I lack the mood," Kaido replied disinterestedly, continuing his repetitive motion with the coin. "Just call me when we're close. You always seem particularly downcast on this day each year," Uno remarked, coming to stand beside the table, curiously pointing at the coin. "And I always see you with it. The original owner must have been someone of great significance to you, correct?" "You hit the nail on the head," Kaido replied with a wry smile, cradling the coin in his palm. "That person was like a father to me. He offered me considerable guidance. It's fair to say that without him, I would not be who I am today." At this point, a shadow of pain flickered in his eyes, and his voice grew urgent. "However, at the most critical moment, he betrayed me, colluding with the king to sell me to the world government." As he spoke, he hurled the coin forcefully to the ground, where it landed with a clatter, yet remained unscathed. Uno, witnessing this for the first time, felt a twinge of anxiety. He cautiously picked up the coin and placed it back on the table, calmly inquiring, "Have you ever considered seeking revenge?" Realizing he had let his emotions get the best of him, Kaido cleared his throat and continued, "After I first escaped from a Navy ship, I rushed back there. But upon returning to the Wokai kingdom, I found it desolate. Littered with corpses, I scoured the entire country, even turning over the body of that bastard king. Yet I could not find his corpse. I see, and oh wonder the Wokai kingdom met its demise." Uno mused thoughtfully. "Have you ever considered that perhaps he was not killed, but managed to escape the country in advance?" "I have certainly entertained that possibility. With his capabilities, he would never meet his end so easily," Kaido said with a tone of resignation. "Since then, I've been searching the seas for any trace of him, even boarding several prison ships to gather intelligence. Yet I remain empty-handed. One day, I truly wish to confront him and demand an explanation for why he betrayed me. Some things do not require justification," Uno replied, a knowing smile playing at his lips, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Sometimes, a whim from someone can plunge countless lives into tragedy. Though I am unaware of your specific circumstances, I advise against placing too much faith in others, even if they are your kin." "You are right," Kaido said, tucking the silver coin into his inner pocket, his expression a blend of complexities. Thus, at times, I ponder whether I hope not to encounter him again. Just as the two were deep in discussion, a loud clatter sounded as a man dressed in ordinary pirate attire burst through the door, leaning against the frame, panting as he announced, "Huff! Huff! Mr. Newgate has asked me to inform you both that the ship is nearing White Heron Island. Please assemble on the deck promptly. It seems we have unwittingly arrived at our destination." Uno adjusted his helmet, ensuring it would not fall, a faint smile creeping onto his face that I must admit, I feel a bit anxious at the thought of clashing with the Golden Lion. "Ha ha ha! Who cares about the Golden Lion or the Silver Lion?" Kaido bellowed as he sprang to his feet, laughing heartily. "We'll just smash them all. I've been brimming with pent-up frustration today." "So that is White Heron Island. It certainly lives up to its name," Uno remarked, grasping the ship's railing, his eyes widening in awe. Before him lay a small island, its expanse a blinding white, devoid of any color. Strikingly prominent against the darkened sky, as the ship advanced, the island's outline grew increasingly distinct. Given its remote position and its singular hue, it was no wonder the Golden Lion had chosen this location for their dealings. Free from the watchful eyes of any forces, Kaido stood beside Uno, arms crossed, leisurely explaining that he had previously passed by White Heron Island and possessed some knowledge of its environment. Meanwhile, all the combat personnel aboard the ship had gathered on the deck, each pirate brimming with anticipation, itching to charge onto the island and engage in battle. Stussy stood atop the lookout, observing the surroundings with her telescope, noting several warships anchored in the nearby waters. Their prows pointed outward, cannon ports exposed, ready to defend against any incoming assault. It seems they arrived at the island ahead of us. But Stussy furrowed her brow, muttering to herself, her voice laced with perplexity. Counting, she noted a total of 15 warships, significant in scale, yet hardly remarkable within the Golden Lion's fleet. She leapt down from the lookout and approached the other officers, her expression serious, as she stated. "Something feels amiss. The enemy fleet's numbers aren't particularly large. We should observe for a while before deciding how to land." "What? You must be joking," Giroliosa exclaimed, staring at her in disbelief. "It's merely a trade. They wouldn't need to make such a fuss. That you're not thinking of backing out, are you?" "No, Stussy is correct," Rox countered, gazing intently at the warships with a grave demeanor. "I've heard that Shiki is known for his flamboyant style. This kind of overwhelming display does not align with his usual tactics. There must be some concealed plot afoot." Giroliosa scoffed, muttering under her breath, "Tisich, I think she is just overthinking it that a blitzkrieg will wipe them out. Even if reinforcements arrive quickly, they'll be powerless to intervene. Don't you agree, Newgate?" As she turned to gauge Newgate's reaction, she found him staring up at the sky, his expression one of sheer shock. She halted, following his gaze into the heavens, her eyes widening in disbelief, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she stammered, What is happening? Is this too much?" Hearing her terrified words, the others instinctively looked skyward, soon mirroring her astonishment, standing frozen in place. Even the fearless Kaido was left speechless, rubbing his eyes to confirm the surreal scene before him. Within the clouds, dark billows churned, sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. Accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, a fleet of warships emerged from the dense cloud cover, floating majestically in mid-air, advancing forward with great momentum that a bolt of lightning arced across the sky, striking one of the vessels. Yet the impact left no trace. That it was evident that these warships had been equipped with excellent lightning protection, allowing them to traverse the storm unimpeded from the very beginning. "We have been mere pawns in their game," Giroliosa lamented as she collapsed onto the ground, despair evident in her voice. "How on earth did they manage this? It must be Shiki's flotation fruit," Newgate remarked, his gaze fixed on the overwhelming fleet, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "When I first heard about the ability to move islands, I thought it was absurd. It seems my imagination was far too limited. No wonder the defenses around the island were so sparse. They were all concealed within the clouds," Stussy observed incredulously, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "It appears they have scientists among them as well, capable of constructing such vessels. As a fellow traveler, I can't help but feel a twinge of envy." Uno remained silent, gazing up at the sky with clenched fists, Thus far, the majority of the enemy's elite forces were likely concentrated here, fully controlling the airspace. Should they choose to unleash a barrage, even if the ships were not struck by cannon fire, the turbulent waves could easily capsize them. Although the artillery shells crafted by Stussy could obliterate warships in an instant, their effectiveness diminished significantly when targeting airborne foes. To mitigate potential disasters, he had requested a protective shield on the ship before setting sail, compared to the previous encounter 3 years ago in the Adel Kingdom. The new shield could withstand 2 hours of intense bombardment, ensuring safety even under heavy fire. However, the drawbacks remained glaringly apparent. Upon activating the protective shield, the ship will be rendered immobile, and the rebounding attacks will have limited range, insufficient to reach the altitude of those warships. Should this continue, once the enemy realizes the shield is impervious to destruction, they will undoubtedly encircle their vessels with a formidable net. Moreover, it is uncertain whether the transaction on Hive Island will conclude in 2 hours. Should events unfold in that direction, they will inevitably face a pincer attack from both the Sky Pirates and the government's unknown forces. It seems we have no choice but to take a gamble. Uno raised his right hand. His lips moved slightly, and a somewhat hoarse voice preempted his thoughts. Relying solely on the protective shield is not a viable strategy. The youth was astonished that his own thoughts had been voiced by another. And then Rox continued calmly, articulating each word with precision. The officers and the 2 youngsters should proceed to Hive Island. Our immediate priority is to thwart their transaction. Leave everything here to me. The others were taken aback by his declaration, with Newgate exclaiming in disbelief, "No, even if you are immensely powerful, to confront these fleets alone is sheer hubris. Together, we might have a sufficient chance of victory." "Fear not, my old friend." Rox waved a hand to silence him, raising an eyebrow, his face radiating unparalleled confidence. "Until now, no one has witnessed my true strength. Even so, there is no need for me to utilize my devil fruit powers." Newgate sighed, resting his forehead in resignation. "You are truly audacious. However, if you are determined to proceed, I cannot dissuade you." Rox grinned, casting a glance at Stussy, who immediately understood, retrieving a remote control from his pocket. With the press of a button, a hidden door at the ship's base opened, revealing a speedboat that emerged slowly. "All right, let us board swiftly. We have no time for hesitation." Before Stussy could finish his sentence, he leapt from the ship, landing safely on the speedboat, followed closely by Newgate, Kaido, and Uno, each securing their place on the small vessel. Gurliosa hesitated momentarily, but steeled herself, descending directly towards the speedboat. Unexpectedly, during her fall, she twisted her waist and began to veer towards the SEI. In a moment of peril, a figure sprang forth, catching her in his arms and forcefully pushing off the ship's surface, using the recoil to stabilize their return to the speedboat. "Thank you. Please put me down." Gurliosa, realizing her savior was Kaido, felt a flush of warmth and a burgeoning fondness for him. Kaido averted his gaze, gently setting her down within the cabin. "Are we prepared?" Stussy gripped the steering wheel tightly, a rare and boisterous smile gracing his face as the speedboat hummed and vibrated, poised for action. "Look out! Someone is attempting to escape from there." A pirate aboard the airborne warship spotted the 2 speedboats through a telescope and alerted his comrades. The other pirates hurriedly loaded cannonballs into their cannons. In an instant, a torrential downpour of cannonballs rained down like a shower of flowers, sweeping towards the surface of the sea. "This is dire. How do we evade them?" The pirates aboard the ship were suddenly flustered, overwhelmed by the barrage of cannonballs. Rox stood motionless, unfazed, drawing a dual-headed blade from his waist, holding it aloft with the blade glinting ominously in the air. "Begone!" With a thunderous roar, Rox spun the dual-headed blade rapidly around its hilt, resembling a windmill, as ferocious gusts emanated from its vicinity, creating a vast wave that enveloped the ship's upper deck. Countless cannonballs struck the surface of the wave, shattering into a cloud of dust, inflicting no harm upon the vessel, leaving the pirates gaping in astonishment, momentarily forgetting their perilous situation. Meanwhile, the speedboat surged forward at breakneck speed, splashing waves behind it and leaving a lengthy trail across the sea. "Someone is approaching. Prepare for combat." The warships remaining on the surface unleashed a barrage towards the oncoming speedboat, but it was simply too swift, with cannonballs landing behind it each time. Stussy slammed the throttle, accelerating the speedboat once more, darting between the two warships at an electrifying pace towards Hive Island. Ha 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 ha. That's the spirit. Lads, Rox gazed in the direction of the speedboat, and as the barrage ceased momentarily, he swept the dual-headed blade from right to left, unleashing a magnificent crescent-shaped shockwave that plunged downward, cleaving 10 warships in half before they could evade. As he beheld the explosions illuminating the sky, Rox wore a wicked grin, exclaiming amidst the cheers of the pirates, "Prepare for battle, my young comrades. If we do not engage now, when shall we?" The snow-capped mountains loomed majestically at the heart of the island, their surfaces smooth as glass, devoid of any signs of erosion, casting a soft, ethereal glow that added to their mystery. They could see the foot of the mountains. A colossal pirate ship lay anchored against the rocky wall, surrounded by a throng of people. They could see the prow. A golden lion statue glared menacingly ahead, its expression fierce and terrifying. The immense sails were hoisted aloft on the mast, adorned with a skull sporting a golden beard, with a ship's wheel behind it, a proud emblem of the Sky Pirates. A burly pirate hurriedly approached, shouting towards the ship, "Captain, under your command. The fleet has concealed itself in the skies. Should any other pirate vessels pass by, we shall sink them without hesitation." "Ha ha! Excellent work. With my abilities backing us, those ships are no match. No matter how long they linger." Seated cross-legged upon the lion statue, a man with a mane of dense golden hair resembling that of a lion laughed triumphantly, a pipe clenched between his teeth, exhaling puffs of white smoke. He was none other than the captain of the Sky Pirates, known to the world as the Golden Lion, Shiki. He turned slightly, glancing at a man in a white coat with an explosive hairstyle on the deck, inquiring, "What news on the movements of those influential figures, Indigo?" The man named Indigo, the ship's doctor and Shiki's most trusted subordinate, adjusted his sunglasses, a sycophantic smile upon his face as he replied, "Ha ha. The Roger pirates were spotted in the West Blue just a couple of days ago. They seem to be searching for something called the Poneglyph. Even if they know of our transaction, it will take them nearly half a month to arrive." "Humph, that kid remains quite naive. Such artifacts hold little value." Shiki scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. "And what are the others?" Raiderfield continues to roam the New World solo, as he has always shown little interest in matters of trade. As for the other one. Indigo paused, his smile faltering slightly, noting that their main force departed Hive Island about half a month ago, likely having received advance information leading them here. "Yes, that's so." Shiki removed the pipe from his mouth, exhaling rings of smoke, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. "That swarm of bees will undoubtedly seize this opportunity." "Has Rox made his appearance as well?" "Indeed. According to my intelligence, this operation is personally led by Rox himself." "Ha!" Shiki sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he licked his lips. "This is splendid. I have long desired to face that fellow in battle. The opportunity has finally arrived." At that moment, a disheveled pirate staggered over, calling out to the two men aboard, "Captain, Mr. Indigo, we have received communication from the government. They will arrive behind Hive Island in 5 minutes. At last, they have come." Shiki leaped down from the statue, landing heavily on the ground, bellowing to the resting pirates, "Lads, our guests are almost here. Hurry and prepare for their arrival." The pirates, weary from the long wait, were instantly invigorated by their captain's words, rushing to transport the cargo boxes stacked along the ship's edge, observing his subordinates working diligently. Shiki stroked his beard, a proud smile emerging on his face. "What brings you such joy?" An unfamiliar, cold voice echoed beside him, causing both Shiki and Indigo to turn, their expressions shifting as they beheld a figure standing atop the towering mountainside. Strictly speaking, he was firmly anchored to the rock face, his entire being suspended upright in midair, arms crossed over his chest as he gazed downwards. Due to the considerable distance, his features were obscured. "Who are you, you rascal?" "Depending on your response, I shall consider adopting a different strategy," Indigo inquired warily, producing a flask filled with a bubbling liquid, clearly possessing a degree of peril. Oh dear, is it not true that pirates can be rather oblivious?" They failed to recognize their most important guest. As he spoke, the man propelled himself off the rock wall, spreading his arms wide as he executed a graceful somersault, landing steadily on the ground. At that moment, the crowd discerned his appearance. Clad in a white uniform, adorned with a flower on his chest, draped in a cloak, and topped with a white round hat, he seemed to merge seamlessly with his surroundings. His face was concealed by a mask that almost entirely obscured his visage. The mask's surface was bare, devoid of any design, evoking an unsettling chill upon first glance. The man surveyed the pirates encircling him with an air of menace, shook his head, and extracted a medal from his pocket, speaking in a calm tone. "There is no need for such hostility. If I were to claim that I am the contact for this rendezvous, you would surely understand, would you not?" Upon seeing the emblem of the world government inscribed on the medal, the pirates relinquished their weapons, reassured of his identity. Ski felt a twinge of unease at the man's stealthy entrance, yet maintained an imposing demeanor, declaring brazenly, "This is not what was agreed upon. My terms did not permit you to invade the island unannounced. Mr. CP9, spare me, for the higher-ups harbor distrust towards pirates, fearing that you may employ deceit. Thus, I was ordered to inspect your goods first." The masked man spread his hands, sighing in apparent resignation. "Additionally, I must correct a misunderstanding. I am CP0AT. This declaration." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was revealed that CP was a clandestine espionage agency under the government, publicly comprising 9 factions from CP1 to CP9, with the more covert CP0 being the highest rank, directly overseen by the world nobles. Also known as the Celestial Dragons, they typically undertook missions shrouded in secrecy, far from the public eye. Rumor had it that the deployment of CP0 signified impending significant events. The fact that the government had dispatched CP0 underscored the gravity with which they regarded this transaction. After all, any interaction between pirates and the government could lead to dire repercussions for the world at large. Ski, inwardly alarmed, maintained an impassive facade, leisurely stating, "There is little difference between 0 and 9. After all, your kind conducts business in a most surreptitious manner. Hey, Duster, go fetch those goods for trade." The last statement was directed towards his subordinate. "Yes," replied the scruffy pirate, accompanied by 3 comrades, as they hurried towards the ship's hold. Shortly, the concealed door at the ship's bottom creaked open, and accompanied by a cacophony of clanging sounds, a pirate emerged, dragging one end of a chain, followed by a long line of individuals, each face etched with despair. Their hands shackled in heavy irons, bonded together by chains. "Move swiftly, do not dawdle." With the pirate's fierce admonition, the enslaved individuals trudged forward amidst their weeping. An elderly man, unable to endure any longer, paused to catch his breath, only to be noticed by the pirate, who lashed out with a whip, striking him mercilessly while cursing. "You old fool, I told you not to slack off? My fault. I shall not dare again," the elder pleaded, cradling his bloodied head and shutting his eyes tight. "How can you expect to sell him at a good price looking like that? Get a grip," with another vicious crack of the whip. It seemed that the blow would strike the old man's skull when, in a flash of white light, the whip was severed into several pieces, falling to the ground. "Scoundrel!" In that fleeting moment, the pirate felt as if his wrist had been struck by a hammer, the pain radiating through his hand. Clutching his aching left hand, he scanned his surroundings in terror, shouting, "Who is it? Show yourself!" Hiding in the shadows to inflict harm is no skill, he bellowed into the crowd, seeking the identity of his assailant, yet no one replied. All right, it was I." CP0 lowered his raised arm, exhaling softly. "If you were to kill him, we would incur a loss of deposit, so it is imperative that I intervene. Kindly exercise restraint." Tisish, the pirate massaged his injured wrist, suppressing his fury, his face still contorted in displeasure. Witnessing the earlier spectacle, Ski stood agape, fixated on the unfolding scene. He had observed distinctly that when his subordinate swung the whip, CP0 was positioned at a considerable distance, and the subordinate had his back turned to CP0, that, if the action had indeed been instigated by CP0, then the one injured must have been his back. However, it was the subordinate's left hand that bore the brunt of the injury. This indicated that the agent had taken the blame to prevent chaos, yet the true culprit was likely unknown even to him. He had not discerned who had acted. Never mind, One can squash a bug at any time. Zero turned to Ski, his tone unwaveringly calm. My ship will arrive in 3 minutes. The weapons and gold you seek are aboard and will not fall short in quantity. But you must honor your word. That a sinister smile reappeared on Ski's face. I have gone to considerable lengths for this transaction. He continued. Now, bring forth your most crucial merchandise. The man's tone shifted to one of gravity. I need to verify that those items are authentic. How suspicious you are. Ski could not help but retort, turning to his subordinate with an order, bring that over here. Yes. Moments later, 2 burly pirates approached, carrying a hefty iron box, step by step, until they reached the assembly, releasing their hold as the box thudded heavily to the ground, creating a substantial dent. One pirate retrieved a key and unlocked it, revealing a sturdy wooden chest within. Upon opening it, a moderately sized treasure chest was unveiled. The pirate extracted the treasure chest, placing on the ground, inserting a small key into the lock as the chest opened. The treasures contained within became visible to all. Inside lay 3 fruits, their surfaces adorned with spiral patterns, emblematic of the devil fruits. Each fruit bore a label. From left to right, they read Paramecia, barrier fruit, Paramecia, ink fruit, and Zoan, snake fruit, mythical beast, Yamata, no Orochi form. Given the rarity of these fruits, each could undoubtedly command a price exceeding 500 million berries in the market, each a treasure of immense value. Yet, every individual present gaped at the treasure chest, their faces ashen, rendered speechless as an eerie silence enveloped the scene. What is happening? The pirate who had opened the chest stammered. Bewildered, the right of the 3 fruits lay a label that read Zoan, dog fruit, mythical beast, great mouth, true deity form. However, this position was conspicuously vacant. The fruit that was once placed there had vanished without a trace. CP0 fixated on the treasure chest for a while before speaking. Mr. Ski, I require an immediate explanation. What is the meaning of this? Ski remained silent, his expression darkening as he strode forward, seizing the collar of the pirate who had opened the chest, lifting him high and demanding, did I not instruct you to safeguard it? How is it that one is suddenly missing? The pirate turned pale with fright, stuttering, Sea Captain, it is not my fault. I checked it this morning, and it was all intact. Besides, the only key is in my possession. No one else could have stolen the fruit. Fool! Shiki, in a fit of rage, hurled him violently to the ground, his heart a tumult of shock and fury. His subordinates, well aware of his irascible temperament, would never dare jeopardize this crucial transaction. The slaves, usually confined within iron cages, were predominantly commoners, and thus had no opportunity to pilfer the fruits. Moreover, even if the thief were found, it was likely that they had already consumed the fruit, and hunting down the elusive devil fruit would require considerable effort. Beside him, Duster S. gaze remained fixated on the treasure chest, his expression shifting subtly to one of complexity before swiftly returning to its original state. He approached the momentarily bewildered man and quietly suggested, Admiral, this is not a viable solution. IT would be prudent to negotiate with the other party and propose selling the remaining 3 devil fruits at an agreed price, to see if they might accept. Upon hearing Duster's counsel, Shiki pondered its validity, calming somewhat as he called out to the masked figure. Mr. CP0, we have encountered a slight mishap. We are temporarily unable to recover one of the fruits. Let us proceed to sell you the remaining ones. CP0 paused for a moment, letting out a soft sigh, and shook his head, saying, that complicates matters. The higher-ups assigned me this task specifically for those 2 rare mythical Zoan fruits. Now that one is missing, how am I to report back? Shiki, losing his composure, raised his voice. What do you intend to do? Simply put, hand over that mythical Zoan fruit immediately. The man, with hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, otherwise we shall consider this a breach of agreement, and the government will take appropriate actions against the Flying Sky Pirates. Damn it! Do you intend to force my hand? Shiki could no longer contain himself, drawing 2 long blades from his back and assuming a combat stance. The other pirates, sensing their captain's readiness to confront, swiftly armed themselves and encircled CP0, despite the murderous intent radiating from the surrounding pirates. CP0 remained unruffled, calmly stating, killing me here is not a challenge for you, But should I perish, my allies will interpret it as a signal of hostility, resulting in similar consequences. Quite sharp-witted, I see, Shiki replied with a forced smile. His facial muscles twitching, he was acutely aware that with the current strength of the Flying Sky Pirates, engaging the government in an all-out war was premature. Admiral, we have spotted Rock's ship. Should we dispatch our fleet to attack? Indigo's voice echoed from the deck, further aggravating Shiki's already tumultuous emotions as he retorted, Do I need to spell out? Do what you must. At once upon hearing the name Rocks, CP0 seemed intrigued and asked calmly, Has our transaction been compromised? They are quite the troublesome adversaries. Even if they are formidable, they are hardly a match for my fleet, Shiki declared, one sword resting on his shoulder while the other pointed threateningly at the man. Let us set that aside for now. Will you accept this deal or not? CP0 hesitated, pulling at the brim of his hat. Asking me is futile. The same terms apply. Hand over that fruit, and we can discuss further. Then I regret to say, I have no desire to reach such an impasse. Ashiki's visage hardened as he raised his right hand, ready to signal his men to surge forward. CP0 smirked slightly, slowly removing the glove from his right hand. Just as the situation was on the brink of erupting into chaos, a thunderous explosion resonated, echoing like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Shortly thereafter, a boisterous laugh rang out from afar. Oh ho ho, I shall claim your head. It was the Golden Lion. The pirates, startled by the familiar voice, turned in unison towards its source, observing thick plumes of smoke billowing from the coastline. Faint glimmers of fire visible amidst the distance, yet unable to discern the specifics due to the gap. Upon hearing the laughter, CP0's movements stalled momentarily, his head bowed as he seemed to plunge into contemplation. Admiral, we have just received news. Indigo, gripping the ship's railing, spoke with a hint of panic. The Rocks pirates have dispatched a speedboat towards us. Our men were unable to stop them, and they have now landed on the western coast. Those rascals are quite skilled, Shiki remarked, lowering his weapon, a rugged grin replacing his anger. But it works in my favor. I share your sentiment, CP0 nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. Mutual slaughter benefits neither of us. Let us first unite to repel the enemy, then discuss our subsequent course of action, though it remains rather displeasing. Rocks grinned, pointing his thumb at himself, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, since they had explicitly mentioned his name. He felt compelled to respond appropriately. Suspended in midair, he raised his long sword and boisterously declared, Kekekek, why are you all still dawdling? Go hunt for fresh prey. With that, Shiki surged forward like a bolt from a crossbow, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. The surrounding pirates, momentarily stunned, erupted into cheers, swiftly following their captain's lead. These pirates are truly impatient. Can they not wait for their allies to act? Seeing their fervor, CP0 sighed helplessly, lowering his hat's brim, reminiscing about the laughter that had just echoed through the air. He adjusted his collar. Then, with a firm stamp his feet, leapt into the air, his feet rhythmically pounding against the atmosphere. Accompanied by a series of sonic booms as he ascended, disappearing from sight in an instant on the scene, remained the ever-anxious slaves, the pirates tasked with guarding them, and the ship's doctor still stationed on the deck. Honestly, once again, I've been left behind, Indigo muttered dejectedly. Plopping down onto the ground, he had lost count of how many times the Admiral had recklessly charged ahead, leaving him to clean up the aftermath. Mr. Indigo, is it truly wise for us to remain here? A cautious, ordinary pirate named Cast inquired. Need you ask? If they all rush to the front lines, the cargo here will be as good as forfeited. Indigo stood up, commanding them, You lot, prepare nearby according to my instructions. There must be no room for negligence. Understood, the pirates responded in unison. Indigo shook the flask in his hand, a shadow of a sinister smile crossing his pale face. As long as we have scientists on board, one man can be worth an entire army. Ouch! Stussy rubbed her throbbing head, slowly rising from the ground, gazing at the raging flames before her, silently expressing her relief. Not long ago, their speedboat had successfully evaded the enemy's blockade, but due to Stussy's lack of familiarity with the controls, they had sped recklessly, crashing directly onto the shore, hurtling toward a rocky cliff like a bolt of lightning. In a split second, the crew leaped off the sides of the speedboat, rolling away just in time as the vessel collided with the rock face, shattering into pieces and sending violent waves crashing around them. No sooner had Stussy regained her footing than she heard the boisterous laughter of the long-horned youth, causing her face to turn pale, nearly fainting as she lightly punched the back of his head. "You fool, don't you realize that gives away our position to the enemy?" "No matter," Newgate replied, wielding his naginata as he strode forward, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "This actually saves us the trouble of searching for them." Stussy's indignation transformed into a flirtatious grin as she pressed herself against his sturdy chest. "Since Newgate has said so, let us charge forward with fervor. Have you thought this through? With just our numbers, how can we possibly engage them in direct combat?" Garolios, nursing his aching back, could not resist retorting at her most detested woman. Stussy's pretty face fell once more as she turned her head with a cold smirk. "Isn't the very reason Rox sent us here that we could take them on 1 against 100? With Newgate and Kaido, we might not even lose, only if the enemy remains unaware of our presence." Garolio stood with his hands on his hips, coldly remarking, "Your actions nearly led to the destruction of the ship and the loss of lives. Even if Kaido did not raise an alarm, they would undoubtedly come to investigate the commotion. Both of you should know when to stop." Newgate interjected, interrupting their quarrel, asserting that this was not the time for them to bicker. Uno, who had been silent until now, carefully surveyed the surroundings and calmly addressed the group. "Ahead lie 2 paths. The left one is the most level, yet it is also well suited for an army's passage. It is likely that advancing along it will soon bring us into contact with them." He gestured towards the right path and continued, "The other route, though more rugged, is flanked by rocks, providing concealment from enemies, making it less likely for us to be discovered. Based on my estimation, we should be able to reach the rear of the island safely, although I cannot guarantee that the enemy will not take countermeasures. Then let me and Newgate hold off their main forces, while the rest of you take the smaller path," Kaido declared, lightly tapping his club on his shoulder. He licked his lips, eager to confront Shiki. It has been ages since I've encountered such an arrogant brat." His lion-like laughter echoed through the air, resonating in every corner of the island, causing the eardrums of those present to tremble with its intensity. Before the laughter had subsided, a man descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to cave in beneath him, sending small stones flying. With golden hair, an unusual traditional outfit, and a pipe perpetually clamped between his teeth. His unruly demeanor matched the photographs often seen in the newspapers. Newgate stepped forward unfazed and asked, "Are you alone? I tend to be impatient and left that group behind." The Golden Lion replied, nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the 5 of them before finally locking onto Kaido. "So, you're the brat who just boasted to me? Quite a bold tone you have." As his words fell, his eyes gleamed with intensity, and a violent wave of energy emanated from him, whipping the ground into a frenzy of dust and debris. The surrounding rocks trembled slightly, causing Stussy, Garolio, and Uno to struggle to maintain their footing. Nearly toppling over, Kaido raised his right arm to shield his head, gritting his teeth as he fought to stay upright, while Newgate remained steadfast, unblinking. What a terrifying individual. I can feel the immense pressure even before a blow is struck. Kaido wiped the cold sweat from his brow, revealing an exhilarating smile. "Now, this is getting interesting. My anticipation only grows." With that, he stomped heavily on the ground, launching himself forward like a cannonball, the tremendous force cracking the earth beneath him. He raised his club behind his head, harnessing the power of dark lightning, preparing to strike at Shiki. In the 3 years that had passed, Kaido had not been idle. During the day, he assisted other pirates with various tasks, and at night, he tirelessly trained. His mastery of armament haki had reached an extraordinary level, capable of shattering even the sturdiest of walls with a single blow. He confidently believed that if he struck first, few could withstand the force of his blow imbued with such tremendous power. Clang! In that instant, Kaido's expression shifted to one of shock. Shiki, with lightning speed, swung his long blade, parrying the attack of the club, sending sparks flying and abruptly halting Kaido's ferocious advance. "What?" Kaido's pupils constricted, seemingly unable to believe what had just transpired. "Quite a domineering strike. It seems you are not merely all talk." Shiki's eyes sparkled with excitement, maintaining the pressure with his right hand. But can you withstand my next move? With that, he gripped his left blade with his other hand, golden energy radiating from its surface, and swung upwards with force. Slash wave, a magnificent wave of golden sword energy formed instantaneously, surging forth with overwhelming momentum, slicing through the air and erupting into a violent explosion after traveling dozens of miles over the sea. The ground was carved into a deep chasm, extending beyond the island's edge, splitting the ocean in two and creating an enduring rift. Shiki glanced sideways, a smirk of amusement gracing his lips, as so bulky yet so agile. In that fleeting moment, Kaido, with swift reflexes, dissipated the force of his club, leaping aside just in time to narrowly avoid the incoming sword wave. Huff! Huff! Kaido leaned against the rock wall, gazing at the astonishing scene before him. Still shaken, and couldn't help but harbor a secret admiration for the rugged man. Seizing the opportunity amidst their battle, Uno waved to the dazed women, who quickly regained their composure and ran alongside him down the smaller path. Shiki allowed them to depart, casting a sidelong glance at Newgate, who stood with his arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening, while he regarded Kaido with keen interest, suddenly asking, What position did you hold in the Rocks Pirates? Kaido, taken aback by the abrupt question, replied without hesitation, Just a trainee crew member. Is that true? Shiki's mouth fell agape. Disbelief etched across his face. I assumed someone like you would at least be a high-ranking officer. Yet you're not even a regular cadre. What was that fool Rocks thinking? Who knows? Kaido shrugged nonchalantly, spinning his club in his hand, pointing the tip at the proudly standing man. You might not even be able to defeat someone as insignificant as me. Shiki remained momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. You're becoming more interesting by the moment, brat. If it weren't for the fact that I truly wish to have a drink with your captain, I would relish the chance to battle you. He crossed his swords, intertwining golden energy, a cruel smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, I will ensure you see another world within 5 seconds. Ha ha! With that, Shiki kicked off the ground, creating a deep crater, propelling himself forward, trailing a fierce aura, a menacing grin upon his face as he charged ahead for the strike. Counterattack! Annihilate them without exception, at Rock's command. The pirates rallied their spirits, for at a time, energetically setting up artillery. The gunners swiftly loaded Stussy's newly invented shells into the cannons point one by one. The shells rained down like droplets of rain, their speed leaving the enemy with no chance to react. And in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 warships were penetrated and sank into the sea after a series of explosions. Bring out the mortars that Uno has. But those are still prototypes. I ordered you to fetch them. So do it. No more nonsense. Yes, the trembling pirates complied, hurrying back to the hold. After some time, they brought the 10 mortars available on board to the deck, quickly loading shells and aiming them skyward. Boom! 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 The aerial fleet unleashed another barrage, overwhelming the sea below, as the pirates shouted in unison, each mortar firing a volley of shells, like meteors streaking across the sky, colliding with the incoming projectiles to create a series of explosions that painted half the sky crimson. What? How are they managing this? The members of the flying pirate crew looked on in terror. And before they could process the unfolding events, a massive wave of energy erupted from the explosions, ascending into the sky in a dazzling display, illuminating the desperate faces of the pirates. Then, over 20 warships split apart violently, bursting into magnificent fireworks. Rocks gazed upward at the dwindling number of remaining ships, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Just a bunch of useless fools overly reliant on their captain's abilities. Let's wipe them out in one go. As soon as the words left his mouth, a fierce golden slash hurtled in from a distance, slicing through the nearby sea with an unending trajectory. The tumultuous waves surged in response to this shockwave, causing the ships of the Rocks pirates to bob precariously. Fortunately, the helmsman swiftly navigated the vessel, preventing it from capsizing entirely, gazing at the perfectly straight cut on the sea's surface, with water rushing in from both sides. Rocks felt a slight heaviness in his expression that it was no small feat, not even for Newgate, and even his own charged strike might not achieve such an effect. Undoubtedly, the one responsible for this slash was the man known to the world as the Golden Lion. Ha ha! Indeed intriguing. I find myself rather fond of him. Rock smiled, a sense of admiration blossoming within him. He turned to the swaying crew and shouted, "The officers have begun engaging the enemy. Boys, put in more effort. Otherwise, the treasure will be snatched away by them." The crew, momentarily dazed, rallied at the governor's call. Their spirits revived as they hurriedly manned the cannons to continue firing at their foes. Shiki swung his blade with the force of thunder, the air splitting with a series of explosive sounds. With the enemy just a breath away, Kaido's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly propelled himself into the air, executing several flips before landing firmly behind Shiki. Raising his kanabo to strike at his back, hearing the rush of wind, Shiki pivoted sharply, his right blade crashing down heavily on the kanabo, diverting its path and forcing it to sink a few centimeters. Seizing the moment while Kaido was still astonished by his attack being thwarted, Shiki delivered a rapid and ferocious upward kick, landing squarely on Kaido's chin, denying him any chance to recover. With his left hand, he enveloped his long sword in a dazzling golden aura, cleaving horizontally to unleash a vast wave of golden energy that swept forth with devastating force, obliterating everything in its path. That a towering mountain was reduced to nothingness in an instant. And the shockwave extended for 5 kilometers, the sounds of crumbling rock and anguished cries echoing in the distance. Shiki, however, was deaf to those sounds, fixated on the crater of 500 meters he had created, pride swelling within him. Ha ha! Just as expected, I'm stronger than before. He was about to continue when he abruptly halted, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He beheld a young man, still standing amidst the dissipating smoke. Arms crossed, enveloped in a dark purple aura, wisps of steam rising from his muscular form, his skin unmarred by any visible injuries. Huff! He can withstand it completely. Kaido, shedding his aura, retrieved the kanabo from the ground and hoisted it onto his shoulder. A smug grin spreading across his face as he extended 5 fingers. I'm afraid the 5 seconds have long passed. Shiki, momentarily stunned, broke into a mocking laugh, licking his lips. Huh. Now that's more like it. My desire to destroy you has only intensified. Perched upon a massive rock, Newgate observed their fierce clash, raising an eyebrow in interest as he noted how effortlessly Kaido blocked Shiki's overwhelming attack. That little brat, his hockey and fighting prowess are almost unrecognizable compared to when he battled me. He has indeed been training diligently these past few years. Given time, he will surely become a new star upon the seas. However, he still lacks a certain finesse as a comrade. Do you not wish to lend him a hand, Edward? Newgate? Just as he marveled at Kaido's growth, a deep voice resonated from the side. He quickly turned to see a figure standing atop a protruding rock of a nearby mountain. Arms crossed, garments billowing, adorned with an expressionless mask that exuded an inexplicable eeriness. Did you not notice me? How did you remain oblivious to my presence? The sudden emergence of this figure startled Newgate. Yet he maintained his composure, replying, I do not require your guidance. Given your attire, you must be a government lackey engaged in dealings with Shiki, correct? Do refrain from such harsh words. The figure sighed. I merely follow the directives of my superiors. To be frank, I wish to avoid any entanglement with criminals that that so. How unfortunate for you. Whitebeard tightened his grip on his naginata, his gaze sharpening. I happen to be rather bored, and I wouldn't mind a little amusement. Spare me. I wish to live a few more years. CP0 leisurely settled into a cross-legged position on the cliff, speaking in a calm tone. How about we witness the outcome of this battle? Speculating on the victories and defeats of others can be rather entertaining. No, Newgate scoffed, ignoring him as he turned his attention back to the fray. At that moment, Kaido and Shiki clashed once more, their weapons colliding with a flurry of sparks, the sound of clanging metal resonating through the air, fissures spreading in the wake of their steps. Ha ha, die! Shiki roared, his left sword entwined with golden energy. Cleaving downwards, Kaido swung his kanabo to deflect the blow, the force of the strike sending him staggering back a few steps as Shiki prepared for another diagonal strike. Kaido reacted swiftly, rolling backwards to create distance, positioning his kanabo behind his head. Thunder Bagua! Kaido lunged forward with lightning speed, his kanabo sweeping across the ground like a streak of dark lightning. Shiki's eyes narrowed, recognizing the attack was too powerful to meet head-on. He swiftly plunged both blades into the earth, raising a towering wall of soil before him, three vividly depicted lion heads emerging from its surface, glaring menacingly at everything ahead. Kaido hesitated for a moment, but did not relent. His strike crashing against the earthen wall, spiderweb-like cracks spreading from the lion heads, shattering the entire structure in an instant. I could see that moment. Shiki leapt into the air, delivering a flurry of kicks that connected with Kaido's face, spinning around to land a roundhouse kick that sent him crashing into a massive rock, which crumbled down, burying him beneath a cascade of boulders. Quite a skillful display. Kaido emerged from the rubble, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, only to find himself surrounded by Shiki's phantoms, encircled in a tight formation. This guy. Kaido pondered the rapidly flashing shadows, uncertain, activating his observation haki to sense the enemy's presence. Discovering the real Shiki just to his left front, he swung his kanabo forcefully, only to miss entirely, hearing Shiki's boisterous laughter from behind. "Huh, you are indeed formidable. The strongest young man I have encountered." Without a moment's hesitation, Kaido swung his kanabo backward, yet still found no tangible target. Meanwhile, Shiki's voice drifted from the right, teasingly, "But you're too fixated on enhancing your strength with haki, thereby diminishing your agility." All the shadows erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter, echoing around them. The result is that your haki is rapidly depleting, causing your stamina to falter. Surely, you're beginning to feel the strain now. Kaido was driven to distraction by their laughter, roaring in frustration. "Stop the nonsense." He gripped his kanabo, ready to strike again, only to suddenly feel a painful sensation in his legs, collapsing to one knee. Gasping for breath, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Just as Shiki had said, the frequent release of haki had rendered Kaido a spent force, nearing his limits. Flaws abound. Lion's might? Vortex, with the ground trembling violently, for colossal earth pillars erupted, transforming into four fierce white lions, their gaping maws and glaring eyes charging towards Kaido. Caught off guard, Kaido was swiftly ensnared by the lions, who pinned him to the ground, merging with the earth, leaving only his head and torso exposed. Countless afterimages converged in one direction, coalescing into Shiki's form, his right blade resting on his shoulder, grinning under the power of my float fruit. "You are nothing more than a feeble insect." "Scoundrel!" Kaido struggled fiercely, only to discover that his limbs were firmly pinned to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. He could only grit his teeth and glare at his opponent. "By the way, I never did ask for your name." Shiki approached, holding his blade with both hands, stepping closer until he halted before Kaido, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. "However, your face, I shall remember well." With that, he raised his long sword, enveloped in a golden aura, and swiftly swung it down towards Kaido's neck. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared. Just as Kaido was on the brink of losing his head, a figure suddenly materialized before him, wielding a weapon to block Shiki's deadly strike and sending him flying several meters away. Hey, what is going on? Why are you suddenly intervening in someone else's duel?" Shiki, realizing the newcomer was Newgate, who had been spectating until now, exploded with rage. Kaido, momentarily stunned by the scene, quickly shouted at him, "What are you doing here? I don't need anyone's help. Get lost." Despite Kaido's furious outburst, Newgate remained unfazed, glancing at him with a slight tilt of his head, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, which stirred his crescent-shaped mustache. "Gurara, don't misunderstand. I'm just here to swap shifts with you." Newgate, gripping his naginata with one hand, swiftly slashed 4 times, shattering the earth that bound Kaido's limbs. Kaido slowly rose, shaking off the numbness in his hands and feet, still unable to comprehend why Newgate had chosen to involve himself in his battle. His temper flared as he turned to confront him, only to notice Newgate pulling a gourd of wine from his left hand, inscribed with the characters Tion in regular script. "This is the item you entrusted me to keep safe. Drink it all in one go. I don't want to act as your nanny." Newgate tossed the wine gourd over his shoulder without looking back. It arced through the air before Kaido caught it. lifting it to his lips and drinking it down in large gulps. Good wine. Kaido couldn't help but exclaim, wiping the remnants from the corners of his mouth and tossing the gourd aside. He felt an indescribable sense of refreshment wash over him, picked up his kanabo, swung it a few times, creating a resonating hum in the air, and grinned, fortunate to have prepared this in advance. His strength had fully returned. Shiki, witnessing the once exhausted youth suddenly revitalized in the blink of an eye, felt his eyes bulge in disbelief. Is he really regaining stamina just by drinking? This is the first time I've seen such a method. After all, that kid is the biggest drinker on Hive Island. Newgate replied matter-of-factly, a hint of envy creeping into his tone as he recalled a time when Kaido returned from a mission utterly spent, collapsing and unresponsive no matter how much he was called. Fortunately, Capone had brought the finest wine from the tavern, which revived Kaido in an instant. Perhaps Kaido's constitution had an exceptionally high compatibility with alcohol. Subsequently, Stussy developed a medicinal wine based on this, which not only tasted richer, but could also restore any amount of energy lost in battle with a single gulp out of course. This medicinal wine was effective only for Kaido. Don't interfere with me. That guy Shiki is my opponent to defeat. Kaido brandished his kanabo and charged forward again, but Newgate extended his arm to block him, slowly stating, Didn't you hear what I said? It has time for you to swap shifts with me. Do you look down on me? Newgate rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless at Kaido's unreasonable attitude, pointing his naginata towards a certain direction. After fighting for so long, didn't you notice there's another person here? Kaido was momentarily taken aback, following Newgate's gesture to see a man in white sitting on the edge of a cliff, who noticed Kaido staring and waved at him. Hello there. I've been waiting for quite some time. When did that guy arrive? Newgate interrupted Kaido's astonished inquiry, saying, I was startled too at first. He's an agent sent by the government to negotiate with Shiki. Given his attire, he seems to be a special CP0. That person can obscure his presence, and with observation haki, he remains undetectable, so you must be extremely careful. Be cautious. Ho ho ho. You actually dare to say such a thing to me. Kaido chuckled, though his laughter lacked authenticity, indicating that the faceless man was also a formidable foe. Shiki had maintained a demeanor of ease until now. He probably hasn't even shown his true power yet. And without consuming a devil fruit, you would find it difficult to contend with him. Newgate strode confidently towards Shiki, speaking clearly. I will handle him. You just need to take care of the other one. From what I felt earlier, while that person possesses strong haki, he pales in comparison to Shiki, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with him given your current strength. Kaido smiled sardonically. The way you say that makes me feel quite displeased, and of course, I am merely making a preliminary assessment. Perhaps that individual is stronger than I anticipated. Newgate disregarded the youth's words, shifting his gaze to the blond man, speaking solemnly. You can accept such a match, right? Jekikek? I don't care about that. Shiki brandished his dual blades, a sneer playing on his lips, stating up front that he was only interested in facing rocks, and had no time to play with you subordinates. Subordinates? You really dare to say that? Newgate's gaze sharpened like lightning, twirling his naginata in a wide arc. I will make you regret ever uttering those words. As his words fell, both wielded their weapons simultaneously, resulting in a fierce clash, with tremendous shockwaves radiating from their center, shattering nearby rocks into debris and causing the entire island to tremble under the force of their confrontation. Even the surrounding sea began to churn. Kaido plunged his kanabo into the ground to stabilize himself, astonished and impressed by the sheer might of these two monsters, realizing that Newgate's earlier claims were entirely true. I am still far from being their equal. You must be thinking this now, right? Kaido heard the voice and quickly turned, seeing that CP0 had leaped down from the stone platform, approaching him with deliberate steps. He swiftly yanked his kanabo from the earth, raising it to his chest. Eyes alert as he questioned, Are you finally ready for a fight? Not at all. I was merely startled by their strength and accidentally fell down. CP0 waved his hands dismissively, his tone seemingly filled with grievance. Rest assured, I have no intention of fighting you, of course. If you wish to fight, I am more than willing to oblige. I don't see you as someone who can provoke others. Kaido instinctively tightened his grip on the kanabo, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the masked figure, questioning word by word. Moreover, I've been meaning to ask, though your voice is much hoarser, It still sounds remarkably like someone I know. Who exactly are you? In response to the youth's nearly hoarse inquiry, CP0 remained unfazed, lightly touching his mask, and though his expression was obscured, his voice carried a hint of amusement. Oh, is that so coincidental? I'm merely an ordinary government agent. Perhaps our voices just happen to be similar, if you wish to confirm it personally, provided you have the capability to do so. Before his words had fully settled, Kaido suddenly shifted, appearing before CP0 in the blink of an eye. Swinging his kanabo toward his face, CP0 stood motionless, his upper body twisting like clay, effortlessly evading the strike. With a push of his right hand, he sent Kaido flying, who tumbled several times before managing to regain his footing. Six styles, a technique we have been trained in since childhood at the government. CP0 resumed his stance, explaining methodically, the move I just executed, paper drawing, is one of them. Just some flashy tricks. Kaido brushed the dust off his clothes, the prior strike having left him unscathed. With a sudden burst of force, he shattered the ground beneath him and leapt into the air, spinning his kanabo as he descended rapidly towards his target. Descending 3 worlds? Invoking the abyss, the kanabo trailed a long black lightning bolt, descending with the force of thunder upon CP0, who looked up at the approaching figure, arms crossed, seemingly indifferent, as the spike club was about to make contact with his hat. The figure of CP0 suddenly vanished from sight. The club struck the ground with force, causing long, jagged fissures to erupt wildly in all directions. Stones of varying sizes tumbled and fell as the once sturdy ground shattered into a pockmarked surface. While the surrounding mountains trembled in response, disappeared, Kaido was left in a state of uncertainty, astonished that his strike had failed to connect. In an instant, CP0 reappeared behind him, executing a left-footed kick that formed a magnificent blade of wind. Gale kick, the enormous wind blade, accompanied by a howling sound, shot forward at lightning speed. A cold glint flashed in Kaido's eyes as he rolled to the left, disregarding his awkward posture. With a thunderous crash, the ground was cleaved open, splitting a mountain ahead into 2 segments that collapsed with a resounding roar. The astonishing power before him filled Kaido with a sense of trepidation, compelling him to abandon any thoughts of underestimating his opponent. He sprang to his feet, launching his spiked club forward like a tempest, each swing brimming with ferocity. Yet every strike was deftly evaded by CP0, who remained unscathed, not even brushing against the fabric of his garment. "What are you doing?" "I'm about to yawn," CP0 taunted, dodging with ease, further fueling Kaido's rage. In a fit of fury, Kaido swung his club with great force. Faced with this overwhelming blow, CP0 unexpectedly chose not to evade. Standing firm in place, clang. The spiked club struck him with a resounding impact, akin to hitting steel, numbing Kaido's arm. Despite the force of the blow, CP0 remained unyielding, with not a single mark upon his body. Iron block, as the name suggests, hardens the body like iron. Be cautious when you see me standing still. CP0 declared, while simultaneously unleashing a rapid left jab that struck Kaido's chest, indenting his muscles deeply. Kaido, gritting his teeth through the excruciating pain, retaliated with another strike aimed at CP0's wrist, only for his opponent's body to twist like a serpent, swiftly evading the blow and returning to his original position behind Kaido, where his right index finger shot forward, piercing Kaido's back. Finger GUNAS, CP0 withdrew his finger. A gaping hole appeared in Kaido's back, blood gushing forth. The young man's face contorted in agony as he staggered forward, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. "Seeing you struggle against Shiki for so long, I thought you might provide me with some amusement," CP0 remarked. Disappointment etched upon his face, his glove stained crimson as drops of blood trickled down. Was this truly all you could muster? Kaido clenched his jaw, striving to maintain his consciousness while regaining his footing. As CP0 continued to speak, Kaido increasingly suspected that he resembled someone familiar, his heart unable to find peace, thus diminishing the power he could wield. What am I thinking? That person has long since perished. Even if he were alive, he would never come to a place like this. Kaido reassured himself, taking a deep breath as he turned to face the approaching agent. Now this feels like a proper fight. I have no desire to play house with you. In a flash, CP0 vanished once more, leaving only a series of sonic booms in the air. Kaido shut his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the movement of the air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and swung his club to the left. CP0 transformed into a mere sheet of paper, quickly darting to the other side, where he reverted to his original form and thrust his finger violently towards Kaido's neck. Unexpectedly, Kaido's spike club, having swung halfway, executed a swift spin and struck forcefully to the right. CP0, caught off guard by this maneuver, could not activate Iron Block in time and was forced to cross his arms in defense. With a crackle of electricity, the club slammed into CP0's arms, the sheer force sending him hurtling through the air. Just as he was about to collide with the rocky wall, he performed a roll mid-air, planting his feet firmly against the wall and using the rebound to land gracefully on the ground, leaving a web of cracks across the surface he had just stepped upon. Kaido, filled with pent-up frustration, couldn't resist mocking. "Now that I've taken things a bit more seriously, you're not all that impressive. Are you?" CP0 remained silent, standing resolutely on the ground, cracks spreading across his mask from the center outward. With a resounding crash, the mask shattered into countless tiny fragments that fell to the ground. In that moment, Kaido's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment, as if he had encountered a demon. The spike club slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a thud, and he staggered backward several steps. Trembling as he uttered, "I never expected. It truly is." The rain poured down in torrents, and the wind howled fiercely as a deluge engulfed the city that had crumbled into ruins, rendering everything indistinct. "Oh dear. This rain has arrived rather unexpectedly. I wonder how long it will continue," mused a middle-aged man, approximately 35 years old, as he strolled forward with his hands in his pockets, gazing up at the sky. His bangs were swept aside by the gusts, revealing a face that bore the marks of time, yet remained strikingly clear. His long, ebony hair was tied back in a ponytail, and he wore a blue and white long coat, now soaked through from the rain. Trailing behind him were dozens of soldiers clad in armor, vigilantly scanning the surroundings with swords and blades in hand, ever alert for unforeseen dangers. One soldier held an umbrella, cautiously shielding the middle-aged man from the downpour. "This place seems to have suffered a cataclysm. Those pirates are truly ruthless," remarked a lean soldier, frowning as he observed the bodies strewn across the street, the stench of blood mingling with the odor of decay filling the air, prompting him to cover his nose up. Be careful. They might be lying in ambush nearby. Don't let them catch us off guard." "What is there to fear? We are the elite of the Vok kingdom," boasted a portly soldier, patting his own belly, dismissing the concerns of his anxious comrade. "Besides, with Mr. Kubota here, even if hundreds of pirates came at us, they wouldn't stand a chance." "Don't make me sound so extraordinary," the middle-aged man, known as Kubota, replied with a hint of embarrassment. "If it weren't for you all accompanying me, I wouldn't dare to confront the monstrous ghost pirate crew alone." "You remain as humble as ever, Captain. Who doesn't know you are the strongest in our nation? Every soldier looks up to you," said Paul, the soldier, grinning and giving a thumbs up, clearly showing great respect for the man referred to as Kubota. The soldier holding the umbrella cleared his throat twice, attempting to shift the topic. "According to our intelligence, after the monstrous ghost pirate crew captured Brandy Island, they established it as their stronghold, with around 1,000 pirates stationed there. Though most are merely a ragtag bunch, the true threat lies in their captain, Chuinkyo." At the mention of this name, the soldier's expression grew grave, his lips trembling slightly. "Kiyotaka, that fellow is no trifling matter." Paul's previous jovial demeanor faded, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "Rumor has it he is a notoriously ruthless pirate, possessing an extraordinarily powerful bite, capable of reducing steel to shavings. Countless civilians and sailors have perished at his hands, leading the government to place a bounty of 250 million on his head. It can be said that the monstrous ghost pirate crew owes its notoriety entirely to him." A soldier glanced at a mangled corpse lying on the ground, his stomach churning at the gruesome sight. Panic etched across his face. "Can we truly defeat such a monster? I heard that a naval vessel was dispatched recently, only to be torn apart in no time." "What? Are you afraid, Ford?" Paul teased, leaning in to poke the man's chest plate with a mischievous grin. "It's still not too late to turn back, provided you agree to give me your share of the reward." "Who says I'm afraid?" Ford retorted, his face flushed with indignation, though his voice trembled. I just think Kiyotaka is too brutal. I simply can't accept that right now. Huh, you're stuttering. At that moment, the previously slender soldier shook his head in exasperation and interjected sternly. Enough of your bickering. Have you forgotten the reason we came to Brandy Island? This concerns each and every one of our lives. Albert is right. Kubota turned slightly to the side, revealing a profound and piercing gaze. At that moment, the kingdom of Woka was in dire need of substantial funds to pay the heavenly tribute. Otherwise, it would face the revocation of its status as a member state. The treasures amassed by the pirates were a timely boon for us. Have you forgotten the king's orders, Paul? Paul, who was usually quite meddlesome, found himself at a loss this time. Rubbing the back of his head, he chuckled awkwardly. I know, I was just thinking Ford is usually easy to bully and wanted to take the opportunity to tease him. Ignoring him, Kubota turned his attention forward and stated, in any case, do not let your guard down. Just ahead lies the lair of the ghost pirate crew, and a battle could erupt at any moment. As for the scoundrel Kaido Maru, I shall deal with him personally. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an invisible authority that instilled a sense of inexplicable reassurance among the soldiers, who marched in an orderly fashion behind their captain. After traversing an indeterminate distance, one soldier exclaimed in surprise, pointing ahead with a tone of bewilderment, "Look! What is that?" Upon hearing his words, the advancing soldiers halted. Turning to look in the direction indicated, in an instant, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes that on a patch of ground stained crimson with blood, numerous bodies lay sprawled in disarray, rendered unrecognizable by the rain's relentless assault. From their attire, it was evident that these individuals had once belonged to a group of pirates. The overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their senses, causing everyone to shudder. Ford was the first to cry out in horror. "They re all dead." Albert, with a keen eye, quickly identified their affiliation by a skull adorned with horns depicted on the belt of one corpse. Gasping in disbelief, they are all members of the ghost pirate crew. The soldiers exchanged alarmed glances, each having envisioned countless scenarios before their expedition, yet none had anticipated such a grim outcome. Paul, though inwardly shaken, maintained a facade of nonchalance. Forcing a smile, could it be that they turned on each other over a share of the spoils? His sentence faltered abruptly, as if he had lost his voice. His eyes widened in terror, his face paling to an unhealthy hue, his fingers trembling as he pointed towards a certain direction. Not far off, amidst the smoke-filled ruins, a colossal figure lay motionless on the ground, resembling a small mountain. Upon closer inspection, it was a towering giant, a long horn on its forehead already broken. Its eyes were rolled back, bloodshot, and a row of sharp teeth lay shattered, with blood pooling from its mouth, its massive head deeply indented, clearly having been deceased for some time. Perched upon the giant's back was a diminutive figure, clad in a black leather vest caked in blood, wielding a spiked club. Most striking were the short horns protruding from its head that a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the youthful yet fierce countenance of the boy. In that moment, the soldiers seemed to collectively hold their breath, frozen like lifeless statues, their faces ashen as they gazed upon the scene before them. Without a doubt, the giant's features bore a striking resemblance to the wanted poster of Kaido Maru, a visage that had instilled fear across nations and silenced children who heard his name. Yet, this once formidable and ruthless pirate, along with his crew, had been vanquished by a mere child who appeared to be no older than 8 or 9. His prideful steel teeth utterly shattered. This harrowing reality was one that none could readily accept. The boy suddenly noticed the approaching figures, his eyes widening in alarm, dark lightning erupting from them. Before the soldiers could comprehend the situation, they fell one by one, rolling their eyes back and foaming at the mouth, collapsing onto the ground. The rain continued to pour, leaving only the boy and the one soldier, Kubota, who remained unaffected, already capable of wielding conqueror's haki at such a young age. Kubota mused, picking up an umbrella from the motionless soldier beside him and observing the boy with keen interest. Would you care to share what has transpired here? What met his inquiry was the boy's unrelenting scorn. I have no obligation to do so. Get lost. Being so rude at such a young age won't win you any friends. You know, Kubota replied, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. While I appreciate your assistance in averting a bloodbath, you must provide me with an explanation for incapacitating all my subordinates without cause. Before he could finish, the boy, wordlessly gripping his spike club, leaped down from the giant's corpse and charged towards Kubota, swiping fiercely from left to right, creating a gust of wind. Has he made his move? Just as the strike was about to land upon Kubota's brow, a flash of azure light flickered, and Kubota vanished from sight. The boy struck nothing but air, losing his balance and nearly tumbling to the ground. As he frantically searched for his opponent, he felt a chill run down his spine and slowly turned to see the tip of an umbrella pressed against his back, its handle held by a middle-aged man sporting a warm smile. It seems a victor has emerged. Kubota gently retracted the umbrella and opened it over his head, remarking playfully, "I was merely teasing you. Even without your words, I can surmise what has transpired. You are not a resident of this island. Are you?" The boy felt a dull pain radiating from his back, realizing the opponent had shown restraint and gradually subdued his brash demeanor, muttering, "I heard that Kaido Maru boasted that no one could defeat him. So I came to this island seeking a challenge, only to find him so pathetic." "Oh, what compelled you to take such action?" Kubota inquired. "To become the strongest," the boy replied bluntly, his gaze resolute. "Only by becoming stronger through any means necessary can I protect the weak. This is the only way to change this unreasonable world." Upon hearing the boy's words, Kubota appeared moved, a slight smile gracing his lips. To think such an unrealistic notion could spring from a mere child. However, the most impractical ideas often yield the most unexpected results. With that, he extended his left hand calmly, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Would you care to accompany me? Perhaps there you will find your answers." The boy, sensing the man's gracious demeanor and finding no hint of malice, hesitated briefly before slowly extending his right hand to clasp Kubota's. "If you can't help me achieve my dream, I will have no mercy." "Agreed that I won't let you regret this," the middle-aged man replied with a grin, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet." The boy remained silent for a moment before finally responding. "I have no name. I've lived alone all this time." Kubota, catching a hint of melancholy in his tone, sighed softly. "You remind me of a past event, but perhaps it's best left unspoken." He bent down, placing his left hand on the boy's shoulder, a gentle smile brightening his face. "Since my name is Kubota, you shall be called Kaido." "Kaido?" The boy pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What a splendid name!" The torrential rain continued to pour down, and amidst the sound of the relentless downpour, the figures of the two men gradually became indistinct. Following this encounter, the boy who received the name Kaido, under Kubota's recommendation, became a soldier of the kingdom of Waka. In just half a year, his extraordinary strength earned him recognition as he defeated formidable enemies for the nation. And one questioned Kubota's decision to pass on the title of his strongest soldier to Kaido. Consequently, the kingdom of Waka emerged as one of the most prosperous member states, with foes often surrendering at the mere mention of Kaido's name. Throughout the years spent with Kubota, Kaido gradually sensed an unfamiliar emotion blossoming within him. Though he could not articulate what it was, however, as he embarked on his solitary adventures across the world, that feeling slowly began to fade away. After all, that has become a past too painful to recall. No matter how formidable the adversary, Kaido had never felt fear, ruthlessly devising ways to vanquish them one by one. The only encounter that instilled trepidation within him was the potential meeting with that enigmatic man, once the commander of the Woker Kingdom's army, now missing without a trace. Yet, the scene before him inexorably pulled him back from the precipice of denial. The mask shattered, revealing a strikingly handsome visage on the face of CP0, with long hair tied in a ponytail dancing in the wind, and streaks of gray at his temples, expressionlessly fixated on the astonished youth. Kubota Kaido struggled to utter the name from between his clenched teeth. "You still remember this name, though I have no lingering attachment to it," the CP0 member replied with a sardonic smile. "But it matters not how you address me. It is time you came to know." He pointed to the medal hanging from his chest, enunciating each word with gravity. "Vidrui, the title bestowed upon him as a member of the World Government's Intelligence Agency, CP0. Do you wish to inquire about Commander Kubota?" In a bustling tavern, Paul wiped the remnants of alcohol from his lips, his cheeks flushed from excessive drinking, and with bleary eyes he chuckled. "Is there even a need to say?" No one in the entire Woker Kingdom can surpass him in combat prowess. He's quite affable as well, and I've heard he hails from elsewhere. Elsewhere? Kaido set down his cup, staring blankly at him. You mean he is not from his country? Once, during a gathering, he drank himself into a stupor and inadvertently revealed his past. Paul took a hearty swig, eyes narrowed in excitement. Commander Kubota was originally a merchant who, during a business venture, was caught in a storm and drifted to this kingdom, arriving penniless. Fortunately, he had some martial skills and, upon the king's summons, joined the royal army, and that was 13 years ago. Back then, I was just a wee lad like you. Huh. Kaido lowered his head in silence, having traveled through several affiliated nations. He understood that rulers often appointed local hereditary officers to lead their armies. The peculiar choice of an outsider as the commander of the Woker Kingdom left him bewildered, seated beside him. Albert seemed to discern his confusion. Leisurely skewering a piece of roasted meat and chewing thoughtfully, he mumbled an explanation. The Woker Kingdom, in its quest to bolster its coffers, has been diligently strengthening its military, accepting anyone willing to pledge allegiance to the king, even if they hail from enemy territories. Thus, when Commander Kubota retires, it is likely you will ascend to that position. This lad, as the successor of that individual, is quite suitable. It feels as though time has flown by in the blink of an eye. The soldier who had previously sheltered Kubota with an umbrella took a small sip of his drink, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. His name was Stewart. Having served alongside Kubota, their camaraderie profound, and now witnessing his friend rise to a position of immense power while he remained an ordinary soldier. He could not suppress a sigh at the swift passage of time. Paul's hearty laughter echoed through the tavern. The two strongest in the kingdom are not even from here. It is rather envious when you think about it. With both of you around, we can rest easy. Ford, seated at the far end, lightly tapped his fingers together. Though his expression betrayed sincerity, his voice quivered with nervousness. Why are you so tense, Ford? Paul staggered over and plopped him into the seat beside himself. Surely, you aren't afraid Kaido will swallow you whole. How could that be? You know I'm always rather shy. Before Ford could finish his protest, Paul shoved a greasy piece of meat into his mouth. And watching him struggle with his cheeks stuffed, he burst into drunken laughter. You should eat more. Look how scrawny you are. Kubota is still with the king. It'll be a while before he arrives. So let us not wait for him. Stewart raised his glass, addressing everyone present with excitement. Let's toast to Kaido's first anniversary of joining us. Cheers. The cups were raised high, clinking together before they drank deeply. Paul, having indulged too much, let out a prolonged belch, slumping in his chair as he gazed at the several empty bottles before Kaido, unable to resist his habitual chatter. You are but 10 years old. Drinking is one thing, but you outdrink all of us combined. At this moment, a hint of inebriation also graced Kaido's face as he slurred. Alcohol is akin to my very existence. It is so delightful that one must indulge to the fullest. None shall dare to compete with me. That is a refreshing sentiment. Let us drink until we can drink no more. Laughter and merriment filled the tavern, a fleeting moment of joy for soldiers who could not foresee their fate on the battlefield. Are you all right? You seem to have suddenly lost your wits. A cold, familiar voice pierced through like a chilling wind, snapping Kaido back to reality. Steadying himself, he managed to regain a semblance of composure. Fixating his gaze upon the middle-aged man standing before him, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke in a low voice, "Before I shatter your skull, I have a question for you." His hand, tightly gripping the kanabo, trembled uncontrollably as Kaido's gaze burned with intensity, each word falling from his lips like molten iron. Did you become a spy after leaving the Woker Kingdom, or were you already a member of CP0 from the start? I never imagined you would pose such a trivial question. The man named Vidrui raised an eyebrow, a shadowy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It has been so from the very beginning. This revelation struck Kaido like a thunderbolt, draining the color from his face and sending tremors through his heart. Yes, that's so. Though I considered it, I could never bring myself to believe it was true. He uttered a series of whispered laments, struggling against the intense pain in his chest, and with a voice laced with anguish, he demanded, "So now, I require you to divulge every reason behind that day's actions." Kaido's shout echoed endlessly through the valley, Memories he dared not confront surged forth, haunting him. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me!" Within the grand and opulent palace, several Navy officers, clad in white, pulled at iron chains, securing Kaido firmly in place. Dozens of chains coiling tightly around him, but he struggled relentlessly. But the chains, forged from the strongest sea stone, resisted all his efforts to break free. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the middle-aged man seated high upon the throne. Bellowing, "I do not recall committing any offense worthy of such treatment." The revered king, once a figure of awe and respect, now appeared devoid of his former authority, staring blankly at the soldier who had brought him countless victories, his expression unwavering. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. "You have been conscripted. Our temple is too small to accommodate such a formidable presence. Why must I become the government's lackey? Because an agreement has been reached." The leading Navy officer observed his futile rage with an impassive expression, stating flatly, "As long as you surrender Kaido, this nation will gain the right to participate in the next World Conference. This is the accord made with the king of the Woker Kingdom." "What nonsense! I am not a pawn in your political games." Kaido roared in fury, the chains rattling as he strained against them. His immense strength nearly overwhelmed the Navy officers holding the chains, almost pulling them to the ground. They shouted in unison, exerting their strength to pin him down, one burly officer stamping his foot heavily on Kaido's back to prevent his escape. "Congratulations, Kaido." The sound of light applause came from nearby. Becoming a Navy officer is a dream for many. Upon hearing that voice, Kaido's rage surged within him, and he exclaimed hoarsely, "How could I have trusted you all this time? You spoke of discussing confidential matters with me, only to conspire to betray me to the government. Answer me, Kubota." "There's no need to speak so harshly," Kubota replied, standing to one side clad in armor, his hands clasped behind his back, a strange smile adorning his face. "For our kingdom of Woka to gain a voice in the world, sacrifices are essential, and you, who have no ties to this country, are the most suitable candidate to dare to betray me." Kaido nearly crushed his steel teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. If he could move even slightly, he would rush forward and beat that detestable man to a pulp. There would be no mercy, absolutely none. "Kubota, this is not what we agreed upon." The portly man, who had been standing behind him and witnessing everything, was now drenched in sweat, his heart racing as he urgently questioned his superior. "Wasn't it said that Kaido would accompany those Navy men on a mission? But from what I just heard, it seems they intend to forcibly recruit him. What? Are you dissatisfied with my actions? You may speak your mind." "Paul," Kubota turned, his tone as calm as usual, though his gaze was sharp as a dagger, seemingly capable of piercing the soul. Paul, having followed Kubota for many years, had never seen such a glint in his eyes. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he stepped back, clearing his throat awkwardly to say, "And no, I was merely pondering whether the Navy shouldn't first seek the individual's consent in such matters, since this is the order of the commander. Refrain from your frivolous comments." Albert, standing beside him with his arms crossed, shot him a glare and coldly stated, "We simply need to follow his instructions. TCH, why is everyone so cryptic?" Paul exclaimed, not waiting for a response as he drew his sword and stepped forward. The soldiers guarding the palace and the Navy, startled by his sudden action, swiftly drew their weapons, encircling him tightly. "Hey, Paul, what are you thinking? Put your weapon down!" Albert shouted anxiously, gripping a flintlock, desperate to stop him as he saw his friend suddenly turn aggressive. Unfazed by the soldiers' hostile stares, Paul approached the bound Kaido, his demeanor no longer lighthearted, glaring fiercely at them. "Get away from me." The soldiers, intimidated by his fierce gaze, felt a tremor of fear, their grip on the chains loosening. Just as Paul was about to rescue him, the king, startled and disoriented, bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Go seize that traitor and tear him to shreds. Kubota, I would appreciate your assistance as well." His final words carried a tone of trepidation, as if the dynamic of their lord-subject relationship had reversed. "Yes, your majesty." Kubota responded in an unceremonious tone, bowing before turning calmly to Paul. "Given your numerous contributions to the kingdom of Woka, I will overlook your rudeness this time. As long as you refrain from any foolish actions henceforth, I must respectfully decline. Commander Kubota." As Kubota advanced to unshackle the youth, he spoke in a serious tone. Although Kaido is not a citizen of this nation, he has endured hardships alongside us, and I cannot bear to watch him taken away. Yes, that's so. I find that regrettable. Before he could finish, Paul felt a sharp pain in his back, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he coughed up blood. Looking down, he saw a gaping wound where his heart once was, before collapsing forward with a thud. His wide eyes nearly popping from their sockets, he could hardly believe that the most respected commander would suddenly turn against him. My apologies, brother. Kubota regarded his bloodied hand impassively, wiping it clean with his palm. I merely fulfilled my duty. Witnessing his former comrade fall lifelessly to the ground, Albert's eyes twitched, the gun slipping from his grasp with a crisp clatter as he trembled. Paul. Blood splattered across Kaido's face, his pupils quivering violently. From that day forth, no one could forget the harrowing screams that echoed through the palace. You wish to know why? Vidlu observed the pained expression on the youth's face with interest. It is of no consequence to inform a dying man that a malicious gleam flickered in his eyes, a strange smile gracing his lips, using the allure of substantial heavenly gold as bait, and exploiting the fear of the celestial dragons within the king of this allied nation. My intent has been to transform this nation into one solely loyal to the world government. This has been my purpose for lurking in this country for years. I could see that moment. Kaido was devoid of doubt, his pent-up fury erupting in full force as he swung his kanabo downward, unleashing a dark purple shockwave that surged forth. Vidlu merely sidestepped with ease, the shockwave exploding against the mountains, sending debris flying. Have you forgotten? I taught you all your techniques. Vidlu chuckled. Thus, I'm intimately familiar with all your moves. Thunderclap 8 trigrams. Kaido launched himself forward, his kanabo crackling with electric energy, crushing everything in its path while the ground split open beneath him. Vidlu remained unfazed, as if he could foresee the trajectory of the attack. Just as the kanabo was about to connect with his face, he slipped down like a specter, evading the blow, then inverted himself to land on the ground, delivering a series of kicks to Kaido's chest that sent him tumbling backward across the ground. You scoundrel! Kaido wiped the blood from his lips, astonished to find his strength had diminished remarkably since their last encounter. To make the performance as convincing as possible, why would I reveal my true abilities in front of you? Vidlu remarked with a knowing smile. Your Thunderclap 8 trigrams has certainly grown in power since our last bout, but it still lacks finesse. Don't lecture me from your lofty perch. Now is not the time for such discussions. You shall have no chance later. Vidlu tossed aside his hat and removed his white uniform, revealing his distinctive blue long coat. He positioned himself with one foot slightly turned inward and the other angled outward, the distance between his legs roughly 3 paces apart, his arms hanging naturally with palms forward, shoulders squared, facing directly ahead, exuding the air of a grand master. When I complete this set of flowing body 8 trigrams, your life will draw to a close, the pursuit of the title of the strongest. Seeking out renowned adversaries to defeat one by one had always been Kaido's doctrine. He firmly believed that by securing the throne of the world's strongest, he could wield immense power to intimidate all, including the world government, compelling them to submit to his will and ultimately reform this decaying world. Whenever he encountered someone stronger than himself, his desire to emerge victorious intensified, and he would stop at nothing to achieve victory, even if it meant sacrificing his dignity or life. The man named Kubota, whom he met in that torrential downpour, became his first target of relentless pursuit. After a year of serving as a soldier in the kingdom of Woka, convinced of his considerable growth and strength, Kaido challenged Kubota to a duel, which Kubota readily accepted. It was a fiercely intense battle, one that Kaido still vividly remembers. They exchanged blows back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand, and the arena was left in ruins. After 5 grueling hours without a victor, the match was ultimately declared a draw. Thus, the strongest duo of the kingdom of Woka was born, a result that earned Kaido the respect of all the soldiers. Yet, deep down, he knew that he had lost that battle. The flowing body 8 trigrams, it was said, was a technique Kubota learned by chance during his trading ventures in the West Sea. As the name suggests, it is a style that emphasizes continuous movement and evasion. Should an opponent be struck, the corresponding acupuncture point would be sealed, inhibiting blood flow and rendering them unable to continue fighting. As he stepped onto the battlefield, every enemy who chose to engage him in close combat found themselves met with misfortune. Initially, Kaido had relied on his physical stature to deftly evade the relentless assaults from Kubota, managing to escape unscathed. However, prolonging the confrontation would inevitably lead to a disastrous conclusion. Moreover, there were several instances during the skirmish where Kubota could have struck Kaido, yet he fortuitously revealed vulnerabilities at critical moments, allowing Kaido to effortlessly dodge his attacks. It was evident that throughout the entire clash, Kubota had skillfully concealed his true prowess, leaving outsiders utterly oblivious to the underlying truth. Perhaps, to him, it was merely a child's play. In the aftermath, Kaido sought to confront Kubota for clarity, but was consistently diverted by him. As time passed, the matter faded into obscurity. Consequently, the extent of Kubota's genuine abilities remained a mystery to Kaido, who could only ponder the answer now. Suddenly, with a thunderous bellow, the man once known as Kubota, now a member of CP0 named Viduri, radiated an intense aura, his eyes flashing with a cold brilliance. With a forceful stomp, he shattered the ground beneath him and launched forward, delivering a ferocious palm strike. This blow surged with unprecedented speed, accompanied by a howling wind, starkly contrasting the previous encounters Kaido had faced. A chill of foreboding gripped Kaido's heart. The consequences of being struck would be dire. He swiftly evaded to his left, only to find Viduri undeterred, pivoting to unleash two rapid follow-up strikes. Kaido, with remarkable reflexes, managed to block with his spiked club, but the impact reverberated through him, sending shockwaves of pain through his arms, almost fracturing his grip. "Just 3 strikes, little brat," Viduri taunted, his hands a blur as he transitioned seamlessly into a flurry of blows, delivering 12 rapid strikes in succession. Kaido, witnessing the tempest of attacks, could no longer afford to absorb them as he had before. He was forced to evade, dodging left and right. With each strike, the force intensified, causing the air to crackle ominously. Initially, Kaido could manage, but gradually he felt overwhelmed, left in a state of utter disarray. What's wrong? Where did the vigor from our earlier battle go? Viduri unleashed a powerful roundhouse strike, which Kaido barely sidestepped. The fierce wind from the blow surged toward him, making it difficult to breathe. Sensing Kaido's momentary hesitation, Viduri seized the opportunity, executing a swift turn and delivering a downward blow aimed at Kaido's chest. In a split second, Kaido made a desperate decision, hurling his spiked club at Viduri. Unprepared for such an audacious move, Viduri's right palm arced through the air, striking the incoming club and shattering it with a resounding crack. Simultaneously, Kaido's right fist, enveloped in a dark purple aura, surged toward Viduri, releasing a powerful bolt of energy. This was a last-ditch tactic, a desperate gamble that risked his weapon's destruction, aiming to catch Viduri off guard. All of Kaido's energy coalesced into that one punch, its force rivaling his ultimate technique, the Thunder Baba. If he could land it before Viduri unleashed his 6 styles, it would undoubtedly inflict unimaginable damage. Is this an illusion? Cleverer than before, I see. But still it falls short, Viduri scoffed, swiftly redirecting Kaido's punch with his left hand, altering its trajectory. He followed with a rapid turn, striking Kaido squarely on the right shoulder. Kaido's balance faltered, propelling him backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a sizable crater. I truly underestimated you, you rascal. You're almost unrecognizable from when we faced each other in the kingdom of Woka. Kaido staggered to his feet from the pit, his left hand pressed against his right shoulder. Aside from the searing pain radiating from his shoulder, his entire right arm felt numb and limp, rendering it nearly immobile. Shall we continue? I struck a pressure point in your shoulder. Even your haki cannot flow freely now. You are in essence as good as a cripple, Viduri remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm as if observing a cornered mouse. Now would be the time to surrender. Out of respect for our past, I might allow you to enjoy a life of leisure in Impel Down. Enough with your insincere platitudes. Kaido clenched his left fist, advancing step by step, his teeth gritted as he glared at Viduri, his fury boiling over. Even if I'm left with nothing but my head, I will still bite off your neck. Your stubbornness remains unchanged after all these years. Vittery feigned a sigh. Let me shatter this unrealistic fantasy of yours, assuming a low stance with his hands positioned in a bagua formation. His gaze deepened as a fierce wind began to swirl around him, emitting a piercing howl. 6 styles, 128 flowing bagua palms. In an instant, Vittery propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, launching forward with blinding speed, reaching Kaido before he could react. His palms flew in a flurry, striking Kaido and forcing him back several paces. Vittery advanced relentlessly, his movements a blur as he executed a series of strikes that harmonized perfectly with the Bagua's directional principles, delivering over 100 blows to Kaido's body. With a final spin, he struck Kaido's chin, sending him hurtling into the air. Without granting Kaido a moment to recover, Vittery leapt into the air, his feet dancing upon the currents, producing a series of sonic booms as he soared above Kaido. Like a spinning top, he descended, unleashing 2 powerful strikes to Kaido's abdomen, causing him to cough up a torrent of blood, his muscles caving inward. Kaido was sent flying like a shooting star, crashing through a series of rock formations before hitting the ground with a tremendous thud. The affected mountains crumbled one after another, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Little brat. The deafening roar reached Newgate's ears, compelling him to glance back, sensing Kaido's aura diminish dramatically in that fleeting moment. What are you looking at? A swift breeze signaled the approach of Shiki, who swung his blade toward Newgate. He countered with his own weapon, sparks flying as they clashed, his voice low and resolute. I have no time to waste here. Shiki smirked coldly. Empty boasts are useless. Just like that little brat, you will meet a dismal fate. Behind him, a horde of pirates emerged, each brandishing blades and wearing fierce expressions as they advanced rapidly. It's the bounty of one. 96 billion on Newgate. If we take him down, we'll be famous. As the enemy reinforcements multiplied, Newgate allowed a wry smile to creep onto his face. This delay has gone on for far too long. Though I'm reluctant to unleash my abilities at such time that in the distance, a massive crater had formed in the ground, where Kaido lay at its center, buried beneath rubble and dirt. Blood streaming from his head, his eyes vacant, clearly unconscious. The moonlight shimmered upon the sea, casting reflections of boundless dreams. Vittery descended gracefully onto an unscathed stone platform, gazing down at the fallen youth, pondering. Those who aspire to grasp the moon often find themselves sinking to the depths of the sea, never to rise again. A hint of complex emotion flickered in his eyes. The absurdity of a life filled with laughter ultimately leads to its own demise. The cacophony of explosions interrupted Vittery's reverie. He turned to follow the source of the sound, observing vibrant flames rising from beyond the island, engulfing the mountains in fire. But he couldn't help but sigh. These pirates always take it too far. If they harm those slaves or the fruits, how will I answer to those few? The air suddenly became laden with humidity, and the dark clouds thickened ominously, resembling colossal scrolls. In the distance, thunder rumbled, and a faint flash of lightning streaked across the sky, seemingly heralding the imminent arrival of a tempest. New character life card name. Waidolawai gender. Male birthday. April 2nd. The date left by Da Vinci on the reverse of his skull studies. Zodiac sign. Taurus age. 44 years height. 207 centimeters blood type. S-type devil fruit. None hockey. Observation hockey. Armament hockey favorite food. Crab meat lion's head disliked food. Fried food's birthplace. West Sea introduction. Former commander of the Woka Kingdom's army. He raised Kaido and served as his martial arts master. In reality, he is a CP member dispatched by the government to monitor the Woka Kingdom, tasked with selecting suitable individuals for training as Navy or agents. This time, he acts as the government liaison for a clandestine transaction with the Flying Sky Pirates. Proficient in the 6 powers and the 8 trigrams palm. Name origin. Derived from Da Vinci's sketch, The Vitruvian Man, Uomo Vitruviano, created around 1487. The time rewinds to 20 minutes prior. Goodness, the ruckus those fellows are causing is rather excessive, isn't it? A winding, concealed mountain path reveals 3 figures advancing steadily. The fierce battle on the western coast causes the mountains flanking either side to tremble incessantly. Stussy, losing her footing, nearly falls to the ground and cannot help but voice her complaint. In a sense, this is hardly surprising. Following closely behind her, Uno chuckles with a hint of inevitability. The enemy is a notorious pirate of great renown, and we have Mr. Newgate and Mr. Kaido on our side. Each of them is a formidable force, akin to monsters. Intervening in their battle is no easy task. With this, he lifts his gaze, his expression reflective. Over the past 3 years, Kaido's progress in hockey has been nothing short of phenomenal. Even Big Mom, when not utilizing her abilities, cannot best him. It is safe to assert that, confined to the entirety of Hive Island, aside from Newgate and the ever-dominant rocks, no one could suppress Kaido. Thus, even a formidable opponent like the Golden Lion would find it impossible to simultaneously defeat both Kaido and Newgate. Of course, this assumes that Kaido is willing to set aside his pride and ally with Newgate. But given Uno's understanding of him, that seems equally improbable. Just as Uno feels exasperated by Kaido's extraordinary obstinacy, he catches a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting between the mountains, disappearing in an instant, leaving no trace or breath behind, as if it had never existed. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Uno quickly noticed the individual clad in a white robe, combined with their unique aerial movement. Their identity became glaringly apparent. CP0. Surely, it must be him, the one who made a deal with Shiki, and he is heading towards Mr. Kaido. Uno mused silently, his brows furrowing slightly. He had heard that CP0 is the most powerful espionage organization within the world government, proficient in various assassination techniques, and that individual seemed capable of masking his own presence. Should he intervene in the fray, the outcome could be perilously unpredictable, and I must promptly inform Mr. Newgate and the others. Uno swiftly retrieved a din mushy from his pocket, attempting to dial in. Yet no matter how many times he pressed the switch, the creature's eyes remained tightly shut, unresponsive. Have they installed Horn din mushy on the island? They've truly calculated this well. Uno grimaced, stowing the din mushy away once more. What's wrong, little brother Uno? Stussy, having not seen the figure, inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. Let us keep moving forward, Uno replied with an awkward smile. Given Stussy and Garolios's intense infatuation with Newgate, he knew that this news would prompt them to return, undeterred. Moreover, Newgate and the others might not necessarily be stymied by this predicament. The most pressing matter now is to seize the devil fruits and slaves from the flying sky pirates. The trio traversed the narrow, winding mountain path for an indeterminate time. Suddenly, around a bend, they spied a towering mountain before them, where they pressed their bodies against the rock wall, cautiously peering out. Before them lay a massive ship docked beneath the soaring peaks. Surrounded by a bustling crowd, each individual shackled with iron restraints, their faces etched with despair, that a dozen pirates, armed with long swords, stood guard nearby, their demeanors seemingly listless, with one pirate yawning widely. Is this all the guards they have? They truly underestimate us, Stussy whispered indignantly, her charming visage betraying a hint of irritation. Be cautious. They may have laid a trap, Uno whispered, surveying the surroundings. Humph, I just confirmed there is nothing suspicious, Garoliosa retorted coldly, gently stroking her beloved snake, which flicked its tongue excitedly, its eyes wide with anticipation. You saying that makes me want to reserve my thoughts. Stussy was about to deliver a sarcastic retort when her gaze suddenly fixed on the left front. Staring blankly ahead, not far from the position of the pirates, on a pristine, unblemished rock, sat a dazzlingly golden treasure chest, secured with a sturdy lock, clearly containing something of great value. Stussy activated her observation hockey, peering inside the chest to discern 3 peculiar objects adorned with spiraled patterns on their surfaces, presumably the priceless devil fruits. How fortuitous that we found it so quickly, Stussy exclaimed excitedly, only to be swiftly silenced by Garoliosa's hand over her mouth. Who hissed, fool? Do you want us to be discovered? Uno remained silent, his gaze fixed on the chest, his expression growing grave. Something feels amiss. Even if the flying sky pirates are audacious, they would never place their most important treasure in such an obvious location. It's as if they're inviting others to take it. He recoiled slightly, leaning back against the rock wall, recalling how Shiki had noticed their approach down the narrow path. They had prepared themselves for battle, yet encountered no resistance along the way, arriving here unimpeded. The enemy must have arrived on the island before them, and would naturally be more familiar with the terrain of wreaked Island. There is no way they wouldn't set a trap along a route prone to ambush. Everything seems too convenient. The more Uno contemplated, the more alarmed he became, gently raising his right hand, intending to signal the two women to retreat, when suddenly a shrill, gleeful laugh echoed from above. Kalala. Welcome, fools of the rocks pirates. The world's greatest genius, Indigo, has prepared luxurious gifts for you. Please, indulge yourselves. Before the laughter subsided, the iron chains snapped, and the opulent treasure chest swung open of its own accord. Inside was not a devil fruit, but rather 3 spherical bombs, colored red, yellow, and blue, each adorned with a whimsical, mischievous face. The blue bomb on the far right swelled rapidly, inflating to a size comparable to the main ship of the Flying Sky Pirates before it suddenly erupted with a soft pop, releasing a thick violet-blue gas that spread through the air, quickly enveloping the entire valley. Those pirates, slaves, and the massive ship remained in place, shimmering with a faint white light before vanishing in a flash. This is bad. It's an illusion created by the enemy. Uno coughed. The gas spread at an alarming rate, and Stussy, caught off guard, inhaled a portion, choking several times, and turned to see that Uno and Garoliosa were likewise affected. The mist lingered, transforming the once pure white valley into a deep blue hue, staining the trio from head to toe with blue pigment. What in the world is this? It won't come off, Stussy exclaimed, vigorously scrubbing the paint from her skirt, only to find it deepening with each attempt. Uno remained as composed as ever, moving his limbs to assess any serious harm. Kalalala. I merely startled you. This is a dive bomb I invented, capable of staining everything it touches with an indelible blue. What do you think? Are you awed by my genius? The loathsome laughter echoed once more, igniting a fiery rage within Garolio as he bellowed. Do not cower like a despicable wretch. Have the audacity to face us in a decisive confrontation. Crackling with amusement, the figure retorted, for a genius like me, the term despicable wretch serves as a commendation. While the dive bomb may lack offensive capability, it is an indispensable tool for unleashing the solidification bomb. Please enjoy the forthcoming spectacle. As the words fell, a yellow orb began to swell violently, bursting into numerous fragments, from which a steady stream of pale yellow liquid flowed forth. Spreading in all directions, upon contact with the dyed blue ground, the liquid would swiftly solidified. Uno's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the rocky walls on either side with both hands, shattering them into countless stones that cascaded down to block their escape route. Without looking back, he and the two women fled along their original path. The liquid seeped through the crevices of the rubble, continuously flowing down the winding mountain path, coating everything in its path with a layer of pale yellow shell. Pursuing the trio at an imperceptible speed, the sound of the liquid's relentless advance grew alarmingly close, almost reaching their backs. In a moment of desperation, Uno spotted a peculiar rock jutting from the left wall, propelled himself off the ground, and leapt onto it. Stussy unfurled her wings and soared to the elevated platform, while Garolio, just as she intended to take flight, found her serpentine companion slipping down in fright, causing her to stumble unexpectedly as the surging liquid threatened to engulf her. Uno approached the platform's edge, poised to leap in her rescue, when a shadow descended, seizing Garolio and whisking her back to safety atop the platform. Meanwhile, her previous position was promptly consumed by the liquid, transforming into a milky yellow expanse. Garolio sat there, momentarily dazed, only to realize that her rescuer was none other than her staunch rival, plunging her into confusion. After a long pause, she stammered, "Why did you save me? Wouldn't my demise be the best outcome for you?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Stussy retorted, folding her arms and regarding her with disdain. "And I merely find it regrettable for a rival to perish so easily. Until you submit to my superiority, I shall not allow you to meet any untoward fate." Garolio's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. Miss Stussy has indeed rendered me a tremendous favor," Uno remarked, astonished by her actions, breathing a sigh of relief as he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Just then, the obnoxious individual named Indigo erupted into laughter once again. "Ha! Truly, the illustrious figures from Pirate Island. To commend your efforts thus far, please relish my final performance, the sticky fire bomb. Before he could finish, the last red orb atop the treasure chest expanded rapidly, bursting forth to unleash a viscous flame that spiraled in several arcs before hurtling down the mountain path, igniting the surrounding terrain at an unseen velocity. In an instant, the mountains were enveloped in a riot of colors, billowing smoke rising high, while the high platform occupied by Uno and the others was ensconced in fierce flames, leaving not even a gap above unscathed. Cough! It's so hot! Ah, my clothes are on fire! Girolio choked on the acrid smoke, while Stussie's cloak caught the flames. In a moment of urgency, she swiftly discarded it, the cloak remaining unscathed while the flames crackled ominously above it. Indeed, as he had proclaimed, once we come into contact with these flames, our escape would be utterly impossible. That a bitter smile crept across Uno's face. Even he found himself at a loss for solutions under such dire circumstances. Near the eastern coast, a colossal pirate ship lay anchored at the foot of the mountain. That a man with blue, explosive hair stood at the bow, clutching a large megaphone, gazing up at the inferno in the distance. A satisfied smile gracing his pallid visage. It's the first time I've employed all 3 primary color bombs, and I never expected such a pronounced effect. Even Rox himself might not be able to counter this. Ha ha! The man, Indigo, danced with excitement, shaking the glass vial in his hand. Once they are utterly exhausted, we shall capture them as test subjects. Perhaps we can invent even more potent chemical weapons, perhaps lost in the ecstasy of victory. He failed to notice the faint metallic scraping sounds emanating from below deck. In the lower cabin of the flying pirate ship, a cautious 13-year-old girl pressed against the window, her wide eyes taking in the scene of the viscous, roaring flames that engulfed the valley, the intense heat illuminating her dirt-streaked, terrified face. Her name was Chloe, born in the kingdom of Conconut in the South Sea. Despite her family's dire poverty, her life had been fulfilling until the age of 10 when, unable to pay the exorbitant heavenly tax, her family was exiled on the orders of the king, embarking on an unending journey of wandering. Along the way, her mother succumbed to a grave illness brought on by the relentless hardships of travel, passing away. After a year of tribulation, she and her father finally reached the island of Caribala, also situated in the South Sea, only for her father to collapse on the beach from sheer exhaustion, never to awaken again. Yet, despite her tender age, Chloe did not succumb to despair. She soon emerged from the shadows of her parents' deaths, striving to lead an independent life. Initially, she struggled with household chores, nearly collapsing the hut several times. But the thought of her deceased parents spurred her on. Fortunately, Caribala Island lay beyond the jurisdiction of the world government, and there were others like her who had been exiled. The townsfolk treated her with kindness, often bringing her clothes and food, allowing her to feel a semblance of happiness. However, one fateful day, this hard-won happiness was shattered effortlessly as a group of fearsome pirates invaded the quaint town, brazenly ransacking everything in sight. Strangely, they did not kill anyone. Instead, they bound the living and threw them aboard their ship. Chloe overheard the pirates discussing the soaring demand for slaves by the government, the prices having more than doubled in recent years for reasons unknown. Consequently, many pirates had become fervently interested in the slave trade. Of course, Chloe was not entirely aware of these matters. She only understood that a hellish existence awaited her. Initially, she had accepted this grim reality with a sense of resignation, thinking that soon she would reunite with her parents in paradise, which oddly brought her a sense of peace. This day, having spent time in the damp, gloomy lower cabin, several slaves had contracted a cold, Chloe among them. Although not a severe illness, the pirates worried that their weakened state might jeopardize the transaction, thus confining them to a room by the window until they recovered, intending to sell them at a high price thereafter. While the interior remained obscured from view, the girl could see everything outside with clarity. The arrival of the white-clad figures, the deafening explosions, the departure of Shiki and a multitude of pirates, and the raging flames in the valley unfolded before her eyes, causing her already trembling form to shake even more violently. Where had those pirates gone? Why had the mountains suddenly caught fire? Chloe's wide, round eyes were filled with fear, her heart racing to its peak. Could it be that someone was coming to rescue them? Don't be foolish, little girl, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard murmured from his crouched position nearby, his face perpetually etched with a look of despair. White Heron Island is resource-poor and remote. Even if someone were to stumble upon it, they could never contend with the invincible flying pirate crew. But Uncle Marquis... Chloe turned her head, gazing quizzically at her once optimistic neighbor who had helped her many times. Although I didn't quite catch everything, it seemed that the blonde pirate mentioned Rox. Do you know who Rox is? As the name slipped from the girl's lips, the man's countenance turned ashen in an instant, only to revert to his previous listless demeanor a moment later, a wry smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. Another ruthless pirate, I suppose. Well, being sold by the Golden Lion amounts to little difference. After all, the moment we were captured, our fates were sealed that Chloe's lips parted slightly, ready to utter more, when a soft, languid voice drifted into her ears. Hey, Uncle, stop with the morose talk. It's not the final hour yet. We must never relinquish hope for survival. Both Chloe and Marquise turned in unison towards the source of the voice, where they beheld a slender figure reclining in a dim corner, her face turned inward, obscuring her features but revealing a cascade of lustrous, silky hair that unmistakably indicated her gender. Chloe recognized her as a traveler who had passed through Hive Island a month prior, who, by a cruel twist of fate, had also fallen captive to pirates. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the girl had been rendered weak and lethargic that morning, and the pirates, mistaking her condition for illness, had discarded her here, despite their limited acquaintance. Chloe expressed her concern. Sister Saiji, are you feeling all right? I'm fine. I managed to give those scoundrels a taste of their own medicine earlier. The woman's voice swelled with pride, only to falter once more. But alas, my weakness is due to my inability to resist hunger. I stole a piece of fruit this morning, and now look at me, she concluded, sticking out her tongue and panting heavily. Chloe cast a glance at the barely visible pinhole in the window, feeling a surge of gratitude towards her. Had she not used her finger to tap on the glass, that poor old man might have endured far worse torment. By the way, Kirlui, it's Chloe. Oh, Chloe, could you do me a favor? The woman stammered, slowly raising her smooth, delicate left arm, trembling as she pointed to the iron shackles binding her right wrist. Could you use that thing around your neck to pry these shackles open? I promise I shall not forget your kindness. Chloe hesitated for a moment, looking down at the iron wire hanging from her neck. She recalled it was a birthday gift from her father on her 11th birthday. Since their humble boat lacked any valuables, he had fashioned it into a talisman from the iron he salvaged from the sea. Although the gift could no longer be described as merely simple, it remained the most cherished possession Chloe had ever received. She touched the wire, and the thought of her deceased parents filled her with sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks, soaking the patched fabric of her skirt. All right, I will give it a try. Chloe wiped her eyes, removed the talisman from around her neck, and cautiously approached the woman, gingerly inserting the wire into the lock of her shackles and turning it several times, only to find it unresponsive. No, you need to apply more force. I'm trying my best, Chloe exclaimed, her small face flushed with effort. Yet her attempts proved futile. Let me take over to tease some point. Marquise had propped himself up, striding over to Chloe's side and taking the wire from her hands, crouching down to pry at the shackles on the woman's wrist. Unlike before, determination shone in his eyes as he muttered with self-deprecation. If you two ladies are putting in so much effort, I can hardly afford to wallow in despair any longer. Chloe stared, momentarily stunned, before nodding vigorously. Yes, please. Perhaps having overexerted herself in conversation, the woman tilted her head and fell silent, causing both Marquise and Chloe to gasp in fright. After a moment, a series of muffled snores erupted, and they realized she had merely fallen asleep from exhaustion, prompting them to collectively breathe a sigh of relief. The searing flames coiled like a dragon, tightly entwined around the undulating mountains, stretching to the opposite side of the island, thick plumes of smoke billowing upward. This astonishing sight was visible from any corner of White Heron Island. Meanwhile, 3 individuals found themselves trapped on a high ledge jutting out from the rock face, their spirits plummeting to an all-time low. So, how do we escape this wretched place? Gurliosa demanded, hands on her hips, her beloved serpent coiling in a tight ball on the ground, flicking its tongue as its lengthy body trembled incessantly. Even if you ask me, I have no idea, Stussy replied, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow. Surveying the flames that encircled them, her beautiful blue eyes reflected nothing but urgency. Prior to this, she had exhausted every conceivable method, yet no matter how many fire-extinguishing tools she produced, the flames showed no signs of abating. Instead, they blazed even more fiercely. That moment, the detestable laughter echoed through the valley once again. Kaka, how does it feel to be engulfed in flames? If you're feeling unwell, I, the genius, shall personally send someone to rescue you, provided you agree to join the Flying Sky pirate crew. I shall generously grant you 3 more minutes. If you do not surrender by then, this will forever be your home. The man's voice fell silent, seemingly biding his time for the deadline to arrive. With a resounding thud, Giroliosa slammed her fist against the rock wall, cracking it in a web-like pattern, seething, "Once I escape this place, I will make that laughing scoundrel regret ever grinning." The confidence of their adversary was palpable. Clearly believing the flames would not extinguish anytime soon, Stussy furrowed her brow, contemplating aloud, "Now we must await external assistance, though there's no guarantee when it will arrive. By then, we may already be charred corpses." The thought of their charred remains sent a chill down her spine. There is, however, a method to escape. Uno, who had remained silent until now, gazed intently at the searing wall of fire, calmly stating. Stussy's eyes sparkled with hope. "As expected of you, Uno, far more reliable than some people." She cast a sideways glance at the silver-haired woman, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, that certain someone who claims to master all scientific knowledge has yet to figure this out." Giroliosa retorted defiantly. Now is not the time for banter. Uno sighed, rubbing his forehead before fixing his gaze on the two of them, speaking earnestly. "Though the chances of success are slim, there is only one method to escape. Everything hinges on our tight-knit cooperation. 2 minutes remained until Indigo's ultimatum." Stussy parted her lips, momentarily stunned before breaking into a soft laugh, reminiscent of a nightingale's song. One would need exceptional skill to conceive such a plan. As much as I dislike it." Giroliosa leaned against the rock wall, crossing her arms, her gaze as icy as ever. "But it seems we have no other choice." "Precisely, and we have but one opportunity." Uno nodded, his tone growing grave. "If we fail, death awaits us." Hearing this, Giroliosa offered a wry smile. "That would be troublesome. My luck in gambling has never been good." "Haha, I happen to be quite the opposite." Stussy winked at him, her smile radiant. "But this time, I wouldn't mind lending you a bit of luck." I don't need it." Giroliosa turned her face away, pouting, though her tone had softened considerably. "Oh dear, why is your face turning red?" "It's none of your business." Observing this exchange, Uno's face broke into a relieved smile. "I end this operation, both Stussy, with her unmatched agility and peculiar gadgets, and Giroliosa, skilled in martial arts, and utilizing her serpent to track enemies, were indispensable. As long as they were willing to cooperate, the remaining crucial elements rested on his shoulders." Clearing his throat to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand, he urged them gravely, "We must not delay. Let us commence. Kaka!" "What? Haven't you come up with a plan yet?" "Time is running out. With less than a minute remaining, cling to feudal glory at such a juncture seems rather foolish." "Does it not?" Stussy appeared oblivious to the unpleasant laughter echoing around her. She unfurled her bat-like wings, as dark as ink, and a slender tail sprouted from her lower back. Retrieving a vial from her person, she swallowed the pink liquid within in one swift motion. This was a strength enhancer, capable of significantly augmenting the muscle density of the user. Regrettably, its effect would only last for a mere minute, which is quite insufficient for our needs. Casually discarding the empty vial, she was enveloped in a brilliant pink glow, causing the ground beneath her to crack and fissure. Without a moment to marvel at her astonishing transformation, she turned to her adversary, who was readying a snake around her waist, and inquired, "You've located that snake charmer's position. Haven to you. Piece of cake. Do not underestimate the sensing abilities of Erodi," replied Girolia, gently stroking the head of her beloved serpent, a wicked smile gracing her lips. The northeast, atop a steep mountain, he stands at the summit, observing our plight and reveling in it. "Really, It's time to silence his laughter. I concur, Stussy responded, stepping forward and grasping the backs of Uno and Garolia. You two must remain perfectly still. Just hold on tight for me. Uno raised his right arm, aiming at the impenetrable ring of flames above. A hint of tension flickering across his handsome visage. Please, break through it. Time us up. If you remain silent any longer, your fate of being burned alive is sealed, and I, a genius, must express my regret for that. From the mountaintop, Indigo, clad in a flowing white robe, shouted through a cylindrical megaphone, making the world aware of a truth. Opposing the flying sky pirates is an utterly foolish endeavor. His cackling laughter echoed through the valley once more. Met only by the hissing of the flames, that it seemed those poor souls could not withstand the intense heat and had succumbed to unconsciousness. Humph! Is that all Rock's pirates are capable of? I must have overestimated them. Tossing the microphone aside, Indigo picked his nose, having moved to a high vantage point to better relish the anguished cries of his enemies. Yet feeling a sense of disappointment, he decided to let them perish and assist Mr. Shiki instead. His words were abruptly halted as his expression shifted to one of uncertainty, fixated on the inferno encasing the valley, as if witnessing something extraordinary. The once impenetrable wall of flames parted visibly, a white line forming at its center and extending upward and downward. And in the next moment, the wall of fire split in two, a violent gust of wind sweeping the surroundings, sending countless fragments of rock soaring into the air. Amidst the flames, three dark figures burst forth from the fissure, just as the severed wall of fire rapidly closed in again, restoring itself to its original state without a trace of the breach. Indigo stood frozen, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. As time passed, the silhouettes became clearer. A devilishly alluring woman flapped her wings behind her, her left hand grasping a similarly striking white-haired woman, and her right hand clutching a boy adorned with a peculiar helmet. Hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. What? Indigo finally reacted, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets and his jaw dropping almost to the ground, utterly unprepared for how effortlessly his meticulously laid trap had been dismantled by the enemy. Of course, it was not an easy feat for the individuals involved. With a look of alarm, Garolia glanced back at the rejoining wall of flames, exclaiming, "That was close. If we had been any slower, we would have been trapped for good." Indeed, it was a close call. Uno wiped the sweat from his brow, a relieved smile spreading across his face. 5 minutes prior, he had attempted to slice through the fiery enclosure with his disintegration ability. Merely experimenting without much hope, yet was pleasantly surprised to find a cut had formed. Although it soon sealed, it conveyed an important message. Those flames were not insurmountable if they exerted their full effort. Perhaps they could enlarge the breach and prolong its existence. This thought crossed his mind. He immediately shared his hypothesis with the two women, who were feeling despondent due to their lack of options. Fortunately, his theory proved correct. The wall of flames took approximately 3 seconds to open and close. Although the duration was fleeting, Stussy's enhanced strength and speed from the potion were sufficient to facilitate their escape. Indeed, as you said, the snake charmer, that fellow is standing there in a daze, Stussy exclaimed, a bright smile illuminating her face as she traced elegant arcs through the air, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. Racing towards their destination, Indigo, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, erupting into a frenzied shout, "Damn it! Do not underestimate my genuine genius." Chemical juggling balls, spheres of yellow and purple flames rapidly materialized in Indigo's hands, radiating astonishing heat and a peculiar aura. With a flick of his fingers, the flame balls launched like cannonballs into the sky, a bit extravagant for mere juggling. Stussy mused, furrowing her brow as she deftly altered her flight path to evade the densely packed fireballs. A few approached too swiftly, nearly crashing into her, but were either scattered by Garolia's powerful fists or shattered by Uno's swift gestures. Stussy's aerial maneuvers remained unimpeded, her speed accelerating as she closed the distance to Indigo's mountaintop. Quite the performance. However, with this band of nameless misfits, you are far from defeating me. Indigo sneered as thousands of purple spheres converged above him, coalescing into an enormous fireball adorned with a vividly grotesque visage. Mega Chemical Juggling Ball, With a roar, Indigo swung his arms, sending the colossal fireball hurtling towards Stussy and her companions like a meteor. Just 5 centimeters from the trio, it exploded, generating a massive mushroom cloud that enveloped them, sending Indigo staggering back from the blast. Ha ha ha! Witness the brilliance of my genius. However, moments later, the triumphant smile on Indigo's face froze in place. He beheld a boy in an oval-shaped helmet shooting forth from the thick smoke. His body covered in dust, yet unscathed. In an instant, he leaped before Indigo, a bemused expression gracing his delicate features as his right hand pressed against Indigo's chest. Surface disintegration. Green ripples radiated from Indigo's form. And in an instant, his hair, clothing, body hair, and trousers exploded outward, as though struck by a powerful blow to his chest. With a muffled groan, the so-called genius of the Flying Sky Pirates fell backward in disbelief, skidding along the ground before crashing against a massive boulder, which cracked and splintered under the impact, reducing it to countless fragments that tumbled around him. Considering we need a bargaining chip for negotiations with the Golden Lion, your life shall be spared for the time being. Uno strolled forward leisurely, hands clasped behind his head. Moreover, it appears that your arrogance has led to your defeat at the hands of a nameless nobody. Well done, my dear brother Uno. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Stussy descended alongside Garolia onto the mountaintop, both miraculously unscathed. The critical moment. Garolia's beloved snake, Hiroti, opened its maw wide, inhaling the chemical components from the smoke in one gulp. Its body swelling several times before it let out a deep belch, returning to its original size. Thanks to this, the 3 of them were unharmed by the explosion. The 2 women hurried over to Uno, soon catching sight of another figure, previously taunting them. Indigo now lay sprawled on the rubble, rolling his eyes, arms spread wide, utterly naked, resembling a moldy radish, with only a stone shielding his modesty from further embarrassment. Observing his comical state, Stussy couldn't help but chuckle softly. Is this part of your act? It's far more entertaining than any performance I've seen before. Indigo, however, did not respond. He had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the violent impact. This is the first time I've been made to look so foolish, that damned snowman bastard. Giroliosa snapped her fingers, and a cheruti tied around her waist swiftly dove down, circling Indigo and binding him tightly. Just as they were busy with their task, the pirate station below noticed the commotion and began to murmur among themselves. Hey, did you hear something? I did. Is it an enemy attack? Impossible. Mr. Indigo has already subdued them. But I thought I heard Mr. Indigo's roar. Maybe it was just my imagination. With the air circulating freely, their heated discussions were clearly audible from above. Uno smirked, picked up the microphone left behind by Indigo, and addressed the pirates below with a commanding voice. Listen, members of the Flying Sky Pirate crew. Your commander Indigo has been captured by us. If you cherish his life, surrender immediately. Well, I wouldn't mind using some force if necessary. The pirates, taken aback by this sudden announcement, froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances. How did they escape? No one has ever broken Indigo's tricolor bullets. More importantly, Indigo is now in their hands. Are we supposed to surrender? Are you insane? We still have Admiral Shikidi with us. They wouldn't dare act recklessly, but Admiral Shikidi has also been restrained. Seeing the pirates wavering, a sly smile crept onto Uno's face as he continued. Rest assured, the Rocks Pirates welcome individuals of any background. In the name of Rocks, I guarantee your safety upon boarding our ship. Kid, are people like us really allowed to join the Rocks Pirates? A dark voice echoed near Uno, sending a shiver down his spine. Turning to the eastern shore, he beheld a group of men in black suits, armed and rushing towards them, encircling the rocky hill where they stood. A man in a white uniform stepped forward, his face obscured by a mask, and spoke the very words that had rattled Uno. Surrender at once. I have no time to waste. The pirates, upon seeing these figures, were instantly invigorated. Their spirits ignited once more as they raised their weapons and hurled insults at Uno and his companions. Ha ha! Where did that bravado go just now? It's you who should be surrendering. Why not sell you all to Mariewa? That guy Indigo has no talent for being a pirate. Groliosa observed the pirates regaining their spirits, her brows furrowing slightly as she remarked, having backup certainly makes a difference. Those rascals are truly infuriating. It seems the timely arrival of the CP troops has been quite beneficial for them. Stussy cast a glance at the masked man, her eyes brimming with mockery. And they even have a CP-0 bodyguard. In this situation, engaging them in direct combat seemed to be the only option. A bitter smile flickered across Uno's face as he clenched his right fist. Aware that regardless of victory, the losses would be significant. As tensions mounted, the CP agents and pirates readied their weapons. Uno, steeling himself for the impending clash, prepared to leap down. Then, an utterly unexpected event occurred. A misty frost spread forth, coating everything in its path with a thick layer of ice. Many pirates and agents, caught off guard, were instantly transformed into frozen statues. The icy surge showed no signs of abating, extending all the way to the fiery valley below. Strangely enough, even though flames still roared, their intensity had diminished significantly, and patches of ice crystals began to form on the rocky walls. What on earth? Uno and the others stared in astonishment at this incredible scene, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the reality unfolding before them. The CP-0 agent shared their astonishment, his eyes widening behind the mask. They had painstakingly hidden their ship in a secluded spot along the coast and were met with yet another major complication. Meanwhile, the pirate named Duster gaped at the frozen figures, a mixture of shock and disappointment etched across his face. Rendered speechless, before they could gather their thoughts, the main ship of the Flying Sky pirate crew, docked nearby, burst forth as the frozen door was kicked open, releasing a dense cloud of white mist. Through the haze, a tall silhouette became discernible. I don't know what just happened, but I feel much better now. It seems I've gained some incredible power. No matter, I'll deal with these intruders first and think about everything else later. The sky was shrouded in gray, dark clouds looming overhead, accompanied by the rumble of thunder as lightning split the heavens, and torrential rain poured down like ink, instantly drenching the entirety of White Heron Island in a veil of misty rain. Following a fierce battle, a massive pit had formed on the southwestern side of the island, where a hulking figure lay in the crater, his state beyond description. His clothes were tattered, every muscle on his body sunken. His eyes vacant and blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, staining him crimson in an instant. Will I die? As the torrential raindrops fell relentlessly upon him, the icy sensation seemed to awaken something within Kaido, whose bloodied right hand trembled slightly. Bang, bang, bang. In a lush bamboo grove, an open space of about 40 to 50 yards was occupied by a large man and a small boy, each wielding wooden sticks. Engaged in a contest, the two sticks clashed with a series of resounding thuds. The young boy, no more than 9 years old, drenched in sweat, gradually losing ground. His opponent, a poised middle-aged man, effortlessly wielded his stick with a nonchalant demeanor. Clearly in control. What's the matter? Is this all you've got? Don't underestimate me, the boy shouted, as if to bolster his spirit, swinging his stick with fierce intent. The middle-aged man casually sidestepped to the right, causing the boy to miss, and, as he stumbled forward, the man raised his stick high, delivering a diagonal strike to the boy's forehead. Before the boy could recover from the daze, he received a swift kick that sent him flying a distance before crashing to the ground, his stick slipping from his grasp, spinning in the air before landing beside him. As always, you rely solely on brute strength while neglecting technique. The man tucked his stick into his belt, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness. It had been half a month since he had met the boy named Kaido, and in an effort to redeem himself from the humiliation of that day, the boy had taken to training diligently, challenging the man daily under the pretext of improvement. The man had agreed to the condition of using only wooden sticks, but each encounter ended in the boy's dismal defeat. Naturally, the man had grown accustomed to such outcomes. In a sense, he found the boy quite intriguing. Damn you, Kubota! Kaido gripped the bump on his head, pain radiating throughout his body, but paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt inside. He slammed his fist onto the ground. Seething, I quit. Kubota raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Quitting? Does that mean you wish to abandon your challenge against me? I haven't even touched your hem, let alone defeated you. What is the point of continuing like this? Kaido slumped dejectedly to the ground, his voice heavy with despair, as if he had resigned himself to defeat. I see. Kubota calmly declared, taking a great stride forward. Before Kaido could react, he seized him with a swift motion and hurled him mercilessly away, causing him to crash heavily against a bamboo stalk, the leaves trembling and cascading down. It hurts. What do you intend to do? Kaido exclaimed as he fell to the ground, feeling an unprecedented agony in his back. Just as he was about to voice his indignation, he suddenly met Kubota's gaze, and he saw that the usual nonchalance had vanished from his expression, replaced by an aura of frost. Having spent some time with Kubota, Kaido had never witnessed such a demeanor before, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him, prompting him to retract the words that had begun to form, then get lost and perish beneath the weight of an insurmountable enemy. Kubota declared ominously, turning away, hands clasped behind his back, and walking away without a backward glance. After a moment of stunned silence, Kaido shouted after him, "Hey, don't walk away. I was just joking." His voice rang out loudly, startling a flock of birds resting on the bamboo leaves, sending them scattering into the sky. Yet Kubota seemed deaf to his cries, continuing his solitary march. Seeing no reaction from him, Kaido steeled himself and sprang to his feet, rushing forward to grab a wooden stick that had fallen to the ground, hurling it forcefully at Kubota's back. The stick whistled through the air as it flew, but Kubota, without turning, effortlessly caught it in his right hand and, with a swift motion, sent it flying back with equal vigor. Kaido was taken aback, unable to evade in time, and could only raise his hands defensively in front of him. But to his astonishment, the stick whizzed past him, embedding itself firmly in a sturdy bamboo pole, quivering as it did so. Even after defeating Onikimaru, you are still but a child. Kubota halted, slowly turning his head, his expression remaining frigid, though his tones softened considerably. Return whence you came. I have no leisure to entertain you further. Kaido stood dumbfounded, eager to articulate something, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. Observing his state, Kubota sighed lightly, then resumed his stern demeanor, enunciating deliberately, "To you, I am merely an insignificant adversary to be overcome. But is this how you concede upon encountering a mere obstacle? Are you truly willing to submit beneath the feet of your foes?" He gestured emphatically toward the horizon, his voice growing more fervent. "Except for yourself, not even the mightiest opponent can compel you to abandon your struggle. Endure with grit until the very end, for there exists no one in this world capable of defeating you. Before you surpass me, do not present that sulky visage to me, child." Sunlight filtered through the lush canopy of bamboo leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground, illuminating Kaido's astonished face, which bore the weight of the words he had just heard. The events of that day lingered in his mind, indelible. Perhaps the man's words were not entirely sincere, yet it was precisely this that fueled the boy's determination to survive, even at the peril of his own life. For reasons unknown, ever since he had discerned the man's true nature, his breath had quickened, rendering him unable to maintain his composure, and he could scarcely muster even a third of his usual strength. Yet one thing remained crystal clear in his heart. Only by overcoming this man could he ascend to greater heights, before claiming the throne of the world's strongest and transforming this wretched realm. This obscure, secluded island would not serve as his grave. The youth struggled to pry open his heavy eyelids, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. And there, standing upon a lofty stone platform, was the familiar figure he would never forget. Slowly coming into view, his body ached as if it were being torn apart, every limb feeling foreign, muscles distorted from the violent impact. The pain of it all paled in comparison to the humiliation of having his dignity trampled underfoot. A surge of strength inexplicably welled up within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. "Hey, you long-haired bastard, you are unworthy to turn your back on your opponent before confirming their demise." The fragmented yet resolute voice echoed in his ears. Vitaru raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and slowly turned around to see the youth he had recently felt struggling to rise, his body swaying unsteadily, yet his eyes now brimming with determination. "This is quite astonishing. You can stand despite having all your pressure points sealed." Vitaru marveled, then broke into a derisive smirk. "But with that battered body of yours, and without your prized weapon, what can you possibly achieve?" It's quite evident. The ground had become drenched from the torrential rain, each step akin to treading through puddles. Kaido allowed the rain to drench his tattered clothes, casting them aside as he trudged forward. Grinning, "I will utterly crush you." Viteru was momentarily taken aback by his response, but after a brief pause, he burst into laughter that reverberated through the mountains. "You truly haven't changed at all. No, you are even more arrogant than before." As his laughter echoed, he leaped down from the platform, landing softly on the sodden ground, positioning his right foot in a T stance, his right hand slowly flipping from his chest to rest above his right foot. Palm facing up, fingers pointing forward. His left hand mirrored the motion, resting beneath his right elbow, palm facing down, a composed smile gracing his face that "I shall personally shatter your arrogance. This time, I will make you cease to breathe." "Not necessarily," Kaido interjected. "Hick." Unbeknownst to him, Kaido's body had begun to sway, his steps faltering, his face flushed, his eyes half closed, appearing somewhat dazed as he mumbled, "That guy's Stussy. The after effects of the alcohol are quite potent." Witnessing his somewhat comical state, Viteru found it puzzling, pondering, is he drunk? But it's been quite some time since he last drank, did I say. "You long-haired bastard." "Hick," Kaido pointed at Viteru, suddenly drooping his eyelids, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy as he murmured, "To be honest, I was quite heartbroken when I heard you were a CP0 member. To think former friends would turn against each other. Hick, how can this kid spout such nonsense with such conviction?" Viteru was baffled, yet dared not underestimate him. Thinking, forget it, let us finish this in one go. With that thought, his eyes narrowed, and a tempestuous aura swirled around him, causing him to vanish from sight in the blink of an eye. He reappeared before Kaido, pivoting 180 degrees, delivering a swift upward palm strike to his side, as rapid as thunder. Kaido, seemingly intoxicated, sidestepped the blow while grasping Viteru's extended arm. "What?" This unexpected turn of events startled Viteru, and before he could react, Kaido spun him around and hurled him toward the rocky wall. Yet Viteru, undaunted by the sudden change, steadied himself mid-air, creating a series of sonic booms as he propelled himself back toward Kaido. Aiming a downward palm strike at his crowned T, his surprise, Kaido suddenly fell backward, evading the strike as Viteru soared overhead, his legs pushing off the ground, leaving no trace behind in a critical moment. Viteru transformed his palm into a fist, crossing his arms before his chest, and with a resounding thud, he was propelled upward by a tremendous kick. Kaido stood up with the agility of a carp leaping from water, staggering erratically as if still under the influence. Viteru, flipping through the air to dispel his momentum, landed firmly on the ground, perplexed as he gazed at the rejuvenated youth before him. The once twisted muscles had reverted to their original form, leaving him utterly confounded. Attempting to sense Kaido's aura through observation, Viteru was struck dumb, his expression growing grave. Incredible. The pressure points that were sealed have all been broken through. Could it be that he becomes stronger simply by drinking? With this thought, Viteru's taut nerves relaxed, a smile appearing on his face as he regarded the clumsy youth. "You never cease to surprise me. I never imagined your drunken physique would aid you, even though you hadn't unlocked such a capability back in Vodka Kingdom." Kaido stumbled forward a few steps before stopping abruptly, erupting in a hearty laughter as he clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground. "Oh ho ho ho! You can show such expressions too. Kubota! Quite unlike your usual self. Why even mention that dull name?" Before his words had even faded, Viteru swiftly delivered a series of kicks, unleashing colossal blades of wind that surged towards Kaido like an overwhelming tempest. Kaido swayed and dodged the oncoming gales, and as he maneuvered, Viteru vanished once more, reappearing behind Kaido to deliver a fierce downward chop aimed squarely at the back of his head. Without even glancing back, Kaido deftly parried Viteru's wrist with his left hand, pivoting around to clench his fists tightly, unleashing a powerful uppercut that sent Viteru staggering several paces back. Following this, Kaido executed a sharp kick that connected with Viteru's chest. Viteru retreated a short distance, unperturbed as he patted his chest in that critical moment. He had timely deployed one of the government's 6 styles, the Iron Block, thus sustaining minimal injury, though he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. "I admit, I underestimated you just now," he remarked, adjusting his collar with a sardonic smile. "Let us engage in earnest for the first time in ages. Aside from a handful of formidable warriors, none can withstand my assault." Burp? Oh ho ho. What is this? Can it be enjoyed with a drink? Viteru remained silent, utterly speechless. This brat had truly mastered the art of provoking others. Ha ha ha. It has been ages since I experienced such exhilarating pleasure. Doesn't that imply that those you previously defeated were merely nameless foes? On the western coast of White Heron Island, countless dark bolts of lightning erupted, spreading wildly in all directions like the tentacles of an octopus, sending the surrounding sea into a violent upheaval. Waves towering several meters high, crashing relentlessly. The throng of pirates blocked the entrance to the gorge, standing motionless as hundreds of eyes fixated on the two combatants engaged in a fierce clash before them. Lips pressed tight, expressions tense as they bore witness to this breathtaking battle. Among them, a golden-haired man wielding dual blades. Their captain, the Golden Lion, was the one they revered most deeply, his unparalleled might being the reason for their unwavering respect. Until now, this universally accepted notion had begun to shift slightly. That man named Edward Newgate, wielding a massive naginata, clashed with their captain in a breathtaking exchange of over 100 blows, neither side gaining the upper hand. Leaving the onlookers dazzled and breathless, that it was their first encounter with such a spectacular confrontation in their lives. The Flying Sky Pirates had roamed the seas for a decade, undefeated and unstoppable. The notion of their captain being evenly matched with an enemy had never crossed the minds of these pirates. Although some consoled themselves by dismissing it as mere illusion, the reality unfolding before their eyes swiftly pulled them back to the present. No one dared to assist their captain, as they did not wish to follow in the footsteps of the comrades who had attempted to ambush Newgate not long ago, only to be mercilessly cut down by their now furious captain's sword energy. Every individual possesses their own forbidden zones, and interference in their captain's battle constituted such a zone. Crossing that line would undoubtedly lead to a tragic fate. People are inherently inclined to cherish their lives above all else. And the pirates understood this well, standing obediently to the side, quietly witnessing the final moments of their captain. Wave cutter! Shiki leaped into the air, soaring through layers of clouds as golden ripples danced along his blades. With a sudden, forceful swing, he unleashed two magnificent arcs of sword energy, hurtling downwards with lightning speed. Not bad, Newgate remarked, lifting his gaze, as countless rays of light converged upon the blades, forming a colossal sphere of illumination. Just as the sword energy approached within a meter of him, he bellowed, sweeping his naginata horizontally through the air. The sphere erupted violently, producing a deafening sound that reverberated throughout the island, shaking its very foundation, causing many pirates to lose their footing, along with debris being violently expelled, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Cracks resembling a spider's web formed in the air, spreading outward as the golden sword energy collided with the naginata, shattering into tiny fragments that scattered without leaving a trace. That the power of the quake fruit. Shiki executed a series of backflips, landing atop a rocky peak, gazing down at Newgate with a nonchalant expression, his clothes billowing in the wind. I'm beginning to take an interest in you. Do ensure that I have a grand time. Newgate tilted his head slightly, his tone languid as he replied, I appreciate your attention. But standing so high, you cannot truly feel my sincerity. Ha ha ha. I am a man capable of moving islands. We are not on the same level. Disregarding Shiki's overly arrogant laughter, Newgate turned his gaze elsewhere. A faint smile gracing his lips as he noted, that fellow has risen again. Are you referring to that guy named Kaido? Shiki followed Newgate's gaze into the distance, removing his cigar and exhaling swirling smoke, muttering dismissively, if that brat were to be defeated by something of this magnitude, the mere thought of our battle would make me nauseous. Ha ha ha, you seem quite concerned about that little brat. Newgate gripped his naginata firmly across his chest, his eyes gleaming with intensity. I must push myself as well. Otherwise, that guy will surely make a fool of me later. Ha ha ha. Provided he can make it here. With a wild laugh, Shiki launched himself at the unyielding figure of Newgate. While the fierce battle continued on one front, another intense confrontation was taking place in the southwestern flatlands of the island. Surrounded by mountains, in a flash, two figures moved like shooting stars, intertwining, darting in and out, a series of crackling sounds filling the air as gusts of wind surged, having exchanged over 20 blows in the blink of an eye. Viteru relentlessly pressed the attack, believing victory was within reach. Yet Kaido consistently evaded his palm strikes with a comical grace, countering with seemingly effortless punches. However, each time Viteru's palms met Kaido's fists, an overwhelming force surged through, causing his hands to tingle and his anxiety to rise. TSK, when did that brat's strength become so formidable? Could it be the result of drinking? Not only was his strength enhanced, but his speed had also increased, allowing him to match Viteru's strikes. Moreover, there was no indication he was utilizing haki. Wait, could it be that he has learned to harness the latent potential from drinking? As this thought crossed his mind, Viteru resolved to not let his guard down. He summoned his strength, launching a rapid series of strikes aimed at Kaido's face and chest, generating fierce winds with each blow, swift and merciless. In a split second, Kaido crouched low, evading the two strikes, simultaneously executing a sweeping kick. Viteru leaped to evade, following up with a powerful kick that unleashed a massive blade of wind. Kaido awkwardly sidestepped, yet Viteru had anticipated this maneuver. Flipping behind him to deliver a strike aimed at his back, a crisp sound echoed as Kaido was struck squarely on the back, his shirt tearing apart as he was propelled forward, crashing heavily to the ground. Regrettably, with your current state, it is impossible to stand on equal footing with me, Viteru began, only to be interrupted as his expression shifted from disdain to astonishment, staring wide-eyed at the young man who was already struggling to rise from the ground. That really hurt, old man, Kaido groaned, rubbing his back as tears welled up his eyes. You have any idea how painful that is? Huh. Suddenly witnessing Kaido burst into tears, Viteru was taken aback, his expression frozen in confusion. This brat, who never shed a tear even after being defeated countless times, how could he suddenly be crying like this? No. Ever since he got drunk, his behavior has been quite erratic. First sadness, then laughter, and now this bout of tears. Most importantly, despite being struck in a critical area, he was still moving freely. Could it be that his internal energy is completely in disarray in this state? The more he pondered, the more alarmed Viteru became. Deciding to seize the initiative, he swayed his body, positioning himself beside Kaido, and aimed a palm strike at his waist. As he grasped the situation, Kaido's left hand twisted downwards, striking like lightning towards his opponent's wrist. However, Vidlu's move turned out to be a feint. He violently bent to the left, causing Kaido to miss his target. In an instant, Vidlu advanced, thrusting two fingers towards Kaido's eyes with fierce urgency. Just in time, Kaido leaned back, narrowly avoiding potential blindness. Seizing the moment while Vidlu was still unsteady, Kaido delivered a powerful headbutt to Vidlu's right arm, which reverberated through his bones as if they were about to shatter. Ignoring the pain in his hand, Vidlu prepared to unleash a gale kick with his right leg. Yet as he executed the kick halfway, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his wrist. Kaido had firmly seized it. How? Success! Denying him a chance for reprisal, Kaido, with a cry, spun Vidlu around several times before hurling him into the distance. Vidlu's body soared through the air like a cloud, flipping several times mid-flight. He rapidly kicked against the air to stabilize himself. Sniffle. Kaido, with both hands covering his face, wept for a moment. Suddenly, his sobs began to subside, and as he slowly lowered his hands, his face revealed a furious glare. With a booming voice, he bellowed, "How could I have ever trusted you? How dare you conspire with that damned king to betray me? I won't rest until I have thoroughly avenged myself." Had he regained his composure? No. It appeared his anger had only intensified, just as Vidlu stood in bewilderment. Kaido stormed towards a massive boulder, smashing it to smithereens with a single punch. That he selected a larger piece of debris, wielding it with his bare hands and shaping it into a spiked club, directing a vicious tirade at the airborne figure. "Don't act so superior." With a thunderous roar, Kaido swung the makeshift weapon, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged into the air. Vidlu dodged to the right, diving towards the ground and striking out with an open palm, sending an invisible shockwave hurtling towards the young man's crown. As the unseen force approached, Kaido did not flinch. His entire form darkened, and when the surging energy touched his skin, it dispersed harmlessly around him. Meanwhile, Vidlu had already closed in, aiming a strike at Kaido's right wrist. Kaido swiftly countered with a left punch that deflected Vidlu's palm aside. then swung the spike club with lightning speed. Vidlu, unfazed, braced himself, but the club struck his chest with a resounding impact, forcing him back several steps. Though he had managed to use his hardened skin in time, Vidlu still felt the toll on his body. His bones creaked ominously, and he nearly dropped to one knee. The boy's domineering aura was on an entirely different level. He had indeed mastered advanced applications of armament hockey. It seemed he could only access that power when inebriated. Taking a deep breath, Vidlu stepped forward, aligning his left leg alongside his right ankle, his palms moving in concert as he proclaimed, 6 styles, 256 changes of the 8 trigrams palm. Before his words had fully left his lips, Vidlu's feet shattered the ground as he propelled himself forward, swiftly circling Kaido in a pattern reminiscent of the innate 8 trigrams, as he completed 2 rotations. Kaido angled himself, gripping the spiked club upon his right shoulder. Military tactics. Dragon's Vanguard. In an instant, the spiked club transformed into a flurry of phantoms, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Vidlu spun his palms in rapid succession, resembling a raging tornado as they clashed violently. The fierce winds radiated from their epicenter, sending fragments of stone flying, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds as the surrounding mountains quaked as if on the verge of collapse. After several hundred exchanges, Vidlu began to feel anxious, sensing that each of Kaido's strikes bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. Continuing would likely overwhelm him. He feigned 2 palm strikes, allowing Kaido's club to miss his hands. Seizing the opportunity, Vidlu shifted his position, circling behind Kaido, and aimed a fierce chop at his neck. Kaido, sensing the rush of air behind him, swiftly turned, his left fist crashing against Vidlu's right palm, while his right hand swung the club towards his chest. Vidlu, startled by this maneuver, adjusted his right palm, tracing an arc to evade the left punch and strike at Kaido's elbow, attempting to sidestep the incoming blow. However, Kaido's swing was merely a ruse. He deftly grasped Vidlu's right arm, redirecting the club mid-air. Vidlu found himself unable to evade as the club erupted with dark lightning, slamming heavily against his chest. With a guttural grunt, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a towering cliff and creating a massive crater. Vidlu, ensnared in the center of the crater, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Several ribs had fractured, and his shirt was torn. Just as he struggled to extricate himself for a counterattack, Kaido appeared before him in an instant, his eyes blazing with fury as he swung the spiked club toward his forehead. Die. As the club hurtled towards him, Vidlu clenched his teeth, enveloping himself in armament hockey, ready to gamble on blocking the impending blow. To his surprise, the club's momentum suddenly waned, and the fury on Kaido's face vanished, replaced by shock. What just happened? Realizing a shift in circumstances, Vidlu allowed a grim smile to creep across his lips. The alcohol has worn off. Without granting Kaido a moment to react, he vanished in a flash, reappearing before him, palms thrust forward, aligned against Kaido's chest. 6 king spears. Celestial Inyang palm. The violent shockwave surged through Kaido's chest, erupting from his back. Kaido let out a scream as he fell like a severed kite, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, sending dust swirling into the air. Vidlu landed gracefully, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Gazing at the shadow lying deep within the crater, with a smile, he remarked, in battle, failure is a common occurrence. Remember this, little one, that I almost forgot. You no longer have a second chance. Suddenly, Vidlu detected a rush of wind behind him. His expression shifting to one of alarm, he spun around, palms extended, and with a thunderous clap, struck against the young man's descending club. Both combatants staggered back, leaping apart. Vidlu remained silent, glancing towards the crater from which he had just struck the young man. The figure lying within began to ripple, gradually becoming transparent before vanishing from sight. A bitter smile crossed his face. So that was it. After being struck, he quickly left a residual image to mislead me into thinking he had been bested. Though uncertain of what transpired earlier, Kaido wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, tapping his chest, producing a metallic sound as he forced a strained smile. Had I not employed armament hockey in time, I might have been on the path to the afterlife. One could not deny that the awareness he exhibited now was a stark contrast to his former self, extending his survival by several minutes. Acknowledging the former subordinate, Vidlu gently clapped his hands, stepping forward, his left foot crossing over his right, toes pointed inward, as his right elbow arched gracefully. With a wistful expression, he turned his upper body half a circle. His left hand poised with fingers together, palm upward, evoking a sense of nostalgia. After this battle, your shadow will likely remain etched in my heart forever. To speak of impossible promises is truly uncharacteristic of you. Kaido, twirling the spiked club, now coated in a layer of dark haki, gripped it tightly before his chest, sinking into a half-squat with a straightened back. In a low voice, he declared, "It is time to bring this to a close." Woka Kingdom's army leader, no. The government's lapdog, Vidlu, both stood poised on the ground, fixated on one another, locked in a standoff as they awaited an opening. For a moment, only the sound of raindrops hitting the earth could be heard. As Kaido scrutinized Vidlu's every move, a memory from 6 months prior resurfaced in his mind. Too slow, little one. Huh. On a vacant patch atop the skull of Hive Island, before Kaido could swing his iron rod, Newgate had already advanced, brandishing his naginata. With a resounding smack, the back of the blade struck Kaido's face, sending him flying backwards before he landed heavily on the ground. Newgate pointed the blade at Kaido's head and coldly remarked, "With your current abilities, you are still a century away from challenging rocks." Damn it! Kaido struggled to prop himself up, his hand brushing against his swollen right cheek as he exclaimed in shock and anger. "What is going on? It's as if you've foreseen my every move." "It's not as if, it's certain," Newgate replied, sheathing his naginata behind his back. "The observation haki allows one to easily perceive the actions of others. I trust you are familiar with this fundamental principle. Moreover, once mastered to a certain degree, it can even predict fleeting moments of the future, a skill you have witnessed before." Kaido widened his eyes, dazed as he recalled the ambush Newgate had executed against Shiryu aboard the ship, suddenly sensing the gravity of the situation. "Hey, you're wondering how I reached this level, aren't you?" The abrupt inquiry startled Kaido, who stammered, "How did you know?" His face flushed slightly. "Ha ha, so you do have a shy side." Newgate chuckled heartily, devoid of malice. After a moment, his laughter subsided, and he turned back calmly, saying, "In light of your relentless challenges, I shall share some insights with you, but you must treat me to a hearty meal first." With that, he leaped off the edge of the cliff, leaving the bewildered youth behind. Raindrops began to splatter against his nose. Kaido's thoughts returned to the present, his gaze firmly fixed on the poised enemy. Unwavering and attentive, he'll forget everything around him and wholly feel the opponent's aura. Newgate made it sound so simple. Yet executing it was far more challenging. Strangely, though, despite its brevity, Kaido felt as if he was gradually sensing the direction for which his foe would strike. Suddenly, thunder rumbled across the sky, and bolts of lightning danced like serpents, weaving through the dark clouds, illuminating the heavens as if it were day. Almost simultaneously, 2 figures launched into the air, racing forward. Their speed eclipsed that of lightning. 6 styles, 128 palms of the 8 trigrams. Kundali, Dragon's roar. The thunderous clash of their attacks reverberated as azure and deep violet lights intertwined, erupting into countless sparks, the 2 figures flickering like phantoms, leaving trails of afterimages on the ground. Viduri moved swiftly, his feet following the 8 trigrams, circling around Kaido with dizzying speed, darting back and forth, left and right, aiming to confuse his opponent. When Kaido failed to follow his movements, Viduri seized the opportunity to strike at vital points. Many renowned pirates had ultimately fallen to this very maneuver. Through earlier exchanges, Kaido began to discern a pattern, wielding his spike club with impenetrable defense to shield his vital areas from Viduri's advances, while constantly shifting his footing, evading over 80 returning strikes, spinning in circles before unleashing a powerful sweep. Viduri leaped into the air, his body spinning like a top, maintaining his rotational stance as he descended, delivering over 30 strikes in a single breath, each one generating a fierce gust of wind. Faced with such rapid assaults, Kaido raised his spike club, spinning it quickly, the air whistling around him, creating a colossal windmill effect. clashing with Vidrui's relentless palm strikes, sending thick arcs of lightning scattering, wreaking havoc in the surrounding mountains, carving deep fissures into the rock. Realizing a breakthrough was unlikely in the short term. Vidrui's anxiety intensified as he performed a backward roll, leaping into the air, propelling himself like a shooting star, tracing a series of arcs in the blink of an eye. Utilizing a combination of moonwalk and shave, he achieved speeds beyond the naked eye's capacity to perceive, enabling him to move at high velocity in any direction. This breathtaking technique was uniquely mastered by Vidrui within CP0, but furthermore, he could effortlessly mask his presence, making it nearly impossible for even the most adept observation hockey users to detect him, rendering him exceedingly effective in assassination scenarios. For this reason, he swiftly ascended to the second highest position within CP0, earning him the moniker of Silent Vidui, as the name suggests. He approached his targets without a sound, taking their lives without a trace, but of course, nothing is without flaw. Vidrui's ability to conceal his aura is not without weaknesses. Yet until now, no one had managed to uncover its chinks. However, nothing remained static. Just as a donkey accustomed to carrying salt one day finds itself laden with cotton, it may plunge into a river, sinking deeper than before. Noticing Vidrui had vanished, even the sound of his movement was absent, Kaido halted the spinning of his club and slowly closed his eyes. In the enveloping darkness, silence reigned, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Kaido stood still, focused, awaiting the moment the opponent's aura would reveal itself. Suddenly, a gray silhouette flickered into view, circling thrice before launching 6 rapid strikes to his back in a blinding flurry. The sequence of actions as swift as lightning, leaving Kaido defenseless. This scene existed in Kaido's mind for only 0.5 seconds, yet the information conveyed was sufficient for him to mount a swift counterattack. In that fleeting moment of attack, would his concealed aura be exposed? Just right. He exhaled a plume of mist, positioning the spike club on his left shoulder, the black-purple hockey shimmering and crackling atop the weapon. Thunderous 8 trigrams. With a thunderous roar, the spike club swept outward with monumental force, crashing in like a tidal wave. In an instant, a flash of green light met the oncoming spike club, vanishing upon impact, leaving behind only tattered remnants of clothing and sticky blood clinging to the weapon. Immediately after, a slightly labored breath echoed from his side. Huff! Huff! You actually saw through my movements. Vidrui leaned against the rocky wall, clutching his grazed chest as he gasped for air, beads of sweat trickling down his face. The prolonged concealment of his aura had severely drained his haki, and the strike he barely evaded had left him breathless, feeling as if his insides were about to upheave. Yet despite this, a faint smile crept on his pale visage, as if he believed he would be the one to laugh last. You are fortunate to be the first and the last man to witness the essence of the 8 trigrams. With that pitiful fleet, you likely cannot hope to stop rocks. Before that, I will unrelentingly obliterate you. Kaido remained unfazed, holding the spike club across his chest as he coldly replied, That line should be mine. You ought to obediently roll back to the grave of the old era, you almost mindless puppet. As if stirred by a faint spark, Vidrui's expression subtly shifted, fleetingly revealing a bitter smile. Truly, your tongue knows no restraint. That he stepped forward, his left palm crossing his chest, his right leg extending outward, the toe of his left foot turning inward, his left knee bending into a half squat, while his right foot followed the trajectory of his right leg. Underfoot, the pattern of Tai Chi's 8 trigrams emerged, rapidly spinning in a clockwise direction. Simultaneously, his gaze grew colder than ice. 6 styles. The arcane essence of the 8 trigrams, wandering dragon's dance, in an instant. A tempestuous wave of energy surged around him, enveloping him as it transformed into a cerulean dragon, coiling upward, its claws extended, glaring down menacingly at Kaido, as if to challenge him. Upon witnessing such a colossal entity, Kaido's face betrayed no fear. Instead, he grinned widely. Now, that's quite the display. I'll have to practice a similar move one day, provided you survive this battle, kid, as a deep and melodious dragon's roar resonated through the air. The immense azure dragon swooped down, its claw aimed directly at Kaido's head. Kaido dodged to the left, but unexpectedly, the claw curved mid-air, causing Kaido's pupils to constrict sharply. He raised his kanabo to block. And with a thunderous crash, the dragon's claw struck the weapon with tremendous force, sending Kaido hurtling backward. In a split second, he planted his foot against the rocky wall of a mountain, pushing off with all his might. Cracks erupted across the surface of the stone as he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. His kanabo held high, spinning with unparalleled momentum, trailing a long arc of lightning as he struck down fiercely at the oncoming dragon. In an instant, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of light, intertwining purple lightning and the azure dragon as they danced through the air, distorting the surrounding atmosphere with their powerful collision. Suddenly, the dragon's sharp claws grazed Kaido's left shoulder, causing him to shudder violently, struggling to regain his balance mid-air before descending to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he turned to inspect his injury. Discovering a deep gash on his shoulder and complete numbness in his left arm, rendering it immobile that a frown creased his brow. After transforming, could every attack seal the opponent's vital points? His strength and speed had ascended to an unparalleled level. Truly, this was a man who had once defeated the likes of him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Viteru was not faring any better. Although he had struck Kaido's shoulder, the cost to himself was significant. As the dragon, blood flowed profusely from his forehead, and a crushing sensation in his chest forced him to expel a mouthful of stomach acid, his heart a tumult of surprise and rage. Impossible! That brat was clearly conscious. His haki could not be that potent. Could it be that he had not fully recovered from drunkenness, thus retaining the enhanced effects of his haki? In truth, Viteru had only guessed half the truth. Upon intoxication, Kaido's heightened haki was gradually integrating into his being, rendering him even more formidable than before, a phenomenon tied inextricably to his unique bloodline and monstrous physique that, of course, Kaido himself was oblivious to this fact. This ability was not innate, but rather awakened in a chance encounter after leaving the Woka Kingdom, a detail Viteru could not possibly know. Taking a deep breath, Kaido channeled a portion of his haki into his shoulder. Forcibly breaking through the pressure point that had been struck, the lingering soreness subsiding as his left arm regained mobility. This time, he had no reason to accept defeat. Gripping his kanabo tightly, he held it across his chest. The purple-black haki coalescing along the weapon, his gaze resolute that it was time to determine the victor in this clash, and no longer lost in confusion. He understood one thing. He must settle the score with the man before him. To ascend to greater heights, arrogance, the azure dragon soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds, casting a cold gaze upon the world below. From their initial encounter, it had been predetermined. Your fangs shall never reach me. And now, I shall etch this impression indelibly into your mind. As the words left his lips, the dragon spun, transforming into a tempest of blue as it dove toward the ground, its maw agape. Seemingly intent on swallowing the youth whole, in an instant, a sharp pain pierced his chest, overwhelming him with agony, causing him to clutch his chest tightly. This was dire. The spot where that brat had struck him had left a hidden wound. His movement revealed a momentary flaw, and his body involuntarily convulsed. That moment, Kaido's kanabo swung forth with ferocity. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant purple beam shot skyward amidst the cacophony, like a bolt of lightning striking the heavens. Caught off guard, Viteru was struck head-on, the beam emerging from his back, continuing its ascent as the dense clouds were torn asunder. Once more, the heavens wept. This time, blood rained down. The azure dragon's form rapidly shrank, reverting to its human shape, plummeting to the earth like a severed kite. Gazing upward at the figure approaching him with increasing proximity, Kaido's eyes glimmered with a newfound sense of relief, something he had never felt before. The man who had once seemed so far beyond his reach was now within his grasp. The man himself was unaware of his name, or perhaps it was that his name had never truly existed. Abandoned by his impoverished parents shortly after birth, he managed to survive for 3 days in the wilderness. Indeed, all of this had long since faded into the fog of his memory. He only recalled that from a year he became aware. He was taken by a group of men clad in black, known as the administrators, to an island called Guanhao, where an ancient seven-story tower loomed. There, no one forced him into hard labor, nor did anyone demand payment. Each day, he was simply required to repeat a series of movements. Punching, day after day, he was compelled to punch, even to the brink of collapse. Alongside him were several children of similar age. Though he knew not where they came from, nor did he care about their origins, that he understood only that they were all participants in a game called survival of the fittest. Besides the punching, the administrators instilled in them the ideology of unyielding obedience to a large organization, training them to be tools ready to die for that organization. Some children, unable to withstand the immense pressure, vanished without a trace after a few days, with the administrators explaining that they had succumbed to some mental illness and taken their own lives. The children, including the man, were not surprised. They knew full well that should they falter or voice dissent, they would be the next to fall victim to such an affliction. Thus, they trained harder than ever, their sweat pouring forth in greater quantities, while more and more collapsed under exhaustion, some attempting to flee the island, only to be classified as missing. In the end, only one remained standing in the training grounds. Thereafter, the administrators poured all their efforts into cultivating the man, ensuring he mastered a martial art known as 6 styles and a secret fighting technique called the 8 trigrams palm, continually issuing him orders to assassinate key figures. Time and again, he completed these tasks unscathed, even when the targets were children or the elderly. Without hesitation, at the age of 12, he was inducted into an organization under the world government known as CP0, where he was given his first name, a code name, to be precise, Vitaru, as others called him. Life within the organization bore little resemblance to his time on Hive Island, save for 2 additional rules: serve the celestial nobles, the Tenryubito, unconditionally, and should a mission fail, one would be eliminated by the upper echelons of the government. The man exhibited no expectations for anything, nor did he possess a concept of good or evil. He simply fulfilled his duties with mechanical diligence, viewing murder as his responsibility. To fail in his purpose was the greatest evil in his eyes. Even when faced with annihilation, he bore no resentment. Disposing of a broken machine was merely routine for the factory owner. His humanity was extinguished along with the sweat shed through his punches. He could not discern how long this numb existence persisted. One day, Vitaru received a special assignment from high-ranking officials of the government. The reason for the special designation was to send him to a nation known as Woka, where he was to serve as the commander of the kingdom's army, tasked with overseeing the tribute of heavenly gold and covertly informing the king, pressuring him to transform the Woka kingdom into a nation unwaveringly loyal to the world government. In the interim, he was bestowed with a new name, Kubota. To the man, a name was merely a convenient label for others to call him by, so he readily embraced the identity of Captain Kubota, embarking on a journey to a foreign land and commencing a life distinctly different from his previous one. In an effort to appear more human, the man diligently sought to comprehend the conversational habits of ordinary people, forcing himself to imitate them in interactions, gradually integrating into the daily routine of the military and forming bonds with his comrades. In the eyes of the soldiers, Captain Kubota was an affable and laid-back superior, often treating everyone to drinks from his own pocket, and with his presence, the previously tense atmosphere of war lightened considerably, earning him universal affection. Yet, the man was acutely aware that he was merely playing the role of a good officer. Before the higher-ups issued new orders, he only needed to diligently fulfill his duties. As for the soldiers, each with their own distinct personalities, they elicited no emotional response from him, reminiscent of his peers on Hive Island. To him, they were little more than interchangeable parts. This perception shifted, however, following an unexpected encounter with a young boy during a storm, which subtly altered the course of his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought the boy back to the kingdom of Woka, allowing him to serve as a soldier for the nation, and, in his spare time, he trained alongside him, deliberately guiding him to become stronger by using himself as a benchmark. This was not born of any particular interest, but rather an accidental discovery of the boy's astonishing latent talent. Having single-handedly vanquished the notorious demon Ghost Pirate crew at the tender age of 9, but more importantly, he possessed the rare conqueror's haki. Not to mention the diminutive kingdom of Woka. Even within the vast organization of the world government, Those who wielded Conqueror's haki were exceedingly by training him diligently. The boy could potentially become a formidable Navy officer or an agent. Perhaps even his successor. The notion of a successor had surfaced in the man's mind unexpectedly, leaving him puzzled as to why such a peculiar thought had crossed his mind. Perhaps, deep within, he had experienced a subtle stirring of emotions for the boy, who, like him, bore no name as torrential rain poured down, mercilessly battering the now pockmarked ground. Videru lay quietly upon a jagged rock, his eyes vacant, his complexion ashen, a gaping wound in his chest oozing blood profusely, staining the pristine rock of vivid crimson. His limbs twitched slightly, on the brink of expiration. Kaido, hefting his kanabo upon his shoulder, strode directly to Videru's side and paused, cold eyes fixed upon him, lips moving as if to utter a word, yet ultimately falling silent. After a prolonged moment, a faint whisper shattered the stillness. "That you've grown stronger, kid." Videru struggled to turn his body to face the young man, a wan smile emerging from his pallid visage. "You won this battle. Your foe was slain by your own hand, and I suppose you've long awaited this moment?" "Ah, indeed." Kaido raised his kanabo high, his tone icy. "You have trampled upon my dignity, having finally found you in this place. To be frank, my desire to obliterate your skull has never been more fervent." As his words hung in the air, the kanabo came crashing down, and Videru's lips curled into a slight smile as he tightly shut his eyes. From the moment he became a member of CP0, he had realized that this day would inevitably arrive. The agents were but pawns to the government. When a pawn loses its utility, it is discarded. To die at the hands of an enemy rather than be eradicated by the government was, for one whose sole purpose was to dutifully complete tasks, a form of happiness. Bang! The heavy sound of impact rang in his ears. Yet Videru remained unaware of the new pain inflicted upon him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, turning to see that a protruding rock to his left had shattered, debris strewn across the ground. But a flicker of doubt crossed his gaze as he asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by this? Leaving you here unattended, your injuries are surely beyond salvation." Kaido replied nonchalantly, tossing his kanabo aside and sitting upon the rock beside Videru, his expression devoid of any emotion. "If I were in your shoes, stripped of the right to choose my own life, deprived of dreams and freedom, I would have long since succumbed to madness." Videru gazed at him as though he were a stranger, eyes wide in disbelief before a knowing smile crept onto his lips. "Really now? Who gave you the right to pry into my inner thoughts? This is a matter of personal privacy." He looked up at the overcast sky, his face remarkably calm as he spoke slowly. "In our line of work, we are born as puppets in the hands of others, acting solely according to the whims of those above us. Should we fail in our tasks, we are silenced without a second thought. If we cannot fulfill our role as tools, then our existence bears no meaning. That is merely a self-satisfying excuse." Kaido shot him a glance, muttering slowly, "Who knows?" Videru smiled grimly, intentionally glossing over the topic as his breathing quickened. "With your abilities, you should have also discovered that the goods Shiki intended to sell to the government were recently snatched away by your comrades. One could say we are thoroughly defeated." Upon hearing this, Kaido activated his observation haki to sense the situation in the distance. After a moment, a faint smile curved his lips. "If they can't even manage that, I will have to mock them thoroughly." Yet the subsequent events would not be so simple. Cough, cough. Videru began to cough violently, blood frothing from his mouth. After a while, he managed to force a smile. Realizing that the deal between the slaves and the prize had completely collapsed, the government would lose the trust of the populace due to their dealings with pirates, and surely those involved would not let this go easily. Upon hearing his last strange remark, Kaido furrowed his brow and pressed, "Those people? What are you talking about?" "Heh, even a scoundrel like me adheres to the principles of responsibility, but in due time, you will understand." Videru's voice grew faint, his vision blurring. Reflecting on the years spent with Kaido, he felt that perhaps life had not been so bad after all. "That I wonder if I will have the chance to apologize to Paul and the others in the afterlife." Kaido chuckled bitterly. With Paul's temper, he would likely give you a thorough beating first. "That sounds just like him," Videru said, trembling as he lifted his right hand toward the sky, his eyes half-lidded, barely clinging to life. "To be honest, I envy you pirates for your freedom to pursue your passions without restraint in the next life." assuming I get another chance. I wonder if I could grasp that cloud called dreams. As he spoke, his raised arm fell limply to rest upon the rock, his heavy eyelids slowly closing, this time never to reopen. With thunder crashing and rain pouring, Vitaru's eyes glistened slightly, whether from raindrops or tears, as they slowly traced down his cheeks. Witnessing the departure of the mentor who had taught him so much, Kaido felt an indescribable mix of emotions welling within him. He reached out to wipe the moisture from Vitaru's face, lamenting, "It is precisely because the world's laws are so filthy that more pitiful beings like you are born that I shall personally bring this tragic cycle to an end. Watch closely from the realm of the dead." Kubota, no sooner had he spoken than Kaido felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his arms outstretched as he fell back, landing beside the motionless man, closing his eyes and drifting into an unconscious slumber. While he and Vitaru settled their scores, another battle raged on, reaching a fever pitch. Shiki, Thousand Cuts Valley. The golden lion soared into the sky, wildly wielding his twin blades. Countless grand slashes intertwined to form a golden tempest, descending like a torrential storm upon the earth. Wherever it passed, the ground seemed to be torn asunder, deep fissures appearing, extending for miles across the sea. The once majestic mountains surrounding the area crumbled like sand sculptures, easily shattered into countless fragments, collapsing with a thunderous roar and sending dust billowing into the air. Simultaneously, heart-wrenching screams echoed from the ground. Why must we suffer alongside them? "Captain, not this way. Don't come this way. Help!" With a glance, Shurji and his companions cursed. "Fools! Who told you to come so close? Get the hell away!" Despite the harsh words, their hands moved without pause. Such brutality was truly remarkable, perhaps out of sympathy for his subordinates. Newgate let out a sigh. Faced with the overwhelming golden storm, the tall figure of the man remained steadfast, his legs bent in a half-squat, fists crossed defiantly before his chest. "Scatter!" with a thunderous roar from Newgate. His fists, enveloped in a layer of white orbs, swung horizontally upwards with tremendous force. In an instant, web-like fissures appeared in the air, spreading wildly in all directions, enveloping the entire sky. Shortly thereafter, the dense cracks shattered like glass, producing a deafening roar that echoed like thunder, the indomitable golden sword energy disintegrating into dust, the remnants cascading down like confetti, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. At the same time, a gust of wind swept behind him, and the golden-haired man laughed maniacally, golden waves rippling along the blade as he swung both razor-sharp long swords towards Newgate's nape with astonishing speed. "Kekiki! Got you! Too slow!" As if predicting his opponent's next move. Newgate swiftly turned, bringing his Naginata down in a flash. Clang! The Naginata clashed violently with the dual blades, neither yielding an inch, the fierce impact accompanied by dark lightning resonating through them. Both men jolted, their feet pushing against the ground as they leapt back, standing in a standoff. Bodies of pirates lay scattered across the ground, with occasional faint groans breaking the silence. "Hey, Newgate, did you notice?" Shurji pointed a blade towards a direction. His voice low, that masked bastard's voice has suddenly vanished, which means he burst into laughter, nearly dropping the cigar from his mouth. "Kekiki, that little brat just saved me a nuisance. The painstakingly prepared deal has fallen through. But I feel much lighter." Newgate was taken aback, surprised by his unexpected reaction. Then his crescent-shaped mustache curled up at the corners of his mouth. "It's quite rare to encounter such an optimistic pirate as you." Not optimism. Denying the assessment, Shurji turned his right-hand long sword towards the man he had battled tirelessly, sneering, "Compared to trivial matters, I crave a thrilling battle. Let our fists speak. That's the standard of strength. Let us get serious, Newgate. After I take you down, next up is rocks." Newgate paid no heed to his brazen provocation, brandishing his Naginata across his chest, responding with an equally hearty laugh. "Guru, it's been a while since I've faced a worthy opponent like you. I too wish to stretch my muscles. Kekiki, can you keep up with my speed?" Before his laughter had faded, Shurji's figure vanished, becoming a series of afterimages, darting through the air like a phantom, forming a tight encirclement around Newgate. Yet, Newgate remained unmoved, standing serenely in place, his expression as tranquil as still water. allowing the enemy's figures to flit around him. With combat experience surpassing most on the seas, he understood that becoming restless in such a situation could easily lead to being manipulated by the opponent's rhythm, ultimately becoming a mere pawn in their game. After all, that fool, whose mind was solely consumed by fighting, had fallen into the enemy's trap far too easily, forcing him to intervene. However, the responsibility was not entirely his. The enemy was employing a technique of rapid positional shifts, capable of seamlessly transitioning between entity and afterimage, making it exceedingly difficult to capture with observation hockey. Such a skill could only be mastered by perhaps 3 or 4 individuals in the world. To counter this move, there was but one way, as the sonic booms from Shuji's movements echoed incessantly in his ears. Newgate, seemingly oblivious, raised his right hand and grasped at the sky, as if pulling something from thin air. Crash! A sound akin to shattering glass resonated from above, the air beginning to tremble violently. From the center of Newgate's hand, delicate fissures spread like spider webs in all directions, causing the afterimages to dissipate like smoke upon contact. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted as a figure soared into the air at lightning speed, hovering above and looking down with a proud gaze at the opponent who had failed to gain any advantage. Meanwhile, the remaining afterimages vanished one by one, leaving no trace behind. Quick reflexes, I thought that would at least hurt you. Looking up at the figure above, Newgate couldn't help but express admiration, his tone laced with a hint of regret for his opponent. To obliterate all my afterimages with such widespread tremors? Quite impressive. Newgate. Despite his clever maneuver being thwarted, Shuji's face bore no trace of anger. Instead, excitement surged within him, causing his hands to tremble slightly. That it was akin to a child spotting a beloved toy through a shop window, awakening an unprecedented thrill. How long has it been since I felt this exhilarated? Even the second-in-command possesses such prowess. The one who could make him willingly submit must be an even more formidable figure. My interest in you grows, Rocks. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the float fruit. Clutching his cherished blades, Kuroki and Sakura 10, Shuji spread his arms wide, tracing a semicircular arc high above his head. The surrounding mountains trembled violently, not crumbling into rubble, but visibly twisting and morphing into lifelike rock lions, their fur intricately sculpted, wild eyes glinting with ferocity, their menacing expressions terrifying as they advanced, each step creating deep impressions in the ground. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, gradually encircling Newgate at the core, the rock lions, casting vigilant glances around, surveyed the scene, while Newgate's face remained unperturbed as he inquired slowly, "This is the highest application of a devil fruit. The awakening of the fruit, isn't it?" Kekiki, quite knowledgeable. Shuji directed the blade of Kuroki towards the man ensnared at the center by the rock lions, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "In just a moment. I'll send you off to that scenic spot known as Hell. Lions might." Earthquake. At his command, countless massive rock lions roared thunderously, their howls echoing like vengeful spirits, shaking the very island as they surged towards Newgate with overwhelming force. In an instant, the horde of rock lions engulfed the man's figure like a raging tsunami, compressing inward in a frenzy, forming an impenetrable mass of rock that towered like a mountain into the clouds. All creatures caught within were as if ground in a paste, their sounds silenced forever. Within moments, the surface of the rock mass cracked with countless fissures, beams of dazzling white light shooting forth from the crevices. Subsequently, the entire rock mass was violently shattered by the internal force, sending fragments of varying sizes flying in all directions. That Newgate's figure stood resplendent in the brilliant light, his garments billowing in the wind. Untouched by dust, not a trace of blood to be found upon him. In the next instant, his feet shattered the ground as he shot upwards like a white lightning bolt, weaving through the floating debris. Racing towards Shuji's position, "That you've got some skills, but that's hardly all there is." Upon witnessing Newgate effortlessly break through the lion horde and charge towards him, Shuji became even more exhilarated, snapping his fingers. In the pitch-black sky, dark clouds seemed to gather under an invisible pressure, rapidly coalescing into towering lion heads, each 500 meters high, casting a heavy shadow over White Heron Island, glaring down at everything on the ground with palpable menace. their low growls rumbling like distant thunder that resonated endlessly in the sky. The lions might. Royal domain. Upon hearing Shiki's call, all the lions simultaneously opened their gaping maws, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. Surging forth with an overwhelming force, as if they aimed to devour everything in existence. Before the majestic pride, Whitebeard's figure appeared as diminutive as a mere grain of sand. Yet, a radiant smile, one he had never worn before, graced his face. The inky blackness of his haki surged into his beloved blade, Tunyun Chia, enveloping the blade's edge in a halo of shimmering white orbs, while black lightning danced violently around it. Armament haki, Conqueror's haki, and the powers of his devil fruit converged seamlessly, harmonizing in an instant. With a sweeping motion from left to right, he executed a horizontal slash. The earth-shattering roars abruptly ceased, as if the incoming lions had been cleaved in two by a sharp sword, their furious momentum parting to create powerful gusts of wind that twisted and turned like a tornado, accompanied by the howling of a tempest that swept in all directions, distorting the surrounding air as though space itself could not withstand the force of impact. Dense fissures erupted from the foreheads of each lion, spreading outward like bursting water balloons, showering down a deluge of droplets. Whitebeard shot upwards like an arrow released from a bow, his speed unrelenting. How intriguing! My desire to obliterate you has reached its zenith. Let us determine the victor with this strike. Shiki's expression had reached a near-manic state as he raised his famed blade high, gathering the electric light roaring from the clouds upon its surface. Golden Lion Slash. In an instant, Shiki was enveloped in a dazzling golden radiance. The golden waves swirling around the blade extended forward, coalescing into two gigantic light blades approximately 10 meters long. He then forcefully stomped down into the air, unleashing a series of sonic booms, and like a golden lion, he dove downward with tremendous force. The light blades wielded in his hands, crashing down with unparalleled might, unstoppable by even the mightiest of armies. Excellent, Whitebeard shouted in response, the white light surrounding his blade intensifying as black waves spread forth, crashing upwards and tearing open the clouds ahead. This was the most powerful strike he had unleashed since becoming a pirate. The golden and white streams surged towards each other at lightning speed, narrowing the distance to a mere meter in the blink of an eye. Die for me. It is you who should fall. Accompanied by two roaring declarations of unyielding resolve, the Naginata and the light blades glimmered with their respective convictions as they aimed their fatal blows at one another, on the verge of collision. In that fleeting moment, a boisterous laugh, embodying both arrogance and exuberance, abruptly rang out. Allow me to join in as well. In an instant, a shadowy figure blazed forth with the speed of a lightning bolt. Akin to a shooting star, interposing itself between the two, pulling at the crimson currents of electricity with both hands, swinging its fists outward before the blades made contact. I could see that moment. Time seemed to stand still. The dark lightning erupted violently, and the ferocious shock waves radiated outward from their center, causing countless mountains to fracture into fine rubble, while the entirety of White Heron Island trembled violently, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across every corner of the island. And the surging waves of the sea rose dramatically, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. The clouds appeared to be battered by an invisible force, rolling in waves to either side, creating an unfathomable chasm that extended far beyond 100 meters. Disappearing into the unseen abyss, the raindrops that had once cascaded like the Milky Way gradually softened, ultimately ceasing their descent. The pirates of the Flying Sky pirate crew, the slaves, the government's agents, Uno, Stussy, Gloriosa, all paused in their actions, gazing upward in astonishment at the sudden anomaly in the sky, their faces a mix of disbelief, as if they had forgotten the ongoing battle. Among them, the sensations were most acute for Whitebeard and Shiki. Both felt an invisible yet immense pressure upon their chests, their blood surging violently, as if in a tumultuous tide, their weapons rendered immobile, as though obstructed by an unseen wall, compelling them to involuntarily leap downward. Affected by the sudden inertia, they rolled several times, struggling to maintain their balance before precariously landing upon the cracked earth. This time, Whitebeard and Shiki no longer exchanged glances, but instead turned their gazes toward the figure that had landed firmly before them. Their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions beyond verbal description. The man's hair stood erect like the spines of a porcupine, a sinister yet composed smile perpetually adorning his face, clad in a long cloak that billowed with the gusts of wind. Standing together, the man's height did not seem particularly remarkable. Not only was Whitebeard over 6 meters tall, but even Shiki surpassed him by a notch. However, the aura of dominance radiating from him was something that neither could hope to rival. Even combined, for Shiki, this was the first time in his life he experienced such uncertainty and dread. How is this possible? Even before his fist made contact, I felt as if I could hardly bear it. This had never happened before. Moreover, that astonishing aura, could it truly belong to a mere human? It was on an entirely different dimension compared to Whitebeard. Could he be, before Shiki could articulate that name in his mind? Whitebeard interjected with a frustrated tone. Why do you always interfere in others' battles without warning? Rocks. Ha ha! Do you expect me to wait until you two are battered and bloodied, and then build 2 graves? The man with the porcupine-like hair spoke without reservation, laughing heartily at his longtime companions. After finishing my business, I found myself bored, and since you two had commandeered the speedboat, I had to ride an air cannon to White Heron Island to see what was happening, only to find you two embroiled in such a skirmish. Finish your business? Shiki suddenly recalled something, exclaiming in shock. You mean, notice, did you? The man named Rox pointed behind him at the smoke-filled sky. Speaking deliberately, although it took quite some time, I obliterated every single ship from that fleet you brought, not leaving a single one. As he spoke, his tone was remarkably calm, as if it were merely a matter of course. Yet, both Whitebeard and Shiki were left dumbfounded, their minds buzzing as they stood frozen in place. Especially Shiki, whose shock was unparalleled. That fleet was a massive armada I had spent 10 years cultivating. Though some had yet to arrive, it was still sufficient to wreak havoc on the seas. How could he claim to have annihilated them all in one fell swoop? Rox, who exactly are you? After a brief silence, Shiki, his face taut, slowly began. Though I find it hard to accept, I must admit this time I have been utterly defeated. Even if I risk my life, I cannot hope to contend with you. He tossed aside his swords, Sakura, Tin, and Deadwood, which clattered to the ground, and then sat cross-legged, solemnly stating, Quickly take my head. This is the honor due to you as a victor. Rox regarded him with interest for a moment before bursting into laughter. Seeing this, Shiki could not help but feel a surge of anger. What are you laughing at? Is a head worth tens of billions not enough for you? Do you also wish to trample my dignity? Your strength is formidable, yet your reactions are as sluggish as someone else's. Whitebeard stood with arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips, having already guessed the intentions of the man who acted with impunity. As anticipated, Rox proclaimed with a grand voice, It would be a waste of your talents to bury you here. Why not lend me a hand and together turn this world upside down? What? For a moment, Shiki thought he had misheard, his eyes widening in disbelief, the cigar that had hung from his mouth falling to the ground. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he quickly regained his composure, his expression fluctuating between pale and flushed, incredulously shouting, Are you serious? I have always known how to command others. How could I live a life of dependence? Upon hearing his resolute refusal, Rox recoiled as if repulsed, furrowing his brow and twisting his mouth into a disdainful expression. Is that your answer? I am thoroughly disappointed. The legendary Captain Golden Lion is only of this caliber. You might as well change your crew's name to the Sickly Kittens Pirates. He turned around with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking without glancing back. Let us go, Whitebeard. There is no need to waste time on such scum. It was a rare moment of unanimous agreement, but a smirk crept onto Whitebeard's lips as he followed Rox out towards the island's edge, leaving Shiki abandoned, which only served to infuriate him, causing veins to bulge on his forehead as he leaped up and shouted, What? How dare you look down on me, when I was leading my fleet to decimate the Navy? You lot were still playing house on Honeycomb Island. You prickly bastard! The incessant stream of insult from behind fell on deaf ears as Rox and Whitebeard continued their leisurely pace forward. Suddenly, a flash of golden figure blocked their path. Shiki, wielding dual blades, declared in a deep voice, You will not leave until we clarify this matter. The simplest provocation had set him off, disregarding the absolute disparity in their strengths. He was indeed the arrogant man as rumored. Rox halted, seemingly having anticipated Shiki's reaction, grinning widely to reveal his gleaming white teeth. The choice laid before you is either to be a fleeting hero, viewed as a thorn in the government's side, or to relinquish your pride and seek resurgence later. Only these two paths remain. Are you threatening me? Shiki seethed, glaring fiercely, his joints popping and cracking ominously as if ready to erupt. Rox and Whitebeard remained unfazed, standing still and patiently awaiting his next move. After a moment, the fury on Shiki's face gradually faded, and with a resigned sigh, he ran his fingers through his long hair and said despondently, "Forget it. The vanquished have no right to bargain with the victor. To survive under your command is already akin to winning the lottery." Rox narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, what are you implying? Do I even need to say it? The flying pirate crew under my command shall now fall under your banner, and the slaves and fruits intended for trade are at your disposal." At this point, Shiki's expression darkened, his sword's blade aimed at the bristling man before him as he coldly stated, "However, if you fail to allow me to relish the thrill of battle, I will stop at nothing to tear you to shreds, even if it costs me an arm or a leg." "Ha ha! I relish your candor." As he spoke, Rox unsheathed a pitch-black dual-headed sword from his back, sweeping it forward to lightly clash with Shiki's blade. Producing a crisp metallic sound, Captain, I declare we shall wreak havoc upon the seas as we please. Keek. One day, I shall personally defeat you and reclaim my rightful position amidst the stormy skies. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a brilliant glow upon the two men below, enveloping them in a golden sheen. The blades they wielded reflected dazzling glimmers, their exuberant smiles vividly portraying the dawn of a new era. I seem to have lost my presence since just now. Whitebeard spread his arms wide, unable to suppress a chuckle. In a daze, Kaido heard a cacophony of sounds and footsteps scurrying about, prompting him to rub his eyes. Forcing them open to behold a scene that astounded him. Two colossal ships were docked side by side along the shore, each adorned with distinct flags fluttering in the wind, while a throng of pirates in varied attire huffed and puffed as they hoisted cargo boxes. A man wielding a naginata shouted from the deck, directing them to place the boxes in designated spots, occasionally fanning his forehead with a sigh. Beneath the pirate ships, two men could be seen seated cross-legged, each holding a wine bowl, indulging in hearty drinks. One of them, a golden-haired man, spoke animatedly, leaving the bristling man opposite him in utter astonishment, who then doubled over with laughter, clutching his belly. Just moments earlier, Shiki, who had been locked in a life-and-death struggle with his side, suddenly sat down to share laughter with the opposing leader, Rox, as if they were longtime friends, a sight that Kaido found utterly unimaginable. He pinched his cheek hard, and as the sharp pain registered, he finally believed the scene before him was indeed reality. "Ah, you're awake. We are currently on the other side of the island." A gentle voice broke through, and Kaido turned to find a young boy sitting at the edge of a rock, smiling warmly at him, recognizing his fellow trainee who had lived with him for 3 years. Kaido felt a sense of relief, slowly propping himself up with his hands while inquiring softly, "What transpired while I was unconscious?" Uno, swinging his legs in delight, replied cheerfully, "Everything went remarkably well. The Golden Lion and his flying pirate crew have now all come under the banner of Rock's pirate crew, and we have claimed all the spoils of war for those unfortunate trade subjects. Look over there." Following his gaze, Kaido saw a vast area nearby, covered in thick ice, where agents in uniforms stood frozen in bizarre poses, each one a lifelike ice sculpture, a sight both comical and absurd. Beside them, a man clad in white lay trembling on the ground, his body enveloped in cold, a thin layer of frost coating him, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his pale face devoid of any color. Yet the only sign of life was his tightly clenched lips, desperately resisting the excruciating pain. These government lackeys. Who did this? The horrific scene unfolded before Kaido's eyes, causing him to widen his gaze and stammer his question. In his memory, none among Rock's crew possessed the power of ice. I was just about to mention that to you. Uno sighed with a wry smile and said, "In the end, she assisted us quite a bit, but she does not seem like an easy person to deal with. Just then, a distant commotion reached their ears, carried by the gentle breeze. "Hey, little girl. Those are our belongings. Even if you owe us a favor, you cannot just hand them over. Besides, we wouldn't sell them." "Exactly. Though we're pirates, we never engage in slave trading. It's expressly forbidden by the admiral. So understand this and step aside. You foul girl, that's not happening. I won't fall for your piratess sweet talk. Without the allure of food, I won't budge." "Ah, I accidentally let that slip." The air was rife with the sounds of 3 women arguing. And Kaido instantly recognized 2 of the voices. The third, however, was unfamiliar yet sweet as a clear spring, melodious and pleasant. Imbued with a hint of boldness, "We should go take a look. It could get out of hand." At this moment, Kaido felt nearly fully restored. Leaping from the rock and racing towards the source of the voices alongside Uno. They hadn't run far before they halted, witnessing a patch of undamaged ground where 3 tall women were engaged in a heated debate. The intensity of the situation evident, as expected. 2 of them were Stussy and Garoliosa, the usual adversaries now surprisingly united on the same front. The object of their dispute was a girl, roughly 17 or 18, clad in a white kimono that elegantly accentuated her curves, with a dark red leather jacket that clashed slightly with the outfit, 3 sheathed katanas at her waist, and a deep blue skirt revealing her delicate, snow-white feet. Her long, silky white hair cascaded down her back, gradually transitioning to a beautiful turquoise at the ends, adorned with 2 yellow hairpins, and gold earrings dangled from her ears. Her skin was exceptionally fair, and her large, round eyes sparkled with vitality, yet bore a hint of indignation as she glared at the 2 imposing women before her. Kaido stared at the girl, momentarily lost in thought. In his lifetime, he had encountered many beauties, but this one was strikingly radiant. Lingling, the resplendent Stussy, and the enchanting Garoliosa are undoubtedly the most popular female pirates on Hive Island. While some fear Lingling's insatiable greed and dare not approach her, it does not deter the relentless suitors who flock to the other 2. They can be regarded as the 3 most stunning beauties recognized throughout the pirate world. However, when compared to the breathtaking young maiden before them, the beauty of Lingling and her companions appears trivial, almost unworthy of mention. The young girl wears a vibrant red flower at the tips of her hair, enhancing her already striking allure. Behind her, a throng of people buzzes, each gaze fixated upon the girl, their faces etched with anxiety and trepidation. Silence reigns. No one dares to utter a word, for the prolonged captivity has instilled an instinctive fear of pirates within them. Yet, the unexpected arrival of salvation ignites a profound sense of gratitude and trust towards this unfamiliar girl that a small girl with brown braids and large, expressive eyes clasps her hands together, silently praying for her well-being. "Are you truly unwilling to yield?" Stussy chuckles, her laughter tinged with an eerie undertone. "Absolutely not." The girl shakes her head, enunciating each word with conviction that I have promised them that I would restore their freedom. "My word is my bond. Integrity is my foundation, such a stubborn child." Garoliosa, unsheathing her beloved serpent from her waist, prepares to take action. Yet, Stussy, seemingly attuned to something, beams and waves at 2 figures in the distance. "Ah, my dear little brothers, you've arrived just in time. We find ourselves in a bit of trouble." Garoliosa pauses, her hand halting mid-motion, as the shadow of a smile flickers across her face. "Kaido, how fares your condition?" The girl, following their gaze, turns to see a helmeted youth and a gorilla adorned with horns. A gorilla. Kaido, upon hearing this familiar moniker, recalls uncomfortable memories. Nevertheless, the girl's tone lacks malice, prompting a reluctant smile to play at his lips. "I am Kaido, not some beast." That name is surprisingly memorable. The girl nods earnestly, clapping her hands in delight. "From now on, I shall call you Kaido." Kaido, as though acquiescing to this appellation, offers no resistance, while a few dark lines of annoyance appear on his forehead. At that moment, he swiftly concludes that in terms of naivety, she surpasses the 3 pirate women by leaps and bounds. After a considerable pause, he regains his composure and asks in a measured tone, "Who exactly are you? Were those frozen agents you're doing?" Before he can finish his inquiry, the girl thumps her chest, her pale red eyes shimmering with brilliance, and introduces herself with clarity. I am Tsitsitsu, a wandering samurai from the long-fallen Kirika clan, seeking to restore its former glory. Kirika, Kaido muses, recalling the many times he had heard of this name from rocks. It refers to a nation located in a certain sea of the New World, boasting a history of over 8 centuries. Yet, it has adopted a policy of isolation, refusing to accept outsiders, and has never joined the world government. Most astonishingly, even the Navy dares not approach this land lightly, as its swordsmen, known as samurai, possess unparalleled skills. Kaido had once wished to challenge them, but was repeatedly dissuaded by rocks, who deemed them outside their target range. Now, this girl claims to be a samurai from Kirikawa, leaving Kaido momentarily incredulous. However, her traditional attire and manner of speech compel him to believe her. If rocks is to be believed, venturing out to sea from that nation is forbidden. How then did this girl manage to reach foreign shores? Could she be a fraud masquerading as a samurai? Yet, her innocent demeanor suggests otherwise, and the surname Kirika is indeed rare upon the seas. In an instant, a lightning flash of thought crosses his mind. Wait, Kirika? Isn't that the name of the elderly woman who sought out rocks, Kirika and Nichimu? Could there be a connection between them? Just as he prepares to voice this suspicion, he reconsidered, realizing that directly mentioning the old woman might raise her wariness. Instead, he inquires, are any of your companions among those captured? His intent is clear, to probe whether she is concealing any critical information. Tsitsitsu blinks, then responds without hesitation. No, I've always been a lone wolf. Although this is our first meeting, they have all been quite kind to me. Is that so? Kaido exhales a sigh of relief, his mind easing as he presses further from your earlier display against those agents. It seems you could easily fend for yourself. Why then did you allow yourself to be captured so readily? If it was due to the civilians being taken hostage, surely you would have faced stricter surveillance. Uno, who had remained silent thus far, interjects calmly. However, I inquired with Shiki's subordinates, and they regarded you merely as a passing tourist, entirely oblivious to your status as a samurai. For precaution, all captives were shackled with sea stone handcuffs. Not just Ut fixes his gaze on the girl's exquisite visage, meticulously questioning. So you deliberately withheld information to facilitate your capture. Miss Tsitsitsu, Stussy, and Gyuraliosa cast wary glances at the girl, awaiting a plausible explanation. Tsitsitsu glances around at the 4 of them, then suddenly curls up on the ground, her head drooping despondently. That's because I have no money. Her confession leaves everyone astonished before they can inquire further. Tsitsitsu continues. I spent all my travel funds along the way and couldn't even afford a skewer of dumplings to be by the time I reached that island called something with a... I was near starving. She adds with a quiver in her voice. The townsfolk took me in, but before I could even take a bite, a gang of pirates barged in and whisked us away. In the end, I didn't even get a sip of water. As she speaks, her voice chokes with emotion. The 4 present remain speechless, unable to articulate a response, while Stussy cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for her plight. Moments later, Tsitsitsu's cheerful voice disrupts the silence. Fortunately, everyone has been taking good care of me, so I managed to hold on until morning. The girl wipes her tears, revealing a radiant smile akin to blooming flowers, with a few crystalline droplets still clinging to her long lashes. Morning? So you did eat something after that? Uno inquires nonchalantly, already suspecting the answer. Indeed, Tsitsitsu candidly replies, I found a peculiar fruit while they weren't looking. Though it was quite unpalatable, it filled my belly, and for some reason, I can unleash cold air at will. Look! She lifts her delicate right arm, and a wisp of white mist rises from her palm, gradually dispersing with the breeze. Though the mist is thin, it sends shivers down the spines of the 4. All right. I comprehend the situation now. If this continues, we may fall ill upon our return. Aha! My apologies. Observing the burly man shivering as he folds his arms, the girl smiles sheepishly, retracting the mist back into her hand. Kaido exhales deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. At this moment, he is nearly certain that the fruit Shiki intended for trade has been inadvertently consumed by her, granting her the powers of the ice fruit, thereby buying them some time for their mission. However, this girl speaks with such unvarnished frankness, He wonders how Shiki's subordinates will react upon hearing this. Fortunately, the crew of the former Flying Sky Pirates is currently preoccupied with unloading cargo, oblivious to their conversation. Then, Miss Setsitsu, what are your plans moving forward? Uno gazed intently at her, curiosity evident in her voice. I have already made my decision, Saikajin declared confidently, hands placed firmly on her hips. First, I will return everyone to their homeland, and then I shall continue my journey across the world. Once I have become invincible, I will return to the land of Wano to cleanse the stain of black charcoal and vie for the position of general. Her voice rang out so loudly that nearby pirates could hear her clearly. Dast, who was tidying up the battlefield, suddenly froze, his eyes fixated on the direction of the voice, and he could faintly make out a slender figure, her dirt-streaked face adorned with a mix of surprise and joy. Well, well, well. What a stroke of luck. That girl has indeed been brought here, that if all goes as planned, once I acquire those items, I can execute the next phase of my scheme, to mask any telltale signs of his excitement. Dast quickly resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor, casually using a broom to sweep away the still damp bloodstains on the ground. You certainly have the audacity to say that, Gloriusa scoffed, shrugging her shoulders, setting aside the notion of becoming a general. The government will not let this failed transaction slide easily. Hive Island is an illegal territory. Even if those people manage to return to the island safely, they will soon be apprehended by the Navy on charges of colluding with pirates. How will you ensure their safety then? Well, the girl hesitated for a moment, her gaze wandering off to the side, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she playfully tugged at the ends of her hair. Murmuring, I hadn't thought about that. I am truly at a loss for words with you, Gloriusa said, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead as she patiently explained. Rather than brandishing unfounded accusations, it would be more effective to create a FAAD, allowing those civilians to pledge allegiance to the Rocks Pirates. Those willing to become pirates can come to Hive Island, while those unwilling may return, provided we have our people stationed there and the Rocks Pirates flag raised high. This way, we need not worry about interference from other factions. Stussy chuckled lightly, a mischievous glint in her. I bet it's rare for someone to align with my thoughts this time. Don't flatter yourself. Vampire, Gloriusa retorted. Maintain your image in front of the little sister, will you, Miss Snake Lady? A palpable tension crackled between their gazes, neither willing to back down. Observing this scene, Uno spread her hands in a gesture of surrender and sighed. And so, it has come to this. After considering the suggestions put forth by the two women, Saikajin bit her lip, lost in thought. Moments later, she turned to address the crowd. Although I find their arguments compelling, life is something one must decide for oneself to truly feel joy. The recently liberated individuals exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces, unsure of what course of action to take, silence enveloping them. Eventually, a tender voice broke through the stillness. I want to go with them. A timid little girl raised her right hand, gathering her courage to proclaim loudly, if I can help more people suffering due to the heavenly gold system, I will accept any fate. Chloe. Saikajin recognized her as the girl who had helped her unlock her handcuffs. Feeling quite taken aback, she ran a hand through her hair, perplexed, and asked, Is this truly your choice? Being a pirate is not an easy path. Count me in. A middle-aged man with stubble stepped forward beside the girl, hands in his pockets, grinning as he said, I want people to call me the fearless Marquis. Seeing them take the lead erased the remaining doubts among the others, who began to shout in unison. Better to fight to the last breath than be slaughtered like sheep, though we are all pirates. They have treated us well thus far. Even the handcuffs were removed by that helmeted fellow. I have always been lucky. I believe this time will be no different. We trust your judgment, warrior girl. Everyone. Saikajin looked at the chorus of voices, a smile of satisfaction gracing her features. Then my journey shall extend further. She turned to the four, arms outstretched, exclaiming excitedly, if possible, may I also board your ship? I wish to experience the life of a pirate. Humph, your skills in deceit could use some refinement. You're just worried about them, aren't you? Gloriusa bluntly revealed her thoughts. Her voice I see why T.O. join. It's not up to us. It requires the approval of Admiral Rocks. Stussy frowned and added, As for this group of new friends, we were also granted permission before coming to receive them. Uno chuckled, but given the Admiral's usual demeanor, I believe he will welcome anyone with open arms. Kaido approached the girl silently, reaching out to grasp her wrist. Psychogen, taken aback by the sudden contact, blushed and exclaimed in surprise. What do you want? Kaido, need you even ask? I'm taking you to meet the others so they can get to know their future superior, Kaido replied, not looking back as he pulled her along toward the densely packed crowd, adding, and by the way, it seems you've mispronounced my name again. That moment, Psychogen acted shyly, her face flushed as she protested. I'm not ready yet. Meeting so many people at once will surely make me nervous and cause me to embarrass myself. That is not for you to decide. A sly grin crept onto Kaido's face as he maintained his grip on her hand and continued walking forward. Uno stifled a laugh, nudging her helmet, and remarked, Akadre, you truly have a vision for the distant future. That guy is quite cunning. He has begun his conquest so swiftly, Stussy observed, watching the pair depart with a slight smile playing on her lips. Humph, you merely spent more time with him on Hive Island, Gloriusa retorted, turning to point at her own face with pride. You must know, I had a prior acquaintance with Newgate before joining Rocks. Which means I was his first love. Come now, you were just a little girl back then. Stussy waved her hand dismissively, her gaze shifting to the tall figure standing by the shore, her tone contemplative. However, when a girl harbors a crush on someone from a young age, it can develop into a profound possessiveness. Can it not? I am not driven by any possessiveness. Gloriusa's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained. In my homeland, falling in love at first sight with someone of the opposite sex can lead to a sort of lovesickness. Both the former and the latter emperors perished from such an affliction. That day, I led my troops on an expedition and fortuitously encountered that M.A.N.IT was an unexpected meeting, and upon returning home, I discovered I too had contracted that illness. The only remedy is to find him and fall in love. No wonder you would go so far as to betray Amazon Lily to reach Hive Island, Stussy remarked, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes before she smiled playfully. Are you trying to conceal your affliction by hiding your thoughts? Not at all, Gloria sighed softly, her gaze growing wistful. If I could only meet him, this romance would never truly end for me. Indeed, forcibly suppressing one's feelings is not a viable solution. One must allow themselves to relax a little. Stussy mused, twirling a lipstick in her hand before tossing it into the air, letting it spin before catching it again. However, that does not mean I will relinquish any opportunities. Mind you, Snake Lady, Gloriusa crossed her arms, smirking as she replied, the feeling is mutual. My doll, as their eyes met, a fleeting smile exchanged between them, marking a subtle shift in the dynamics of their relationship. One so delicate that even Uno, who witnessed the entire scene, could not articulate its nature. That moment, a boisterous laughter reverberated throughout the entirety of White Heron Island, causing a buzzing in the ears of all present. Upon recognizing that familiar guffaw, Kaido instinctively halted, leading to an unfortunate collision with the following Saichitsu, who stumbled forward and crashed heavily into his back, accompanied by a cry of distress. Kaido, momentarily destabilized, fell to the ground along with Saichitsu, both unable to rise for a brief period. Haha. To welcome the joining of the Flying Sky Pirates, my friends, it is time to commence a grand feast for us all. An unprecedented celebration unfolded, lasting from the break of dawn until the sun dipped below the horizon. Initially adversaries, the two factions of pirates now embraced one another, sharing barrels of liquor and drinking to their heart's content. The intoxicating effects of alcohol igniting an unexpected fervor among them. Laughter and merriment filled the air, transforming White Heron Island into a vibrant spectacle. Witnessing such a lavish affair, the newly inducted civilians of the Rocks Pirates stood in astonishment. Initially hesitant, their reservations melted away as they rushed to the tables laden with food, devouring the offerings with abandon. How a month of confinement had left them ravenously hungry, and the sight of such an abundant feast was irresistible, leading them to devour everything in sight as if they might consume the very plates themselves. Moreover, the former captain of the Flying Sky Pirates unveiled a side of himself previously unknown to the crowd. Keek, let us revel together, Shiki announced from the newly erected stage, humming a tune as he swayed and danced, his subordinates cheering him on with fervor, their applause serving as a wild accompaniment to his performance. His loyal aide, Indigo, mirrored his movements, despite the bandages adorning his head and the absence of hair, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, this did not dampen his enthusiasm. A smile brightened his face as he followed the captain's lead, drawing more pirates into the spectacle. Even the notorious Rocks and Whitebeard found themselves unable to resist joining in the revelry. Among the most animated was the girl who had not ceased her enthusiastic chatter since the feast began. Delicious, scrumptious. Saichitsu's eyes sparkled as she unceremoniously stuffed her mouth with various dishes, pausing only to take hearty swigs from a barrel of liquor. In the blink of an eye, the mountain of food before her had vanished, leaving her dining companions utterly flabbergasted. Is it possible that this girl possesses an insatiable abyss for a stomach? Kaido, seated across from her, gaped in disbelief, questioning whether her anatomy could still be categorized as human. His gaze drifted to the 30 empty barrels beside her, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This capacity for alcohol puts even me to shame. Uno took a sip of orange juice, sighing, I fear nearly half of the feast has been consumed by her. It has been so long since I've eaten with such delight. Saichitsu stretched her arms, savoring the moment as she licked her lips. She glanced around at the dwindling food supplies, her expression momentarily dimming, and called out boisterously to the pirate in charge of catering. Could I trouble you for 10 more bowls? The incredulous response echoed around her. The pirate standing there, mouth agape, finally stammered, But Miss Saichitsu, there's hardly any food left, and we still need to share with Governor Rocks and the others. Please have some consideration to that so. Saichitsu rubbed her round belly, her voice tinged with disappointment. Well then, I suppose I can settle for being half full. Thud. Surrounding onlookers collapsed to the ground in disbelief, utterly speechless at the astonishing magnitude of her appetite. In one corner of the banquet area, a group of men in uniforms sat huddled together, their expressions dazed and despondent. Their glasses of liquor slowly ascended to their lips, yet none felt the inclination to drink. They were members of CP5, summoned 3 days prior by higher-ups to discreetly engage in trade with the Flying Sky Pirates on a seemingly flawless merchant vessel. Believing their plans were shrouded in secrecy, they were blindsided when their scheme was leaked, attracting the attention of the world's mightiest rocks pirates. Not only did they fail to capture the slaves and fruits, but the weapons intended for trade were also seized by the pirates. To make matters worse, their leader, the agent Veldrew, had perished in the ensuing conflict. It was a bitter realization that the esteemed CP0, who had never faced defeat, had been vanquished by an inexperienced pirate. The thought was so nightmarish that one of the CP5 agents felt his face grow even more pallid, his trembling hand clutching the glass as he gazed at a lifeless figure on the ground, a man in white. His eyes shut tight, pallid and devoid of color, remnants of frost lingering on his body as if he had lost all signs of life. Not only that, but the agent ranked just below him in CP0 had also fallen to an unremarkable girl with disconcerting ease. In a blink, 3 intersecting gashes had marred the chest of the mantis, blood crystallizing in the air as he staggered forward before collapsing, though the faintest breath escaped his nostrils, indicating a flicker of life remained. The extensive damage to his lungs and the coagulated blood had rendered him nearly beyond saving. Should he survive, a vegetative state would be his fate. Little did they expect that events would spiral into such dire straits. In retrospect, we've been somewhat fortunate, one CP5 agent remarked bitterly, recalling the words of their adversary. Originally, the intent was to execute you wretches as a warning, but since I'm in a good mood, I'll grant you a choice. Will you submit to me? Cherish this rare opportunity. Are we to heed Rocks? Sighed another CP5 agent, glancing at his comrades. Reluctantly, an older agent spoke up, as distasteful as it is. It appears we have no path left but to embrace the life of a pirate. True enough, murmured a slender agent, toying with his empty glass. Even if we somehow escape, the higher-ups would surely execute us in a gruesome manner. Perhaps a new life as a pirate may allow us to live without betraying our own hearts. The remaining agents, upon hearing this, hung their heads in silence, their hearts resonating with a tacit agreement to their plan. After all, in the face of overwhelming power, the instinct for survival manifests itself with a fervor that often surpasses the ordinary. As dusk deepened into obscurity, The banquet hall stood desolate, emptied of all presence. Since Rox had proposed to depart from Baihu Island at dawn the following day, the attendees had retreated to their ships early to rest. The commoners from Caribala Island appeared to harbor lingering apprehensions regarding the Flying Sky Pirates, and thus they were assigned by Newgate to lodgings situated at a considerable distance from the others. Only one youth remained, lost in thought by the shoreline. Not far from him, in the open expanse, stood a cross formed by two long and thick stone pillars, exuding an air of stark desolation. The surface of the cross bore no inscriptions, nor did it hold any relics of a departed soul, as though the existence of the individual had left no trace in this world. Yet, a hint of melancholy lingered in the youth's features. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he raised a red wine gourd to his lips. Taking a hearty swig, wiping away the remnants of wine that clung to the corner of his mouth, he spoke incessantly to the gravestone, at times bursting into laughter, at others seething with anger, or expressing sorrow, as if conversing with a long-lost friend. After a considerable time, he gradually rose to his feet, pouring the remaining wine over the cross, uttering a few final words before gently placing the gourd before the gravestone and turning away without a backward glance. The sun sank further into the sea, casting golden rays upon the shore, clearly illuminating the three prominent characters inscribed on the gourd. Juboten It was said to be a sake once immensely popular in the Woka Kingdom, which had ceased production following the nation's downfall. The youth had just consumed the last remaining bottle in existence, a hard-won treasure. Yet less than a day later, we found ourselves enlisted under Rock's pirate banner. Nonetheless, my impression of him was not entirely negative. His subordinates seemed rather decent as well. In the main ship's storeroom of the Flying Sky Pirates, two pirates engaged in conversation as they meticulously examined the valuable cargo within the room. Shiki had instructed them to ensure that every precious item was transferred onto Rock's ship, serving as a welcoming gift for his joining point. One tall, slender pirate carried a chest of gold to the doorway, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile, remarking, "All in all, to have salvaged our lives is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune." "Indeed," replied the shorter pirate dismissively, struggling to maneuver a lavishly adorned treasure chest from the table. "Before that, help me get this thing downstairs." Of course, the treasure chest was heavy, and it took considerable effort for the two to shift it to the entrance, nearly creating a hole in the floor upon setting it down. They both collapsed onto the ground, panting, having not rested since their meal. "That I never expected this chest to be so heavy. My hands feel as if they might break," exclaimed the tall pirate, sticking out his tongue. "What could be done? This is a crucial chest for safeguarding the devil fruits. If it weren't designed this way, it could easily be stolen. What good does that do? In the end, we're still one short." At this point, the tall pirate conceived an idea, his face lighting up with excitement. "How about we steal those fruits? After all, Rox and Shiki haven't prohibited us from consuming them. If we do, we could gain superhuman abilities. Achieving greatness in the future wouldn't be a challenge." The shorter pirate hesitated for a moment, a sly smile creeping onto his face. "You make a valid point. If luck is on our side, we could establish our own independent venture." They exchanged knowing glances and promptly retrieved the key to unlock the chest, just as a sharp voice interrupted them from behind. "What are you two doing here?" Upon hearing the voice, both pirates paled, quickly turning to see a pale-faced, comically dressed man standing in the corridor with his hands behind his back, coldly scrutinizing them. "Mr. Indigo." The two pirates straightened up, addressing him with utmost respect, though their hearts raced with fear, perplexed as to why he would appear at such a time, suspecting he was there to cause them trouble. Indigo grunted, his gaze lingering on the treasure chest for a protracted moment before finally addressing the two. "Rox is very interested in those devil fruits. It is best for this genius to handle their transport. You two should leave." His response took them both by surprise, prompting the tall pirate to muster his courage and inquire. "Such matters can be handled by subordinates. There's no need to trouble Mr. Indigo personally. What if you two fools were to misplace something so crucial along the way? It is far safer for this genius to transport it." Indigo retorted, his face twisted with irritation, barking, "Get out of my sight. I do not wish to repeat myself for a third time." The two pirates exchanged glances, fully aware that beneath this seemingly quirky ship, Dr. lay a heart of cruelty. They recalled a fellow crew member who had inadvertently offended him and consequently met a grim fate. A chill ran down their spines. In unison, they nodded silently and made their way outside without uttering a word. Once their footsteps were barely audible, Indigo let out a sigh of relief, straining to open the chest and gazing at the treasures within, a greedy and cunning expression overtaking his pale visage. In the stillness of the night, a young girl sat by the shoreline, a wine glass in hand, lost in her musings. It seems I may have indulged a bit too much today. My mind feels rather foggy. Shaking her head, she stared at the tranquil sea, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks as she drunkenly spoke to herself. Yet, I have met so many friends, although they each possess their unique traits. They are all quite fascinating individuals. The girl's tone, seemingly ignited by the alcohol, grew animated as she abruptly propped herself up, hands on her hips, exclaiming with excitement, "Once I become a general of Wano, I must treat them all to a grand feast. After all, samurai must repay their debts of gratitude. Ah, let me help you fulfill that dream." A strange male voice resounded beside her, causing Saizuki to turn in shock, only to behold a disheveled pirate approaching her slowly, a large sack slung over his back, the contents unknown. I feel like I've seen you before." The girl squinted, scrutinizing him, and suddenly clapped her hands in realization, exclaiming, "I've got it! You're called Duster." "It's Dacit," the pirate corrected her, halting before her and placing the sack on the ground with a smirk. "But it matters not. It was merely a pseudonym I adopted to infiltrate the ranks of the Golden Lion." With a swipe of his left hand across his face, he instantly transformed into the visage of an elderly woman with deep-set eyes and a hawkish nose, grinning slyly. "Kurizumi Higurashi. That is my true name. I trust you are aware of the significance that surname carries." "Kurizumi Higurashi." The girl pondered for a moment before her expression shifted to one of sudden enlightenment, her intoxication waning. "So that means, old lady, you and I are the same clan?" "Indeed," Kurizumi Higurashi beamed. "By lineage, I could say I am akin to your grandmother, and you are a descendant of the Kurizumi branch. How wonderful!" The girl, with tears of joy welling in her eyes, lunged forward to embrace Kurizumi Higurashi, her cheek rubbing against the elder's shoulder, exclaiming, "I've been wandering since I was 4, and to think I would meet my kin. I am so happy." Hey, calm down," Kurizumi Higurashi said, her expression turning troubled as she gently pushed her away. "Before we reminisce, I have something of great importance to tell you. Our time is limited." "Huh?" Saizuki wiped the tears from her eyes, bewildered. "What is it?" Kurizumi Higurashi's piercing gaze bore into her as she spoke deliberately. "I intend to take you back to Wano and make you the next general." A full moon hung high in the sky, resembling a flawless jade plate, its cool light cascading over Saizuki's face, illuminating her stunned expression, enhancing the beauty of her features with an added touch of innocence. "You want me to return to Wano?" After a moment of surprise, Saitsi-san finally gathered her thoughts. Playfully tapping her fingertip against her nose, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, with a tone tinged with shyness, she murmured, "Well, although I have a strong desire to become a general, hearing you say that makes it feel quite sudden." "Oh dear, take it easy. This isn't something that can be achieved overnight." Hekuten Nichibutsu, casting a wary glance around to ensure no one was paying attention, solemnly addressed the girl. "Before that, I must recount the full story of your grandfather to you." "Grandfather?" Saitsi-san furrowed her brow in contemplation, replying, "I don't have a deep impression of him. I only know that he committed some crime and was forced to commit seppuku, causing the Hekuten family to bear the stigma of exile. She had always been straightforward, speaking whatever came to mind. That's not how it went. He merely lost to the Kagetsu clan in a power struggle. There were no crimes involved." The old woman's voice suddenly grew animated, startling Saitsi. "As long as one is at the pinnacle, they have the right to decide everything. Even if found guilty, one can be deemed innocent." Saitsi-san pouted, gazing at her in annoyance. "Why are you suddenly shouting?" "My apologies. Whenever I think of that detestable matter, the flames of hatred ignite within me." Hekuten Nichibutsu, realizing her outburst, sheepishly scratched the back of her head, then cleared her throat, continuing calmly, "The previous general of the Kagetsu family had no heirs, lacking a legitimate successor. Thus, the 5 daimyos serving the Kagetsu began to stir, each secretly speculating on their chance to ascend to power. Just as they were lost in their fantasies, your grandfather had already made his preparations. He eliminated those foolish schemers one by one through poisoning, disguising their deaths as internal strife. Meanwhile, the general, burdened with the deaths of the daimyos, fell ill and lay bedridden, and it seemed the position of the next general was all but secured for your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Sightseat's son clenched her teeth slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. She felt a deep repugnance for her grandfather's actions. Hecaton Nichibutsu appeared lost in her own thoughts, oblivious to the girl's expression, waving her talisman wand as she continued in a strained voice. The plan was progressing smoothly, but unexpectedly, the current general suddenly had an heir named Kajitsu Yashiaki. As a result, the Hecaton family not only failed to seize the world, but their meticulously laid plans were also exposed, forcing your grandfather to commit seppuku and stripping him of his noble title. All his status, lands, and castles were cruelly taken away. The Hecaton family lost everything. At this point, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she began to sob uncontrollably, as if she were the one who had suffered greatly. In the end, our family was cast to the streets, scorned by all. Like your parents, I was even forced to wander overseas, unable to secure even the basics for survival. It was a bitter existence. Sightseat's son's expression darkened. Her parents had indeed succumbed to grave illnesses when she was just 2 years old, had it not been for her extraordinary physical talents. She too might have met an untimely end in obscurity. Child, tell me, how can you endure such dire straits, living in hunger as a regular occurrence, while those wretched rulers luxuriate in wealth and power? Do you not wish to see them utterly destroyed? Hecaton Nichibutsu ceased her words, her gaze fixed intently on the girl who had lowered her head in contemplation, her heart yearning for her response. Oh dear, if only that girl would agree right away. I could take her back to execute my revenge plan. After all, she possesses extraordinary strength. Intimidating that group of ruffians would be no challenge at all. Unfortunately, the weapons held by the government are heavily guarded, making theft impossible. I can only return and devise a plan to save money for armaments. Come now, unleash the hatred lurking within your heart. Devour every last one of those who have persecuted the Hecaton clan. Sightseat's son raised her head and instinctively blurted out, I refuse. What? Hecaton Nichibutsu's eyes widened in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. She initially thought she had misheard until she met the girl's unwavering gaze. Realizing she was serious, confused, she asked, What do you mean? Do you not plan to teach them a lesson? Sightseat's son shook her head, her voice clear and crisp as she replied, I may not be the brightest, but I understand that inflicting hatred upon others will only yield greater hatred in return. Moreover, it is my grandfather's fault to begin with. Even if he ascends through such despicable means, he will never gain the recognition of others. What is impossible about that, as long as someone occupies the highest seat of power, no matter the injustices? Others can only swallow their grievances. Hecaton Nichibutsu grew increasingly agitated, pointing her talisman wand at her and demanding, Have you grown accustomed to life overseas, so much so that you no longer care about the immense persecution our family has endured? That is not the case. Sightseat's son stood firm, unfazed by the old woman's pressing tone. With her right hand over her heart, she declared resolutely, It is precisely to cleanse my family's name that I must strive even harder to grow stronger. Upon returning to my homeland, I will become a general in an honorable way, earning everyone's respect and dispelling the biases against the Hecaton name. That is why I have decided to follow those pirates, to further explore this vast world. This is the dream I intend to fulfill even at the brink of death. The girl's voice rang out strong and clear, each word imbued with boundless resolve. Her faintly rosy eyes shimmering with determination, rendering Hecaton Nichibutsu momentarily speechless, as if turned to stone. After a long pause, the old woman curled the corners of her mouth in a dismissive smirk, saying, Oh dear, being overly naive is hardly a virtue. This is a war for power where it's kill or be killed. Discussing abstract dreams holds no meaning. That is of no concern to me. Sightseat's son firmly denied the other's viewpoint, her expression still earnest as she continued. No matter the obstacles I face, I shall never give up. Hecaton Nichibutsu glared at her with a stern countenance for an extended moment before letting out a sigh, muttering, I understand now. If that is your choice, I have no right to interfere with your life. Yes, as soon as she finished speaking, she trembled slightly, turned, and picked up the cloth bag on the ground, stepping slowly towards the inner island. Where are you going, Grandma? A voice filled with concern rang out from behind, but Hecaton Nichibutsu continued on without looking back, responding, of course, I'm going back to the ship to rest. What can an old woman like me, who is utterly powerless, do? I forgot to remind you. Do not tell anyone about our meeting tonight. If those pirates find out, I fear I will meet a tragic end. Rest assured, the girl patted her chest confidently, smiling brightly. Though I may not particularly like you, you are still one of my few relatives. I will do everything in my power to ensure you are safe. You little brat, you really have no tact. Hecaton Nichibutsu scowled, saying nothing more as she continued to walk forward. Sightsee's son stood at the shore, waving goodbye until she could no longer see the old woman's hunched figure. All right, let's drink a few more cups. Sitting cross-legged, the girl poured the contents of the bottle into her cup, raising it to her lips and downing it in one gulp, letting out a contented sigh towards the full moon. After repeating this action for 50 rounds, she finally could no longer support herself, leaning back and sprawling on the ground in a starfish position, her eyes closed tightly, a deep flush adorning her cheeks. Drool trickling from her lips, her chest rising and falling gently as she unknowingly drifted into slumber. Once she confirmed no one was following her, Hecaton Nichibutsu hurriedly ducked behind an intact giant rock, leaning against it as she sat on the ground, her eyes wide open, panting heavily. Ha! Ha! I never expected that girl to be so stubborn, claiming she wants recognition. It's utterly ridiculous. However, I can't confront her directly. I'm no match for that girl. Thankfully, I didn't show her these things. Otherwise, she might have revealed everything to Rox. The old woman glanced into the bag, aside from the 100,000 berries she had stolen along the way. There were 3 devil fruits of distinct shapes. She tightened the bag's opening with a rope, a sinister smile creeping across her lips. Oh dear, she's just a little brat from a branch family. It would be better to return home and seek my fortune. Perhaps I might encounter someone more suitable than her. But first, there's something I must do. She retrieved a phone bug from her person, extending her withered right hand to wipe across her face, which was etched with deep wrinkles. Admiral Shiki, are you truly certain about this course of action? A pirate stood at the stern of a small vessel anchored by the coastline, hesitantly addressing the golden-haired man at the bow, who had his back turned. It's merely a temporary excursion. I shall return promptly once matters are resolved. Shiki slightly tilted his head, his rugged visage betraying no emotion. The cigar clenched in his mouth, quivering slightly. It is said that Wano country abounds in sea prism stone. If I can procure a substantial quantity of that commodity, even Rox will have no choice but to acknowledge my authority. However, I have heard that the terrain of Wano is treacherous, and many vessels attempting to land there have vanished without a trace. Not to mention this small boat, our main ship might not even gain entry. Fear not. Back in my youth, a subordinate of mine infiltrated Wano to gather intelligence. Tio protect our secrets. He did not inform anyone, but he has since risen to a significant position there. We can leverage this opportunity to gain entry. Shiki proclaimed with pride. Considering Wano's isolationist policies, attempting to fly directly there would likely result in interception, as long as we choose the correct sea currents. We can enter the country without drawing any attention. Oh, truly worthy of Admiral Shiki. Leave the steering to this reliable captain. I have longed to behold that land of samurai. The crew of the original Flying Sky Pirates held the Admiral in high esteem, eagerly scurrying to their posts upon his command. Yet, only Shiki gazed up at the starry night sky, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. Ha! These fools are even easier to deceive than I imagined. The notion of sending trusted subordinates to pose as officials was merely a fabrication of mine. I had already tampered with this ship long before it became known. Boarding the waterfall will be a trivial task. Once we return to the country, I shall eliminate every last one of you. In the past, I was the royal apothecary for that deceased wretch. Even after all this time, my skills have not dulled. Ah, right. Shiki coughed twice, turning to all the crew members with a cold demeanor. This venture to Wano must remain a secret from anyone outside our circle. If that scoundrel Rox discovers it, it will lose all significance. Just in case, let's install a corner phone bug on the ship. The pirates exchanged glances, puzzled by their usually audacious admiral's sudden caution, yet the thought of defying his orders filled them with dread. They could only respond in unison, yes, as night deepened and silence enveloped the coast. Only the faint sound of waves could be heard. A small boat silently departed from the shore, swiftly and steadily gliding across the sea, gradually distancing itself from White Heron Island, shrinking into the vast darkness until it vanished entirely. 3 days later, the events that transpired on White Heron Island began to circulate tumultuously across the seas. Did Rox recruit the Golden Lion as his subordinate? Is that true? Those are two of the most notorious pirate crews in the world. What calamity will their alliance bring? More importantly, the world government is colluding with pirates. How could I have believed in them so thoroughly? In this day and age, even justice has become untrustworthy. Meanwhile, in the Pangu city of Mary Geos, the holy land of the world government, 5 elders of varying heights were engaged in solemn conversation. Each bearing a grave expression. A man with short yellow hair initiated the discussion. I had intended to suppress this news, but now it has become common knowledge. That scoundrel Rox. Is he coercing the World Economic Congress to report the entire incident? He is far more cunning than he appears. An elder with dreadlocks, gripping a cane, lamented, a ghastly scar marring his forehead, suggesting he had endured hardships in his youth. That it seems that the number of those willing to follow him will increase. The sole-standing elder, sporting a handlebar mustache, remarked with his hands clasped behind his back, if they grow powerful enough to challenge us openly, the situation will be dire. Thus far, the Rox pirates are the first force to publicly defy us. An elder clad in a white kimono, bald save for a tuft of hair, slowly stated, gripping a long katana in his left hand. Coincidentally, his name also contained 80, a curious twist of fate. He gradually drew the blade from its scabbard, its gleaming edge reflecting cold light, resembling a mirror that revealed a pair of menacing and profound eyes, subtly betraying a hint of nostalgia. We cannot allow them to continue their arrogance. Seated centrally on a sofa, a bald elder with a patchy forehead and a prominent goatee interlocked his fingers, speaking gravely. All our actions must now focus on Rox. In a few years, he will undoubtedly become our greatest threat. That said, even if we seize Hive Island, our forces will likely suffer significant losses, and if other pirates exploit this opportunity, it could be disastrous. The long-bearded elder paused, his expression serious, especially that man, Joel D. Roger, who is particularly fixated on historical texts. Let us bring an end to this tiresome era of piracy. The golden-haired man clenched his fists, his tone fervent. Speaking of which, this year marks the triennial hunting event. The kimono-clad elder sheathed his sword, turning to inquire, how are preparations on your end, Satan? The dreadlocked elder sighed, his thick beard swaying slightly with his breath, due to the losses sustained at White Heron Island. We are down a significant number of slaves. I can only substitute them with my experimental subjects. Though they are mostly half dead, with proper nourishment, they can still manage to run a few steps. Upon hearing this, the kimono-clad elder adjusted his round spectacles, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Excellent. Let us set the location at Rock Island in the East Sea. Its terrain is quite suitable for everyone to revel in the thrill of the chase. Moreover, the Ganatella family has been unusually active lately. If they perform exceptionally in this competition, they may fill the vacant position in the Knights of God. The long-bearded man scoffed. It seems the younger generation is eager to prove themselves. Much like the Figureland family member, my knowledge, that scoundrel Rox harbors a peculiar obsession with slaves, and many of his crew have experienced abduction. This year is too late. We shall have to wait for the next opportunity to ensnare him. The elder with the handlebar mustache spoke with gleaming eyes, enunciating each word. The man known as the king of the world? A ruler of the world requires only one. The other elders ceased their discourse, merely nodding in agreement, uniting in their assent to his words. Indeed, the only individual deserving of the title king of the world is one whose status far surpasses their own. What is the meaning of this? After all my hard work collecting devil fruits, how they turned into this pile of fakes? 16 days had passed since the White Heron Island incident, near Rocky Port on Hive Island. A grandiose ship with a lavish exterior was moored at the shore. On the deck, a rugged, golden-haired man seized a tall, slender pirate by the collar, his face contorted with rage, his hair standing on end. Resembling a lion provoked to fury, the other pirates stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with fear at their admiral's furious demeanor, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. Too terrified to intervene. Merely 3 meters away, a pitch-black treasure chest lay open, its surface adorned with a dense array of intricate patterns. Inside, 3 fruits marked with swirling designs rested, each appearing bizarre and unique. To their dismay, these fruits seemed to have been kept in darkness for an extended period, emitting a potent stench that wafted through the air, causing the pirates to grimace and cover their noses. Worse still, the patterns on the fruit's surface began to dissolve, oozing like ink, rendering the fruits filthy and disheveled. It was evident that these devil fruits were mere counterfeit preparations, the genuine items having long since vanished. And no, this is not my doing, Admiral Shiki. The captured pirate protested, struggling to defend himself. I checked them before our return from White Heron Island, and they were perfectly fine. I never anticipated they would turn out like this today. Upon hearing this, Shiki's anger surged within him, his grip on his collar tightening as he bellowed, "Aside from you, who else has had contact with the devil fruits? Speak up." The tall, gaunt pirate turned pale with fear. Stammering, it was Mr. Indigo. He mentioned that Lord Rox is extremely interested in these fruits and wanted to personally present them for his viewing. He told us to return first, and what happened afterward is beyond our knowledge. He speaks the truth, Admiral Shiki. I can attest to that. A short pirate from the crowd interjected. That evening, it was he and I who were responsible for the arrangements, and Mr. Indigo indeed spoke those words. As he spoke, his voice trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his body shaking uncontrollably, clearly on edge. Shiki knew that this diminutive pirate would never lie. With a snort, he hurled the tall pirate heavily onto the deck and, maintaining a calm demeanor, ordered the others, "Immediately summon Indigo to see me." Yes, the pirates responded in unison, turning to leave. That moment, the transponder snail in Shiki's arms suddenly rang, and with an impatient expression. He answered the call, a boisterous laugh emanating from the other end. "Huh? What's the matter, Brother Shiki? I could hear you shouting from quite a distance this early in the morning." Shiki retorted irritably. "I've worked hard to collect those devil fruits, only to have them swapped out. I'm in no mood for interruptions." "Ha, that's hardly a concern. I've already stated that whoever it may be has the right to those fruits." "Perhaps it was just a trivial jest. That jest is far from amusing." Shiki shouted, "If someone is to consume them, they should at least inform me first. Well then, for my sake, let us draw a line under this matter. It would not bode well for suspicion to spread among everyone on the island before we officially declare war. In the future, join me on expeditions to capture even more rare devil fruits. And all the profits shall be yours." Shiki paused for a moment, and then his expression shifted from anger to a smile. "You truly are forthright. Otherwise, I dread to think how long this would have continued." The voice on the other end laughed even louder. "Besides, the fruit that mysteriously vanished is now part of our collection, isn't it?" "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Shiki squinted slightly, his gaze drifting towards the northern street. A contemplative expression crossing his face. Mama, are you the warrior from Wano that Rox mentioned?" In the spacious and opulent hall, Charlotte Linlin reclined on the sofa, her right hand grasping a piece of cream cake, her eyes scrutinizing the Wano-clad girl standing before her. Her interest piqued as she remarked, "You appear rather different from what I had envisioned." "Nice to meet you. My name is Kurizumi Simama. I am currently traveling the world in hopes of becoming a general of Wano." The girl introduced herself boldly, placing her hands on her hips, unreservedly declaring, "Until that day arrives, I shall temporarily stay aboard your ship." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned towards the burly youth beside her, whispering with half her face turned, "I have never before encountered such a tall beauty in my life." Ma, you speak quite frankly. I do not dislike such straightforward girls," Linlin remarked, taking a bite of the snowy cake. Then licking the cream that lingered around her mouth, her face alight with joy, She pointed at the girl with her right hand, declaring, "It's settled then, considering you lack any prior pirate experience. You shall serve as an apprentice under me." "That's wonderful," Semimaru exclaimed, unable to contain her joy, her arms wide open as she shouted, her clear eyes sparkling like crescent moons. "Oh, you truly not mind your rank. You are quite an amusing little one." Lin Lin swallowed the remainder of the cake, grinning widely to reveal her gleaming white teeth. "Of course, depending on your future achievements, you may find yourself on equal footing with me one day. For now, you three should get along splendidly." "Mama!" Semimaru exclaimed, lunging forward to embrace Kaido with one arm and Winnow with the other, cheerfully declaring, "From now on, we are friends. Ah, it is my honor to meet you." "Miss Semimaru, let go. This is quite uncomfortable, you brat." In no time, the room erupted into a lively commotion, with many of Charlotte's children peeking out from their rooms, casting curious glances at this new big sister. The long-faced Bread, who had remained silent, coughed twice and looked up at Lin Lin, saying, "It's time to rest. Lack of sleep could severely affect the development of the fetus. Indeed, I wonder if this time I might give birth to a child as large as a giant." Lin Lin mused, glancing down at her round belly, reminiscent of a balloon. With myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, in her childhood, she had spent some time among the giants, harboring immense admiration for their towering stature. Upon learning that Elbaf was the strongest nation in the world, her desire to wield the power of giants intensified. She believed that conquering the world would be effortless with such strength. Yet, inexplicably, the giants of Elbaf seemed to detest her deeply, for whenever she sought to approach their island, she was met with a hail of gunfire. Left with no choice, she resorted to capturing numerous tall men for forced breeding, resulting in over 20 offspring, none of whom matched the giants in size. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, placing her hopes once again on the new life growing within her. Shaking her head vigorously, she pulled herself from her tumultuous thoughts and addressed the youth, who was now frothing at the mouth due to the girl's embrace, saying, "Little brat, as a reward for defeating the silent Viteruvi, Rox entrusted me to give you something." On the bustling streets, the throngs of people moved incessantly, each adorned with weapons at their waists. Various shops lined the sidewalks, selling an array of snacks and showcasing peculiar performances. The cacophony of shouting vendors and cheers filled the air. This was the East District of Hive Island, where people came to revel during their leisure moments. Regardless of the time, the atmosphere remained vibrant and prosperous. 3 young people meandered through the streets, strolling leisurely. Their distinctive appearances attracted considerable attention, with many passers-by stealing glances, particularly at the striking white-haired girl, who had rendered several male onlookers utterly mesmerized. "It's been a while since I've visited such a lively place," Semimaru exclaimed, gazing around in awe, akin to a country dweller stepping into a grand city. Overwhelmed by the sights and unable to suppress her astonishment. "And every person here is dressed like a pirate. That is hardly surprising. Hive Island is known as a pirate paradise," Winnow explained with a smile. "In other words, it's essentially a nation composed of pirates, and outsiders dare approach here. Hence the economic activities rely on clandestine trade with other pirates or raiding other islands. It's no wonder the atmosphere here feels so different from the places I've visited," Semimaru exclaimed, placing her fingertip to her lips in realization, suddenly recalling something. Stepping back a few paces, she exclaimed, "So, you all have committed quite a few heinous acts in the past, and yet I still boarded a pirate ship?" Her voice was too loud, drawing the attention of many on the street, who cast perplexed glances at the trio. Suddenly confronted with such an awkward situation, Winnow quickly gestured for her to lower her voice, saying, "This island is governed by the world government. Our methods may be aggressive, but our enemies are merely the government as accomplices. We won't harm ordinary civilians unless absolutely necessary." "I see," the girl sighed in relief, her expression easing. "Then I can rest easy." Kaido scoffed disdainfully, "You're calling yourself a pirate without even grasping the situation. I have no words for you." Semimaru turned her head, puffing out her cheeks as she glared at him. "I've only just begun my journey as a pirate." Kaido ceased his verbal sparring with her, removing a tightly wrapped object from behind him, untying the rope that bound it, revealing a massive black spike club, its surface adorned with menacing protrusions, glinting with a brilliant metallic sheen under the sunlight. With the complete dismantling of the transaction between the world government and the flying pirate crew, the weapons they had brought from White Heron Island were also tucked away into Rock's belt, among which a particularly striking club stood out, immovable even by 10 pirates, and when struck with a blade, the sword shattered while the club remained utterly unscathed. Rox learned from an agent that this club was a trophy acquired by the government after a strenuous effort, having slain a powerful, nameless monstrosity on Savage Island in the West Sea, and since it did not fall under the category of official property, the government intended to resell it to pirates to relieve themselves of this burden. Just as he contemplated selling it for money, he suddenly recalled that Kaido had just lost his weapon in battle and decided to do a favor by gifting the club to him. Kaido effortlessly lifted the club, swinging it casually in the air, producing a sharp whistle, before tossing it skyward, catching it deftly as it spiraled down, grinning broadly. That fellow has truly gifted me a fine weapon. Too bad it lacks a name that I must bestow one upon it. He raised the club toward the two and solemnly inquired, "How about the 8 precepts?" 8 precepts, they exclaimed. Does that refer to the 8 precepts of Buddhism? I never expected Kaido to know this, Saijitsuin blinked, recalling having seen the term in a book. Uno scratched his helmet, chuckling wryly. It seems rather incongruous with your style. Precisely because of its contrast, I intend to use this name. Kaido remarked, gazing at the jet-black club, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. It resonates with my own painful yet intricate experiences that, yes, that's so. Uno seemed to grasp something, smiling. Since you say so, I have no objections. I agree. Saijitsuin chimed in, moving closer to Kaido, raising her hand. That name sounds particularly cool. Then it's settled. Kaido gently caressed the club, his face radiating a spirited smile. One day, I shall make you renowned across the world. 8 precepts. Speaking of which, Saijitsuin, drooling slightly, pointed towards a nearby stall with a pleading tone. I've been hungry since leaving Alling's place, and I have no money on me. Could you two help me with this urgent matter? Gurgle at her mention, both men instinctively lowered their heads, realizing their own stomachs were also growling louder. Stalls lined the streets, and the air was filled with enticing aromas that made their mouths water. At Saijitsuin's enthusiastic suggestion, the trio approached a stall specializing in Japanese cuisine, where the fried food-loving Uno ordered a portion of carriage, its golden exterior gleaming with an oily sheen. Upon learning that the stall also sold alcohol, Kaido's eyes lit up, and he immediately purchased a bottle of sweet sake, gulping it down, feeling an indescribable sense of bliss wash over him as the liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach. As for Saijitsuin, she borrowed a hefty sum from Uno and voraciously devoured several skewers of dango and 3 servings of candied apples in one go. However, in her haste, she nearly choked, her lovely face turning a deep shade of purple, resembling a ripe eggplant. Fortunately, Kaido swiftly poured some sake into her mouth, allowing her to gulp it down and clear her airway, bringing her back to life. After a hearty meal, Uno led the two to a crowd gathered to watch street performers. When a rotund man slowly inserted a sharp, long knife into his mouth, the heart-stopping spectacle made Saijitsuin sweat with anxiety, until the man grasped the knife's handle and smoothly withdrew it from his body, showcasing the blade, which bore no trace of blood, drawing cheers from the audience. Saijitsuin sighed in relief, and couldn't help but join in the applause for his stellar performance. Uno, standing nearby, merely smiled in silence, as if he understood the underlying mechanics of the act. Once the performance concluded, the artist removed his hood and approached the crowd, seeking tips. Witnessing his earlier display, the onlookers wasted no time tossing bills into his hood. As the hood came to rest in front of Saijitsuin, she immediately grabbed the artist's hand, her eyes sparkling with eagerness, imploring him to take her as his apprentice, leaving him momentarily flummoxed until Kaido unceremoniously dragged her away. Uno offered a polite smile to the performer, slipping their share of tips into the hood before they turned to leave, marking the end of this little commotion. Not long after, they arrived at a vast square, bustling with crowds intently watching a large white screen hanging against the high wall. At the corner lay a telephone bug, projecting 2 beams of light onto the screen, displaying a clear image. In an effort to provide the pirates with some entertainment, Rock's crew member Wang Ji had organized numerous leisure activities on the island, with the outdoor cinema being the most popular. Saijitsuin, having never encountered such a curious phenomenon in her life, bounced excitedly to the square, prompting Kaido and Uno to follow closely like protective guardians. After considerable effort, the trio found a vacant spot to sit and eagerly watched the film as the protagonist, clad in pirate attire, sprinted across rooftops, dodging a barrage of bullets. Saijitsuin felt her heart leap in her throat, pounding rapidly. Soon, the protagonist executed a dazzling leap, wielding 2 pistols and unleashing a flurry of shots, causing the pursuing kingdom's soldiers to collapse, instantly relaxing Saijitsuin's tense demeanor as she leaned softly against Kaido, only to be met with an unyielding hand blocking her. Observing this amusing scene, Uno stifled a chuckle. Oh, what a delightful day! As night fell, the streets grew sparse with people, shops gradually closing their doors. Saijitsuin, licking her ice cream with her left hand while cradling a plush dog in her right, sighed contentedly, reflecting on how she had never enjoyed such days before, naturally fostering a deeper attachment than most. You still have the gall to say that, considering how much of my money you've spent. Kaido grumbled dully, clutching an untouched ice cream cone. After the movie concluded, they wandered into an arcade, where Saijitsuin, unable to contain her excitement, borrowed money from Uno and Kaido to play at a claw machine. Perhaps due to her lack of skill, after numerous attempts, she failed to grasp even a single toy. Only after nearly exhausting Kaido's borrowed funds did she finally snag a doll to soothe the dazed youth's thoughts. Uno produced the little money he had left and bought each of them a sweet treat. Haha, since Miss Saijitsuin is new here, it's only fair to let her enjoy herself, Uno remarked without concern, savoring a lick of his chocolate ice cream. There will be countless opportunities to return here. Really? Saijitsuin exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. Next time, please bring me along again. That I love this place. However, I refuse, Kaido retorted, pouting coldly. Unbeknownst to them, the night had deepened. Gazing at the endless night sky, Uno couldn't help but ponder, I wonder what colors the journey ahead will hold. Kaido swallowed his entire ice cream in one go, grimacing as if consuming something intolerable, and muttered, whatever color it may be, I'll just knock out all the bastards blocking my way. I really want to talk to you both. A calm voice resonated by their ears, prompting both individuals to simultaneously gaze at the white-haired woman striding between them. Her brows were furrowed, and an unprecedented contemplation adorned her visage, stirring their curiosity as they pondered the conclusion she might draw. After a prolonged moment, she lifted her head, tears cascading from her eyes. The pirate Adam in the film is truly remarkable. Distributing stolen wealth to refugees, unafraid of authority, even the king's army could not deter him. Especially his words to an old friend. Only by understanding the hearts of people can one guide the world to a stage known as happiness. The two exchanged glances, their expressions becoming increasingly intricate. The girl clenched her fists tightly, her lively eyes cast downward, as she candidly expressed her innermost thoughts. I wonder if I could ever achieve what he has. Upon uttering these words, both Kaido and Uno were momentarily taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Saitse Tsukasa, seemingly oblivious to their reaction, mused to herself, to make the world a better place, one must earn the recognition of all. That is why I choose to ceaselessly hone myself, striving to be stronger today than I was yesterday, so that people may recognize my existence. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Kaido inquired. Perplexed, the girl had taken only a few steps before suddenly halting, her hands clasped behind her back as she turned her face slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile. Let us spar, shall we? Chikuden. In the northeastern direction of Hive Island lay a spacious rectangular training ground. To cultivate a formidable force capable of confronting the Navy, Rox had constructed this site in an uninhabited area of the island. Given the abundance of pirates on the island, ordinary crew members were required to seek approval from officers of higher rank before entering. The training ground was encircled by towering trees, their leaves gently swaying in the evening breeze, producing a rustling sound as if anticipating the events about to unfold. Kaido and Saitse Tsukasa stood on opposite sides of the training area, locking eyes when the prospect of sparring escaped Saitse Tsukasa's lips, Kaido was momentarily stunned, rooted in place, initially believing the girl had merely spoken out of intoxication. However, upon noticing the unwavering determination etched on her face, he realized her seriousness. Having grown up amidst the battlefield, Kaido had gradually developed a deeply ingrained belief that women were ill-suited for combat. Not only did they possess inherent physical disadvantages compared to men, but their generally softer personalities rendered them incapable of surviving in the brutal realm of warfare. In his mind, women were synonymous with weakness that it was only upon joining the Rocks Pirates at the age of 15. And encountering formidable women such as Stussy, Charlotte Linlin, and Gurliosa, that his narrow perspective began to shift. Indeed, there were powerful individuals among women. This realization made the vast ocean all the more intriguing. Embracing this notion, Kaido no longer hesitated to unleash his full strength against adversaries, regardless of gender, the moment they drew their weapons against him. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, he had learned from Uno of Saitsi Tsukasa's exploits on White Heron Island, where she had single-handedly dispatched a group of government agents with apparent ease. From that moment on, he had developed a modicum of interest in this newcomer, though her often carefree demeanor kept him from voicing his desire for a duel. Now that she had taken the initiative to challenge him, it resonated perfectly with Kaido's own inclinations. He was eager to test her strength and see if this woman, with deep ties to Wano, was worthy of the title of samurai. Although he had anticipated a confrontation, he did not expect it to come so swiftly. Outside the training ground, Uno perched on a high branch. Curiosity etched across his face as he tilted his head back. Honestly, I hope neither of them loses, but the outcome of the battle is not something I could dictate. Well, it must be that kid Kaido. A sharp laugh echoed through the air, causing the leaves to rustle. Linlin sat cross-legged atop Zeus, retrieving an almond chocolate from her bag, chewing it while her gaze remained fixed on the two below. Though I must admit, that oddly dressed girl seems quite capable. If I'm not mistaken, she likely possesses quite a bit of talent. Ditto. Miss Linlin, are you implying? Just watch and see. Linlin tilted her head back, devouring the remaining chocolate, wiping her mouth with her hand as a glimmer of sharpness flickered in her eyes. This match will be an excellent opportunity to gauge the abilities of those two brats. No wonder you so readily agreed to their duel, Uno remarked casually, shifting his focus back to the training ground. Although he had long anticipated a battle with her, Kaido had not expected it to occur so soon. Stretching his limbs, he calmly stated, "Since the duel was proposed by you, you may set the rules." Really? I haven't decided yet. Saitsi Tsukasa hesitated, her finger resting on her chin. Yet in no time, she crossed her arms and confidently declared, "The first to step out of the ring loses. Of course, if your feet do not touch the ground. Being outside the designated area is irrelevant." I see. So the arena is not confined to this space. Kaido scanned the surrounding woods, a smile creeping on his lips. It was the perfect setup for guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare? I simply dislike feeling constrained. Well, I feel the same. Kaido retrieved his kanabo from behind, gripping the sturdy handle with both hands, aiming it directly at the girl not far away. That a dark aura enveloped the weapon, flickering with small bursts of violet electricity, producing a series of crackling sounds. Enough of the chatter. Let us commence. I was thinking the same. As the crisp sound of metal scraping echoed, Saitsi Tsukasa steadily drew her two blades from her waist, wielding one in each hand. The cool moonlight cascaded upon the elongated blades, causing them to glimmer with a chilling radiance. The fluid aura coiled around the edges of the swords, rendering them completely black. While the nearby air appeared to shimmer slightly, a leaf descended from a branch, swaying gently in the breeze as it drifted towards the ground. Uno and Linlin watched intently, their enthusiasm for the unfolding duel palpable, their breaths quiet as they feared disturbing the flow of battle. Especially Linlin, upon learning of the duel between Kaido and Saitsi Tsukasa, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ignoring the protests of her long loaf, she hastily rode Zeus to the training ground, as if their clash was more vital than her very life. "Let me witness your prowess, for I shall rely on you little brats to help me seize the throne of the world." For Linlin, who always placed herself first, power, wealth, and status were her rightful claims. Only by achieving this could she fulfill her long-held dream of sharing a meal equally with everyone at the same table. As the leaves danced with the wind and gently settled into the earth, merging with the soil, the battle's horn was sounded. The ground beneath them shattered as both combatants sprang forth, akin to two streaks of lightning. Their forms entwined in elongated afterimages racing ahead. In the next instant, the Kanabo collided violently with the twin blades, sparking a ferocious shower of flames, irregularly shaped black, lightning radiating from their center. Expanding wildly in all directions, the nearby trees bore fine fissures on their surfaces, and several fragile branches snapped and flew backward. Uno leapt to a sturdier tree, narrowly avoiding the chaos, perched on a branch. He gazed ahead, a gleam of unexpected delight in his eyes. This truly the clash of conquerors' hockey. Kaido gripped the spiked club tightly, sweeping it forward, while Seizi Tsuchiya, unwilling to be outdone, wielded her twin blades in a fierce downward slash. In the fleeting moment when their weapons clashed, both combatants felt an overwhelming force akin to a tidal wave surging through their arms, causing them to stagger slightly. Realizing neither could gain an advantage, they both retreated a few steps, thunderous 8 trigrams, before the words had fully left his lips. Kaido placed the spiked club upon his left shoulder and, with astonishing speed reminiscent of a gust of wind, surged forward. Accompanied by sharp, whistling sound, he swung the elongated lightning bolt, shaking the very earth beneath them. As the unstoppable blow descended towards her face, Seizi Tsuchiya displayed no sign of trepidation. With a sudden thrust, she launched herself into the air, tracing a graceful arc that allowed her to evade the club's path. Suspended mid-air, she executed an incredible flip, landing inverted, and with fluidity, she swung her right-hand blade diagonally towards his right shoulder. Kaido sensed a rush of air behind him and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blade as it grazed his chest. Simultaneously, he clenched his left fist, channeling a powerful gust towards her abdomen. Seizi Tsuchiya retaliated with a fierce swing of her left-hand blade, deflecting his punch. However, Kaido's strike was merely a feint. He raised the spike club overhead and, with immense force, slammed it down towards the girl like a cannonball. In a critical moment, Seizi Tsuchiya spun like a top, her blades a blur, effectively diminishing the force of Kaido's thunderous strike. Finally, with a powerful chop, she cleaved down upon the spike club, producing a resonant clang. Utilizing the recoil, she performed several backflips, landing gracefully on the ground. Meanwhile, the momentum of the spike club had yet to wane, smashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, shards of stone scattering in all directions that a few pieces hurtled towards Uno, perched upon a tree branch, who nonchalantly swatted them away with his right hand, reducing them to dust upon contact. "That was close. I nearly couldn't hold on," Seizi Tsuchiya exclaimed, shaking her slightly numb arms, unabashedly voicing her thoughts. "If I had hesitated for just a moment longer, your club would have surely flattened me." "Ahaha. Not necessarily." Kaido laughed heartily before his expression turned serious. He fixed his gaze upon her, stating in a deep voice, "Hurry and show your true skills, or you may find yourself facing dire consequences. You're no different. Those previous strikes hardly even counted as warm-up exercises." The girl retorted defiantly, brandishing her long blade menacingly towards Kaido. "This is a treasured heirloom passed down from my late father. The right blade is named Daetonglian, and the left is called Xiaotonglian. Even the sturdiest steel cannot withstand a single cut from them." As she spoke, she transferred the right blade to her left hand and slowly drew a third long blade from her waist. Unlike the first two, its guard resembled blossoming petals, and the blade gleamed like a pool of autumn water, emitting a silver radiance. "This blade is called Xianminglian, and I shall only wield it in the direst of circumstances." Seizi Tsuchiya held the blade horizontally across her chest, calmly declaring, "If my opponent is you, I shall bear no psychological burden, as this will be the second time I utilize all 3 blades in unison." "What did you say?" Kaido asked, bewildered, not quite grasping her meaning. Without responding, Seizi Tsuchiya inhaled deeply, and in an instant, her appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Her smooth skin sprouted fine fur, her form doubled in size. Each of her 10 fingers elongated into sharp claws, her jaw jutted forward slightly, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and her ears elongated to a point that a fluffy tail emerged from behind her, resembling a fireball in its intensity. White mist billowed from her mouth, coalescing into a long, flowing ribbon that danced in the wind. "Oh, this is the power you possess." Witnessing the girl's transformation, Kaido's expression shifted to one of surprise. Followed by a chuckle, the legendary Great Mouth True God, "Not quite as I envisioned. I wonder if it will work." Seizi Tsuchiya murmured to herself, tossing the Xianminglian behind her, her tail curling around the hilt to maintain its horizontal position. Testing its grip, she excitedly proclaimed, "Just like last time, it's a success." Seeing her peculiar stance with the blade, Kaido raised an eyebrow. Realizing, "You plan to attack with 3 blades simultaneously? I've never seen such a swordsman." Without a unique style, one cannot become an exceptional warrior. One day, my self-created techniques will resonate throughout the world. Seizi Tsuchiya pivoted her body, her hands firmly grasping 2 blades, legs slightly bent, her tail poised menacingly ahead. Her gaze resolutely fixed on the man before her. Seizi Tsuchiya's 3-blade flow, cloud dance. As her words fell, she lightly stepped on the ground, launching herself into the air. Simultaneously, the ground remained smooth and undisturbed, as though no one had ever tread upon it. Under the moonlight, the girl danced gracefully in mid-air, her body twisting and turning as if in a captivating ballet. Each movement seemed to enchant those watching, including Kaido and even Uno, who sat upon the tree trunk, spellbound. Before they could react, Seizi Tsuchiya's right-hand blade spun, descending straight towards Kaido's chest. The strike appeared light yet concealed boundless power, resonating with a sound akin to fabric tearing. Kaido's heart raced as he swiftly swung the club, blocking the blade, and feeling a tingle shoot up his arm, he dared not relax for a moment, leaning back sharply to evade the horizontal slash from her left-hand blade. In the next instant, a fiery tail swooped into view, ensnaring a gleaming long blade that shot directly towards Kaido's abdomen with alarming speed. In that moment, Kaido's pupils constricted, his mind conjuring images of being eviscerated. Terror surging within him. "Stay calm. It's merely an illusion." In a split second, Kaido snapped back to reality, extending his left hand with lightning speed to grasp her tail, halting the blade mere inches from his stomach. Just as he was about to exert force to throw her off, Seizi Tsuchiya suddenly opened her mouth, and a multitude of misty ice crystals began to gather, coalescing into a white energy sphere. Ice Fong of the No Samurai. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light erupted from her mouth, transforming into a white column that engulfed Kaido's massive form. The ground beneath them was blasted into an unfathomable pit. A wave of frigid air radiating outward, covering the surroundings in a thick layer of ice. Nearby trees succumbed, quickly cloaked in a pristine frost. Perched on a branch, Uno shivered, leaping to a nearby, unaffected tree. Wrapping his arms around himself, his teeth chattering as he watched the icy battlefield with a hint of anxiety. Even with a full understanding of Kaido's strength, he could not guarantee his safety if struck at such close range. To generate and control cold air within one's body, truly a rare mythical beast, even more so than the natural type. As the chill spread, Ling Ling deftly retrieved a biscuit from her bag, nonchalantly observing the fierce battle below. However, Zeus beneath her could hardly endure the cold, shivering uncontrollably and sneezing repeatedly. Achoo! 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 Each sneeze sent his body into violent convulsions, causing Ling Ling to sway unexpectedly, reminiscent of a wobbly toy. Suppressing her dizziness, she pressed her palm firmly against Zeus's head, scolding, "You foolish Zeus, stop making me sway." Zeus looked up, his expression one of pitiful innocence, a droplet of crystalline liquid hanging from his nose. Mama, I don't want this either, but the weather turned so cold all of a sudden, I feel awful. It's hard to maintain this form." Before Ling Ling could retort, she suddenly noticed Zeus had shrunk considerably. Crystalline ice particles forming upon him and gently drifting downward. As these ice crystals continued to accumulate, Zeus's body continued to shrink. Perhaps after a brief respite, he would succumb to the weight of Ling Ling, plummeting to the ground. Upon noticing the changes in Zeus, Ling Ling's expression turned gravely serious. Typically, even in winter, Zeus moved with ease and had never exhibited such a state before. Can even the climate intervene? My, this is indeed extraordinary. One day, I shall ensure that that girl becomes my achoo. Another violent tremor surged from below, nearly causing Lingling to tumble from the cloud. Grasping the cloud tightly, she shouted, "Prometheus!" Sezakitsu executed a splendid backflip, dissipating the recoil from the shockwave, and lightly landed on the icy surface. She surveyed her surroundings, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. It seems I may have overdone it with this technique on my first try. Her gaze shifted to the vast pit she had created, noticing that the wide opening had already frozen over, resembling a massive mirror, smooth and flawless. Worry crept onto her face. Could it be that the strange one is trapped inside? Should I descend to rescue him? There's no need for your concern. A sharp sound sliced through the air from behind. Sezakitsu swiftly turned, her dual blades sweeping through the air, clashing against the oncoming spiked club. The intense impact reverberated through her arms, causing them to tremble. Gathering all her strength in her wrists, she deftly deflected the club aside, quickly leaping back to create distance, while pointing her blade at her opponent, exclaiming, "Don't just appear out of nowhere. You nearly made my heart leap from fright. Oh ho ho ho. That was merely a return gift for your earlier strike." Kaido hoisted the spiked club onto his shoulder, a hearty grin illuminating his face, as if everything was under his command. Just as the white cold light was about to burst forth, Kaido suddenly recalled the 6 forms of shave employed by Vidarui. Through their previous skirmish, he had gradually grasped its principles, realizing that mastering it would not pose a challenge. In an instant, Kaido stomped down with tremendous speed, propelling himself into the woods. It was as if he vanished from the spot. Utilizing the dazzling light to cloak his form, he left the illusion of being struck head-on by his opponent. He approached the slightly ruffled Sezakitsu, grinning from ear to ear. "Let me savor this exhilarating thrill once more." As he spoke, Kaido's figure disappeared again. Sezakitsu tightened her grip on the hilt, crossing her blades protectively over her chest, activating her observation haki to scrutinize her surroundings. Suddenly, she propelled herself into the air, evading Kaido's sweeping strike from left to right, rolling over his head and twisting her body, her right-hand blade slashing toward his back. Kaido swiftly turned, swinging the spiked club in a rapid arc. Their weapons clashed and then separated. The girl's assault did not falter. She immediately executed another maneuver, her long blade glimmering with a chilling sheen as it darted toward her right shoulder, faster than a shooting star. Kaido blocked with the spiked club, producing a resounding clang as the blade pierced the club, creating sparks. Impressive. Kaido glanced down to see the sharp tip of her blade embedded in the club, creating a minute notch. Unable to suppress his admiration, he lifted his right leg, delivering a forceful kick toward the girl's back. Sezakitsu leaned forward, evading the whip-like kick, simultaneously withdrawing her blade from the club and slashing upward with lightning speed. In that critical moment, Kaido stomped the ground forcefully, propelling himself into the air, gripping the club tightly, swinging it with the ferocity of a windmill. Lower 3 worlds? Summon the abyss. With a thunderous roar, Kaido brought the spiked club crashing down, trailing a brilliant lightning bolt. The girl gazed up at the rapidly descending iron club, her light red pupils dilating in alarm. Boom. The ground erupted into a massive crater, circular shockwaves radiating outward, whipping up shards of ice and sending them flying, as the earth trembled momentarily. However, this strike did not land with the expected impact on a human body. Had she evaded it in time? Thankfully, that was the outcome. Kaido lifted the spiked club, glancing up to see a flash of white light dart between 2 nearby trees. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he shattered the ground beneath him, launching his massive form like a bull from a bough into the woods. The dense foliage rushed past him as he leaped from branch to branch, each contact with the limbs causing them to snap under his incredible speed. Repeating this motion, a white silhouette soon emerged in his line of sight, becoming clearer as he drew nearer, a colossal wolf. Its fur as white as silver and devoid of any blemish, powered through the underbrush, the grass bending beneath its swift passage, a white ribbon of cold air trailed from the back of its neck, and the dark red jacket on its back fluttered in the wind, unmistakably revealing its identity. Is this a ploy to lure me in? Very well. I will indulge you. Kaido chuckled maniacally, propelling himself forward with explosive speed, smashing through tree trunks like cannonballs, his spiked club resting on his left shoulder. He swung it with ferocity, unleashing a grand shockwave that surged downward. The colossal wolf sensed the approaching threat, its claws lightly tapping a branch before leaping skyward. With a cataclysmic explosion, countless tree trunks were shattered, and the ground was excavated into a deep pit. The wolf twisted in midair, its mouth agape as a dense fog rapidly coalesced within. No servants, Ice Fong. Dazzling white light erupted from its mouth, sweeping toward Kaido with overwhelming force. Kaido gripped the spiked club tightly, aligning his body parallel to the ground, spinning violently like a ferocious tornado. The icy breath collided with the storm's edge, scattering outward, freezing everything in its path. The tempest maintained its momentum, veering sharply and charging toward the airborne wolf, uprooting trees in its wake. In a critical moment, the wolf spotted a tall wooden post nearby. Using its hind legs to spring off the air, landing perfectly atop the post, it deftly maneuvered through the branches, racing through the labyrinthine paths with the speed of lightning. While Kaido relentlessly pursued, embodying the very essence of a tornado. Emerging from the dense woods, the wolf found itself in a wide clearing, its hind paws crashing against the branches as it leaped into the air. Preparing to descend, simultaneously, the dark whirlwind burst forth from the thicket, appearing directly above the wolf, ceasing its rotation. Kaido raised the spiked club high, infused with powerful haki, and brought it crashing down with ferocity. As the club drew near, the wolf remained unperturbed, its form visibly contracting at an alarming pace, swiftly transforming into a hybrid beast-human shape, its body suspended in midair, arms outstretched, gripping a long blade tightly. Its tail coiling tightly around the slender edge, Sezakitsu's three-sword style, dance of the swarm. In an instant, Sezakitsu became enveloped in white mist, her form turning ethereal. The next moment, her afterimages scattered across all corners, their blades glinting with cold light, rushing toward Kaido with uncanny speed. Clones, are they? Watch me shatter them all. Gun Thrali, Dragon's Might. With a booming laugh, Kaido landed on the icy surface, leaving a deep crater in his wake. Swinging the spike club in a tight arc around his body, deflecting the onslaught of afterimages. Yet overwhelmed by the sheer number, he gradually felt the pressure mounting, scatter, after narrowly dodging a fleeting shadow that rushed past. Kaido's expression darkened. The spiked club in his grasp radiated an invisible wave of energy as he swung it in a fierce 360-degree arc, unleashing a circular shockwave that dispersed all remaining shadows in a single blow. Gripping the club tightly, Kaido panted heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That last move had drained his haki significantly, leaving him ill-prepared for the ensuing battle. A white mist coalesced, morphing into the silhouette of the Beastman as it landed gracefully on the ground. Striking a combat stance, three sharp blades were aimed at the man before her. And though she too was breathing heavily, she appeared far less fatigued than her opponent. It seemed that the outcome would hinge on this decisive move. Though I must admit, I lack sufficient confidence. Kaido positioned the club behind him, knees slightly bent, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized his adversary. The purple aura surrounding the spiked club intensified, a low rumble echoing ominously, just as he was about to unleash his weapon. Let us leave it at that for now. The Beastman gradually diminished in size, returning to her lithe and graceful form. The girl sheathed her dual blades with a playful smile, exclaiming, "You're even more formidable than I anticipated. Gorilla! Why do I keep acquiring such peculiar titles?" Kaido felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, and upon confirming that she had called for a halt, he returned the spiked club to the strap on his back, voicing the lingering question that had troubled him for quite some time. "What motivated you to challenge me to a fight? While I was still at Hive Island, I happened to overhear two pirates discussing your exploits." Seijutsu picked up the long sword that had fallen to the ground when her tail vanished, sheathing it and fastening it to her belt. With her hands resting firmly on her hips, she stretched her weary limbs and continued. "They spoke of your immense strength and how you have never tasted defeat, far surpassing many of your peers, someone aiming to be a general in Wano. I aspire to encounter formidable warriors during my travels, to spar with them and establish my own renown. So, you sought me out for that reason. In a sense, we are kindred spirits. Kaido chuckled ruefully, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the girl. Therefore, let us make time for a friendly spar in the future. Bullhead! Saijitsu lunged forward, grabbing Kaido by the shoulders and shaking him vigorously, declaring, I must become stronger, stronger, stronger. All right, whether you grow stronger or not is uncertain, but I might very well find myself in another world before you do. Kaido, shaken by her fervor, felt a bit lightheaded as his vision began to blur. My. After such an intense battle, you still possess so much energy. One must say, it's indeed impressive, the vitality that comes with being a mythical beast. As they conversed, Lingling descended slowly on a massive fireball, her fierce visage inhaling deeply before exhaling towards the icy ground, unleashing a torrent of heat that gradually melted the frost covering the earth, restoring it to its original state. Ling, the outcome of this battle has yet to be determined, you know? Saijitsu shouted, her actions never ceasing. Well, but this is the expected outcome. Lingling alighted from the fireball, her demeanor unusually pleasant as she remarked, seeing how hard you two are fighting. I'll treat you to a drink. Really? That sounds splendid. I was just thinking of having something to drink. Oh dear, don't forget to include my share too. Uno leapt down from a branch and ambled towards them. Lingling smiled at Uno. You were one of the proposers of this duel, so you certainly want to be left out. Thank you very much. Miss Lingling, but, observing Kaido being shaken around like a noodle by Saijitsu, Uno raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty, sighing subtly. I wonder if he can even make it to the tavern later? Laughter and chatter resonated from the woods, their voices dancing on the breeze, reaching the ears of a man with a hedgehog hairstyle who stood at the cliff's edge, arms crossed, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Ha! Well done, little brats! With the winds of your era at your backs, go forth and obliterate this loathsome world. Kaido leaned against the thick rock wall, the lower half of his torso submerged in warm water. His muscles clearly defined, undulating like mountains, he shut his eyes tightly, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort wash over him. This was an open-air bath located in the northern outskirts, encircled by smooth stalactites. The water shimmered a deep blue, spacious enough to accommodate a dozen people, offering an unobstructed view of the vast night sky. The area surrounding the bath was blanketed in lush greenery, exuding an aura of tranquility beneath the starry expanse. Occasionally interrupted by the distant calls of cicadas, by the time they exited Capona's tavern, it was already late at night. Initially, Uno suggested they return promptly to rest, preparing for the upcoming battle. However, Lingling stated that Rox believed their expedition to Hive Island had taken too long, planning to recuperate for a while before embarking on new endeavors, thus allowing them to roam freely on the island for the time being. She then glanced at a pair of youths nearby, drunkenly leaning against each other and singing merrily, and with a sly grin, proposed to take everyone to a secret spot for some enjoyment. Subsequently, after receiving the approval of the officer Wang Ji, the group made their way down a secluded path to the island's unique rock bath that, oh ho, what a luxurious indulgence it is to soak after a drink. Kaido stretched widely, the pleasantly warm water easing his muscles and providing excellent relief, effectively dissipating the fatigue accumulated throughout the day. The foggy haze of intoxication also began to lift from his mind. Moreover, the lingering scent of alcohol that clung to him had vanished entirely. Sitting beside him, Uno remarked teasingly, even while bathing, you haven't removed your helmet. The top of his helmet bore a neatly folded towel, and with his hands resting on the edge of the bath. He too relished the relaxation the warm water provided, and no matter how many times he came, the comfort remained consistently delightful, allowing his entire body to unwind, albeit feeling slightly out of sorts. I suppose the guy is also sobered up by now. Kaido mused, glancing at the bamboo-woven wall, unable to contain his admiration. Not only does he possess strength comparable to mine, but in a drinking contest he can match me blow for blow. In some ways, he is even more formidable than Lingling. How could that be? Mama is the strongest woman on these seas. That little girl doesn't even come close to a fraction of her power, Prometheus exclaimed, visibly irked by Kaido's assessment. currently floating just outside the bath. He was too terrified of water to even approach the edge, let alone touch the steam rising from the surface. The principle is simple. Even though he is a shard of Lingling's soul, he is, at his core, merely a talking flame. Ever since Mama praised Seijutsu, you've seemed rather agitated. Zeus, lounging on a reclining chair, took a sip of orange juice from the table. His expression perpetually relaxed as he gazed slowly at his longtime partner. Are you worried your position might be threatened? I certainly don't mind having another girl around. Who said that? Prometheus raised his voice in defense, his face growing even redder. I didn't know. Mama is the supreme being in my eyes. No one can surpass her. Zeus flashed a mischievous grin. Haha, your reasoning sounds rather flimsy. Everyone be quiet. For Lingling, none of you are expendable. Gurgle, the stout man floated on his back in the bath, his plump belly protruding above the water's surface as he held a large bowl filled with mung bean soup, taking a hearty sip and smacking his lips. The water temperature is just right. With the right ingredients, one could make a delicious dessert. Uno raised an eyebrow, smiling. Speaking of which, I almost forgot that Mr. Longbread is here too. Hey, I specifically set aside valuable time to be with you all, and even sent my treasured snacks to Cor and Laura, asking her to help watch those kids. The long loaf cast a somewhat displeased glance at him and muttered, as your esteemed head chef, I must certainly be quite familiar to you. In truth, it should be I who feels rather insignificant. In a corner of the bathing pool, a young man with a sharply styled haircut was soaking in the hot water. His face contorted into an awkward smile, occasionally twitching at the corners of his mouth. This man was a trusted confidant of the long loaf, and also the current king of the Ethel Kingdom. Recently, through the astute extraction of mineral resources, the nation's strength had gradually returned to its former glory, and the lives of the people had become quite fulfilling to celebrate this grand occasion. The young man had entrusted his confidant to temporarily assume the role of king, while he personally brought a mountain of treasures to Honeycomb Island as tribute. At the long loaf's warm invitation, he decided to reside on the island for a time. Due to his frequent travels abroad, his name and appearance seemed to leave little lasting impression on others. What was his name again? Kaido pondered, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought.